Chapter 1. The Devil Fruit at the Fruit Stand. Shout Xn. Still trapped in the shadows of heartbreak. Are we? During his morning jog, AOXN encountered his roommate, Zhang Chong. After sharing a cheerful greeting, Zhang Chong continued his run. Today, it seems the heartbreak has hit him pretty hard, Zhang Chong mused as he settled on a bench on the playground, opening his textbook, the fresh morning air perfect for studying. AOXIN swiftly completed his daily 5-kilometer run and took a brief rest before commencing strength training on the horizontal bar. Occasionally, familiar classmates would pass by, but they merely sighed and smiled at him. Until a pair of youthful and vibrant individuals strolled by. The young man curiously asked, "Hey man, isn't that your ex-boyfriend? Why is he still at it? He hasn't given up on you yet, trying to build a good physique to win you back?" The girl, referred to as Man, merely cast a disdainful glance at AOXN before turning back, wrapping her arms around the boys in a playful manner, and retorted, "Who cares? Man will always belong to Brother Xiong." "Huh?" The girl's soft words delighted the boy, who cheekily squeezed her ample form while sneaking a glance at the diligent AOXN, the corners of his mouth curling into a smug grin. Pretty boy? Academic genius? Chiseled physique? In this world, none of these could ever rival the power of wealth. Engrossed in his workout, AOXIN remained oblivious to this exchange. He had been reborn for a month, arriving on the very day his girlfriend, Wu Man, had cast him aside. However, this time, he made no attempt to salvage the relationship. After the breakup, he plunged into an intense regimen of physical training so fervently that he skipped numerous classes, indifferent even to the teacher's warnings of failing grades. The apocalypse was imminent, failing grades? So be it. As a reborn individual, he was acutely aware of the horrors of the impending end times. Were it not for certain matters concerning this city, he would have likely dropped out and prepared for the apocalypse at home. Regrettably, this apocalypse was unlike those depicted in other web narratives. In this world, there existed divine gifts. On the eve of the apocalypse, the first devil fruit descended upon various corners of the world. Acquiring a devil fruit granted one extraordinary powers. Such strength was the very currency for survival in the apocalypse. As for stockpiling resources, utterly useless in the face of power. In his previous life, he survived until the period of the second divine gift, witnessing countless world-destroying powers. Now reborn, he was determined to leverage his prophetic advantage and seize every opportunity available. Beyond the fruits, surviving the apocalypse necessitated a robust physique, which was why he had been tirelessly working on his fitness only to be mistaken for someone still reeling from heartbreak. After completing his strength training, he sauntered into the school cafeteria for breakfast, entirely disregarding the ringing of the class bell. Post-breakfast, he took his customary stroll outside the school to a fruit shop named Good Life. According to reports from his past life, a devil fruit was rumored to have appeared in this very shop. Yet, he remained unaware of the exact timing of its arrival. Thus, since his rebirth, he had been visiting the shop daily to purchase fruit while keeping an eye out for the elusive devil fruit. Ah, the young man is back again. The shop owner, an ordinary middle-aged woman, sat at the entrance, idly snacking on sunflower seeds due to the lack of customers. Upon seeing AOXIN, she greeted him with a smile. AOXIN's handsome appearance had always drawn attention, and given that he frequented the shop 1 or 2 times a day for the past month, the owner had formed a lasting impression of him. So much so that now, AOXIN received a discount on his fruit purchases. "Ma, have you eaten yet?" AOXIN smiled back at the owner. As he stepped into the shop, he perused each fruit, leaving no item unchecked. When he reached the peach section, 2 short purple twigs suddenly caught his eye. He pushed aside the cluster of peaches above them, revealing the purple twigs beneath. Beneath the purple branches lay yellow leaves, and beneath the leaves, the fruit itself emerged. It was oval-shaped with a surface that shimmered in deep green, tinged with blue, resembling scales. Indeed, it was identical to the fruit from his memories. This was the devil fruit of the 4 emperors, Kaido, from the pirate world. The zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast form, Azure dragon. It was the most powerful fruit, as reported in the future, with its exact location known. Fantastic. AOXIN's heart surged with elation. What is this strange fruit? Behind him, Aunt May had approached without him noticing, her expression one of astonishment at the sight of the devil fruit in his hand. Naturally, Aunt May was not a fan of One Piece even if she had seen it. No one at this moment would believe that these suddenly appearing strange fruits were indeed devil fruits. Even if someone were to eat one on the spot, aside from the unpleasant taste that might induce vomiting, they would not awaken any abilities. Only when the apocalypse struck would those who consumed the devil fruits be able to unleash their powers. Feigning ignorance, AOXN remarked, "Aunt May, isn't this your stall? You don't know what this is?" Aunt May shook her head. "I sell fruits. How could I possibly have something like this?" As AOXN bagged his fruits, he suggested, "Aunt May, this peculiar fruit is quite beautiful. Why not just give it to me? I'll place it on my desk as a decorative piece." Aunt May saw nothing amiss. Such an odd item would likely not attract buyers. This boy, who frequented her shop, was rather likable, so she decided to gift it to him. "All right, Aunt May will give it to you." AOXIN promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt May." Just as he stepped out of the shop with a bag full of fruits, he collided with a burly, middle-aged man. Glancing at him, AOXN felt a sense of familiarity. Before long, a visage from his past life merged with that of the man before him. It was none other than the consumer of the Azure dragon fruit from his previous life. AOXN silently rejoiced that he arrived even a moment later. The Azure dragon fruit would have been purchased by this man. Returning to campus with the devil fruit now in existence, it signaled that the apocalypse was drawing near. He opened his phone and began booking a ticket home. This fruit was a guarantee of power, and with it, he vowed never to allow his family to suffer any harm again. Although he was aware of 2 other locations where devil fruits could spawn, time was of the essence. He needed to return home as swiftly as possible. Soon enough, he secured a ticket for the 5 o'clock train. While packing his belongings, he called his father. "Dad, are you at work? There's something I need to discuss with you." He carefully chose his words, urging his parents not to go out in the near future, fully aware they would likely refuse. As salaried workers, taking leave was not an easy feat. If he mentioned the impending apocalypse, they would surely dismiss it, perhaps even think him mentally unstable. After some contemplation, he said, "Dad, I'm coming home tonight. Would you be able to skip working late?" His father, A.O. Kong, expressed surprise. "What's wrong, Xiao Xian? Aren't you all gearing up for finals? Why the sudden urge to come home?" AOXN replied, "I miss you both, and I have some things I'd like to discuss." Upon hearing this, A.O. Kong agreed. "All right then, I'll inform my department and won't work late tonight." "Great." After hanging up, AOXN pulled out the devil fruit from his bag. It truly looked exquisite. Consuming it now wouldn't grant him powers. He would need the apocalypse to activate them. However, the longer the fruit remained outside his body, the greater the uncertainty. Without further hesitation, he seized the fruit and took a decisive bite. The revolting taste nearly caused him to regurgitate. Yet he held his ground. In his previous life, what had he not consumed to survive? His mental resilience was no longer that of a sheltered bloom. Chapter 2. The Stir Caused by the Devil Fruit. Suppressing his nausea, AOXN swallowed the fruit's flesh. In a fit of determination, he consumed the remaining flesh entirely. Peel, pit, leaves, and the short purple twigs all were devoured. After a while, he took a deep breath. The miraculous seed had been sown, now awaiting the miracle to unfold. Taking a sip of water and enjoying a peach, he retrieved his phone and began browsing short videos and forums. Our orchard suddenly bore a fruit resembling a devil fruit. Family, this is simply astounding. Could it truly be a devil fruit? Indeed, as soon as he opened a short video, he stumbled upon a viral clip. In the video, a young man stood amidst an orchard, filming a bizarre-looking grape on a vine. This grape was a deep red, adorned with strange white patterns, starkly contrasting with the surrounding normal grapes. Devil fruit? Comments flooded in below the video. "You must be dreaming. This is undoubtedly a stunt by the poster. Trying to cash in? Believe it or not, he'll soon produce a whole batch of these so-called devil fruits. Why don't you eat one and see if you gain any superpowers from One Piece?" Aside from this video, there were several others of a similar nature. Some showcase fruits found at stalls, while others were discovered on grassy patches. There was even one where the poster claimed to have purchased ordinary fruit, left it at home for 2 days, and upon checking today, it had transformed into the shape of a devil fruit. The onlookers, naturally skeptical, exclaimed that the tricks of modern-day deceivers have become increasingly sophisticated. Some even encouraged them to partake. A few, deterred by the fruit's peculiar shape, were deemed timid. This must surely be an artisan creation. That's why the influencer dares not consume it. Who knows what chemical dyes were employed in those surface patterns? Would they actually dare to eat such a fruit? Yet, there were those who remained undeterred by superstition. At that moment, a renowned beauty streamer was live, captivating her audience not only with her stunning looks and sweet voice, but also with her comedic flair as a seasoned fan. It was she who claimed that the fruit in her home had transformed into a devil fruit, although netizens mocked and ridiculed her, suggesting she was merely seeking attention for views. The young beauty was acutely aware that she had not tampered with anything. Her fruit had simply mutated. Could it truly be a devil fruit? She pondered, just as the audience began to clamor for her to take a bite. After much hesitation, she steeled herself to accept the challenge. All right, since my brothers in the stream are urging me to eat, I shall do so for your viewing pleasure. She resolved to go all, and even if the fruit had indeed mutated or spoiled, she could always undergo a stomach wash. With that thought in mind, she picked up the strange fruit, positioning her phone in front of her, ready to dial emergency services at a moment's notice. Among the audience, AOXIN was watching intently. The moment he laid eyes on the fruit's form, his heart raced, for he recognized it as a genuine devil fruit, not some fabricated hoax. Attempting to send a comment in the chat, he wrote, "Streamer, don't eat it yet. I'm willing to pay to buy that fruit from you. Just name your price." His low status and lack of a badge meant his comment quickly drowned amidst the flood of others. Yet he persisted. Perhaps due to his relentless posting, some viewers found it amusing and began to join in. The beauty streamer noticed these comments and recognized their playful intent, flashing a charming smile that revealed her adorable dimples. "Oh, everyone, stop teasing me. I still don't know what this fruit is about. I won't be selling it. Let's see if it truly is a devil fruit." With that, she took a deep breath, her petite mouth opening to place the apple-like fruit between her lips and tongue, the camera zooming in on her mouth. It must be said, her ability to garner millions of followers was not solely due to her beauty. The allure she exuded was expertly crafted. Even AOXIN, witnessing this scene, found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. With a sudden squirt, juice erupted from the fruit, the unpleasant taste spreading through the bowtie's mouth. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her face contorted in distaste as she instinctively wanted to spit out the fruit's flesh. Observant viewers immediately noticed the change in her expression. What the hell? The streamer's expression suggests that fruit is exceptionally foul. Could it truly be the case? Devil fruits are notoriously unpalatable. Yet, some self-proclaimed rational viewers countered, "Nonsense. This fruit is clearly spoiled. Who knows how she manipulated it into such an odd shape? It's evidently inedible." Exactly. Streamer, stop eating. Spit it out. You don't want to ruin your health. Many urged her to discard the fruit, while others continued to incite her. Yeah. Do you actually take this as serious? Anyone can frown. If you're capable, eat it and see if you gain superpowers. Exactly. Do you think the audience is foolish? Trying to gain views by staging a show? The myriad comments went unnoticed by the beauty, as she was on the verge of tears. The moisture pooled in her eyes, blurring her vision. She vowed she had never tasted anything so horrid in her life. Instinctively, she wanted to spit it out, yet as a devoted fan, she felt a pang of regret. It was a normal fruit that had transformed into a devil fruit. She knew she wasn't performing for show. Gathering her resolve, she swallowed the fruit's flesh and quickly drank several sips of milk tea to wash away the lingering foul taste. One bite of a devil fruit was equivalent to consuming it entirely. Surely, having a single taste would suffice. Then, she began to anticipate her transformation alongside the viewers in the stream. If it's truly a devil fruit, what abilities will I gain? When the audience witnessed her actually swallowing the fruit's flesh, an avalanche of gifts flooded in. In that brief moment, the gift she received equaled what she would typically earn in an entire week. 666. The streamer truly ate it. Her expression of disgust doesn't seem staged. Perhaps it really is a devil fruit. Indeed. Did you see her tears? If it were an act, could she perform so genuinely? The streamer is no actress. The discussions in the stream escalated, with everyone fixated on the young Bowtie's anticipated transformation. Unfortunately, as time trickled by, nothing changed. Streamer, why not stand up and move around? Feel the change within you. Not all ability users immediately know their powers after consuming the fruit. Yeah, you fools actually believe this? In this day and age, it's easy to swindle a nerd's money. Following the viewer's advice, the beauty streamer jumped and danced, even attempting yoga, hoping to elicit some mysterious power. Her efforts were undoubtedly a visual treat for countless men watching from their screens. Regrettably, no matter how hard she tried, her body exhibited no signs of change. Chapter 3. The purchase of the Thunder Fruit unchanged. The little beauty's spirits began to wane. Within the livestream room, there were both mocking jeers and comforting words from warm-hearted gentlemen that Ao Xing had quietly departed at that moment. The absence of change was, after all, the norm, but he had no intention of reminding the little beauty about the impending apocalypse. After all, she was merely a stranger in the vast expanse of the online world. He browsed through various short video platforms and forums, entering a specific ID into the search bar. Upon clicking the first video, it was indeed identical to what he had witnessed in his previous life. In the video, a lewd young man with a head full of yellow hair brandished a peculiar fruit, boasting, "Brothers, do you see this fruit?" He moved the fruit closer to the screen, allowing its appearance to become even clearer. This fruit was entirely golden, adorned with black, curling patterns, and its surface seemed to crackle like lightning. The yellow-haired youth laughed heartily. "Did you see it? The Thunder Fruit? Who wants to buy it? I'm auctioning it in the comments." Highest bidder wins. Upon seeing this, Ao Xing's heart raced with excitement. Although he had already consumed the Azure Dragon Fruit and could not eat a second, with the apocalypse looming and everyone aware of the value of the devil fruits, one fruit would be worth its weight in gold. It was the most crucial resource for exchange. Even if he did not use it for barter, he could give it to his parents or sister. Alternatively, there might be a way to consume a second devil fruit, but that would require strength, fortune, and opportunity. Choosing not to comment in the section, he directly messaged the yellow-haired individual, whose ID was Noble Mao. "Bro, that fruit looks impressive, just like the real deal. That I want it. You know those commenters are just making noise. Name your price directly, that if it's reasonable, I'll buy it immediately," in a small county near the provincial capital of Jizhou. A yellow-haired youth strolled down the street, yet he was constantly checking his phone. When he felt it vibrate, he hurriedly opened the background, and Ao Xing's message filled him with joy. He quickly added Ao Xing as a friend and replied, "This brother. This is indeed a genuine devil fruit. Asking for 1,000,000 is not unreasonable, right?" Ao Xing replied, "If it's real, why aren't you eating it? If you genuinely wish to sell, give me a normal price. Otherwise, I'll block you." The yellow-haired youth scratched his head, tentatively asking, "How about 10,000? He drastically lowered his asking price by tenfold, knowing that a devil fruit model was not worth that much. Yet he wondered if the other party might be a fool with deep pockets. Ao Xing, however, was far from foolish. He understood that once the apocalypse arrived, not even 10,000,000 would suffice to purchase one. Moreover, it was a rare and highly renowned thunder fruit, of course, in the apocalypse. The monetary system would collapse, and the 10,000,000 he mentioned was merely an equivalent value. Feigning impatience, he replied, "One price only. 1,000. This price is already the limit for your model." The yellow-haired youth sighed. He had hoped to extract more money, but 1,000 exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought he could sell it for 500 or 600. 1,000 yuan would be sufficient for him to live extravagantly for a while. He immediately responded, "All right, you pay, and I'll send it to you." Yet Ao Xing was not pleased. "You're not a merchant. What if I pay you, and you don't deliver? I see you're in Jizhou. And I'm in the provincial capital as well. Just give me an address, and I'll come find you for a face-to-face transaction." The yellow-haired youth was indifferent. If it was face-to-face, so be it. How could he rob him? He provided his address, and Ao Xing promptly stated, "Good, I'll arrive in 3 hours." He stepped out and immediately hailed a taxi, after offering extra money and guaranteeing a round trip. The driver agreed to take him to the neighboring county. Racing along, within 3 hours, he arrived at the bus station in the county the yellow-haired youth had mentioned at that moment. The yellow-haired youth was already waiting there. After disembarking, the driver paused to wait, Ao Xing instantly spotted the yellow-haired youth, engrossed in his phone. Noble Mao. The yellow-haired youth looked up, cautiously inquiring, "Are you the one buying the devil fruit?" Without wasting words. Ao Xing nodded. "Give me your payment code. I'll take a look at the fruit's authenticity before scanning to pay." The yellow-haired youth was somewhat reluctant, wanting him to pay first. That Ao Xing chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you afraid I'll default? This is your territory after all." The yellow-haired youth conceded. He had a small reputation in this area that if anyone dared to cheat him, he could summon a group of buddies with just one call. Ao Xing took the bag from his hands, extracting the fruit within, his heart racing uncontrollably. It was real. It was indeed real. Based on his previous life as experience, this fruit was undoubtedly a genuine devil fruit. He immediately scanned 1,000 yuan to the yellow-haired youth, took the fruit, and returned to the taxi, heading back to his school. Were it not for the lack of train services in this small county, he would have boarded a train home directly. On the way back, he opened his phone to scroll through short videos. Suddenly, one video caught his attention. Today, many patients have suddenly fainted, and several individuals have developed strange spots on their bodies. Experts suggest this could likely be a new strain of influenza, urging everyone to wear masks and take protective measures. Upon seeing this news, his heart sank. Fainting, strange spots appearing on many people. These were all ominous signs of the apocalypse's onset. The outbreak might occur even earlier than in his previous life. However, he could not recall the exact moment the apocalypse began. He could only estimate its timing based on the emergence of the devil fruits. He quickly picked up his phone and called his father. "Dad, did you see the news? Those who suddenly fainted and developed spots." Ao Kong replied, "Is there any need to watch? Our hospital is already swamped with patients. Everyone is overwhelmed. I'll probably have to work overtime tonight. I can't take leave in this situation. You and your sister should eat first. Don't wait for me." With that, he hung up, offering Ao Xing no further opportunity to explain. Ao Xing called again, but the line was busy. Aware that he could not persuade his father, he had no choice but to call his mother. "Mom, did you see the news? A lot of people are fainting and developing spots. I've heard some inside news. It's a serious infectious disease. Our school has already suspended classes and closed its gates. You should hurry and take leave to come home. Bring Xiao Qin back too. It's no longer safe outside. He fabricated a lie. Just this once. Please take a leave. We can discuss it again after we see the news reports in a few days." Finally persuading his mother, he fervently hoped that the outbreak would not occur so swiftly. Granting him time to return home, as the taxi arrived at the school gate, he dashed back to grab his luggage. Less than an hour remained before the train's departure. However, upon entering the dormitory, he found several roommates anxiously making phone calls and heating towels. Walking in, he discovered roommate Wang Fan had fainted on the bed, with faint spots appearing on his face. Those were cadaveric spots, a precursor to zombification. Everything unfolded just as it had in his previous life. In that life, it was also Wang Fan who had fainted. But due to the overwhelming number of individuals collapsing in the city, the ambulances were overwhelmed. They had no choice but to carry him into a taxi to rush to the hospital. However, upon arriving at the hospital, the apocalypse descended, and Wang Fan turned into a zombie, biting Zhang Chong's neck and infecting him. Chapter 4. The Apocalypse Descends, Azure Dragon Awakens. The group of roommates had somehow procured a wooden board and were struggling to lift Wang Fan onto it. However, Wang Fan was simply too heavy. Despite their efforts, they could not lift him from the bed. Just then, they noticed Ao Xing returning, and Liang Yu called out, "Ao Xing, come help. Old Wang is too heavy. We can't move him." Ao Xing, who had been exercising daily and skipping classes, was met with skepticism from them, as they suspected he was aiming to switch to physical education. Yet at this moment, they needed someone strong, so they beckoned him. However, Ao Xing completely ignored them, grabbing his already packed belongings and preparing to leave. The virus had emerged, signifying that the apocalypse could strike at any moment. He needed to hurry home. Seeing him about to leave, his roommates were astonished, and Liang Yu angrily blocked his path. A roommate is in trouble, and you want to leave without helping? But Ao Xing had no time to waste on him. In his previous life, after they had taken Wang Fan to the hospital, mere minutes later, the apocalypse had begun. Wang Fan had turned into a zombie, lunging at them to bite. Liang Yu, in a bid to save himself, had even pushed Wang Fan down to block his pursuit. If it weren't for his own good fortune, he would have met his end at the onset of the apocalypse in that life. With narrowed pupils, the murderous intent forged through life and death trials involuntarily surged forth, causing Liang Yu to feel a chill that he instinctively took a step back as A.O. Xing shoved him aside, grabbing a gear bag from the corner and striding toward the door. As he exited, he could still hear Liang Yu's scolding voice behind him. "What kind of person are you? Not only did you refuse to help, but you even pushed me." Angered by being intimidated by A.O. Xing, Liang Yu grumbled to himself, "I won't stoop to the level of a lunatic." Yet, just as Liang Yu prepared to step out and seek help from the neighboring dormitory, a sudden scream echoed from behind. Ah! The shrieks echoed throughout the entire dormitory building, not solely from their room 504. There were numerous individuals like Wang Fan who had collapsed and exhibited peculiar spots on their bodies that in this moment, an inexplicable and terrifying pressure descended upon everyone, causing a collective heaviness in their hearts. Subsequently, those who had succumbed to unconsciousness underwent a shocking transformation. Their flesh rapidly decayed, emanating a nauseating stench of decay, while the spots expanded. These were cadaveric spots. Corpse oil and pus dripped down as their eyes bulged, and their nails elongated into sharp, beast-like claws. Zombies. Wang Fan had turned into a zombie. A.O. Xen recognized the voice of Zhang Chong, and in the next instant, he was bitten on the neck by the zombified Wang Fan. His trachea was punctured. The zombie virus coursed into Zhang Chong's body. In a mere 30 seconds, Zhang Chong's transformation into a zombie occurred at a visibly alarming pace. The hallway descended into chaos as zombies burst forth from each dormitory, countless students crying out for help as they fled outside. At this moment, A.O. Xen felt a power awakening deep within his bloodline, a force that was both ferocious and formidable. The power of the devil fruit he had previously consumed. The strength of the Azure dragon manifested within him, and he threw his head back, unleashing a resounding dragon roar. Azure scales appeared upon his skin, resembling dragon scales, and horns sprouted from his head. His hands and feet transformed into dragon claws, tearing through his shoes as he began to undergo a draconic metamorphosis. This astonishing sight startled the students in the hallway, who mistakenly believed he had become a monster like the zombies. With his transformation into a hybrid form, his physique surged, significantly enhancing his strength, defense, speed, and recovery capabilities. Just then, he heard the low growl of a zombie behind him. Turning to look, he saw Wang Fan and the infected Zhang Chong lunging at him. He extended his dragon claws and gripped their throats, applying a gentle force that effortlessly decapitated the two zombies. Their blood splattered across the floor, the scent of blood and decay assaulting the senses of the students in the corridor. The two zombies fell lifeless. Another emerged from a nearby dormitory. A.O. Xen opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of scorching breath, a searing flame that incinerated the approaching zombie to a crisp. However, after expelling that fiery breath, he immediately felt his stamina wane significantly. The power of the devil fruit relied on physical energy, and even with the potential for hockey in the future, it would still consume his vitality. The first stage of divine bestowal was essentially a phase of body tempering. He was not like Kaido, a creature of the Oni tribe, nor did he possess Kaido's monstrous physique. Therefore, even with the Azure Dragon fruit, the power he could wield paled in comparison to Kaido's. Ceasing his fiery breath, he tore open a discarded equipment bag, revealing a complete set of baseball gear, bats, balls, gloves, and the like. This was originally intended for convenience on the train, as carrying just a bat would be deemed as carrying a weapon, while a full set could be classified as sports equipment, thus permissible. Now, amidst the apocalypse, the transportation system was undoubtedly in shambles, rendering these supplies useless. He discarded the other items, opting only for the baseball bat, a specially customized, thickened, and weighted version perfect for delivering lethal blows to zombies. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a steel sword. Rather, the baseball bat offered greater value for its utility. While he could purchase a crafted sword and sharpen it himself, such weapons dulled easily, becoming ineffective after only a few strikes, far inferior to the bat's durability. Swinging the bat, now crackling with arcs of electricity, A.O. Xen embodied the essence of a thunderous dragon warrior. Before him, zombies fell with each strike. Yet, he did not succumb to the thrill of slaughter. Instead, he fought while rapidly making his way downstairs. There were two urgent matters at hand. First, to find a way home. He could not allow his parents and sister to suffer any longer. Second, to vanquish 100 zombies as swiftly as possible. For upon slaying 100 zombies alone, the divine space would open, granting him the opportunity to exchange for the training method of the three-color hockey, thus accelerating his growth in strength. The Azure Dragon could fly. But given his current stamina, he certainly wouldn't last long enough to soar home. With the bat raised, AOXN charged forth like a divine dragon, unstoppable, gathering a throng of students eager to follow him out of the corridor. Yet, they remained unaware that, in this apocalypse, no place was truly safe. Hiding within the dormitories and shutting the doors might afford them a bit more time to live. But he cared little for them. They were merely disposable NPCs. Upon bursting out of the hallway, his eyes narrowed. Indeed, the situation below was far more horrific than that within the building. Attending a medical school, the corpses of cadavers and specimens from the laboratories. As long as they had not been dismembered, all rose as zombies. Even more unsettling was the school's history as a mass grave. During the War of Resistance against Japan, many had perished here. Campus legends spoke of the area's dense, malevolent energy, with residential buildings erected atop it, causing many to fall ill. Eventually, a feng shui master proposed constructing a school to dissipate the negative energy with the vitality of the youth. Thus, this medical college came to be. Now, those skeletal remains had risen, infected by the zombie virus, attacking every living soul they encountered. Help! Someone save me! The campus descended into chaos, with everyone frantically fleeing in a blind panic. Colliding with one another, many frail students were knocked to the ground, trampled, nearly costing them their lives. Just as they caught a breath, they were beset by zombies, who sank their teeth into them. Aoken paid them no heed, resolutely heading towards the school gates. His fearsome demeanor deterred others from approaching him. Suddenly, two familiar figures came into view, a man and a woman, both clad in designer attire, yet now equally disheveled. The girl, fair and beautiful, was clearly lacking the stamina of the boy. She was Aoxion's ex-girlfriend, Wu Man Man. Abruptly, a skeletal hand emerged from the ground, clutching the boy's ankle. Startled, he was fortunate that the girl helped him remove his shoe, allowing him to escape the skeleton's grasp. However, this delay brought the pursuing zombies closer. The boy, in a moment of panic, pushed the girl to the ground, escaping on one bare foot. In despair, the girl watched as the zombies approached. And suddenly, she spotted Aoxn, who was wreaking havoc nearby. Help! Over there, mighty one! Please save me! I'm willing to do anything for you. She could not recognize Aoxn in his current form, yet something felt vaguely familiar. Seeing the throng of students trailing behind the Dragon Man, she sensed he must be a person of significance and cried out for help. Aoxn caught a glimpse of Wu Man Man from the corner of his eye. Yet his pace did not falter in the slightest. College sweethearts, a breakup due to infidelity. It was nothing out of the ordinary. He had no desire to seek revenge for such matters from that point onward. They had become strangers. To expect him to rescue her was but a fantasy. Ignoring the situation behind him, he continued his frenzied charge through the carnage. Wu Man Man, witnessing the indifference of the mighty one, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Ultimately, a zombie clawed her heart from her chest. She closed her eyes resignedly, not even emitting a scream. The Wu Man Man's tragic demise did not stir any emotion within Aoxn. At this moment, countless others, like Wu Man Man, had met their ends at the hands of the undead. He continued to forge ahead with his mighty club. Whether facing zombies or skeletons, their fatal points resided solely in their heads. Only by shattering their skulls could they be reduced to mere corpses. Finally, as he reached the school gates, his body suddenly froze in place. It wasn't just him. Everyone, including the zombies, stood still as if the entire world had been paused by an unseen hand. A voice both imposing and grand echoed in the ears of every individual. The first divine gift, devil fruit, has descended. The divine space has been unlocked. Then, Ao Xing felt a darkness envelop him, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a peculiar realm. There was neither space nor time here, only two luminous screens, one large and one small. The larger screen displayed the words Divine Store, while the smaller showcased Personal Panel. These concepts were well known to Ao Xing from his previous life. They represented opportunities bestowed by an unknown entity, allowing him to exchange points for various items. Points could be accumulated by hunting zombies, Just as he was about to enter the store to make an exchange, the majestic voice resounded in his ear once more. As you are the first to slay zombies and accumulate 100 points, you shall receive a divine reward. Furthermore, since you achieved this within 10 minutes of the apocalypse's onset, the grade of your reward has been elevated. You may choose one from the following 3 rewards. Ao Xing was taken aback. This was something he had never experienced in his previous life. However, since it was a reward, it could only bring benefits that he quickly focused his attention. Reward 1. Perfect Fruit. This will elevate your current Azure Dragon fruit to a perfect state, completely eliminating its side effects. Once the side effects are nullified, you will not only be immune to the constraints of hockey and seawater, but can also consume a second devil fruit without your body exploding. Note, if you consume the second fruit, you will still be subject to the constraints of hockey and seawater until its side effects are eliminated, and you cannot consume any other fruit in the interim. Reward 2. Hockey Genius. No points required for exchange, no training necessary. You will awaken all 3 types of hockey directly. Even if you do not actively cultivate, your hockey will gradually grow, should you choose to train. The speed of your hockey cultivation will double. Reward 3. Zombie Slaying Artifact. You will receive a custom weapon of supreme quality, which inflicts double damage on zombies, fruit, hockey, or weapon. Choose one. If he selected the first option, he still had a thunder fruit in his backpack. Acquiring dual fruit abilities would at least double his combat power. If he opted for the second, his hockey training speed would far surpass others, leading to a long-term enhancement of his battle prowess, potentially even greater than the dual fruit option. Should he choose the third, he would obtain a powerful weapon immediately, and with its zombie slaying bonus, his speed and accumulating points would increase significantly. What to choose? Options 1 and 3 could immediately boost his fighting strength, while option 2 would offer a gradual but ultimately higher potential. Reflecting on the experiences from his previous life with the second divine gift, he noted that hockey had not yet lost its relevance at that time, that I asked for whether hockey would become obsolete. He could not say for certain that I end this moment of hesitation. He recalled the sage advice of Teacher Kai. Hockey is fundamental. Roger, Shanks, and Carp achieved greatness without the power of fruits. Indeed, Teacher Kai had prioritized hockey development over fully harnessing his fruit's powers, even during his battle against King Luffy, where he did not awaken his abilities. Option 2 it is, Hockey Genius, no longer wavering. He recognized that the essence of ability lies not in quantity, but in quality. The prowess of the Azure Dragon fruit depended on the strength of his physique. To develop a single fruit to its utmost limit is no small feat. In the next instant, inspiration struck him, and he awakened the 3 forms of hockey. An ephemeral black aura enveloped his fist. This was Armament Hockey. He accessed the Divine Store, which contained all items available for exchange during the first Divine Gift period. At the top of the screen was a simple 1-sentence explanation regarding points. Points can only be obtained through killing zombies. The stronger the zombie, the more points awarded. Kills with firearms are ineffective. The offerings were divided into 4 categories: techniques, combat skills, equipment, and potions. In terms of techniques, there were naturally the 3 types of hockey: armament, observation, and conqueror's hockey. Notably, in this realm, conqueror's hockey could be cultivated rather than being solely a hereditary trait. Its essence lay in the aura derived from the power of the soul, largely independent of one's innate qualities. However, those with the king's ambition possess a more resolute mindset, making it easier for them to tap into this power. The exchange price for the 3 types of hockey was relatively low, only 10 points each. A veritable bargain. Yet for an ordinary person, accumulating 10 zombie kills would prove exceedingly challenging. Within the combat skills section, the offerings expanded further. First and foremost was the Marine 6 styles, with each technique requiring 1,000 points to exchange. Additionally, various battle techniques from formidable warriors were available, such as Kaido's combat skills, including comprehensive packages or individual techniques like Thunder Bagua, Great Thunder Bagua, and others, each demanding a staggering 100,000 points for exchange. Comprehensive packages required 1,000,000 points to acquire all of Kaido's abilities, along with drunken techniques. Of course, the fighting styles of Carp, Mihawk, Zoro, Sanji, and Jesus Burgess were also included. The equipment section offered various swords, bows, guns, and armor. For instance, the ordinary marine sword or pirate sword only required 100 points, while a swift sword would cost 1,000, a fine swift sword 10,000, and a supreme swift sword 1,000,000 points. In the potions category, There were various healing medicines, poisons, and even culinary delights that could replenish stamina and heal injuries. The most unique potion was the Bloodline Factor Potion, available in 4 varieties: toxic powder, sparkling red, electric blue, and twisted green, each granting the user an exoskeleton and a special ability. This was one of the rare ways to acquire special powers outside of the devil fruits. Another option was the artificial devil fruit. Smile, created by Caesar, which was an imperfect zoan-type fruit with significant side effects, including the drawback of losing facial expressions and being forced to smile. Its advantage lay in its affordability, requiring only 1,000 points for a single fruit. The latter option, crafted by Vegapunk, could only replicate paramecia-type abilities, and due to the lack of Lunarian blood in ordinary humans, merging with the green blood posed a risk of death. Furthermore, the replicated abilities would only possess half the effectiveness or power of the original. In addition to these 4 categories, there existed a unique exchange option. Once an item had been redeemed, it would be permanently removed from availability for others. There were 2 exclusive options: the Invisibility Black Bloodline Factor and the Demon Transformation Potion. The Invisibility Black, belonging to Sanji, differed from the other 4 varieties as the red, blue, and green would strip one of emotions. The toxic powder, while retaining emotions, would weaken the exoskeleton's capabilities. In contrast, the Invisibility Black was a perfect bloodline factor, boasting extraordinary defensive and self-healing abilities that could rival those of awakened mythical Zoans. Moreover, at incredible speeds, one could become virtually undetectable, akin to a form of invisibility. This ability was comparable to any devil fruit, yet devoid of their drawbacks. Unsurprisingly, its price was exorbitant, requiring a staggering 100 million points. The Demon Transformation Potion, akin to the perfect fruit, could eliminate the side effects of the current devil fruit, enabling the consumption of a second devil fruit, yet it was also unique, similarly valued at 100 million points. He exchanged 10 points for 5 pieces of water meat, a food item that could swiftly replenish stamina, allowing him to endure longer in combat. Each piece cost 2 points, making it a cost-effective choice. Upon closing the Divine Store, he opened his personal panel to review his details. Name: A.O. Xing. Talent: Hidden Attribute Hockey Genius Devil Fruit. Fish Fruit. Mythical Zoan. Azure Dragon Form Realm. Body Refinement. 0 Combat Skills. None Equipment. None Points. 90. He had nothing, as everything was just beginning. The baseball bat in his hand hardly qualified as a weapon, and with his current points, he had no desire to exchange for ordinary arms. In terms of realm, throughout the first divine gift period, he remained in the body refinement stage, which was divided into 9 realms: Copper Skin, Iron Bone, Mighty Strength, Divine Foot, 5 Treasures, 6 Palaces, Jade Marrow, Resurrection, and Corpse Combat. The method of cultivation was through armament hockey, though he had mastered the 3 types of hockey in his previous life. In this new life, without the hockey genius reward, he would still need to exchange for the ability to learn. What he redeemed functioned more as a training permit than a method. The personal panel provided not only individual attributes, but also acted as a communication tool. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where humanity's civilization was dismantled, everyone relied on the personal panel's communication features to maintain contact. Additionally, it was thoughtfully divided into numerous channels that, at this moment, many had begun to converse with one another. My goodness. This divine space is marvelous. It's filled with treasures from the pirate world. With these, zombies don't seem so terrifying after all. Hey, you fool upstairs, do you even have any points to make such comments? It takes 1 point to kill a single zombie, and who knows how long it will take to redeem those good items. Do not speak of exchanges. It is a miracle that I have not perished. Soon, the previously imposing and grand voice resounded once more. The stagnation of space is about to conclude. Henceforth, one may freely enter the divine bestowal space with mere thought. 10. He felt a sudden blackout, and upon regaining consciousness, his awareness returned to his body, surrounded by an endless swarm of zombies and his panicked classmates and teachers. His right claw gripped a baseball bat, while his left claw clutched 5 pieces of succulent meat. The divine bestowal space does not provide storage capabilities. 3, 2, 1, 0. As the countdown reached its end and time and space resumed their normal flow, A.O. Xing stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, voraciously devouring it while continuing to charge towards the school gates. Chapter 7. The family is still safe. Suddenly sensing something amiss, A.O. Xing quickly shifted his position. Just as he moved, a skeletal arm emerged from where he had stood. It was the observation hockey behind him. Only a few classmates remained. His speed was too swift for them to keep up, compounded by the zombies that intercepted wave after wave of fleeing individuals, forcing those behind him to halt in helplessness. Someone shouted for him to slow down, but he paid no heed. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his family. He had no inclination to rescue others. At the school gate, he witnessed 5 zombies blocking a BMW, shattering its windows and forcibly dragging the car's owner out. That owner was a heavily made-up beauty, her voluptuous figure eliciting unwarranted fantasies. Yet the zombies displayed no compassion. Amidst her piercing screams, they gruesomely tore open her abdomen, beginning to devour her intestines and entrails. As the zombies feasted upon the beauty's flesh, the decaying meat on their bodies gradually began to regenerate. Zombies do not merely seek to infect. They also consume human flesh to achieve evolution. However, as long as their bodies retain a semblance of their original form, particularly their heads, it will not be long before the corpse is overtaken by the zombie virus and transforms into a new zombie. After indulging in a few bites of the beauty's intestines, they sensed footsteps approaching from behind. Their crimson eyes turned towards Ao Xing. "Look at you. You fool." Ao Xing swung his bat, shattering a zombie's skull with a single blow. His strength, fully restored by the meat, allowed him to dispatch the remaining zombies with ease. Then, he reverted to human form and swiftly entered the car, flooring the accelerator as he sped towards the outskirts of the city. On the road, countless vehicles were fleeing. They believed the zombies had erupted within the city and sought refuge in desolate areas to survive. However, this world has no inch of pure land left. To survive, one must fight, combat the zombies, earn points, exchange items from the divine bestowal space, and grow stronger. This is the only path to survival. Inside the vehicle, an emergency broadcast continued to play. Everyone, remain calm. Stay indoors and secure your doors and windows. Our troops have been deployed, and our biological laboratories are developing an antidote. Please maintain order. Do not panic. The first wave of the zombie virus spreads through the air. The weak will be infected. Thus, hospitals and nursing homes are hotspots for infection that are in the wake of the apocalypse. The primary transmission method of the zombie virus relies on bites and blood. Under these circumstances, soldiers with the best physical condition have a low chance of infection. Therefore, during the apocalypse, the military can still be of some use. However, Ao Xing understands that this cannot last, that if the military wishes to swiftly eradicate the zombies, they must utilize firearms and other ranged weaponry. Yet, doing so would prevent them from gaining points. Without points, one cannot grow stronger. That is, the zombies continue to evolve and eventually become impervious to conventional firearms. The military will become increasingly ineffective, and the collapse of social order will accelerate. Thus, the only glimmer of hope now lies in a citizen army, fighting the zombies. This is a survival contest of the fittest. The vehicle sped along, and even when confronted with zombies blocking the road, he chose to ram through them. Traffic control has already collapsed. Evading the zombies could easily lead to a chain collision, further hindering his return home. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. Suddenly, his phone rang. He caught a glimpse of the caller ID. It was Xiao Chun, his sister, that he answered directly. "Hello, brother. Where are you?" "There are so many zombies outside. It's terrifying." As soon as the call connected, his sister's anxious and fearful voice filled his ears that a 16-year-old girl, in the bloom of youth, encountering such chaos was understandably panicked. Ao Xing reassured her, "I'm fine. How about you? Are mom and dad okay?" Hearing his robust voice, which indeed suggested he was unharmed, Ao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom listened to you, took leave early, and brought me home. Dad is still at the hospital. We just contacted him, and he said he locked his office, so he is fine for now. Brother, you're incredible. If it weren't for you insisting Mom take leave, we might have already perished out there." After chatting with her brother, Ao Chen gradually calmed down. They had returned home early and thus had not encountered the zombie wave. They only learned of the apocalypse after the divine bestowal space opened. Standing on the balcony, the sight outside caused their hearts to race with fear. "Brother, do you have some insider information? Not only did you have us come home early, but you also stocked up on so much food and canned goods. Did you know the apocalypse was coming?" For the past month, Ao Chun had been puzzled. Her brother consistently brought home vast amounts of supplies, and whenever they inquired, he remained tight-lipped, leaving them to wonder where he acquired so much money. A.O. Xing, of course, had no funds. A month was insufficient for earning. But knowing the apocalypse was imminent, what was there to fear? He had borrowed from every illegal online loan service available, if not for the inability to explain to their parents. He might have even mortgaged their home. However, with the divine bestowal space in existence, there was truly no need to hoard excessive supplies. These provisions were merely for emergencies that he cautioned his sister to stay indoors, not to open the door for anyone except their father, and to wait for his return to discuss everything that A.O. Chen readily agreed. Just as they were conversing, a luxury car ahead overturned in an attempt to evade a suddenly lunging zombie. Triggering a chain collision, numerous vehicles crashed into one another, resulting in devastation and loss of life. A.O. Xing had anticipated this scene, this moment. It was too late to stop, and with many vehicles speeding behind him, he could not afford to come to a gradual halt. After stowing his phone in his backpack, he grasped his baseball bat and transformed into his dragon form, crashing through the car's roof and soaring into the sky. Flames enveloped his body as the dragon ascended. A miraculous spectacle astonished everyone on the road, amplifying the already chaotic car crash. Just moments after he broke through the car's roof and flew away, the BMW collided with the wrecked vehicle ahead, erupting in a cacophony of sound. With no time to dwell on the tumultuous scene below, the dragon soared into the clouds, flying towards his destination. Occasionally, he pulled a piece of meat from his backpack to replenish his strength, as he could not sustain flight for too long. Finally, after exhausting all the meat, he descended from the sky and reverted to human form. A quick survey revealed no zombies in sight, prompting him to enter the divine bestowal space once more, where he exchanged for 5 pieces of meat and stuffed them into his backpack. Now, his backpack contained only these 5 pieces of meat and a thunder fruit. Chapter 8. The emergence of superpowered individuals. After consuming a piece of meat, he refrained from taking to the skies again. While the meat could restore his strength, relying on it for continuous recovery would only accelerate his fatigue and mental exhaustion. Checking the map, he realized he needed to find a road and commandeer a vehicle. Once he identified the direction, he transformed back into his dragon form. This time, he soared for only 10 minutes before spotting a highway below, teeming with cars speeding by. Lowering his altitude, he sought a sturdy off-road vehicle. Below, many people in the traffic witnessed the dragon soaring through the sky. Instantly, some began recording the scene on their phones and uploading it to the communication channel of the divine bestowal space. Family, I saw a dragon, a massive blue dragon, nearly 100 meters long. Immediately, comments flooded in beneath the video. A dragon. It must be Kaido's dragon fruit. I wonder who is fortunate enough to have obtained such a powerful mythical beast. Truly envious. If only I could also acquire a devil fruit. Sigh, I once obtained a thunder fruit, but I thought it was fake, so I sold it. A comment from a user named Noble Malzone caught many people's attention. Are you kidding me? If you had eaten the thunder fruit, wouldn't you be soaring by now? Exactly. None of us have armed hockey yet. Logia types are invincible, with immense attack power, unparalleled speed, and the ability to become intangible and avoid damage. It's incredible. Damn, I didn't get a devil fruit, but if I had, I certainly wouldn't have sold it. How could you be so foolish? As he gazed at the scornful comments, the young man with yellow hair, hiding in a toilet of an internet CAF, trembled with rage. Do you even realize that the devil fruit is real? Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of regret, reflecting on the buyer's desperate demeanor. He wondered if that person knew it was genuine, a true devil fruit, particularly the rare thunder fruit from the natural category. How could he have sold it for just 1,000? The young man cursed himself for his foolishness. However, as he heard the incessant knocking on the toilet door, dread filled his heart, and he resolved to think of a way to survive. In the city of magic, a stunning young girl extended her hand, summoning a vine that ensnared a zombie. Above the vine, a massive flower bloomed, engulfing the undead creature in one swift motion and began to chew it thoroughly. The girl was exhilarated, although she had been terrified when the zombie crisis first erupted. The sudden surge of power within her brought her immense comfort. I knew that fruit was undoubtedly real. How could my fans still doubt it? Now, it is time for me to save the world. Clad in a backless dress, her fair and delicate back sprouted a pair of translucent wings that shimmered faintly with a pink hue. A lovely floral crown adorned her head. enhancing her ethereal presence. While small flower garlands wrapped around her delicate wrists and ankles that as she gracefully twirled, more vines emerged from the ground, sprouting carnivorous plants that devoured the zombies. The girl smiled, her elegance starkly contrasting with the grim reality of the apocalypse. From the heights of nearby buildings, spectators captured this scene and uploaded it to the Divine Gift Network, instantly drawing countless viewers. "Wow! How beautiful! This must be the power of a devil fruit," they exclaimed. "It looks similar to the forest fruit but is distinctly different. Could it be a unique ability unlike any other devil fruit?" "No, it seems to be something entirely new, an ability not seen in the world of One Piece." "But what type could it belong to?" "Wait, isn't it the beautiful streamer Yuzu? The devil fruit she consumed is indeed real." "Oh, my Yuzu goddess. Even in the apocalypse, she looks so stunning. I've fallen in love again." In the west, in a small county town, a 13-year-old boy clutched a gourd-like fruit in his hands, exhilaration coursing through him that a devil fruit. This was indeed a genuine devil fruit. As a seasoned fan of the series, he recognized it. The Paramecia-type string fruit. The fruit of the notorious Don Quixote, Doflamingo. With excitement bubbling within him, he took a bite, the repulsive taste spreading across his palate. Yet he managed to swallow it. Discarding the remaining portion, that a single bite was all that was needed for a devil fruit, that I in the next instant. He pointed his finger, and an almost invisible thread materialized before him. I knew I was destined to be the protagonist of this world. The boy was overwhelmed with excitement. Disregarding his parents' warnings as he burst out of the door, he was determined to slay zombies and reign supreme in this apocalypse. "Thread shot, super whip," he shouted, eagerly invoking the names of techniques developed by Doflamingo, hoping they would effortlessly pierce through the zombies. However, the harsh reality proved otherwise. The threads he launched were limp and powerless. Not only did they fail to penetrate the zombies, but they couldn't even breach their defenses. Undeterred by this misfortune, the boy continued to attack, while behind him, his parents rushed out, desperate to pull him back. "Xiaohe, it's too dangerous out here. Come back to us," but the boy resisted, unwilling to retreat. Zombies, devoid of mercy, lunged at the trio, their rancid mouths wide open. "Xiaohe, be careful," his father shouted, swinging a kitchen knife at one of the zombies, only to find it barely penetrated the flesh, before he could pull the knife free. The zombie tackled him, viciously tearing at him. "Dad, brother!" The boy cried out in alarm, attempting to bind the zombie with his threads, but it only delayed the creature for a fleeting second. In terror, he watched as the zombie clamped down on his neck. His vision fading. In those final moments, he raged inwardly. "Why? Why must I die in this apocalypse, despite having gained the power of a devil fruit?" No one could provide him with an answer, and his consciousness slipped into eternal darkness. Devil fruits were not invincible. Such incidents continued to unfold across the globe. Many fruits required the user to diligently develop their abilities to unleash their true potential. Take the string fruit, for instance. It was indeed a rather useless fruit, only appearing formidable due to Doflamingo. The true strength lay with Doflamingo, not the fruit itself. Still, many remained oblivious to this truth, believing that acquiring a devil fruit would grant them dominion over all, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of zombies. Above the highway from Jijo to Yujo, Ao transformed into a magnificent Azure dragon, finally spotted a sturdy-looking off-road vehicle, just as he prepared to descend for a ride. He caught a glimmer of dim light from the large tree by the roadside. "What is that?" A flicker of excitement surged within him as he approached the tree, and upon nearing it, his dragon eyes widened in astonishment. "Heaven has favored me." Atop the towering tree, amidst its dense foliage, hung a fruit. This was a poplar tree, remarkably tall. Typically, such trees do not bear fruit, yet here was a defiance of logic. This was a devil fruit. The fruit resembled corn, its entire surface a brilliant golden hue adorned with white, swirling patterns. That was another fruit he had never encountered before. However, this was not surprising. The variety of devil fruits in the apocalypse far surpassed those in the manga, with only a few dozen depicted there. Yet in his previous life, the cataloged fruits numbered in the thousands. Of course, the majority were Zoan type. The mythical Zoan types were not scarce either, as countless mythologies from various cultures could yield new divine or demonic beasts. Yet, even if mythical Zoan fruits were commonplace, they still deserved the title of the strongest. Extending his dragon claw, he plucked the fruit and placed it into his backpack. once his points reached 1,000. He could unlock a new privilege in the divine gift space, devil fruit identification. This would prevent him from consuming unsatisfactory fruits that, of course, the identification process was costly, requiring 1,000 points each time. Furthermore, most individuals considered themselves fortunate to have acquired even a single devil fruit, so who would have the luxury to be picky? Just as he was about to pursue the off-road vehicle again, a large truck ahead suddenly overturned, and 3 zombies crawled out, beginning to assault the surrounding vehicles. However, at that moment, no vehicle dared to halt. They all pressed the accelerator, barreling past the zombies. One unfortunate zombie found itself pinned beneath a vehicle, its decaying legs scraping against the ground until they were reduced to bare bones. Yet, the zombie felt no pain. It raised its fist and smashed against the car window, startling the man and woman inside. Before long, the glass shattered under the zombies' relentless blows. Once infected, these creatures gained immense strength, and after breaking the glass, they began to crawl into the vehicle. The driver turned pale, realizing he could only drive like a madman, swerving left and right in an attempt to shake off the zombies. However, his frantic actions only triggered a series of collisions that AOXIN glanced over, dismissing the chaos as he landed beside the overturned truck. Transforming into his hybrid form, he braced the side of the truck and effortlessly flipped it back onto its wheels. The power granted by the Azure Dragon Fruit was truly formidable. Entering the truck, he drove forward. Upon arriving at the scene of the pile-up, he transformed back into the dragon, clearing away the wreckage that obstructed his path. Those who were gravely injured but still alive called out weakly for help. "Sir, please save me." They strained to raise their voices, but with broken ribs and damaged lungs, their breaths were labored and weak, on the verge of death. Yet they clung to the hope of survival, even amidst their pain. AOXN paid them no mind. After clearing the road, he re-entered the truck and departed nonchalantly. Thanks to his efforts, vehicles began to pass through the cleared route, unconsciously tailing the truck, perhaps believing that following this powerful figure was their best chance of survival in the apocalypse. AOXN observed this in the rearview mirror, indifferent to their intentions, that as long as they did not hinder his progress, they were free to follow. With the truck at his disposal, his return journey became significantly easier. Such a large vehicle posed no fear of collisions. Along the road, zombies occasionally emerged from the speeding cars. Some were frail individuals who had endured the virus until now, only to succumb at the last moment. Others had received minor injuries during their escape, but did not regard them seriously. Ultimately falling prey to the infection, the AS accidents became increasingly frequent. He occasionally disembarked to deal with the zombies and clear the road. Behind him, a convoy of vehicles attempted to strike up a conversation. "Hey brother, could you give me a ride? I can pay." A middle-aged man, rotund and exuding an air of affluence, sat smoking while offering a sycophantic smile. He was a magnate, his wealth surpassing billions. Yet at this moment, he bore no distinction from the common folk. All he received was a curt dismissal. The man's countenance shifted momentarily, yet he swiftly resumed his ingratiating grin. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of commerce, a mere slap in the face meant little. As long as he could achieve his goals, he would endure anything, even humiliation. "Brother, let us not be strangers. How much do you require? 100,000? A million? 10 million? If you promise to protect me, I can provide you with inexhaustible riches." A pair of authoritative dragon-like eyes glanced his way, an aura of subtle intimidation emanating from them. Alshing coldly declared, "Take another step forward, and you shall perish." The middle-aged man, gripped by terror, found himself kneeling involuntarily. Before him stood a youthful figure, transformed into a dragon, radiating an aura of supremacy over all creation. The faint manifestation of his conqueror's haki sent a group of prospective interlocutors scurrying away in fright. Yet amidst the imminent threat of death, one audacious soul sought to take a chance that a stunningly beautiful woman, embodying the archetype of a seductress, boldly approached. Even in this apocalyptic world, she adorned herself with striking elegance. Her exquisite qipao accentuated her figure, and her high heels elongated her legs, complemented by a face of irresistible allure. Such beauty could captivate the gaze of men anywhere. "Young man, might you consider taking me along? You can do anything you desire with me." She was a master of seduction, and her sultry voice ignited a fervent blaze within the loins of the men surrounding her. However, Alshing's response remained frigid. Be gone. The woman's complexion paled. Her usual charms had failed her in this instance. She observed the lecherous gazes of those around her, without the protection of a powerful ally. She would surely become a meal for others the moment this dragon man departed. Young man, she attempted to plead once more, but Aoshing had already cleared the area and prepared to leave, just as he was about to disengage his powers and enter his vehicle. A robust man approached from behind. Sir, I pledge my loyalty to you. Noticing Aoshing's indifference, he hurriedly began to market himself. Sir, I've read my fair share of apocalyptic literature. Though you are formidable, surely you need manpower to establish a base. I, Meng Kuei, may lack many skills, but I possess great strength. He flexed his brawny muscles, declaring, Sir, I am a combat coach. I can undoubtedly be of assistance. Aoshing halted, turning to regard him. Indeed, the man was impressively muscular. After contemplating for a moment, he realized the merit in what this individual asserted. With civilization on the brink of collapse, he needed to construct a secure base to defend against the rapidly proliferating zombies. Relying solely on himself would not suffice to safeguard his family at all times. Chapter 10. Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao, seeing Aoshing turn to face him, Meng Kuei immediately showcased his physique from every angle. All right, get in the vehicle. The moment Aoshing acquiesced, Meng Kuei was elated, abandoning his belongings, confident that as long as he stayed close to this powerful figure, material needs would be an afterthought. Fearing that Aoshing might leave him behind, he opted not to sit in the passenger seat, but instead climbed into the rear of the vehicle. Utilizing his physical prowess, Meng Kuei's success instilled a glimmer of hope in others. This powerful man was not entirely devoid of compassion. The oily middle-aged man spoke again. But was cut off with a harsh "get lost" from Aoshing. Even if he were to recruit others, he could not afford to gather too many from this crowd. One Meng Kuei would suffice for now, and the man's loyalty remained a question that required gradual assessment. Sir, the Qipao-clad beauty, seeing him prepare to depart, hurriedly interjected, I can also be of service, while I may lack physical strength. I excel at cleaning. Household chores and cooking are my specialties. She understood that since Aoshing had not taken her along due to her beauty, she must demonstrate her other value. She even added, Sir, in this apocalypse, a beautiful woman is a resource. With my looks, I believe you could profit significantly by selling me. Moreover, she emphasized, I am still untouched. Aware that men often valued this, she had skillfully manipulated them without ever allowing them true intimacy. As this was one of her greatest assets, goodness, Aoshing was taken aback. Was this truly a tactic for self-promotion? This woman was undeniably shrewd. Yet, it is often such individuals who accomplish great feats that he regarded her intently. Get in the vehicle. Overjoyed, the woman dared not occupy the passenger seat without Aoshing's explicit permission, instead scrambling into the rear of the vehicle without regard for her image. Aoshing observed this scene, nodding inwardly. Perhaps this woman was not merely a pretty face. Others aspired to follow in the footsteps of these two, but Aoshing's conqueror's haki surged once more, sending many sprawling to the ground in astonishment. A seasoned onlooker recognized the aura. It's conqueror's haki. The boss has awakened his haki. Good heavens, how is this possible? The apocalypse has only just begun. They marveled. The strength of their leader was astonishing. His haki was not particularly high in grade, and since it could be cultivated in the apocalypse, it must progress from low to high level step by step. For now, he could not afford to incapacitate anyone else. Returning to the vehicle, he started the engine and drove onward, that he was also mindful of his surroundings. The fuel in the truck was running low, necessitating a stop at a gas station for replenishment. Given the current state of the first day of the apocalypse, there should still be ample fuel available. After traveling for another 2 hours, he finally located a service area by the roadside, only to find it overrun with zombies. Passers-by who had intended to stop for fuel and food abandoned the notion upon witnessing the horde. However, Aoshing harbored no such concerns that as the truck came to a halt. A swarm of zombies converged upon them. Unable to access the cab, they attempted to climb onto the truck to attack Meng Kuei and the beautiful woman within. The two cowered in fear inside the cargo area, praying that Aoshing would swiftly dispatch the zombies. Aoshing exited the vehicle, transforming into his beastly form, wielding a baseball bat with ease as he dispatched the climbing zombies to AT that moment. The convoy trailing him arrived at the service area. They had planned to wait until Aoshing eliminated the zombies before gathering supplies, but their arrival drew the attention of the undead, who turned to pursue them instead. Reluctantly, the convoy had to retreat. "Get out," Aoshing instructed the two in the cargo area, retrieving a crowbar from the driver's seat and handing it to Meng Kuei. "You take care of that zombie." Meng Kuei accepted the crowbar, appreciating its sturdy feel, a fine tool for dispatching zombies in this new world. After eliminating all but one zombie, he left it for Meng Kuei to handle while he began refueling the truck. He also retrieved a fire axe and a fire shovel from the gas station, tossing them into the cab as they were excellent weapons. True to his background as a combat coach, Meng Kuei exhibited impressive strength, speed, and combat reflexes. Moreover, he had previously killed 2 zombies before escaping the city, thus he possessed considerable experience in dealing with such creatures. Had it not been for his caution regarding the zombie virus, he could have launched a more aggressive assault. Once Aoshing finished refueling, he too successfully dispatched the final zombie. "Well done," he acknowledged with a nod of approval, before instructing them, "Go inside and find some fuel barrels. We need to stock up." The two immediately set off in search of barrels. However, they soon returned in a panic, as several zombies had appeared from behind the service area and were now hot on their heels. After dealing with those zombies, Aoshing filled the barrels with fuel and stored them in the back of the truck. Only then did he inquire of the cheapao-clad beauty, "What is your name?" Although she appeared delicate and seemingly of little use, she had consistently displayed commendable composure since joining his vehicle. During the zombie attack, she had refrained from panicking, which elevated her standing in Aoshing's estimation. "My name is Lu Xiao," she replied eagerly upon receiving his question. "Take the passenger seat." No need to climb into the cargo area anymore. Aoshing's words brought Lu Xiao immense joy. Did this mean he acknowledged her? "Yes, master." Her address left Aoshing astonished. She didn't even inquire about his name, instead directly referring to him as master. Such humility and deference would serve her well in the apocalypse. Once Meng Kuei had clambered back into the cargo area, he too returned to the driver's seat. Starting the truck and heading in the direction of home down on the road, he received a call from his sister. "Aoshing, brother, where are you? Dad is trapped in the hospital office. And I heard that the hospital is swarming with zombies. He has no food or water, and I'm so scared something will happen to him." Aoshing's voice trembled with fear, and nearby, their mother could be heard saying, "Xiaoxin, how are things at your school? Take care of yourself. Your father and I will find a way to rescue you." Aoshing quickly reassured them, "Mom, don't worry. I have acquired the power of the devil fruit. And now I am formidable. Please wait a moment longer. I am nearly home. Once I return, I will be able to rescue Dad." Upon hearing him mention his devil fruit ability, Aochen immediately shifted from sorrow to excitement. "Is it true? Brother, what type of fruit did you acquire? Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia? If you're a Logia type, that would be splendid." Influenced by Aoshing, Aochen also developed a fondness for One Piece and was well-versed in the various types of devil fruits. Aoshing chuckled. "It is Teacher Kai's Azure Dragon Fruit, a mythical Zoan. It is even more powerful than a Logia. Wow." Aochen instantly recalled a video uploaded on the Divine Gift Space Communication channel. "Brother, is the Azure Dragon in the video you? So cool. Can you now unleash destruction like Teacher Kai?" Aoshing laughed. Whether it be fruit abilities or hockey, they all consume stamina. "Right now, I lack such strength." Chapter 11. Rescuing Father. Speaking of devil fruits, Ao-chun felt emboldened, and the siblings chatted on the phone for a full hour. After hanging up, Ao-shing called their father to inform him that she had become a power user and would soon return to rescue him, urging him to stay safe and avoid taking risks. Seated in his office, Ao-kong, anxious and helpless, finally felt a sense of relief. After cautioning his child to be careful, he quietly awaited his son's rescue. When Ao-shing drove the large truck into Bien City, it was already late at night. The streets were filled with aimlessly wandering zombies. The people outside had either found a safe haven or had fled the city. Or worse, had become a part of the undead horde. In the stillness of the night, the rumbling of the truck was jarringly loud. Those still in fear and unable to sleep opened their windows to check the situation outside. Ao-shing did not head home, but made her way directly to the central hospital, where hundreds of zombies had gathered. She retrieved a piece of juicy meat from her backpack and devoured it, replenishing her drained stamina. After disembarking with Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao, they transformed into their beastly forms, electric currents wrapping around their baseball bats, as they wreaked havoc among the zombies, with their immense strength. Each swing resulted in the shattering of a zombie's skull. Upon entering the hospital, not a single living soul could be seen in the outpatient hall. She casually pushed open a door and dispatched a zombie inside, instructing Meng Kuei and Lu Shiyao, "You two wait here for me. I will bring Dad out before we leave." "Yes, master." "Understood, boss." Although Meng Kuei pledged his loyalty, he found it difficult to address her as master and ultimately decided to refer to Ao Xing as boss. Ao Xing was indifferent to these titles, though she found Lu Shiyao's address of master somewhat awkward, and if their parents and younger sister heard her call him that, they would surely misunderstand. Just as she was about to leave the room, Ao Xing decided to say to Lu Shiyao, "Please refrain from calling me master. It sounds strange, and my parents might misinterpret it." She scratched her head, allowing both of them to see that this decisive and powerful youth was also quite a normal student. Lu Shiyao remarked, "Master, the sheer number of zombies and the divine gift space clearly indicate that this crisis is extraordinary. With your strength, you are destined to become a ruler in this apocalypse, and many will surely address you as such. Your parents should adapt to this reality sooner rather than later." Listening to her words, Ao Xing could not help but glance sideways. This woman possesses remarkable intuition. It is worth noting that many still harbored illusions, believing the government could resolve this crisis. Yet, this woman already comprehends that this is a true apocalypse. All civilized order will collapse, and a new world order will be established by the strong. This woman herself holds immense value. Moreover, she is gradually showcasing her worth. "All right," Ao Xing nodded, choosing not to continue debating the matter. Upon exiting, Meng Kuei and Lu Shiyao immediately barricaded the door with a multitude of tables and chairs, awaiting Ao Xing's return. As Ao Xing continued to slay zombies, she picked up her phone to call her father. "Hello. Dad, I have arrived at your hospital. Which office are you in?" Ao Kong, feeling both hungry and thirsty, tormented by the incessant banging of zombies on the door, was in a dazed state, half asleep when his phone startled him awake. Upon seeing it was his son calling, he instantly became alert. "Be cautious. There are many zombies in the hospital." He did not disclose his location but instead urged Ao Xing to prioritize her safety until she initiated a video call. Upon witnessing Ao Xing's dragon-human form fiercely battling, Ao Kong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He directed her to his location, and soon Ao Xing stood before the door of a corner office. 12 zombies were relentlessly banging against the door, which had developed several cracks. Had Ao Kong not barricaded it with tables and chairs, they would have already burst in and torn him apart. With a powerful swing, Ao Xing dispatched the zombies and violently kicked open the door. Although her father appeared unwell, he was physically intact. This was the greatest news. She retrieved a piece of juicy meat from her backpack to replenish his strength. As Ao Kong munched on the meat, he scrutinized the formidable dragon human before him. "Is this the devil fruit ability you were discussing with Xiao Chun?" While trapped in the office, Ao Kong had also taken the opportunity to watch several videos and comments on the Divine Gift Space communication channel, gaining a basic understanding of the One Piece-related events. Ao Xing grinned, casually striking down yet another invading zombie, boasting to her father, "What do you think? Your son looks cool, right?" "Indeed. This rascal is incredibly handsome." Ao Kong responded with a smile. As the apocalypse descended, he had witnessed countless individuals succumb to the zombies during his brief escape, yet now his family remained safe. This was already the greatest blessing in this world turned upside down. After exiting the hospital with his father, Ao Xing noticed some people peering out from the dilapidated doorways of nearby houses. Upon seeing Ao Kong follow a dragon human, who was decisively slaying zombies, someone called out, "Old Ao, help me." These were Ao Kang's colleagues from the hospital and some family members visiting patients, all trapped when the apocalypse struck. As for the patients, their weakened constitutions rendered them nearly defenseless against the zombie virus, and most had transformed into zombies at the first opportunity. Seeing his colleagues in distress, Ao Kong hesitated and urged Ao Xing, "Xiao Xing, please help them as well. They are our colleagues and quite pitiable." However, Ao Xing shook her head. What good would rescuing them do? The city is swarming with zombies. Should I escort them home one by one? Even if they return home, can they truly survive? Ignoring the pleas of the group, she quickly pulled her father away as they passed by Meng Kuei and Lu Shiyao's room. Ao Xing cleared away the zombies banging against the door, smashing it open with a swing, bringing the two of them out. Master, boss, upon seeing Ao Xing return, both of them immediately addressed her with respect. Ao Kong was taken aback, incredulously gazing at Ao Xing. Who are they? A muscular man and a stunning woman. Why did such individuals show such reverence to his son? Moreover, he clearly heard the beautiful woman calling his son master. Good heavens! He was not some antiquated old fool. How could his son be playing this way? Even Ao Xing, with his extensive experience, felt his face flush slightly, yet he maintained a facade of composure. They are two little brothers I picked up on the road. Yet, Ao Kang's expression conveyed disbelief, clearly indicating he thought Ao Xing was not being truthful. At a loss for words, Ao Xing chose not to elaborate further. They returned to the large truck, helping his father into the passenger seat, while sending Lu Xiao back to the rear compartment. After clearing away the zombies surrounding the truck once more, they drove home. Chapter 12. Returning home to divide the fruits at home. Ao Chen stared in astonishment at Lu Xiao. What a beautiful woman! Moreover, what had this woman just called his brother? Master. Oh my gosh! What has my brother been up to outside? How could he dare bring her home? And that muscular man. He could easily convince anyone he was a special forces soldier. He even referred to his brother as boss. At that moment, Lu Xiao stood behind Ao Xing like a dutiful maid, hands folded neatly over her abdomen, quietly awaiting orders. Meng Kuei appeared somewhat at a loss. Despite his outgoing personality, he was unsure how to interact with his leader's family. Ultimately, it was Ao Xing's mother, Zhang Hong, who broke the silence. Are you all hungry? Come and eat. After learning her son was returning, she had not slept, staying up all night to prepare a meal, hoping her son and husband could enjoy a hot dish. However, she did not anticipate that her son would bring back 2 additional guests, making the meal somewhat insufficient. Fortunately, Ao Xing had prepared a considerable amount of canned food, opening several cans to create a large spread. Noticing Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao's awkwardness, Ao Xing said, "Come and join us for a meal." Just as Meng Kuei was about to step forward, Lu Xiao interjected, "No need. Just give me some canned food that I cannot dine at the same table as my master, that Ao Chen." Zhang Hong. Ao Kong. Ao Chen's suspicious gaze darted between the two, suddenly exclaiming, "I know." This is called a ouch. Before she could finish her words, a sudden blow from Ao Xing struck her forehead, causing tears to well up in her eyes. In response, she seized Ao Xing's arm and bit down playfully. After a brief bout of horseplay, Ao Xing suggested to Lu Xiao, "Let us dine together. There is no need for excessive formality." With his approval, the elegant beauty in the qipao gracefully took her seat at the dining table. Ao Chun, sitting beside her, quietly inquired, "Sister Lu Xiao, what exactly is your relationship with my brother?" Lu Xiao replied candidly, "We share a master-servant relationship." Ao Chun was momentarily taken aback. After the meal, Lu Xiao and Ao Chun shared a room, while Meng Kuei was assigned to the guest room. The following day, when they awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After breakfast, Ao Xing retrieved 2 devil fruits from his backpack, saying to his parents and sister, "I have 2 devil fruits here. One is the thunder fruit, while the other's nature remains uncertain. You may eat them." Having witnessed Ao Xing's formidable Azure dragon form and numerous videos of powerful abilities dominating the scene, they now understood the value of these 2 fruits. Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao were both astonished, not expecting Ao Xing to possess 2. Their eyes gleamed with deep longing. Who wouldn't envy a devil fruit user? Yet, they were acutely aware that they were not worthy of such gifts at present. However, with Ao Xing's overwhelming strength, there was a possibility that he might procure more devil fruits in the future. If they performed well, they might very well be granted one. In that moment, their resolve to pledge loyalty solidified. That Ao Chun, brimming with curiosity, picked up the 2 fruits and showed them to her parents. After examining them, Ao Kong handed one back to Ao Xing, saying, "Let Xiao Chun have one. We are too old for such things, and it would be a waste." Zhang Hong chimed in, "Indeed, Xiao Xing, with you to protect us, we are already content. Such precious items should be kept for greater purposes. We shall abstain from consuming them." Ao Xing insisted, "I already possess the Azure Dragon fruit, so my strength will surely increase rapidly. If you consume the fruit, you can swiftly eliminate zombies in exchange for powerful techniques. These are the true assets for survival in this apocalypse. Despite his lengthy reasoning, Ao Kong and his wife still declined, stating, "No, if you acquire more in the future, you may give us then. Eating this now would be too extravagant." That Ao feeling helpless, turned to Ao Chun. "You choose one." Having eagerly awaited her turn, Ao Chun immediately brightened at the opportunity. She held the two fruits, examining them closely. The thunder fruit had a significant reputation, making it a safe choice, while the other, whose name remained unknown, could potentially be a great loss if it turned out to be a mere ordinary type. After much contemplation, she ultimately returned the thunder fruit to Ao Xen, declaring, "I shall have this one." Ao Xen was perplexed. "You're not choosing the thunder fruit. The ability to elementalize is incredibly powerful in the early stages. Who knows what the other fruit S ability might be?" Ao Chen shook her head. "In the divine space, there's a potion that can eliminate the side effects of the devil fruit, allowing one to consume another. Brother, you are already so strong. You will surely obtain this potion. The thunder fruit suits you perfectly." "I shall take this one." Ao Xen pondered briefly before agreeing. "Very well. I shall identify its ability first. If it's promising, you may have it." "Identify?" Ao Chen was puzzled. The identification of fruits could only be unlocked upon reaching 1,000 points, and with her current score of 0, she was unaware. Having returned home from school and fought fiercely at the central hospital, Ao Xen had already amassed over 1,000 zombies, sufficient to unlock a single identification. However, upon hearing that identification required 1,000 points, Ao Chen immediately protested. No, 1,000 points is far too expensive. With that many points, one could redeem one of the Navy 6 styles or a swift blade. Identifying a fruit would be such a waste. Without waiting for Ao Xen to counter, she seized the fruit, reminiscent of golden corn, and promptly popped it in her mouth. After biting down on a chunk of the fruit, she swallowed it whole without savoring the taste. Fully aware that devil fruits were typically unpalatable, "Xiao Chun," Ao Xen exclaimed in shock, not expecting her to consume it outright. If that fruit were weak, there would be no room for regret. However, with Ao Chen having already swallowed a piece, there was no turning back. All family members, along with Meng Ke and Lu Xiao, intently watched Ao Chen, keenly observing any changes in her. Feeling a surge of mysterious energy within her, Ao Chen soon found this energy enveloping her entire body, prompting a metamorphosis. Her cheeks elongated, her ears grew larger and stood erect, and a coat of white fur adorned her body, interspersed with dark golden stripes. Subsequently, her entire form shrank rapidly, transforming into a diminutive white-furred mouse with golden stripes. It was an animal-type fruit. Everyone immediately recognized the type of fruit, yet this little mouse appeared extraordinary, likely not an ordinary variety. The little mouse exclaimed, "Brother, you're all so big." Ao Xen and the others crouched down, curiously inquiring, "What type are you? Ordinary, ancient, or mythical?" Ao Chen giggled. "I'm a mythical beast type." Upon hearing mythical beast type, Ao Xen rejoiced, realizing his sister had not made a poor gamble. Mythical beast types possessed unique abilities. "What is your ability?" Chapter 13. The 3 abilities of the treasure mouse. Ao Chen enthusiastically replied, "Look." With that, she burrowed into the ground, vanishing beneath the surface. This was not just any ground but the space between buildings. The surface showed no sign of disturbance, as if the little mouse had seamlessly melded with the earth. Moments later, the little mouse emerged from behind Ao Xen, reverting to her half-human, half-beast form. Her hybrid form was exceedingly adorable, with large ears adorned with white and golden stripes, her claws sharpened, and a slender white tail trailing behind her, completely different from the lewdness associated with the mole fruit. Recognizing the group's curiosity regarding her abilities, Ao Chen eagerly introduced herself, saying, "Ahem, I formally present my devil fruit ability to everyone." Puffing out her chest with pride, Ao Chen joyfully announced, "My fruit is named Animal type, Mouse fruit, Mythical beast type. Treasure mouse form. It possesses 3 abilities. The first allows me to traverse through all earthen and stone obstacles, such as tunneling through the ground or walls, as if passing through a veil of water." Everyone had just witnessed this, yet hearing her articulate it still felt remarkable. "Secondly, I possess a unique treasure space where I can store inanimate objects." As she spoke, Ao Chen picked up a mop from the corner and stuffed it into her chest. The onlookers gasped, watching as the mop seemingly vanished into an invisible space. "What the heck?" AOXN exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this not the legendary four-dimensional space?" Then, AO-chan reached in and pulled the mop back out. "How large is this space?" AOXN pressed, intrigued by this critical question, to her knowledge. During the divine bestowal period, there had been no storage equipment available, and whether such items would emerge later remained uncertain. However, if AO-chan's ability possessed a sufficiently large space, she could carry numerous items without fear of loss. AO-chan contemplated briefly, stating, "Currently, it only spans 10 cubic meters, but as the fruit develops, the space will gradually expand." Continuing her exposition, she declared, "But that is not all. I have one more ability." AOXIN was even more astonished. With the ability to tunnel, a personal space, and now another ability, AO-chan boasted, "The third ability is treasure detection." "Treasure detection?" The others were puzzled. AO-chan elaborated, "I can sense the presence of treasures and pinpoint their location based on their aura. At present, my sensing range encompasses half of Bien City." "Wow!" AO-XN nearly exclaimed a curse. Tunneling, spatial storage, and treasure detection. He felt his Azure Dragon form suddenly less impressive. Yet upon reflection, the Azure Dragon boasted many abilities. The power to manipulate 3 natural elements, wind, fire, and thunder. The ability to fly while wielding the flame cloud. And superior strength, defense, speed, and recovery beyond other animal types that in comparison. The Azure Dragon excelled in combat, while the Treasure Mouse leaned towards supportive capabilities outside of battle. But it did come with its drawbacks. AO-chan's voice dipped slightly. The emergence of these 3 extraordinary abilities implies a trade-off. Unlike other animal types, my strength and defense are nearly nullified in beast form, rendering me defenseless in my hybrid form. I gain no enhancements to strength or defense, remaining as vulnerable as I was before, though my speed is remarkable. I estimate my speed enhancement to be at least double that of other mythical beast types. Despite her conclusion, AO-chan remained proud. This fruit was certainly not a combat-oriented devil fruit, yet its utility might surpass even that of the Azure Dragon. In this era, what truly constituted treasure? It was evident. There was but one answer: the devil fruit itself. Certainly, it is not entirely, so that AOXN is aware that secret realms will soon open, and AO-chan's ability will enable them to reap greater benefits within these mystical domains that be the way. Place the thunder fruit in your storage space. It is the only secure location for it. After observing AO-chan's fruit abilities, AO-XN handed the thunder fruit to AO-chan and transferred 30 points to each of them, allowing them to exchange for the training methods of the 3-color hockey. Even in the absence of the fruit, mastering hockey to its utmost can still forge a formidable warrior. Furthermore, even with the fruit, if 1's hockey is lacking, they will inevitably be eliminated in the apocalypse. That he also exchanged a standard military knife for each of them from the divine space and led everyone out of their home. Downstairs, hordes of relentless zombies continued to roam. AO-XN transformed into a dragon-human hybrid, smashing one zombie's spine with a single strike, rendering its arms useless. He then instructed his father, "Dad, use this knife to sever its head." AO-Kong hesitated. Although the creature was a zombie, it had once been human, making the act akin to murder, and he found it difficult to bring himself to do it. However, in the apocalypse, hesitation is not an option. Noticing his father's reluctance, AO-chan eagerly volunteered, "Brother, let me demonstrate for Dad." With that, he drew his long knife and swiftly decapitated the zombie. The thick, foul-smelling blood gushed forth, filling the air with a nauseating stench. AO-Kong grimaced. Yet as a doctor, he felt no fear. AO-XIN repeated the process, dispatching another zombie, this time with Lu Xiao taking the initiative to sever its head. After witnessing the 2 girls' demonstration, AO-Kong finally found the courage to act, followed by their mother, Zhang Hong, who also beheaded a zombie. As for Meng Kuei, he was fully capable of taking down a zombie on his own. As a combat instructor, his fighting prowess greatly surpassed that of his family members. Now, they possessed the methods to practice hockey, with the mastery of armed hockey relying on supreme body refinement and unceasing combat. Strengthening one's physique through battle is the very essence of becoming stronger. "Dad, you all should train near home while I venture further to hunt zombies." Engaging in combat with zombies serves 2 purposes: to hone our physical abilities and to earn points, the currency of the apocalypse. This currency can be used to exchange items from the divine space or trade with others. The previous monetary system has collapsed. Brother, I want to go with you. Ao Chun exclaimed, quickly clinging to his arm. Ao Xen frowned. No, I will clear out a number of zombies nearby, so you can return home to rest. It is far too dangerous to accompany me, and your combat ability without the fruit is not strong enough. Ao Chun insisted. I sense treasures in the southwest. I can lead you to them. Treasure. Ao Xen was taken aback by Ao Chun's words. What treasures could exist now aside from the devil fruits? Very well. Stay close to me and do not wander off. Ao Chun nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. That he turned to Meng Kuei, instructing, make sure to protect my parents. Meng Kuei nodded solemnly. No problem. I will ensure that the boss's family remains unharmed. Chapter 14. Treasure Hunt, the Surgery Fruit. Ao Xen led Ao Chun southeast. Both transformed into their beast forms, and Ao Xen was astonished by the speed of the multi-treasure mouse. Utilizing their speed and remarkable burrowing ability, the zombies were unable to even graze Ao Chun's clothing. Although Ao Chun's offensive capability was not particularly impressive, she could still tire the zombies out through evasive maneuvers. With a decisive strike, Ao Xen dispatched another zombie, while Ao Chun successfully beheaded one as well. However, the frequent use of her abilities left her gasping for breath, yet she gleefully boasted, Older brother, I killed another zombie. Seeing the girl's eager expression, Ao Xen smiled. My little Chun is truly formidable. Yay! At Ao Xen's praise, Ao Chun's beautiful eyes turned crescent-shaped, and dimples appeared on her cheeks. However, in the midst of battle, one cannot afford to become overly complacent. That a zombie lunged from behind, aiming for Ao Chun's neck. Startled, Ao Chun attempted to burrow away, but her significant fatigue hindered her ability to do so. The zombie drew increasingly closer, and in a moment of urgency, Ao Xen smashed its head to smithereens with a single blow. Brother, I can't keep going. Ao Chun panted heavily. Unlike Ao Xen, she had not been training relentlessly for a month, nor possessed the innate talent for hockey. With Ao Xen's support, she had merely gained the qualification to practice hockey without yet awakening it. The multi-treasure mouse did not provide any enhancement to stamina. Her ability to fight thus far was merely the result of her regular exercise. Point the way, and I shall take you there. Ao Xen urged. Ao Chun stowed her long knife in the treasure space, transformed back into her beast form, and leapt onto Ao Xen's shoulder. The diminutive mouse nuzzled against Ao Xen's dragon-scaled cheek as her familiar voice rang in his ears. There, Ao Xen transformed into his dragon form and roared, shaking the very earth, startling countless individuals hiding within their homes. They peeked out, only to see us soaring through the clouds, the Azure Dragon. Is that the Azure Dragon from the videos? The Azure Dragon has come to our Bien City. Can he clear out the zombies here? Perhaps the Azure Dragon is one of our own from Bien City. Others captured the sight of the Azure Dragon soaring above and uploaded the footage to the communications channel of the Divine Space. Fearful of confronting the zombies, they could only hide indoors, communicating with others around the globe through the Divine Space. Soon, a video titled Azure Dragon, likely a Bien City local, topped the trending list. The comments beneath the video quickly surpassed 100,000. The Azure Dragon is one of the strongest beings currently. Can he eradicate the zombies and restore order to the world? Over 100 individuals have now been reported to have consumed devil fruits worldwide. Yet, few possess the combat prowess of the Azure Dragon to so easily dispatch zombies that I believe the Azure Dragon is the strongest. No exceptions. It seems the Azure Dragon is preparing to depart Bien City. Perhaps he is merely passing through, otherwise he would certainly be hunting zombies here to earn points. Above Bien City, Ao Xen followed Ao Chun's guidance and soon arrived at the location she indicated as Treasure Lake. Brother, over there, in that grove, transformed into the multi-treasure mouse. Ao Chun sniffed intently. The closer they approached the treasure, the stronger her senses became. Ao Xen descended from the sky, landing gracefully and reverting to his dragon-human form. Ao Chun leapt down from his shoulder and transformed back as well. The two hastened into the woods. This area was sparsely populated, and zombies were few and far between. Only a handful of zombies remained, easily dispatched by Ao Xen's strikes. Suddenly, Ao Chun shrieked in alarm. Beneath a large pine tree stood a rather unsavory-looking man, cradling a red, heart-shaped fruit in his hands. His excitement was palpable, having fled from the city. He sought refuge in this desolate grove, only to stumble upon this devil fruit. He was not a sea rat and did not recognize the fruit, but from the forum in the divine space. He understood that anything was a treasure. Ha! This fortune is finally mine. Wang Defa. With a mouthful of yellowed teeth, he prepared to take a bite. Both Ao Xin and Ao Chen's expressions shifted dramatically. There was no time to waste. A blast of scorching heat erupted, instantly engulfing the man. He didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes that Ao Xin and Ao Chen rushed over. Discovering the devil fruit intact amidst the ashes, they quickly seized it. Having experienced the apocalypse, Ao Xin had long since abandoned any notion of mercy, that he was no hero. Killing for treasure was perfectly normal in this harsh new world. Ao Chen felt a twinge of guilt at taking a life for a single fruit, as it contradicted the moral she had always been taught. Ao Xin remarked, "In the apocalypse, only the law of the jungle prevails. Strength is the only truth, and weakness is a sin. Had I lacked this power, I too would have met the same fate as that man, had a strong individual discovered I possessed the devil fruit." Ao Chen nodded softly. Though the apocalypse had only just begun, she had already witnessed the darker side of humanity through the forum in the divine space. Killing for treasure at least had some justification. The apocalypse revealed even more senseless acts born from the depths of human depravity. "That I understand, brother." Although she grasped this truth, a sense of unease lingered in her heart as she clung tightly to Ao Xion's arm, both gazing at the fruit. The red, heart-shaped fruit bore swirling black patterns that sees and sea rats. They recognized it immediately. This was the most valuable fruit from the world of pirates. Like the Nika fruit, it was worth 50 billion berries. It was the surgery fruit. Aoxing once again gazed upon the charred remnants on the ground. The power of the surgery fruit is formidable. In a previous life, those who acquired the surgery fruit were renowned as formidable warriors. However, this lecherous man bears no resemblance to the formidable figure etched in her memory. That it is likely that this unscrupulous individual perished shortly after consuming the fruit, leading to its reappearance elsewhere in the world, where it was subsequently devoured by a true powerhouse. That in this apocalyptic world, the devil fruits, much like in the manga, would randomly respawn upon the death of their users. Consequently, as time progressed, martial artists began hunting weaker abilities, hoping to claim the newly refreshed fruits for themselves. Yet the success rate remained exceedingly low, as the respawn locations were unpredictable. Brother, the surgery fruit would be perfect for father. He would undoubtedly appreciate its capabilities. Aoxing immediately envisioned the ideal recipient for the surgery fruit. Her father, Aokong, a skilled surgeon, would surely find it intriguing. Just as I thought. Let us store it in your treasure space. Accompanied by Aoxing opted not to carry her heavy backpack. This little sister was the best pack horse. Safe and efficient, incredibly convenient. Aoxing grinned as she tucked the surgery fruit into her bosom, a contribution she had made for their family. Filling her heart with joy. Chapter 15. Aokong consumes the surgery fruit upon returning to the city. He transformed once more into the Azure dragon, allowing Aoxing to ride upon his back as they swiftly made their way home. Their parents, fatigued, had already retreated to rest. Lu Xiao was diligently attending to them, which made them somewhat uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Meng Ke remained downstairs, engaged in battle alone, aware that mere allegiance to Aoxing was insufficient to gain significant recognition in the future. He too must possess considerable strength. Downstairs, many others were attempting to slay zombies, for the enticing rewards from the divine space were simply irresistible. However, even the most affordable 3-colored hockey training methods required 10 points each, necessitating the slaughter of a total of 10 zombies. They brandished kitchen knives, iron shovels, wooden sticks, and any household weapons at their disposal in a bid to combat the undead. Yet the zombies' strength, speed, and defense far surpassed their own, and it was not uncommon for someone to be disemboweled or bitten, succumbing to infection and becoming a new zombie. Upon spotting Aoxing's return, Meng Ke promptly reported on the events that had transpired during his absence. "You've worked hard. If you're tired, take a rest," Aoxing remarked, satisfied with Meng Ke's efforts. This spirit of perseverance and toil was essential for survival in the apocalypse. "No, I must continue fighting," despite Aoxing's generous offer of points to purchase the 3-colored hockey training method. Meng Ke had yet to awaken the hockey. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel a slight enhancement in his physique with each battle. As a combat coach, he had nearly maximized his physical condition, having not felt such a rapid growth in strength for quite some time. Thus, he cherished this opportunity bestowed upon him by Aoxing. Without Aoxing's assistance, although he was confident in his ability to slay 10 zombies, it would likely take him at least 5 days to achieve it. All right, act within your means. Don't push yourself too hard. Aoxing led Aoxing upstairs. Upon entering, they discovered Lu Xiao diligently massaging their mother, Zhang Hong's legs. Though both parents were in decent health, their advanced age rendered them extremely fatigued after such intense battles. Lu Xiao's technique, though unorthodox, provided relief to some extent. Master. Upon seeing Aoxing enter, Lu Xiao promptly addressed him with a respectful call. This girl truly possessed wisdom. Aoxing felt content with his judgment, recognizing the potential of both Meng Ke and Lu Xiao for further development. Once inside, Aoxing immediately released Aoxing's arm and bounded to her father's side. Dad, we've brought you something wonderful. She proudly produced the surgery fruit from her bosom and presented it before Aoxing. It's the superhuman surgery fruit. Dad, you're a doctor. You'll surely love its powers. The moment Aoxing laid eyes on the surgery fruit, Lu Xiao's heart quivered. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued to massage Zhang Hong's legs, her heart racing with excitement as she felt fortunate for her choice. Another devil fruit, and a precious surgery fruit at that. If I perform well, perhaps he will bestow one upon me in the future. Aoxing, however, did not display much excitement. After all, he had never seen One Piece. Curiously examining the fruit he received from his daughter, he pondered aloud, surgery fruit, can it enable me to perform surgery? He naturally deduced from the name that it might enhance his surgical precision. Aoxing was puzzled, and Aoxing quickly clarified, Dad, the surgery fruit can create a spatial dome wherein you can sever anything. Moreover, you can teleport within this space. When you perform surgery, it may harm the patient's body. But within the room space, cutting open an object does not inflict any harm. After extracting harmful substances, it can even reassemble perfectly, leaving no scars and causing no pain. Isn't that incredible? Aoxing's explanation was somewhat convoluted. Noticing her father still seemed perplexed, she found videos showcasing Law's abilities to demonstrate them one by one. Aoxing grew increasingly astonished. Indeed, the devil fruits were extraordinary, so Dad, it's perfectly suited for you. I discovered it. The little girl was seeking praise, and Aoxing affectionately ruffled her hair. Chengqing is truly remarkable. However, he added, but Dad is getting old. You and your brother should keep this fruit. Aoxing interjected, Dad, I have another thunder fruit. You should consume this one. It's a gift from both me and Chengqing. Furthermore, with you and Mom growing stronger, I can focus on my own matters without worrying about home. Aoxing deliberately stated. And upon hearing this, Aoxing was indeed persuaded that as parents, they were reluctant to become a burden to their children. Indeed, as his son pointed out, the world was perilous. If they remained weak, their son would always be constrained to care for them, leaving no room for his own development. All right, I'll eat it. He bit down, the unpleasant taste flooding his mouth. Aoxing, noticing his grimace, quickly explained, devil fruits are all quite distasteful. Do not spit it out. Don't chew, just swallow it whole. One bite is sufficient. Aoxing followed his daughter's advice, swallowing the fruit's flesh whole. Glancing at the bitten fruit, he inquired, what about the rest? Just throw it away. The remainder is useless. Aoxing replied. Dad, quickly feel the power of the devil fruit within you and see if you can utilize it. Aoxing complied. Following the internal energies guidance, he gently raised his hand, and a transparent dome materialized beside him. Noticing a mop nearby, he focused, and in an instant he exchanged places with the mop. Dad, you did it. Both Aoxing and Aoxing rejoiced. Now, try the ability to sever all things. Aoxing drew a military knife that had been used to slay zombies and swung it towards the table. Instantly, the table was cleaved in two, as if it were made of paper. Dad, cut me! Try cutting me! Aoxing exclaimed excitedly, jumping in front of her father, urging him to sever her. Aoxing was at a loss. Although he had heard his daughter describe the abilities of the surgery fruit, the request to be cut felt rather peculiar, as if he had given birth to a foolish daughter. Isn't that inappropriate? Dad's technique, ain't quite smooth yet. What if I accidentally hurt you? Aoxing was undeterred, and despite her persistent pleas, Aoxing refused to cut her. Gradually, exhaustion began to weigh upon him. Using any fruit's abilities demanded substantial physical energy, and the surgery fruit, in particular, was especially taxing, having just battled the zombies. Alkong's stamina had yet to recover. After a few experimental attempts, he could no longer bear it. Dismissing the room space, he sank into the sofa to rest. Ouching obediently moved behind Alkong to massage his shoulders. As she did so, she suggested to Aoshing, "Brother, I think we should explore other locations. My ability can locate devil fruits, and since their appearances in one place are limited if we visit enough locations, we rebound to find more devil fruits. Then we can give one to Mom, one to Sister Xiao, and one to Brother Ming Ke. We could dominate Bianxing." Chapter 16. Journeying west. Aoqing's proposal stirred Aoshing's interest. Lu Xiao felt touched, recognizing that Aoqing was thinking of others. She was adept at socializing, and in this brief period, she had already garnered the goodwill of Aoshing's entire family. Aoshing sat in contemplation. His sister was correct. She possessed this ability, and confining their development to Bianxing would be a gross waste. Many devil fruits remained undiscovered, or perhaps an ability user had died, causing their fruit to respawn. Yet it had not been claimed by others. Seizing this opportunity to harness Aoqing's fruit-finding talent to gather more devil fruits would not only enhance his family's strength, but also yield an immensely valuable resource. In the future, as humanity becomes accustomed to this shattered world and finds its footing amidst the apocalypse, various factions will inevitably emerge. Although he possesses considerable power, he has yet to attain the strength to dominate the entire globe. These fruits can be utilized for trade, allowing him to acquire the necessities he desires, or to entice formidable allies to become his subordinates. However, he remains perpetually concerned about the safety of his family. "Do not worry, Xiaoxin," he reassured. "For now, I have acquired the power of the devil fruit, and with the assistance of Miss Lu and Brother Ming, we are well equipped to handle any challenges." Sensing his unease, his father interjected, "Moreover, with the provisions you prepared in advance, we have enough sustenance to last us quite some time. Even after consuming this, we can procure more from the divine space, and we are capable of exterminating zombies to earn points. So do not fret over us. I will ensure your mother's safety," his father vowed. His mother concurred, saying, "Your father speaks wisely. This world has become incomprehensible to us. You should pursue your own endeavors without worry. With your support, we can navigate this apocalypse." Even Lu Xiao pledged her loyalty, stating, "Master, I will take impeccable care of the two elders. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow them to suffer even a scratch." At that moment, Meng, exhausted, returned to the room to rest. Upon hearing their conversation, he assured them, "Elder brother, rest assured, I will look after our parents." A touched Aoshing felt fortunate to have these two by his side. "Very well, I entrust my parents to your care. I will also transfer 400 points each to you both, which can be exchanged for potions and various foods, enabling you to enhance your strength more swiftly." His commanding tone left no room for refusal. That he transferred 400 points to his parents, Lu Xiao and Ming, leaving his points nearly depleted. However, he found slaying zombies to be a simple task and was unconcerned about the loss. Since his sister had proposed the idea and it had been approved, they would implement it without delay. Subsequently, he utilized the divine space to establish a group chat, expending 10 points to include his parents, sister, Meng, and Lu Xiao, thus ensuring that even in his absence, he could communicate with his family and stay informed about their circumstances. After completing these arrangements, he departed from home with Aoqing, climbing aboard the large truck parked at the entrance. And the two set off toward the outskirts of the city. Where to? Aoqing posed the question to Aoqing, "A treasure mouse. Even if you cannot sense treasures, your intuition should still prove useful." Aoqing deemed this reasonable, suggesting they head west towards the provincial city, where a larger population and a greater likelihood of encountering devil fruits awaited them. Following the intuition of the treasure mouse, Aoqing drove westward. Along the way, they occasionally disembarked to engage in battles, returning to the truck to rest once their stamina waned. However, the large truck proved somewhat inconvenient, leading Aoqing to conclude that they required an off-road vehicle. Upon entering the provincial city, they continued their westward trajectory, discovering that the number of zombies here far surpassed that of Bian City. Additionally, the military was organized in their efforts to exterminate the undead, gunfire erupting as they obliterated zombie limbs. Yet unless their heads were obliterated, the zombies retained their mobility. Aoqing's truck was intercepted by the military. Military operation ahead. No passage permitted. However, the soldier who stopped them did not dismiss them outright, but rather recorded their details and provided directions. Proceed in that direction. There is a makeshift shelter established overnight, surrounded by our troops, absolutely safe, with regular provisions of food and water. The government was indeed striving to mitigate the disaster, yet it was evident that such calamities could not be resisted by human civilization alone. Alsheen chose not to follow the soldier's instructions towards the shelter. They were not here to seek refuge. After turning the vehicle around, they decided to circumvent the area. An officer observed the truck departing, but refrained from intervening further. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a dead horse. They had said all that needed to be said, and if the individual wished to leave, there was little they could do, even if they forcibly detained them. If they were determined to depart, it would only incite more trouble. Besides, they were currently too overwhelmed to concern themselves with such matters. Those willing to accept military protection would be fiercely defended. But those who fancied themselves clever and refused to stay could only be left to their own fates. Returning to the highway they had come from, upon reaching a fork in the road, Alching suggested heading north, and Alsheen complied. After traveling north for about 7 or 8 kilometers, Alching suddenly instructed him to continue westward. This area was not surrounded by the military, and the zombies remained rampant. Occasionally, they observed individuals battling zombies from behind buildings, employing various methods to slay the undead before retreating to rest, and then re-emerging to seek further opportunities for extermination. Everyone was striving to survive in this apocalypse. Suddenly, Alsheen's eyes lit up. Though he had not found a devil fruit, he had discovered something even better. In front of a luxurious villa stood a Dongfeng Mengshi. This vehicle, while classified as an off-road vehicle, was essentially a civilian armored vehicle. Aside from lacking a navigation system and weaponry, it was remarkably sturdy, precisely the type of vehicle Alsheen had envisioned that a young man took refuge behind the Mengshi. Having pierced a hole in the door and was now thrusting a long spear outwards to dispatch the approaching zombies. Although hitting their heads directly was challenging, he could gradually wear them down and dispatch several of the undead. Alsheen parked his truck beside the Dongfeng Mengshi and, along with Alching, leaped out. Activating his dragon form, he wielded a reinforced baseball bat with devastating effect. This bat proved exceptionally effective, even though he had sufficient points to exchange for a swift blade. He continued to wield the bat. The young man, hidden within the vehicle and gradually killing zombies, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety as a large truck pulled up beside him. It was not uncommon for someone in his position to be robbed. His father, a man of wealth whose life had been consumed by vice, had succumbed to the zombie virus, resulting in the massacre of his entire family. Only by hastily hiding in the Dongfeng Mengshi had he escaped that fate. Since then, he had been using the vehicle to fend off the undead. Just as he was filled with trepidation, unsure of the newcomer's intentions, a dragon man and a charming girl with white hair and large ears leaped from the truck and swiftly dispatched all the surrounding zombies. What the heck, a dragon lord? He immediately recognized Alsheen's iconic appearance. What is the dragon lord doing here? Why is he saving me? Is he here to rob me? While he was lost in thought, Alsheen had already eradicated all the zombies in the vicinity and rapped on the truck window. Chapter 17. The initial base. The young man inside the armored vehicle cautiously opened the door. Acutely aware that if this dragon lord so desired, he could effortlessly destroy his vehicle. Thus, it was prudent to cooperate. Alsheen, recognizing the young man's understanding, did not press him too hard. "Did I require your vehicle in exchange for half a truckload of diesel?" He stated his intentions plainly. Since the truck would be rendered immobile after the exchange, he thought it best to arrange a trade directly to AS for the diesel. He could not carry it all anyway. So it was an opportune moment for a transaction. The young man's lips twitched. He was no fool and quickly grasped Alsheen's aim. "You intend to fleece me, don't you?" No, I want nothing. Please take me with you. You can have the car." Having survived nearly 2 days of apocalyptic conditions, he had come to a profound understanding of the horrors of this new world, which starkly contrasted with his previous imaginings. At that moment, he realized the value of a strong ally. Alsheen was speechless. The young man was incredibly brazen. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I have matters to attend to and cannot take you with me. However, I can assist in clearing the zombies from your villa. For 30 points, you can exchange them for a cultivation method for the 3-color hockey, allowing you to grow stronger on your own." Alsheen resolutely refused to bring him along, leaving the young man disheartened. However, possessing 30 points to exchange for the domineering cultivation method was still a considerable boon. While trapped in the vehicle, he perused the offerings of the divine shop, acutely aware that the world had irrevocably transformed. Points had now become the most vital currency for the future. Aoshin and Aoching escorted the young man into his villa, mercilessly eliminating his deceased family members and beloved dog. After transferring 30 points to him, they filled 1/3 of the fuel tank of their armored vehicle with diesel that if you diligently cultivate the domineering technique, you too can become a formidable force in this apocalyptic world. As they prepared to depart, Aoshin offered a word of encouragement to the young man. "Boss, my name is Lin Tian. May I inquire about your name? Where should I go to find you if I seek you out?" Aoshin, who had just settled into the vehicle, paused at the young man's earnest inquiry. Was he truly so determined? Nevertheless, sharing his name would pose no harm. If this individual possessed genuine talent, he might one day serve a purpose. "I am Aoshin. My home is in Bianxing, that if you can make the journey on foot to Bianxing, I will consider taking you in." With those words, he started the engine and drove away, leaving Lin Tian murmuring to himself. "Aoshin, just a trek to Bianxing. I can certainly manage that." Upon noticing the approaching horde of zombies in the distance, he hastily returned to his villa and secured the door. With points in hand, he could now embark on cultivating the domineering technique. After switching vehicles, Aoshin accelerated, the sound of gunfire echoing in his ears as he veered away from the cacophony. Slaying zombies was futile, even if one severed a zombie's head. The deceased would merely be consumed by others, triggering further evolution to obliterate zombies completely. One would need to incinerate them, ensuring their remains were thoroughly destroyed. However, the act of burning zombie bodies would release accumulated corpse energy into the atmosphere, increasing the concentration of the zombie virus and further infecting the weak among humanity. Moreover, the zombie virus would be catalyzed by high temperatures, becoming even more potent. It was a dilemma without an easy solution. The only viable path forward lay in cultivating the domineering technique. This method involved refining the body to its utmost limits, rendering one impervious to both the zombie virus and the undead themselves. Other methods were merely superficial remedies that if only your storage space were a tad larger. Aoshin lamented to Aoching during their journey. "This way, we could transport all the diesel. Our fuel supply is limited, and so is the range we can explore." Aoching, lounging in the passenger seat with a bag of chips, rolled her eyes at Aoshin's complaint. "Do you think I don't want the development of fruit abilities? Isn't that simple?" As Aoshin drove, he chided her. "Stop indulging in junk food. When you tire, head to the divine shop in exchange for some water meat to replenish your strength." Aoching firmly declined. "No way," amidst their sibling bickering. Aoching suddenly sensed something. Hastily placing her chips down and sitting up straight, her large ears perked up and her petite nose sniffing the air. After a moment of keen perception, she turned to Aoshin and exclaimed, "Brother, in the southwest direction, I sense treasure." Aoshin's spirit soared at the mention of treasure, and he immediately ceased his efforts to eliminate zombies and made a calculated detour, speeding toward the direction Aoching indicated. When they finally arrived near their destination, however, they found the situation far from straightforward. Before them stood a factory, surrounded by barbed wire, with numerous small machines and discarded furniture stacked at the entrance to fend off zombie incursions. Behind the barricade, individuals had modified various tools into long-handled weapons to combat any zombies attempting to breach their defenses. Within the factory, many were active, conducting thorough checks to prevent any undead from infiltrating. Should any zombies attempt to scale the barbed wire, they would be swiftly dispatched by those wielding spear-like, sharpened poles. It was evident that this place had evolved into a rudimentary safe haven. The organization behind it was undoubtedly formidable. Stay in the vehicle. The number of zombies outside is considerable, making it unsuitable for your training. Aoshin instructed that he grab a baseball bat, opened the car door, and exited without activating his dragon transformation. With a single swing, he shattered the skull of a nearby zombie. A second blow obliterated the creature's head entirely. This display left the workers stationed behind the barricade at the factory entrance utterly astonished. Is this kid out of his mind? He dares to confront so many zombies alone. Initially, the workers had thought Aoshin was courting death by stepping out to battle the undead. Yet, in the blink of an eye, as they witnessed him effortlessly dispatching zombies, their eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, did I see that correctly? This guy is incredible. 2 swings to kill a zombie. Is he even human? Even the most renowned fruit ability users would pale in comparison. The workers were captivated, their attention drawn away from the zombies attempting to breach the barricade by Aoshin's prowess. He remained in his human form, having attained the copper skin realm. His already impressive physique, coupled with a month of rigorous training, had fortified his foundation. The genius of domineering energy awakened his abilities directly, resulting in both passive enhancements and doubled active cultivation speed. His progress was astonishing. He reached the copper skin realm just a day after the apocalypse commenced. The term copper skin did not imply a literal skin of copper or iron. The refining process began externally, with the skin serving as the body's first line of defense. Strengthening the skin to a resilient state significantly mitigated the impact of external forces and the recoil experienced during attacks. This was the first metamorphosis in physical training, leading to comprehensive enhancements in strength, defense, speed, and recovery. Even in his human form, the Qinglong fruit provided a degree of physical enhancement, enabling him to effortlessly slay zombies without relying on his abilities. Moreover, the heightened difficulty of dispatching zombies without his powers would accelerate his mastery of domineering energy. The workers behind the barricade gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Aoshin's relentless slaughter of the undead. Soon, someone observed a crucial detail. Did I recognize that vehicle? It's a Dongfeng Mengshe, a civilian armored car that he could have easily driven away from this horde of zombies but chose to stop right at our entrance. He must have ulterior motives toward our base. Indeed. Hurry and inform the boss. Instantly, one worker dashed off to relay Aoshin's actions to their leader. Outside the factory, Aoshin continued to fight while retreating toward the vehicle. Upon reaching the window, he called out to Aoshin, "Pass me a piece of water meat." The considerable expenditure of domineering energy had left him utterly fatigued. Aoshin promptly exchanged a piece of water meat and handed it to him. With one hand gripping the water meat and the other wielding the baseball bat, he continued to smash the zombie skulls. The combat techniques honed in his previous life began to meld seamlessly into his current form. Though he had never wielded a blunt weapon before, the principles of martial arts allowed him to adapt quickly, making the bat feel increasingly comfortable in his grasp. This was precisely why he had refrained from exchanging for a swift blade. On one hand, he deemed the quality of the knives unsatisfactory, and on the other, early-stage knives were not as effective as blunt instruments. The throng of zombies congregating at the factory entrance was substantial, and Aoshin's assault showed no signs of abating. Within the factory, a robust man in his 30s with a darker complexion arrived at the entrance under the guidance of a worker. Indeed, he is a master. His expression turned grave as he observed Aoshin's effortless extermination of zombies, which instilled a deep sense of pressure within him that if this individual harbored ill intentions toward their base, could they withstand his might? Having heard the workers' accounts prior to arrival, he had considered the possibility of recruiting this talented individual. However, it was now evident that subduing him would likely prove impossible. Furthermore, this master was still a youth, brimming with youthful exuberance and pride. How could he easily submit? He quickly dispatched a message through the divine space. Old Wang, Old Wei, Old Lu, gather and bring 2 people each. In the communication channel, Old Wang inquired, "Boss, what is happening? We're about to eliminate this zombie." Old Lu echoed, "Yes, what is going on over there?" Only Old Wei, understanding the urgency, swiftly made his way to the north gate with 2 others in tow. Old Zhang explained, "A master has arrived, and he may have designs on our base that I fear we won't be able to handle him with just our numbers. I need you all to provide support." "That a master?" The others were taken aback. "Boss, you have nearly 20 people there, and you can't handle one master. Is he a devil fruit user?" "Not at all. He wields a baseball bat and can explode a zombie's head with just 2 strikes. He is incredibly strong. He may have already awakened his domineering energy. Only a few days have passed. And he can awaken domineering energy?" Old Wang and Old Lu were astonished, realizing the gravity of the situation. They instructed the nearby workers to prioritize defense while they returned. They then set off toward the north gate, bringing along 2 of the strongest workers from the factory who had already exchanged for the armed color cultivation method. Although they had yet to awaken their domineering energy, their training had significantly enhanced their physique, making them among the strongest individuals present. Once they all converged at the north gate, they were left in awe of Aoshin's combat prowess. "Is this even human? He has undoubtedly awakened the armament hockey. Moreover, I suspect he has reached that extraordinary copper skin realm. He is no longer one of us ordinary people. Several individuals tightened their grips on their weapons. Fortunately, they were within the confines of the factory, where they had crafted numerous suitable weapons using lathes, enabling them to fend off the zombies with relative ease. Old Zhang even suggested gathering everyone's families to the factory, establishing it as a base to resist the zombie invasion. Not only did he propose this, but he also took the lead in executing it, driving a large vehicle with Old Wang and others to retrieve their colleagues' families. Along the way, many perished, but even more were safely brought back. Thus, he became the universally recognized leader, and he established a commendable defensive strategy for the factory. Now, witnessing Ao Xing's prowess, a sense of anxiety began to stir within him. This young man possesses such strength. Perhaps we should invite him to join us. Our lives would surely improve significantly. One worker suggested. In no way. What if he competes with the leader for his position? We absolutely cannot let him in. Besides, we don't even know him. Who knows what kind of person he is? This is the apocalypse. What if he has designs on your wives and daughters? Before the individual could finish, he was interrupted. Shut up. You fool. Yet some thought that having an additional expert among them would be beneficial. Leader, rest assured, we will always recognize you, even if that man is strong. If he truly angers us, can he not sleep? We have our ways to deal with him. The crowd's bickering left Old Zhang feeling somewhat flustered. He fixed his gaze on Ao Xing's movements, increasingly alarmed. This young man was like a seasoned warrior. Every move he made was executed with lethal intent, devoid of any superfluous flourishes. Furthermore, he seemed capable of predicting the zombies' next moves, responding in advance that he was certain. This was undoubtedly observation hockey. Chapter 19. Do you dare to kill? Only after relinquishing his dragon transformation did Ao Xing realize that to rapidly elevate his hockey level, he could not overly rely on the powers of the devil fruit that I end this battle. He could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in both his armament hockey and observation hockey. Exhausted, he returned to the armored vehicle, where Ao Xing handed him a piece of water meat, allowing him to regain his strength for continued combat. After an entire hour, the zombies in front of the factory's northern gate were finally cleared. Shaking his sore arms, he strode to the factory entrance. That I need to go in and retrieve something. He stated his purpose bluntly, but Old Zhang was not so easily convinced. What do you intend to take? Ao Xing could not very well say he was after a devil fruit. Clearly, the devil fruits here were hidden in an inconspicuous location. Otherwise, these people would have consumed them long ago. Just some vegetables, he replied. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang was even more convinced that he was after their base and intended to deceive him into opening the door. There is a saying in military strategy, feigning a path to destroy the state of Gua. Though he was merely an ordinary worker, he occasionally read military strategy. This man would not trick him. We don't have enough food ourselves. Go seek it elsewhere. Old Zhang rejected him. That Ao Xing narrowed his eyes, fully aware that these individuals would not allow him to pass easily. What if I insist on going to retrieve it? The threat in his tone was palpable. Though he was not an inherently malevolent person, he typically refrained from killing indiscriminately, hoping these individuals would recognize the gravity of the situation. Clearly, they did not grasp the situation. Their anger flared, igniting collective outrage. What audacity! Does he think he can slay a few zombies and become invincible? Damn it, there are so many of us. Would we fear you, if you have the guts? Come in. The workers clamored, and Old Zhang remained silent, eager to observe how Ao Xing would handle the situation. That if he capitulated, that would be ideal. That if conflict ensued, could he truly kill them all, even if he seized the factory? Did he not require people for management and construction? Unfortunately, he did not realize that Ao Xing had no interest in the factory, that he understood that others would not believe him. An invisible pressure began to spread, causing the workers to feel as though they were facing a magnificent royal presence. Trembling in fear, some even collapsed to their knees. The most timid among them fainted in terror. Only Old Zhang and a few others who had begun their training could meet his gaze, albeit with hearts racing. Conqueror's hockey. It is undoubtedly Conqueror's hockey. One of the kneeling workers exclaimed. Leader, let him in. Even if we let him take the lead, it wouldn't be shameful. Indeed, the workers who had just been cursing Ao Xing were now swayed by the Conqueror's hockey, turning to welcome the new ruler. Old Zhang and the others wore complex expressions. Even after everything he had done for them, At a critical moment, they would still unhesitatingly betray him. After Ao Xing unleashed his conqueror's haki, he had no intention of continuing negotiations. That it was far too time-consuming. A layer of dark energy enveloped the baseball bat in his hand, and with a powerful strike, he shattered the obstacles the workers had painstakingly arranged. Old Zhang tightened his grip on his weapon, yet ultimately did not dare to strike. That Ao Xing shot him a glance, having noticed those furtive movements. You would do well to behave. Consider whose head is harder, yours or the zombies. He then called out to the armored vehicle, Xiao Chun, come. Hey, coming. Having been an observer, Ao Chen immediately hopped down from the vehicle, skipping towards Ao Xing with excitement. What a beautiful girl. They then realized there was another person in the vehicle, a stunning young woman in her prime. This led them to speculate about Ao Xing's identity. That Ao Chen ran to Ao Xing, hugging his left arm as if returning home, guiding him into the factory. The workers watched their retreating figures, some casting their eyes on the vehicle parked at the entrance. What a Dongfeng warrior! If we could acquire that vehicle, we could more easily venture into the city to search for supplies. If you're not afraid of that expert, then go ahead and steal it. No matter how strong he is still human. By the time he finds out, I will have already taken the vehicle. Ha, if you run away, he will vent his anger on us. Do you wish for our demise? Old Zhang interrupted their debate in frustration. Do not touch that vehicle. Otherwise, you will be opposing our entire base. A few of you come with me to see what they intend to do. If they merely wanted to retrieve something and leave, that would be acceptable. But what if? As Ao Xing sniffed the fragrant air, he led Ao Chun towards the back of the warehouse. Old Zhang and the others, following from a distance, were perplexed. What could they possibly want in the cafeteria? Surely they do not intend to fetch vegetables. Inside the cafeteria, a group of women were busy washing vegetables, cutting meat and scrubbing pots. They were the families of the workers, responsible for logistical tasks since being brought to the factory. Upon seeing Ao Xing and Ao Chen enter, they were taken aback. These two were unfamiliar faces to them. Given Ao Xing and Ao Chen's striking appearances, if they had encountered them before, even once, they would have remembered them for a long time. Clearly, these two were not from the factory. Who are you? A plump middle-aged woman blocked their path, her expression brash and confrontational. And no matter if they were strangers or fellow workers, one could not simply enter the kitchen. In this apocalypse, resources are limited. Every morsel must be allocated judiciously. How could they come and go as they please? Get lost. Ao Xing let out a cold snort, prompting the woman to erupt in fury. You little brat. What did you say? You ungrateful wretch. Do you think this is your playground? How dare you speak to me like that? I'll have you dangling at the door for the zombies. She glanced at Ao Chen. Oh, you've even brought along a pretty young girl? Where did you pick her up from? Perhaps you can entertain the lads here, who don't have wives. Ao Xing raised his head, his gaze imbued with an unassailable authority. Just as the woman began to tremble in fear, Ao Xing's baseball bat came crashing down with ferocity. Xiuqin behind them, Old Wang, who had followed them into the cafeteria, was instantly consumed with rage, having witnessed that young man smash his wife's skull to pieces. Brains splattered everywhere, and the room erupted in terrified screams from the women. He's killing. He's killing. They had witnessed zombies kill, but this was the first time they had seen a human commit murder. Old Wang raised a steel blade. I'll fight you. Veins bulged on his forehead, his fury reaching a boiling point. Old Wang, stay calm. Old Zhang tried to restrain him, but the furious Old Wang was beyond his control. The hatred for his slain wife had stripped him of his reason. In a rage, he charged at Ao Xing like a ferocious beast, vowing to avenge his wife. Seeing he could not stop Old Wang, Old Zhang stomped his foot, gritting his teeth. Brothers, let us all go. Our women have been wronged. We cannot let this villain go unpunished. Ao Xing's expression remained unchanged. He scolded himself. While he might not act against them, should they insult his family, he would ensure they paid a bloody price. Xiao Chun, in this apocalypse, the dangers are not limited to zombies. There are also humans. Often, the malice within the human heart is far more terrifying than the monsters we face. You may now dare to slay zombies, but do you have the courage to kill a human? Chapter 20. In this life, no one shall harm you. Aoxin did not even glance back. With a gentle sidestep, he raised the baseball bat and shattered Old Wang's skull. The order had already collapsed. When someone wrongs you or insults you, They must be met with a bloody lesson. Aoshin turned to face the workers charging at him, while simultaneously imparting earnest teachings to Aoqing. Aoqing found herself at a loss for words. She could muster the courage to slay zombies. Yet when it came to taking a human life, she faltered. To survive in this apocalypse, one must relinquish all compassion. If one does not harm me, I shall not harm them. But should they offend me, no matter how distant, they shall face retribution. As his words fell, Aoshin exhaled a plume of scorching heat, the fiery breath extending over 10 meters, incinerating the oncoming workers to ashes. He is a devil fruit user. At that moment, others could no longer deny that Aoshin possessed extraordinary powers. The leader, Old Zhang, retreated in terror, yet Aoshin would not grant him an opportunity to escape. Transforming into a dragon, he swiftly pursued, two streams of heat sweeping through, claiming the lives of all the workers who had entered the canteen. Returning to Aoqing's side, the young girl appeared somewhat bewildered, while the women cowered in the corners, their eyes wide with fear as they felt his gaze upon them. Their psychological defenses crumbled instantly. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me." They wailed, tears and snot streaming down their faces, their cries echoing through the canteen and drawing more attention. "Xiaoqing, eliminate them." Aoshin pointed indifferently at the women. In the harsh rules of the apocalypse, one must eradicate the roots of hatred. Having sown animosity, one must ensure it never resurfaces. Many had buried their own disasters through fleeting pity. Aoqing clutched at his clothing tightly. She was, after all, just a 16-year-old girl, still unable to transition her mindset from a civilized society to that of the apocalypse. "Brother, those who insulted you are dead. They are innocent, just let them go." Aoshin exhaled another breath of scorching heat, leaving the ground littered with charred remains. "Xiaoqing, this is the apocalypse. Even the slightest conflict can ignite a blaze of violence, and any conflict must conclude with casualties on one side or the other." He sighed, his gaze reflective in his previous life. He had once believed that eliminating those who opposed him sufficed, that he thought himself cold-blooded enough, yet he ultimately fell victim to that moment of misguided mercy. Some had urged him, asserting that vanquishing enemies was enough, without entangling their families. However, that enemy's child, upon gaining strength, sought him out for vengeance, in the scheme of two treacherous individuals. He met his demise at the hands of that very youth. In this life, he would rather be branded a demon than show even a sliver of mercy. Arriving at a location sensed by Aoqing, they found the warehouse storing food within the factory canteen. With a single forceful strike, they breached it, uncovering a devil fruit nestled beneath a fruit basket. It was a type he did not recognize, which he handed to Aoqing to store in her treasure space. The two then departed the factory, but upon reaching the entrance, they were dismayed to see their vehicle being driven away. Despite Aoqing having removed the keys, there were always skilled locksmiths among the populace. Transforming directly into a blue dragon, he carried Aoqing into the sky, quickly spotting their vehicle. The blue dragon swooped down, colliding with the car and flipping it over. Resuming human form, Aoqing retrieved the keys and opened the door, pulling the worker inside out. "Boss, please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." The man was so terrified that he lost control of his bodily functions, a foul stench wafting through the air. Aoshin grimaced, tossing him against a nearby tree. In an instant, the man's skull shattered, leaving him utterly lifeless. Back in the vehicle, the playful Aoqing remained silent throughout the journey. She was genuinely frightened by Aoshin's decisive methods. As if he were no longer her brother. After a long while, she cautiously spoke up. "Brother, you were terrifying earlier." Aoshin sighed. "Xiaoqing, remember, this is the apocalypse now. Aside from our family, no one is beyond killing." Suddenly, Aoqing blurted out, "Brother, have you been reincarnated?" "Aoshin, what? Have I revealed any flaws? Why is she saying this all of a sudden?" Seeing his astonishment, Aoqing became even more convinced of her hypothesis. "Before the apocalypse began, you hoarded supplies frantically. When I asked where you got the money, you and T said I guess it's from some shady loan, right? I was puzzled at first, but after the apocalypse struck, I suspected you must have known it was coming. Which is why you did all this. You even insisted Mom take leave and bring me home. You were so adamant. You must have known. Ever since you returned home, you seemed so unfamiliar, as though you were a different person." The Aoshin I knew would never kill so decisively that I've read many web novels, and I think there are only two reasons for this situation. Either you're reincarnated or you've been possessed. As she uttered the last sentence, her voice dwindled to a whisper, afraid to meet Aoshin's gaze, fearing that her brother was no longer himself. Aoshin, surprised, thought it was not unexpected for Aoching, being so clever, to deduce these things given his many irrational actions that he chuckled. What if I were possessed? Aoching gathered her courage and stared at him. If you were possessed, once I learned your secret, you would surely kill me, right? But I still want to know the truth. Even if you intend to kill me, could you at least treat Mom and Dad well, considering you're using my brother's body? Also, if you were possessed, does that mean my brother is dead? Will I ever see him again? Aoshin felt a warmth in his heart. This little girl was indeed worth his affection, even knowing that her questions were risky and could lead to her demise. She still prioritized her brother's safety and constantly cared for their parents. His tone softened unconsciously. Don't worry, your brother is still your brother. I have been reincarnated. Really? Aoching still seemed doubtful. Aoshin, exasperated, lightly thumped her on the head. Really? Ouch! You old rascal. Yet, after receiving that familiar thump, she confirmed that the person before her was indeed her brother, not a usurper. With this realization, her tension and apprehension dissipated, and she exclaimed excitedly, Brother, how did you die in your previous life? Was I strong there? And what about Mom and Dad? Are they well? Recalling his past life, Aoshin's mood darkened. You all perished. Aoching fell silent at this revelation. It was indeed a sorrowful tale. Aoshin's expression turned serious. But in this life, I will not allow any harm to befall you in this world. Whoever dares to harm you, I will annihilate them and their entire lineage. Xiaocheng, we shall survive until the very end. Chapter 21. The distressed Oda having departed from the factory. The two continued westward. Along the way, they encountered a horde of zombies and disembarked to engage in battle. Tio honed his haki. Aoshin refrained from utilizing his blue dragon abilities. Aoching had yet to awaken her haki and was quite weak. But thanks to the speed boost from the treasure mouse, she managed to hold her own against the zombies. Thus, they journeyed westward for 3 days. Brother, my sword is dulled. After yet another fierce battle, Aoching sat in the passenger seat, panting. Her sword was an ordinary navy blade, and after so many encounters, it had become blunt, significantly reducing her efficiency in dispatching zombies. Aoshin took the long knife from her hands and inspected it. Aside from the nicks, the blade had also warped, and even the juncture of the handle was slightly loose. This was precisely why he had refrained from exchanging for swords. Ordinary weapons were difficult to wield. Even a good knife did not hold his interest. Tio sustained prolonged combat. One needed at least a large sword of superior quality. Weapons of that caliber, combined with the continuous nurturing of armed haki, could enhance the weapon's quality to an indestructible level. Let us exchange it for a new one. Aoshin was indifferent to the matter and spent 100 points to procure a new ordinary navy sword for Aoching. As for her original blade, it was not entirely unusable. With some sharpening and repairs, it could still serve its purpose. However, he lacked both the tools and time. Fortunately, the divine space allowed for retrieval, and he directly had the dulled sword recycled. Reclaiming 50 points, though it felt somewhat unfair, he could only endure it for the sake of his sister's strength enhancement. Over the past 3 days, they had not encountered any more devil fruits, which left Aoching's initial enthusiasm somewhat diminished. She even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with her abilities or if there truly were not that many devil fruits in the world. However, Aoshin reassured her that this was the normal state of affairs in his previous life. He had survived until the second divine bestowment, during which a powerful faction had conducted a tally, revealing that there were over 10,000 different ability users. Though this was far more than the fewer than 100 devil fruits depicted in the comics, when averaged across nearly 10 billion people worldwide, it appeared exceedingly sparse, 1 in a million. Having obtained 5 devil fruits within these few days was already an incredible stroke of luck. Brother, let us head in that direction. Aoching tucked her new sword into her treasure space and pointed to a small path branching off the main road. That way, Aoching, taken aback, glanced at the map, noting that it led deep into the mountains. They had already reached the outskirts of the divine city, surrounded by towering peaks that if they were to run up the mountain, the number of zombies would diminish in the previous life. Many had indeed fled into the depths of the mountains, awaiting the end of the apocalypse. However, the end came swiftly, obliterating human civilization entirely. Those who sought refuge in the mountains, though they escaped the tide of corpses, lost the opportunity to grow stronger. They either perished from starvation, succumbed to the increasingly virulent zombie virus in the air, or fell prey to wild beasts. I have a feeling there might be something valuable there. Ouching herself was uncertain. After all, intuition often seemed fantastical. Her previous attempts to navigate using intuition had yielded no treasures. Fine, I'll trust you. Ouching had great faith in her and immediately drove toward the mountains. With no zombies obstructing their path, they sped forward, and Ouching propped her delicate legs up, munching on snacks while browsing videos and posts in the divine space. Ha ha, this is too funny. Suddenly, the girl burst into a fit of manic laughter. Perplexed, Ouching watched as she exited the divine space, still chuckling, and shared the gossip she had come across. Brother, I just saw a post where someone was complaining about not getting the devil fruit. Ouching? What is so funny about that? He suspected his silly sister might truly be losing her mind. Seeing his incredulous expression, Ouching immediately grew displeased. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Do you know who this complaining person is? Who? Ouching felt that regardless of who it was, it couldn't possibly be that amusing. There are only so many devil fruits. It's normal not to get one. It's Oda, Ouching exclaimed with laughter. Ouching was taken aback. What? He too began to laugh heartily. It's indeed hilarious. Oda must be livid. You have no idea. This post is going viral in the divine space, and some even want Oda to teach them hockey techniques. But Oda retorted, I'm just a lousy artist. What do I know about hockey? Ha ha ha. Thinking back to the previous life, it seemed Oda never really made a name for himself. Even though the world in the divine space was based on his creations, it had long since detached from its original author, that in the depths of the mountains, within a dilapidated Taoist temple, an elderly Taoist priest was unceremoniously thrown out by 3 burly men that no, you can't do this. The old priest was far too frail. His legs were unsteady. Had he not practiced health and energy cultivation daily, he would have surely succumbed to the zombie virus in the air. Yet his essence remained firm, while his body was utterly decrepit. You filthy Taoist, I'm honored to use your temple. Keep whining, and I'll kill you. A vicious-looking bald man kicked the old priest, sending him crashing back to the ground after he had struggled to sit up. Brother Joe, I just checked. There is still some rice behind the temple that if we ration it, it should last a month, plus the supplies we brought. We should have no trouble avoiding the zombie tide. A lean youth emerged from the temple, grinning as he reported his findings to the bald man. The bald man nodded in satisfaction. This godforsaken place won't have zombies. We'll wait for the military to wipe them out before heading back. Just as they were about to return to the temple, another man tossed a 5 or 6-year-old little priest at the old priest. Damn, how did you hide a kid? You dare steal my food. I'll kill you. He brandished a dagger menacingly at the 2 priests before leaving, slamming the temple door shut behind him. Inside, the sounds of chaos erupted. What is all this garbage? The offering table is dismantled. We can use it for firewood. The statue must go. It takes up too much space. Brother Joe, we can't move the statue in the main hall. Can't move it, just smash it. It might even have some gold in it. Once we return, we'll strike it rich. 2 small statues were hurled from within the walls, crashing onto the old priest's already fragile leg, fracturing it further. Ouch! The old priest cried out in pain. But what pained him more was seeing the temple's statues discarded like refuse. You will face retribution. The Thunder Ancestor will punish you. Chapter 22. Zombie levels on a mountain trail. An armored vehicle barreled through. As dusk approached, Ouching decided to pull over and rest for the night. Just after rounding a bend, he suddenly spotted some light ahead. Light. Light signifies the presence of people, but in the apocalypse, one cannot trust others. Should he kill the owner of the light just to ensure a safe night's rest? Though brutal, he wouldn't resort to harming the innocent. Parking at the roadside, he intended to camp near the source of the light. Exiting the vehicle, Ouching retrieved a camping set from the back, setting up a large tent on the spot. Despite the dangers of the apocalypse and the terror of zombies, under Ouching's careful watch, Ouching felt an exhilarating thrill rather than fear. Sitting on a bamboo mat, she gazed up at the sky. The zombie virus had tainted the air, causing the stars and moon to appear blurred. Brother, tell me about your past life. Ever since learning that Ouching was a reincarnate, Ouching had taken to pestering him for stories of yore. The struggles of a small character fighting for survival in the apocalypse intrigued her immensely. Very well. These tales, perhaps, he would only share with his sister. Having someone to confide in about his former secrets was, in itself, a form of happiness. Sitting on the mat, he kept a baseball bat within arm's reach. A habit cultivated from his previous life, that no matter the circumstance, one must never be without a weapon. In the past, his starry gaze became lost in distant memories. Suddenly, a chilling roar pierced the air, jolting him upright. "Brother, what is wrong?" Ouching tensed as she observed him spring to his feet. She quickly drew her long knife from the treasure space, cautiously scanning their surroundings. "It's a zombie roar." Ouching's expression turned grave as he gripped the baseball bat, directing his gaze toward the source of the light. The roar emanated from that direction. "That a zombie roar?" Ouching was puzzled. What was a zombie roar? "The roar signifies the anger of a zombie," Ouching explained. "But have you ever heard a zombie roar?" Reminded by him, Ouching suddenly realized that despite having slain numerous zombies, she had never heard one speak, let alone roar. The bodies of zombies decayed, causing their vocal cords to rot. Hence, they could not produce sound. However, as zombies evolved, their bodies would gradually be restored, allowing them to regain basic bodily functions, such as speech. But to produce sound, at least a one-star zombie is required. 1 star. Ouching was unaware of the grading of zombies. Ouching elaborated. Newly transformed zombies are merely of no rank, the lowest tier of zombies. Low-tier zombies are nothing more than mindless beings, staggering forward at a slow pace, occasionally able to perform a few lunging motions. Though they possess greater strength and sturdier bones, they are not difficult to deal with. Even an ordinary person has a chance to defeat them. Once they complete their physical restoration through consuming flesh, they evolve to the first level at this point, aside from their bodies being covered in corpse spots and reeking of decay. They can walk like ordinary people. Why now? Their speed increases, and they can perform combat moves akin to humans. Rather than merely clawing and biting. At this stage, they are classified as 1-star zombies. 1-star zombies. Also known as flesh corpses. Flesh corpses have fully restored bodies, enabling them to emit roars. However, to confront a flesh corpse, one must at least reach the copper skin realm. This place is no longer safe. Ouching said to Ouching, "You return to the vehicle. I'll scout ahead. If it's merely a flesh corpse, we're fine. If it's a 2-star zombie, we're in danger." He was currently only at the copper skin realm. To deal with a 2-star zombie, or a regular zombie, he would need to attain the iron bone realm. However, the apocalypse had only begun 5 or 6 days ago. Zombies shouldn't evolve so rapidly. After ensuring Ouching was safely inside the armored vehicle, he transformed and headed towards the source of the roar. Wielding an iron rod as he approached, he realized that the source of the light was a dilapidated Taoist temple. Thunder Ancestor Temple. Hidden in the wilderness, so decrepit, it surely wasn't a temple wrapped in commercialism. Here, there must be true Taoist. A man's scream echoed, followed by the clattering of pots and pans. The temple door swung open, and a bald man rushed out in a panic. "Help! Help!" Even though he was acutely aware that no one would come to his aid in the depths of the mountains. He continued to shout desperately to his astonishment. As he dashed through the door, he encountered a dragon man approaching with an iron rod in the inky darkness of the night, under the dim light of the moon. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Monster, monster, monster! Fear spread within him, and he did not even consider that this was an ability user who had consumed the Qinglong fruit in the divine space. In that moment, his mind shattered. He lost control, and in a daze, began to laugh foolishly. Ouching felt a vain throb on his forehead. What an enormous bald head, yet such a feeble mentality, just as he was about to step into the audience. The decrepit wall of the main hall of the temple suddenly collapsed. An old man, with skin as dark as coal and clad in a robe, was frantically tearing at a man's body. On the ground lay several mangled corpses. Upon hearing the commotion, the old Taoist turned to look, and the moment his gaze met Ouching's, he realized with dread that this was no ordinary corpse. It was a zombie. Even while feeding, the old Taoist kept his limbs perfectly straight, and his withered hands were adorned with sharp claws that in his mouth were 4 dripping fangs. Unmistakably, the characteristics of a zombie. Zombies are the result of further evolution of flesh corpses. Enhanced by a vast quantity of zombie virus, leading to a state where the virus accumulates within the body before it can be digested. The accumulation of the virus renders the zombie's body rigid, yet also bestows it with a copper-like strength, making it extremely difficult to kill. Fortunately, its vital weakness remains in the head. As long as one can sever or shatter the skull, the creature can still be slain. Damn, in such a remote place, how could there be so many viruses for it to evolve? Ao Xing cursed inwardly as the zombie Taoist discarded the half-eaten corpse and leaped towards him. Although the zombie's body was stiff, it was already upon him in an instant. Ao Xing hurriedly raised his baseball bat to defend himself. The zombie bit down, leaving 4 deep tooth marks on the bat. Fire breath. A blast of fiery breath erupted onto the zombie's face, merely singeing its hair and clothing. Its flesh was slightly charred but remained largely unharmed. Roar. The zombie Taoist howled in rage, swinging its claws and lunging at Ao Xing once more. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Though he lacked the ability to entangle, the baseball bat, crackling with electricity, indeed bore some semblance to the might of Thunderous 8 trigrams. Chapter 23. Fierce Battle. Thunder Ancestor Whip. Bang. A tremendous sound echoed, followed by the faint sound of cracking bones. Damn. Ao Xing cursed again. The zombie's skull was as hard as iron. This custom-made, reinforced baseball bat had snapped in two. The only achievement he had made was to create a slight fissure in its skull. Roar! The zombie Taoist bellowed, its foul-smelling fangs lunging for Ao Xing's neck, and he swiftly retreated while unleashing another blast of fiery breath and thunderous roar, temporarily halting the zombie's advance. Brother! A scream came from behind. It was Ao Chun, who had descended from the armored vehicle upon hearing the sounds of battle. This marked her first glimpse of Ao Xing being pushed back by a monster. Little Chun. Burrow underground. Wait for me to kill it before you come out. He had initially thought it was merely a flesh corpse, but to his astonishment, it was a 2-star zombie. This type of zombie possessed immense strength and resilience. The armored vehicles of human civilization could no longer withstand it. Thus, for Ao Chun, the underground was certainly the safer option. Ao Chun, aware that she could not be of assistance in such a situation, hastily transformed into a diminutive white-furred mouse with golden stripes and quickly burrowed underground. Ao Xing panted heavily, having unleashed fiery breath twice and maximized his control over lightning. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Furthermore, that last swing had sent his internal energy surging violently. The zombie Taoist leaped again, rapidly closing the distance, its 10 gray claws striking toward him like blades. With a mighty roar, he seized the zombie's wrist with his dragon claws, and the two began a fierce struggle. Although the zombie had reached 2 stars and theoretically required a human with iron bones to contend with, Ao Xing, bolstered by the enhanced physique of the Qinglong, found himself momentarily in a standoff with the zombie. As they grappled, the zombie lunged forward to bite. Ao Xing, fueled by determination, lowered his head and thrust his dragon horn into the zombie's forehead. The dragon horn, sharp and formidable, pierced through one of the zombie's eyes and even delved into its brain. If it were any ordinary creature, such an attack would have spelled certain death. However, zombies lack the sensation of pain. The creature's head tilted back, pulling itself away from the dragon horn with a furious roar, its arms slightly bending. Ao Xing's heart raced. The zombie's rigidity stemmed from the accumulation of the zombie virus within its body. Once it fully assimilated and absorbed the virus, it would regain its flexibility. This impasse could not continue. The zombie possessed limitless stamina, and he would be worn down. With another furious roar, he flung the zombie's arms away and transformed into a Qinglong, soaring into the sky. The dragon's tail struck, sending the zombie staggering, followed by a lightning strike that further charred its body. Bad wind. Countless wind blades erupted from the dragon's mouth, and even with the zombie's copper-like skin, numerous chunks of flesh were severed. As the tempest swirled, the Qinglong descended, seizing the zombie's arms with its claws and lifting it into the air. The zombie, unsteady from the gusts of wind, could not muster any strength, and the Qinglong directly carried it skyward. Roar! As the dragon's claws tightened, it aimed to tear the zombie apart. However, the zombie was also exerting force inward, and he found himself unable to rend it asunder. His realm was still too low. Although he could suppress the zombie in his Qinglong form, defeating it was no simple task. Moreover, in that brief moment, he felt himself growing weary. While he could maintain the dragon form a little longer, he could not sustain a prolonged battle. He soared once more into the clouds, forcefully hurling the zombie downwards. Boom! The zombie's body collided with the towering deity's statue enshrined within the temple. Yet how could a clay statue withstand the solid body of a zombie? The idol shattered into countless fragments. The zombie crashed to the ground, its once indomitable body now marred with dents and damage, some from the wind blades, some from the fiery breath and thunderous roars, and others from the impact of the fall. Additionally, its skull bore the cracks from the baseball bat strike. The Qinglong also descended, reverting back to human form. Ao Xing gasped for breath. This was his first time engaging in full combat while in his Qinglong form. Indeed, it was powerful, but it was still too challenging for him at this moment. Kaido's strength stemmed from his innate ability to conquer nations single-handedly, and the Qinglong fruit merely augmented that prowess. In contrast, he was wholly reliant on the Qinglong fruit, resulting in a vastly different level of power. Brother, eat meat. Just as he was catching his breath, Ao Chen suddenly emerged from underground, presenting him with a piece of revitalizing meat. She had foreseen that her brother's stamina would falter and had entered the divine space in advance to exchange for the energy-restoring meat for Ao Xing, gratefully accepting the meat. Ao Xing chewed eagerly, while Ao Chen wisely retreated underground again, avoiding being a burden. With his stamina replenished, the zombie Taoist had already risen again. He transformed back into his beastly form, enveloping his dragon claws in armed color, and began to grapple with the zombie once more. With the dual protection of armed color and dragon scales, he could effectively prevent the invasion of the zombie virus. However, if this continued, he would still be worn down. He needed a weapon. Bang! After yet another collision, he quickly retreated, but there was no time to enter the divine space for a weapon now. Ao Chen lacked sufficient points as well. Just as he pondered his next move, his peripheral vision caught sight of a piece of shattered clay near the deity statue, where an iron rod had fallen. What is that? Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was the temple of the Thunder Ancestor. The bamboo joint-shaped iron rod was precisely the steel whip held by the Thunder Ancestor statue. This item would undoubtedly be sturdier than the baseball bat. Ao Xing dashed towards it and picked up the bamboo joint steel whip. Given the statue's towering height, this whip was also longer and thicker. Typical whips or flails rarely exceeded 80 centimeters in length, yet this one measured a full 120. The whip was also more robust, fitting snugly in his grip. Just as he secured the bamboo joint steel whip, the zombie Taoist lunged at him once more. Its body was tattered, yet its assault remained relentless, summoning every last ounce of his strength. Ao Xing unleashed the most ferocious currents of electricity, wrapping the lightning and armed color around the bamboo joint steel whip, and struck down fiercely upon the zombie Taoist's forehead. Bang! The enormous recoil shattered the dragon scales on his palm. Yet the zombie Taoist's skull was obliterated beneath that single strike. A violent surge of electricity coursed through the flesh of the zombies, releasing the acrid stench of charred zombie meat into the air. The zombie virus within them, catalyzed by the intense heat of the electric current, also permeated the atmosphere. Stripped of his beastly form, Ao Xing could no longer hold onto the heavy segmented steel whip and cast it aside. He felt an overwhelming wave of soreness, weakness, and exhaustion wash over him. Hidden beneath the ground, Ao Xing heard the cessation of battle above and cautiously emerged from a distance. Upon seeing Ao Xing, who was panting and slumped on the ground, she hurriedly ran to bring him water and food. Chapter 24. A Further Reward. Title. After a brief respite, Ao Xing and Ao Qing entered the now dilapidated temple to inspect their surroundings. At the entrance, the bald man they had first encountered lay dead amidst the aftermath of the battle. Inside, shattered idols, overturned utensils, and dismembered corpses littered the space. These bodies were so severely mutilated that they could never rise again as zombies. The back hall, once the abode of the old Taoist priest, remained intact even as the main hall collapsed. The room was filled with various supplies and several makeshift beds. This should be safe now. Let us rest here for the night. Ao Xing maneuvered the armored vehicle to block the entrance, preventing others or zombies from entering. In the backyard, there was a well that he tested it and found it still functional. Ao Xing, staying outside, took the opportunity to wash herself with the well water. After days of wandering, although they had no concerns about food and water, bathing remained a luxury. The waterworks had long ceased operations, and they had not encountered any place to clean themselves on the road. For Ao Xing, who had experienced the apocalypse in his past life, this was of little consequence. But for Ouching, a clean and fastidious young lady, it was somewhat intolerable. The newfound well brought her immense joy. Ouching settled on a stool outside, gazing up at the night sky. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his consciousness slipped into the divine space. Upon his arrival, he once again heard that grand and authoritative voice. As you are the first to slay a star-level zombie, you shall receive a reward. Furthermore, due to your achievement within 10 days of the apocalypse, your reward grade has been elevated. Additionally, as you have directly slain a 2-star zombie, your reward grade has increased once more. Please select one of the following 3 titles. Titles. Ouching felt a surge of excitement, akin to the thrill of choosing a talent for the first time. Titles were exceedingly rare and precious that in his previous life, despite his relentless efforts, he had never acquired a single title. He leaned forward eagerly. As expected, the 3 options appeared before him. Title 1. Zombie Slayer. Permanently doubles damage dealt to zombies. Title 2. Bounty Hunter. Permanently doubles points earned from slaying zombies. Title 3. Divine Gift Member. Become a prestigious member of the Divine Space, granting you a one-time opportunity for a 90 discount on an exchange, and all items redeemed in the Divine Space will enjoy an 80 discount. Oh, how enticing. All 3 titles were irresistibly alluring. The prospect of dealing greater damage or earning more points was appealing, but the 3rd title was undoubtedly superior. As the speed of slaying increased, so too would the rewards, and it would also allow for the possibility of challenging even stronger zombies. However, nothing compared to the benefits of being a Divine Gift Member. A one-time 90 discount and an ongoing 80 off on all exchanges, with 2 exclusive exchange options, the invisible black bloodline factor and the elixir to nullify the side effects of the devil fruit, both requiring 100 million points. The 90 discount allowed him to acquire one for only 10 million points. Moreover, with the 80 discount on all items, he could easily act as an intermediary and amass points. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the 3rd option, Divine Gift Member. He reviewed his personal panel. Name: Ouching Talent, Dominant Genius Title, Divine Gift Member Devil Fruit, Fish Fruit, Azure Dragon Form Realm, Body Refinement, Bronze Skin Martial Skills, None Equipment, Thunder Ancestor Whip Pseudo Points, 9655. He suddenly noticed something in the equipment section. Thunder Ancestor Whip. He glanced at the segmented steel whip beside him, an offering once held by the Thunder Ancestor in the temple. Yet, it was merely an ordinary item. How could it be classified as equipment? The term pseudo puzzled him. His previous baseball bat had slain countless zombies and was never regarded as equipment. Resting the segmented whip on his thigh, he scrutinized it closely, wondering what made it so special. The whip was heavily rusted, having endured countless years, and perhaps once garnered reverence from multitudes. Comprising 18 segments, each bore Taoist symbols he could not decipher. After examining it for a long while, he still could not discern its unique qualities. However, he recalled how effortlessly he had wielded it against that zombie Taoist. That old Taoist might have been the temple's caretaker, having succumbed to the zombie virus due to his frailty. He pondered how that old man had evolved into a 2-star zombie. An enigma indeed. His points were nearing 10,000, a figure diminished by his expenditures on food, sharing with his parents, and acquiring a knife for his sister. Otherwise, he would have surpassed the 10,000 mark. Now, many had yet to accumulate even a single point, while he had already achieved a remarkable milestone, an accomplishment unique to those reborn. Should he appraise the fruit owned by Xiaoqing? He stroked his chin in contemplation. The appraisal fee for the devil fruit was 1,000 points, which seemed manageable. However, there was no rush. He did not need the fruit immediately and could attend to it later. After a while, Ouching's voice echoed from the courtyard. "Brother, I'm done washing. You can come in." In the former bedroom of the old Taoist, Ouching later bedding on the old bed and stretched. Relishing the comfort that in the apocalypse, being able to enjoy a refreshing bath and change into clean clothes was a tremendous blessing. Upon entering, Ouching also fetched water from the well to wash himself. After bathing, flames erupted from his body, swiftly drying his damp skin as he stepped into the room and made a bed on the floor. Once more, he entered the divine space, this time heading to the family group he had established in the communication channel. "Mom and Dad, rest assured, Ouching and I are both well." After reassuring his parents, he inquired about their current situation. With the ample provisions and purified water he had prepared, there was no need to worry about their livelihood. Today, however, a significant incident had occurred at home. The Chen family upstairs had learned of their stored supplies and sought to borrow some AT that moment. Only his mother and Lu Xiao were at home, while his father and Meng Kuei were downstairs battling zombies. Initially, his mother intended to generously offer them some supplies, but upon seeing the abundance within their home, the father-son duo's eyes turned greedy. Fueled by their desire for Lu Xiao's beauty, they brazenly attempted to kill his mother to seize both supplies and maiden. Fortunately, Lu Xiao had remained vigilant and, having trained in dominance, though she had not yet awakened, her physique had significantly improved. Thus, when the two men struck, she managed to dispatch them. His mother had been quite startled by the ordeal. Though she had slain a few zombies, it was her first experience killing a human. Upon hearing this, Aoxing felt a surge of anger, but since the two men had already met their demise at Lu Xiao's hands, he let it go. "Mom, this is the apocalypse. We can no longer afford to be as kind-hearted as before. We do not know when this ordeal will end, and we barely have enough for ourselves, let alone to share with others. Furthermore, in a world where greed reigns and order has crumbled, seizing what one desires is the quickest means of survival." Chapter 25. Zombie Evolution. Ordinarily, Old Chun was quite amiable. Who could have anticipated he would harbor such murderous intent? His mother's tone was tinged with melancholy, gradually coming to terms with the reality that the world had irrevocably changed. "By the way, I remember Old Chun had a wife and daughter. What became of them?" Aoxing recalled the neighbors, well aware of the Chun family's circumstances. "They have been killed by me." Meng Kuei interjected at that moment. Upon learning that Zhang Hong had been attacked, he was taken aback. He had assured Aoxing he would protect his parents that in a fit of rage, he stormed upstairs, kicked open the door to the Chun household, and slaughtered the two women inside without hesitation. Meng Kuei's decisiveness and ruthlessness astonished Aoxing. Unlike himself, who had endured the apocalypse, Meng Kuei had not, yet he demonstrated such cold-blooded resolve. This Meng Kuei was impressive. "Well done." Aoxing did not express gratitude but instead offered praise, understanding that those in power during the apocalypse must act accordingly. "Boss, I have checked. Aside from our family, there are no living souls left in this building. Tomorrow, I plan to gather some materials to barricade the stairwell and construct defensive measures." Biancheng was merely a small fifth-tier city, and due to the sandy soil, it had once been deemed unsuitable for tall buildings. Consequently, most structures were only 4 or 5 stories high. Although numerous high-rises had been erected since then, Aoxing's family resided in an old community with only 4 floors. Each floor housed 2 households, totaling 8 units in the building. Moreover, in such an old community, the elderly were numerous, and many had succumbed to the initial wave of the zombie virus, resulting in their families being wiped out. Among the remaining residents, some had died outside, while others had been killed upon returning home while attempting to slay zombies for points when the divine space opened. Ultimately, only the Aoxing and Chun families remained. With the demise of the Chen family, the entire building was now deserted. "All right, be careful." Aoxing expressed her agreement with Meng Kuei's thoughts that moment. He finally inquired about their family situations. Meng Kuei's mother was in poor health. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, she fell into a coma and was taken to the hospital by him. Unfortunately, during the apocalypse, she turned into a zombie and bit her husband, Meng Kuei's father, who was merely wiping her face at that time, leading to his demise. In a state of panic, Meng Kuei fled, driving his car in a desperate bid to escape the city. Thus, his allegiance to Aoxing and Biancheng was unencumbered. And now he found himself utterly alone. In contrast, Lu Xiao's situation was quite different. She was a rural resident who managed to attend university through scholarships. Clever and astute, she skillfully exploited her advantages to extract wealth from men while ensuring that they could never possess her. After painstakingly saving enough to purchase a house, her parents came demanding money, insisting it was for her brother's bride. Reluctant to comply, she faced a beating from her father, who berated her for her lack of shame, claiming that it was impossible to afford a house at such a young age without selling her body. The property deed was forcibly taken from her, with her parents insisting it be transferred to her brother's name. However, during the chaotic attempt to relocate the property, the apocalypse erupted, and she seized the opportunity to escape, remaining oblivious to her parents' and brother's current fates. Of course, she no longer cared about their survival. "I have severed ties with them. Their lives or deaths are of no concern to me. Lu Xiao stated calmly. From now on, I am solely devoted to my master, ready to do anything for you. Alshin felt a pang of melancholy. In this merciless world, had they not encountered each other, they would most likely have perished along the way. To end the harsh realities of the apocalypse, it was far more advantageous to remain hidden at home than to flee into the wilderness. Focus on your tasks diligently, and I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. That he then recounted his experiences along the way to them, glossing over the battle with the zombie elder to spare them unnecessary worry. However, he did warn them about the evolution of zombies, urging them to remain vigilant, as they were not limited to their current capabilities. They would only grow stronger. Should you encounter a zombie that is not decomposed, marked by spots and a foul odor, be wary. That is an evolved form known as a flesh zombie, and it is formidable. After concluding the call, he chatted briefly with Ouching, checked the news updates in the Divine Space Communication channel, and then succumbed to slumber. Outside the temple, a small figure quietly emerged, approaching the corpse of the zombie elder. His little Taoist robe was caked in dust. Master, he whispered softly, kneeling to bow 3 times before the body of the zombie elder, before vanishing into the deep mountains. The following morning, Ouching awoke, roused the still sleeping Ouching, and after a quick breakfast, they departed from the dilapidated temple. The only noticeable change was that the specially crafted baseball bat at his side had transformed into a thick, elongated bamboo steel whip that in the passenger seat. Ouching rubbed her bleary eyes while stifling yawns. Despite the apocalypse having persisted for over 6 days, she had yet to fully adjust to the new rhythm of life. Having grown accustomed to sleeping in, meanwhile, in the provincial capital of Yuzhou, the military had managed to gather a majority of the zombies. That a cacophony of powerful weaponry erupted, producing an even more deafening roar than before. Countless zombies were obliterated, yet as long as their brains remained intact, they would seize the remains of their fallen comrades and gnaw on them voraciously. Burn them. The military soon realized that merely killing zombies was insufficient. Shattering their skulls only enabled other zombies to feast upon the remains. Thus, after much deliberation, they decided to deploy flamethrowers. Following several rounds of artillery fire, soldiers clad in protective gear armed with flamethrowers began their advance. The temperature in the air soared, and in the unseen microscopic world, the zombie virus underwent drastic changes. They began to split and recombine, growing even stronger. Finally, a zombie, its flesh no longer decomposing and marked by spots, emerged from the corpses, moving with agility. The flames scorched its body, but could not incinerate it immediately. With a snap of its jaws, it bit through the protective suit. More and more zombies evolved into flesh zombies, boasting enhanced defenses, greater strength, and increased speed. Even bullets failed to incapacitate them instantly. Those sniper rifles capable of disintegrating a person merely left a gaping hole in the flesh zombies, having minimal impact on them. However, the military, relying on their powerful thermal weapons, managed to hold them at bay. As the temperature continued to rise, a zombie emerged, dominating the battlefield as if it were a realm of its own. The soldiers, eager to eliminate the zombies swiftly, refrained from engaging in close combat and instead relied on gunfire, thus missing out on points, the opportunity to exchange for abilities, and the chance to cultivate their strength. An increasing number of individuals were infected, a phenomenon occurring in cities and countries alike. The zombie crisis became insurmountable for the military, serving as the final straw that broke the camel's back. The fragile thread of order that it barely held was abruptly shattered. This news spread like wildfire within the divine space, and it was only at this moment that everyone came to the grim realization: civilization had ceased to exist, and the apocalypse was unstoppable. Chapter 26. Xiaoqing, they are entrusted to you. After 3 days of driving along the mountain roads, the deep mountains remained eerily quiet, aside from the zombies encountered in the temple. They occasionally came across a few small animals that had transformed, but these posed no challenge and were easily dispatched by Ouching. Suddenly, Ouching perked up, exclaiming, "Brother, I sense something ahead." Ouching too became alert, following the path indicated by Ouching towards their destination. However, many areas of the mountain had not been developed, and they soon reached a point where the vehicle could no longer proceed. Reluctantly, they had to abandon the car temporarily. After locking it by the roadside, the two continued on foot. Halfway up the mountain, a slender young man was smoking when he suddenly looked up and saw a vehicle approaching. "A car is coming," He picked up the binoculars hanging around his neck and peered at it. It's an off-road vehicle. They must be people trying to hide in the mountains. There were two individuals, seemingly a man and a woman. This could be promising. Confirming his observation, he quickly extinguished a cigarette and dashed away to a nearby tiled house. Upon entering, he addressed the three young men playing cards. Fij, two people just came down from the mountain, and they're driving an off-road vehicle. There must be plenty of supplies inside. Plus, there's a woman with them. At the mention of supplies, the card players' eyes lit up, and when he mentioned the woman, they sprang to their feet, excitement evident. Shoho, are you sure? Ha, a woman is coming. That's fantastic. Damn, I've been cooped up for days without electricity or the internet. I'm utterly bored. Let's go, brothers. Today we feast. With a clattering sound, they tossed their cards onto the table, grabbed sticks and knives, and followed Shoho down the mountain. Fij, I've discovered a little path down the mountain. We can definitely intercept them ahead. Shoho was equally thrilled. The monotonous life of the apocalypse was about to gain some much-needed excitement. Meanwhile, Aoshin and Aoqing had circled the mountains several times before arriving at the location Aoshin had sensed. A lush expanse of ferns flourished there, as they ventured in. Aoqing bent down and uprooted a fern. To her astonishment, beneath its roots lay a peculiar fruit. Its strange shape and twisted patterns were unmistakably that of a devil fruit. Fantastic! I found another one! Aoqing exclaimed, bouncing in delight. This was all her doing. On a nearby hillside, four young men had just descended and were taken aback upon seeing the devil fruit in Aoqing's hand. Fij, that's a devil fruit, right? Shoho's voice trembled with excitement. Fij slapped him on the forehead. No kidding. He too was elated. A devil fruit meant acquiring superpowers. With it, he could hunt zombies for points, learn abilities, exchange for weapons, and become powerful. He envisioned himself ruling over others, surrounded by subordinates and women of his choosing. Lost in thought, he shouted at Aoqing, "Hey, put down that fruit!" Startled by his sudden shout, Aoqing had been so focused on the devil fruit that she hadn't noticed the approaching individuals. When she turned around, she found several young men wielding knives and clubs, their eyes fixed hungrily upon the devil fruit in her grasp. As she turned, their gazes shifted to her. What a beautiful girl! Fij and the others thought they could only encounter someone so stunning online. Judging by her youthful face, she appeared to be no older than a high school student. Unconsciously swallowing hard, one of them remarked, "Today is my lucky day. Not only can I get the devil fruit, but I also have such a beautiful girl delivered to me." Grinning lewdly, he stepped forward, completely disregarding Aoshin, and arrogantly declared to Aoqing, "Hand over that fruit, and you'll belong to me, a fae. Stick with me, and I'll ensure you'll live a life of luxury." Faced with the young man's brazen attitude, Aoqing frowned slightly, her delicate brows knitting together. "Who are you, and why should I give it to you?" Aoshin remained silent beside them, possessing the ability to perceive the world around him. He had sensed the presence of these individuals the moment they appeared. However, this time he intended to test Aoqing. "These ruffians are in your hands. Eliminate them." Aoqing was taken aback. She still hesitated to take a life. Aoshin continued, "If you remain that ordinary girl you once were, what fate awaits you in the hands of such individuals? If you cannot bear to act, do you believe they will show you mercy? In times of peace, they are mere parasites of society. In the apocalypse, they are the detritus of the world. Such people deserve death, especially since they have humiliated you. What are you waiting for?" His last words were bellowed, startling even the group of young men. Once they regained their composure, they angrily retorted, "Who do you think you are? What a dog you are! Damn it, I'll kill you first. Keeping this girl is enough. You should just die." The group brandished their crude weapons, clearly aiming to kill Aoshin. This angered Aoqing. Like Aoshin, she could perhaps tolerate being bullied herself, but when it came to her family, that was absolutely intolerable. "Dare to insult my brother? You seek death." She reached into her bosom, stashing the devil fruit into her treasure space while drawing her blade. The long sword unsheathed, glimmering with a cold light. Having trained in the three-color hockey under Aoshin's close guidance, her strength had improved rapidly. Coupled with her days of battling zombies, even without transforming into the beast form of the treasure mouse, her prowess far surpassed that of these cowardly thugs. The sword's edge sliced through the throat of the scrawny monkey, severing his head from his body. This lethal technique had been honed through battles with the undead. To vanquish a zombie, one must decapitate it. Thus, every strike Aoqing delivered was aimed at severing heads. The head of the scrawny monkey hit the ground, sending fear coursing through Feige and his companions. They had never anticipated that a girl who appeared so delicate could be so resolute and ruthless in taking lives. A single decapitation was nothing short of legendary for them. However, they were now in a precarious situation. Either they killed this girl or faced death themselves, stealing himself. One of them cursed, "You filthy bitch. You don't know what you're asking for. Just wait and see how I deal with you." After Ouching beheaded the scrawny monkey, she surprisingly felt a sense of calm rather than anxiety about killing. The combat technique she had acquired through fighting zombies, combined with her enhanced physique, made handling these ordinary thugs a mere walk in the park. Ouching stood by, observing the fight. Though her combat skills were somewhat crude, considering her limited training time, she was doing remarkably well. With a resounding clash, she deflected the machete of a tattooed youth with the back of her blade, sidestepping to his side and delivering another lethal strike, causing yet another head to roll. Chapter 27. The user of the Sansan fruit with another life claimed. The remaining two were gripped by even greater terror. As the saying goes, one man faces death. 1,000 cannot withstand, and if one harbors fear, even the mightiest of warriors cannot wield their full potential. The blade flashed continuously, and in mere seconds, another head felt that a Fae trembled with fright, discarding his axe and kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy. "I'm sorry, please spare me. Big brother, big sister. I was wrong. Just let me go." Even though he had witnessed zombies killing, the shock of human murder was an entirely different matter. The sight of his opponent discarding their weapon in surrender left Ouching momentarily at a loss. She looked at Ouching, uncertain of what to do. To Ouching's calm voice instructed kill. Though softly spoken, it carried the weight of Conqueror's hockey, compelling Ouching to instinctively comply. The long blade descended, and the youth named a Fae was decapitated. "Shaochin," Ouching admonished, "remember, in the apocalypse, once you have made an enemy, you must eradicate them entirely. Any hesitation or softness will sow the seeds of your own demise. In my past life, I perished due to a moment of weakness." Ouching gazed at the four lifeless bodies before her. These were lives she had taken, though a pang of discomfort gripped her heart. She did not feel the urge to vomit. That it was merely the unease of her first kill. Nodding gently, she obediently replied, "I understand, brother." The two retraced their steps, finding their vehicle still in place. Once inside, they chose not to venture deeper into the woods, but instead headed towards the outskirts. They had collected 2 devil fruits, yet the fuel in their vehicle was running low. Unless they found a gas station to replenish their diesel, they would have to return soon. With the zombie virus spreading further, the satellite system had collapsed, rendering navigation impossible. They could only rely on their memories to progress. That I recall there was a gas station along the way. "Let us go check it out." As they drove towards the gas station, they found the highway nearly devoid of frantic vehicles. People either hid in cities, seeking ways to survive, or those who fled had long since escaped. Unfortunately, most who had tried to escape met their demise on the road. The absence of traffic also meant fewer zombies, as they were drawn to human presence, congregating in populated areas. Without obstacles, they arrived at the gas station, where Ouching instructed Ouching to wait in the vehicle while he assessed the situation. Fortunately, there was still some fuel available. That he filled all the empty barrels in the car, and this time they chose to head north instead of west, ensuring they did not stray too far from home. After 3 more days of travel north, they altered their course several times at Ouching's suggestion, but regrettably did not discover any additional devil fruits. They replenished their diesel once more and continued northeast. Without navigation, relying on instinct and experience, they believed they had left Yuzhou and entered the region of Binzhou. "Let us search for 3 more days. Regardless of whether we find anything, we must return," Ouching declared. "The satellite navigation has failed. If we keep going, we risk becoming lost." Ouching nodded. "All right, 3 more days." Having been out for so long, yet only acquiring 2 devil fruits was difficult for her to accept. She thought to herself that with her fruit abilities, she should have found at least a dozen. After all, according to Ouching, there were at least 10,000 devil fruits in the world. Finding 2 was already commendable. 10,000 were scattered across the globe, and they had only searched parts of Huagua, specifically Yuzhou and Binzhou. To find 2 was already a testament to her extraordinary abilities, feeling somewhat pleased after receiving praise. Ouching remarked, "2 is too few. We need 1 for Mom, 1 for Meng Kuei, and 1 for Xiao. That we're still short 1. In truth, she had 3 fruits in her treasure space, but one was the thunder fruit, which she intended for her brother to consume after using the demon transformation potion. She believed that her brother would surely obtain one of the 2 unique exchange options available at the Divine Shop. On the desolate road, a civilian armored vehicle sped along the highway. Suddenly, a gust of yellow sand swept up, causing Aoshin to furrow his brow and bring the vehicle to a halt. "Brother, what's wrong?" Aoching, who had been dozing off, was jolted awake by the sudden stop. She looked around in confusion. The landscape was still barren, and there were no zombies in sight. "Do we have company?" Aoshin picked up the bamboo whip beside him, opened the car door, and stepped out. As he exited the vehicle, the swirling yellow sand suddenly settled, transforming into a person. Aoching, witnessing this scene from inside the car, widened her eyes in astonishment. That a user of the sand fruit? Instantly awake, she opened the car door and stepped outside. For her, the armored vehicle was not the safest place. Being outside felt far more secure. Standing on solid ground, she could use her earth-shifting abilities to escape anytime, which was much more convenient than being inside the vehicle. Aoshin, hearing the car door open, knew Aoching had exited but did not stop her, as the inside of the vehicle was indeed not very safe. The yellow sand coagulated, revealing a tall youth dressed in casual attire. He had a resolute face, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, surveying the Aoshi siblings from head to toe. This moment, few could still be seen running through the wilderness. He stood with his hands in his pockets, appearing quite relaxed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Hui, a user of the sand fruit. Would you like to join my faction?" Aoshin replied with an expressionless demeanor. No need to tell Hui was a name Aoshin recognized. In his past life, this individual had risen to fame, not just in Huagua but across the globe, becoming a renowned figure. Thanks to his natural abilities, his strength had rapidly increased. He had formed his own faction, declaring himself the Emperor of the Desert. And to make this title more fitting, he had even led expeditions from Binzhou to the Gobi Desert, conquering all the way to the Middle East, facing no rivals. It was only when several powerful figures from the West grew wary of his swift expansion and banded together to suppress him that his influence was curtailed. Nevertheless, his strength had garnered recognition, and he was ranked among the top 10 strongest individuals in the world. Although he had not trained for long, he was a mysterious heir of ancient martial arts. With the apocalypse upon them, his already robust physique, combined with his martial arts experience, allowed him to cultivate haki at an accelerated pace. Even now, he likely had already awakened his armament haki. Coupled with the natural sand fruit, he could dispatch even the flesh of the undead. Not interested, Li Hui, though rejected, remained unperturbed. His intuition told him that this young man was far from ordinary. It was the instinct of an ancient warrior sensing the strength of a formidable foe. Yet, no matter how powerful he may be, what difference would it make? Did he possess the ability to harness armed color? Could he seize his own elemental body? Even if he had awakened armed color, there was no way it could rival his own prowess. Friend, we are in an apocalyptic world, and rashly rebuffing a strong individual's invitation could very well lead to one's demise. Chapter 28. The Pursuit and the Beating O. Aoshing, with the steel whip resting on his shoulder, regarded Li Hui with a bemused expression. "What can you do?" Li Hui's countenance turned icy. Before the apocalypse, he had been the brightest star in any crowd. In this new world, he remained unmatched in strength. The invitation he extended out of curiosity was met with blatant disregard. In a flash, he unleashed a punch, but Aoshing swung his steel whip down with brutal force. Fairness in combat? This was the apocalypse. Who cared for martial ethics? Li Hui paid it no mind, his arms swiftly transforming into grains of sand, while his fist still surged toward Aoshing's cheek. However, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his arm. Startled, he quickly elementalized and soared into the sky. He sensed that Aoshing's steel whip had struck his elemental form directly. The powerful blow had fractured his arm. Did he possess armed color? A wave of horror washed over Li Hui. Not only did Aoshing wield armed color, but the intensity of his aura was undoubtedly superior to his own. How could this be? Unable to comprehend, the unfolding scene left him with no choice but to accept the truth. Did he think he could escape simply by taking to the skies? Aoshing would not let such an unwarranted attack go unpunished. With the steel whip slung across his back, he transformed into a Qinglong, pursuing the swirling sands in the sky, clawing at them with the ferocity of a dragon. Qinglong? Li Hui cursed inwardly. What the hell? You are the one who has consumed the Qinglong fruit. Thanks to the divine space, many battles involving ability users have been recorded and uploaded. Among them, the most renowned were the Qinglong fruit, the Shasha fruit, and a former female streamer who possessed the ability to create carnivorous flowers. However, to this day, that female streamer had yet to disclose the name of her fruit ability. Besides them, other ability users existed, but their achievements paled in comparison to those of Qinglong and Shasha, and their popularity was far beneath that of the streamer that Hui realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Not only was Ao Xing's aura potent, but he was also the strongest mythical beast-type ability user. Yet this very individual chose not to reveal his abilities, leading to a grave miscalculation that resulted in the loss of his arm, his dominant right arm. No less, how could he continue to fight? As the yellow sand swirled, attempting to impede the Qinglong's pursuit, the dragon exhaled a foul wind, shattering the grains into oblivion. Damn it! Li Hui seethed in frustration. Ao Xing's mastery over his fruit ability was formidable, capable of dismantling his defenses effortlessly. You win. Stop pursuing me. Reluctantly, he conceded, apologizing to Ao Xing. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Yet, would a mere apology suffice to dissuade Ao Xing? This was a future contender of great strength. Eliminating him now would be advantageous that a breath of scorching air expelled, turning countless grains of sand into glass that cascaded down. Seeing Ao Xing relentless in his pursuit, Li Hui could only accelerate his escape. His natural flight ability proved advantageous. The Qinglong's flight relied on grasping fiery clouds, rendering it somewhat cumbersome, thus equalizing their speeds. After several minutes of pursuit, Li Hui suddenly descended to the ground. Ao Xing, believing him exhausted and unable to utilize his fruit ability, followed suit. However, upon landing, a zombie unexpectedly emerged, charging toward them that Hui elementalized, passing through the zombie, while Ao Xing, obscured by the yellow sands, failed to notice the imminent threat. Caught off guard, Ao Xing, sensing danger through his observation hockey, swiftly transformed into his beastly form, unstrapping his bamboo steel whip to confront the zombie. Brother, this zombie is my apology to you. How about we erase any previous grievances? Li Hui stood behind the zombie, choosing not to flee but rather engage Ao Xing in conversation. What kind of apology are you suggesting? Ao Xing swung his whip, repelling the zombie with a ferocious force that left Li Hui astounded. Was this the power of the mythical beast type in Qinglong form? Truly monstrous. I'll assist you in slaying this zombie, and the points will be yours, Li Hui proposed. Zombies are evolving continuously, first into flesh corpses, then into zombies. Such creatures are beyond our current capabilities to handle, but with my support, your task will be significantly easier. What do you say? While battling, Ao Xing pondered he could indeed slay the zombie himself, having gained experience from a previous encounter. However, with a natural type ability user lurking nearby, engaging in combat would inevitably hinder his efforts. Yet if he wished to leave, the zombie would pose no obstacle. Killing a zombie grants 1 point. A flesh corpse earns 10 points. A zombie 100 points. Yet, for each tier surpassed, the points multiply by 10. Previously, Ao Xing, with his copper skin, had slain a 2-star zombie, thus achieving 1,000 points. 1,000 points were substantial for most. But for Ao Xing, it was hardly a challenge. This particular zombie held no necessity for extermination, especially since it posed no threat near his home. However, he mused, it would be far more valuable to eliminate you. After repelling the zombie, Ao Xing shifted his focus back to Li Hui. Damn it. Are you out of your mind? Li Hui elementalized and darted toward the zombie, passing through it before Ao Xing was forced to confront the creature once more. This back and forth continued, and Ao Xing finally ceased his pursuit, mocking, "If you're so bold, don't run." Li Hui, equally defiant, retorted, "If you're so bold, come after me." Ao Xing shot back, "If you're so bold, don't run toward the zombie." Li Hui countered, "If you're so bold, kill the zombie." Ao Xing. Damn, this guy is crafty, using the zombie as a shield. That seems I can't kill him anytime soon. Indeed, to become a formidable figure in this apocalypse requires more than mere strength. One must possess quick wits and a thick skin to navigate through crisis after crisis. Seeing that he could not defeat Li Hui, Ao Xing transformed into the Qinglong, soaring into the sky. I hope that the next time we meet, A zombie will be guarding you. To his surprise, Li Hui pursued from behind. Wait! The Qinglong turned back. What? Do you wish to court death? The elementalized sands revealed the head of Li Hui. As he maintained his distance from Ao Xing, I apologize once more. It was wrong of me to seek you out and then attack. However, I wish to propose a trade that Ao Xing scoffed. Assist me in killing the zombie? Do you think I'm a fool? They were unfamiliar with each other. Trust was non-existent. Who could guarantee that during their supposed collaboration, Li Hui wouldn't stab him in the back or steal the kill? Li Hui shook his head. No, I possess a devil fruit and wish to trade it with you, Ao Xing's demeanor changed, intrigued at a devil fruit. Are you truly willing to trade? Li Hui explained. I have already consumed the Shasha fruit, and to create the demon potion, I require a staggering 100 million points that I must, of course, use this fruit for trade. Speak, Ao Xing mused, acknowledging Li Hui's remarkable fortune. Lacking his own prophetic advantage and Ao Xing's abilities, how had he managed to acquire two fruits? Chapter 29. The trade shall we descend to negotiate? Li Hui noticed Ao Xing's willingness to listen and tentatively inquired. Very well. Let us return to the place where we first encountered each other. He was concerned for Ao Xing's safety and wished to check on her. Li Hui had no objections. And they returned to the spot, leaving behind the frustrated howls of the zombie. The armored vehicle. Ao Xing sat atop, basking in the sun, confident that her brother would surely defeat the stranger. Having no concerns, suddenly, the Qinglong descended from the sky, closely followed by a tempest of yellow sands. Did my brother lose? Ao Xing gasped, leaping from the vehicle, prepared to flee underground at a moment's notice. Yet, upon reflection, if her brother had truly been bested, he wouldn't have led the enemy back to her, or perhaps he intended to flee with her, ready to leap onto the back of the Qinglong. She was taken aback when the creature landed and transformed back into human form, with Li Hui's form materializing from the swirling sands not far behind. This left Ao Xing utterly perplexed. She quietly tugged at Ao Xing's sleeve. Brother, what is happening? Did you lose? Yet, observing Li Hui's still drooping arm and disheveled demeanor, he hardly appeared formidable that Ao Xing replied, Impossible. He claims to want to discuss business with us. Business? Ao Xing was baffled by what kind of trade could be conducted in an apocalypse, for according to Ao Xing, wasn't survival about brute strength? He possesses a devil fruit and wishes to exchange it with us. The mention of the devil fruit sent Ao Xing into a frenzy, her voice rising significantly. A devil fruit? But why should we trade with him? Wouldn't it be better to just seize it? The young girl had gradually adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse, thinking only of seizing what she could. Li Hui exclaimed. Could you at least have the decency to keep your voices down? I can't hear you. What kind of reasoning did this brother-sister duo possess? One chased him with the intent to beat him, while the other immediately suggested theft. Ao Xing turned to Li Hui. Speak. What do you require? Although it is feasible to deliver a severe beating to Li Hui, eliminating him proves to be a formidable challenge. Otherwise, he would have attempted to seize the opportunity directly. Upon catching a glimpse of Ao Xing's gaze, Li Hui instinctively retreated a step. This brother-sister duo still wishes to usurp my position. However, since we are already here, let us converse first. 3 conditions. Li Hui extended 3 fingers. Firstly, I demand 10,000 points. Secondly, I require your assistance in slaying that zombie. Thirdly, I propose an alliance with you. Ao Xing, taken aback, noted that these demands were not exorbitant. The value of the devil fruit is, at the very least, 100,000 points. This is still a reasonable request for a common zone type. If it were a mythical beast type, it would not even be available for 1,000,000 points. However, Li Hui was unaware of the capabilities of the fruit in his possession. Killing the zombie would only yield a mere 1,000 points, and Ao Xing, being experienced in this endeavor, could manage it with some effort. The crux lies in the third condition, an alliance. You are in Bingzhou, while I am in Yuzhou. Even if we ally, I cannot offer you much assistance, that Ao Xing articulated, to which Li Hui replied, though we are weak now. What about the future? He flashed a brilliant smile. I can see that you are not one to remain beneath others. You will undoubtedly establish your own power. Coincidentally, so shall I. Given time, I believe your influence will span Yuzhou, while I shall dominate in Bingzhou. At that time, the burgeoning powers will not be limited to just the two of us. And with Yuzhou bordering Bingzhou, What I desire is an alliance at that moment. Ao Xing was astonished. No wonder this man had gained the title of the renowned Desert Emperor. His foresight was indeed profound. In merely 10 days since the apocalypse commenced, he had already contemplated the implications of dominating a province and sought to form an alliance with her. He calculated that he would surely achieve great things. What could be accomplished now with a single devil fruit would require 10 or even 100 in the future. Do you truly trust that we will become the strongest in Yuzhou? What if I refuse then? Ao Xing narrowed her eyes slightly, eager to see how Li Hui would respond, but Li Hui, with one hand in his pocket, chuckled. Anyone who can drive me to flee must possess the potential for greatness. As for whether you will acknowledge me, that will depend on my strength at that time. As long as I am powerful enough, why would you not recognize a mutually beneficial arrangement? Conversely, if I lack strength, I would be more concerned about being consumed by you. Ao Xing laughed, finding his reasoning quite sound that a future ally like this would indeed be advantageous. Very well, I accept. With one hand, he planted his bamboo steel whip firmly on the ground and extended his hand towards Li Hui. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ao Xing, and this is my sister, Ao Chen. Li Hui's eyelid twitched. He hesitated over whether to shake hands with him, fearful that a sudden change in demeanor would leave him with no escape route. Nevertheless, he was inherently bold and confident in his judgment. Gradually approaching, he extended his left hand from his pocket to shake hands with Ao Xing. You shall be a formidable ally. However, the next moment, his expression shifted as he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Ao Xing possessed astonishing strength. Just as he feared Ao Xing was turning hostile, Ao Xing released his grip. A pleasurable collaboration. Only then did Li Hui breathe a sigh of relief, once again beaming. A pleasurable collaboration. The devil fruit is not with me. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it. With that, he transformed into a gust of yellow sand and swiftly departed. After his departure, Ao Chen curiously inquired, Brother, are you not afraid he might not return? Ao Xing replied nonchalantly, Let him run. It matters not, as he cannot be killed if he does not return within a day. We shall leave that Li Hui did not flee directly. Soon, he returned with a backpack and TOW to Ao Xing. I trust you know the value of the devil fruit. Let us first transact 10,000 points, and I will give you the fruit, after which we can proceed to slay the zombie. That Ao Xing declined. You must provide the fruit first, that Li Hui. But soon he chuckled. Very well. I believe in your integrity. Ao Xing. With that, he retrieved the devil fruit from his backpack and handed it to Ao Xing. Ao Xing examined it, unfamiliar with its appearance, and passed it to Ao Chen. Keep it safe. Ao Chen nodded repeatedly and tucked the fruit in her bosom. Li Hui? Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? Why does it not protrude after being tucked away? Is that the legendary fourth-dimensional cleavage? Is your sister also a devil fruit user? Ao Xing did not conceal the truth. Indeed. Then, with an enigmatic smile, he turned to Li Hui. Do you think that if I were to turn against you, you could threaten little Chen? Li Hui blinked. I never suggested such a thing. Do not misinterpret my words. Ao Chen proudly puffed out her small chest. You think you can catch me? Impossible. Li Hui inquired. May I ask what fruit your sister possesses? Ao Chen held her head high. Want to know? Call me sister and I shall tell you. Li Hui expressed his disinterest in conversing with her. If it were not for the fact that I could not defeat your brother. This brother-sister duo is truly insufferable. Chapter 30. Slaying zombies again after acquiring the devil fruit. Ao Xing added Li Hui as a friend and transferred 10,000 points to him. That I knew you must possess 10,000 points. Although Li Hui had his suspicions, he was still astonished to see Ao Xing genuinely transfer the points. This signified that Ao Xing had slain 10,000 zombies. He could not have failed to redeem some items, meaning he had actually accumulated even more points. Believing himself to be invincible, he had not anticipated the existence of such remarkable talents in the world. Let us proceed. I shall assist you in slaying zombies. Ao Xing and Ao Chen hopped back into the vehicle, while Li Hui transformed into a whirlwind of yellow sand and promptly settled into the rear compartment. Your audacity is truly remarkable. As he drove, Ao Xing could not help but critique. Is your arm crucial? Can you still fight? Li Hui hung his arm limply. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, his spirit was indeed resilient. Despite having his bone forcefully shattered, he had yet to utter a single sound of discomfort why combat abilities may be somewhat diminished, but I can still utilize the power of the fruit. Let me recuperate for a moment. Engaging in this battle with you is rather exhausting, Chen scoffed. You were the one who was unilaterally thrashed. Li Hui gritted his teeth in frustration. This brother-sister duo was truly unbearable. Xing gave Chen a thumbs up. Well done. He then turned to Li Hui. Why is it that you were so determined to slay that zombie? With your natural element S ability to transform, it poses no threat to you. Why not wait until you grow stronger before confronting it? Li Hui sighed. Once a zombie evolves into a more formidable variant, it becomes an entirely different species. Conventional firearms are ineffective against it, and its strength is immense. Various vehicles and structures offer no protection from its assault that I exerted considerable effort to lure it outside the city. And just as I was resting, I encountered you. I originally intended to invite you, only to lose a devil fruit in the process. However, we've observed that zombies gravitate towards human settlements. Even if I manage to lure this zombie away from the city, it will return within a couple of days, and humanity currently cannot withstand its onslaught. Thus, eliminating it is the optimal solution. Therefore, upon discovering that Xing was indeed the legendary Azure dragon of the shrine space, the thought of leading him to the zombie emerged, leveraging the dragon to vanquish the undead. Here we are in close proximity. The trio disembarked and soon beheld the zombie aimlessly leaping about, yet its trajectory consistently directed toward the city. Be cautious. If danger arises, flee. The zombie is not something your current strength can confront. After admonishing Chen, Xing and Li Hui advanced to encircle the zombie. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon, Xing transformed into his hybrid form and wielded the bamboo steel whip, striking down upon the zombie's forehead. Behind the zombie, Li Hui summoned a gust of yellow sand to ensnare the creature's ankles, impeding its movement. With its ankles buried in sand, the zombie lost its balance and toppled forward. Seizing the opportunity, Xing unleashed a surge of electric current around his steel whip and struck down upon the zombie's head. With a resounding crash, the zombie's skull cracked open, green brain matter oozing forth. Yet this was insufficient. Another fiery breath erupted, incinerating the zombie's hair and clothing to ash. However, at that moment, the zombie forcefully broke free from the yellow sand's grasp and lunged toward Xing. Its sharp claws clashed against the steel whip, producing a sound of metal meeting metal. Xing swept the whip horizontally in an attempt to shatter the zombie's arm bones, while simultaneously, his dragon tail lashed out at the zombie's knee. The zombie attempted to defend itself, yet behind it, yellow sand surged forth, transforming into a blade that aimed for the zombie's head. Xing could barely suppress the zombie, while Li Hui felt secure in providing support. Isnt the shasha fruit capable of absorbing moisture. You could extract the water from its body, rendering it a desiccated husk, which might weaken its combat prowess. Xing thoughtfully proposed to Li Hui. However, Li Hui was entirely uninterested in such an approach, feeling that there were always unscrupulous individuals attempting to harm him. What if I inadvertently absorb the zombie virus into my body? This fellow is rather cautious, since I cannot ensnare him. Let it be that Xing calmly dealt with the zombies. The steel whip descended with a crash, accompanied by a surge of high-voltage electricity, causing a charred stench to emanate from the zombie's body. The yellow sand once again ensnared the zombie's limbs. Xing swiftly struck one of its arms with the steel whip. This arm had already endured multiple blows from the whip, now covered in cracks, and with this final strike, it shattered completely. The arm hung limply, and the dragon tail lashed against the zombie's abdomen, sending it crashing down. Subsequently, the steel whip fell like a torrential rain, shattering its two thigh bones. The zombie roared in fury, yet with its leg bones broken, it could not rise again. Xing stepped firmly on the last intact claw of the zombie, applying overwhelming force that prevented the creature from withdrawing its hand. The steel whip struck down violently, severing this final limb as well. With its limbs broken, you can decapitate it. Withdrawing, he spoke to Li Hui. Li Hui nodded, transforming his left arm into a blade of sand. He swung it towards the zombie's neck. Bang! The sand blade was razor-sharp. Even though the zombie's flesh was tough, its throat remained the most vulnerable point. Moreover, Xing's repeated fire and lightning strikes had considerably weakened its skin. Nonetheless, Li Hui had to make more than 10 consecutive slashes with the sand blade before finally causing the zombie's head to roll away, rendering it unable to struggle any longer. Your steel whip is indeed ruthless. After beheading the zombie, Li Hui was pleasantly surprised to find he had gained an additional 10,000 points, as he had not yet reached the Copper Skin realm. Killing this zombie counted as a 2-tier kill, directly granting him 100-fold points. He had attempted to break the zombie's defenses himself, but had been utterly incapable. Yet now, AOXN had shattered its toughest limbs with a single steel whip. Were it not for the weakening effects of thunder and fire, he would not even have been able to decapitate it. Reflecting on the blow that had shattered his arm bone, he inwardly cursed the abnormality. He muttered to himself, "Are all illusion beast types this formidable?" Suddenly, he felt that his sand fruit was no longer appealing to AOXN shrugged, stating that he had left the zombie for Li Hui. Otherwise, he would have long since crushed its skull. Approaching the direction of the vehicle, Ao Chen was gazing towards the battlefield. Upon seeing them return, she curiously asked, "Brother, why didn't you just kill that zombie?" "Why dismantle its limbs?" AOXIN explained, "To allow Li Hui to kill it." However, Ao Chen frowned, as if grappling with an incomprehensible matter. Wasn't the purpose of killing the zombie merely for points? You could have killed it and then given the points to Li Hui. Couldn't you? AOXIN and Li Hui exchanged glances. Indeed, why expend such effort? Upon further thought, he realized that wasn't right. Li Hui's level was lower than his, and the points gained from killing the zombie would be tenfold for him. This seemed like a lucrative path, didn't it? If he battered the zombie to a pulp and let Ao Chen kill it, wouldn't the rewarded points multiply by 10? Chapter 31. This boy cannot be spared. After parting ways with Li Hui, AOXIN and his companion continued driving eastward. Forming an alliance with Li Hui indeed brought considerable benefits that in the future, his influence would be substantial, and at that time, he could leverage the privileges of a divine member to trade with Li Hui's faction for points. After 3 days of driving eastward, having found no other devil fruits, AOXIN decided to return. This time, they had been away from home for 17 days, and the world had completely descended into chaos. Water and electricity were cut off in various places, transportation was paralyzed, and everything humanity relied upon had been obliterated. The military crackdowns in various countries had instead catalyzed the evolution of zombies. Across the ocean, the bald eagle and the northern bear even resorted to nuclear weapons in an attempt to eliminate a wave of zombies. The result was the emergence of even stronger 3-star zombies, hairy corpses. Now, those areas had become ghostly domains, devoid of any living beings, a paradise for the undead. The collapse of satellite systems rendered navigation ineffective. Yet AOXN still relied on the experience from his previous life to navigate back home by direction and distance. Along the way, Ao Chen suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, treasure, treasure! I sense treasure again." AOXN immediately followed her guidance towards the location of the treasure. This was the suburban area, where zombies were relatively scarce. On the way, he tested his thoughts, but the result was disappointing that Ao Chen's level was too low. Although she was an illusion beast type, she lacked a boost in strength. Even if he dismantled the zombie's limbs, it still took Ao Chen a considerable amount of time to behead a fleshly corpse. However, the speed at which they acquired points had significantly increased. He knew that soon, the point acquisition rules of the divine space would change. At that time, points would no longer be awarded for killing zombies, but rather for the damage inflicted upon them. Such opportunities to reap benefits were rare. In his previous life, he had struggled at the very bottom of the apocalypse and had never enjoyed such chances to reap rewards in this life. While he could allow Ao Chen to benefit, there were both pros and cons. The downside was that Ao Chen would miss out on combat opportunities, slowing her strength growth. It is essential to understand that the training of dominance lies entirely in physical training and battle. In the apocalypse, one misstep could lead to a series of missteps. Those who were powerful were always engaged in combat, which kept their strength ahead of the curve. The vehicle arrived near a rural leisure farm, where there was an orchard. Presumably, before the apocalypse, business here had been quite good. However, now many fruit trees had been trampled by zombies. The two got out of the car and were about to walk into the orchard when they saw a man emerge. Wielding a machete tied to a wooden stick, he appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s, and due to years of tree cultivation and cooking at the leisure farm, he bore a certain weariness. However, Ao Xine's expression changed upon seeing him. "Its him. Who are you?" The man bellowed with a rugged voice, raising his makeshift weapon at Ao Xine and his companion, Hui. Ao Chen was about to explain when Ao Xine swung his steel whip and smashed the man's skull. "Brother?" Ao Chen was somewhat stunned. Although her brother had become cold-blooded and cruel, he had never killed someone without asking for an explanation. "He was one of my enemies from my previous life," Ao Xine explained nonchalantly, just as a piercing scream rang out from behind. "De Yong? I will kill you." Turning around, they saw a middle-aged woman rushing towards them, brandishing a kitchen knife in a frenzy. Hearing the woman's shriek, two elderly individuals emerged from the house. They appeared quite vigorous. One held a hoe, while the other brandished a shovel. Upon seeing the body of the fallen man, they were instantly struck with shock. Xiao Yong, the elderly man, trembled. Upon seeing the blood on Ao Xine's steel whip, they quickly grasped what had transpired. "Brother?" Ao Chen felt guilty, unsure of what to do. But Ao Xine was already in motion. 10 seconds later, 3 more corpses lay on the ground. He did not stop there, kicking open the door and entering the house. Inside, a 3- or 4-year-old boy looked at him with wide-eyed terror. Ao Chen chased after him, having only heard her brother mention an enemy from his previous life, only to witness him kill everyone. Yet, no matter how formidable an enemy, a 3- or 4-year-old child could not possibly pose a threat to him. Could he? Glancing back at Ao Chen, Ao Xine lowered his steel whip, saying, "Give me your knife." That as Ao Chen retrieved the knife, she anxiously asked, "Are you going to kill this child too?" Ao Xine smiled. "Let us give him a chance." As he spoke, he exchanged for a piece of water meat, placing both the meat and the knife in front of the boy. "Choose one. If you pick correctly, I want to kill you." The boy's trembling gaze darted between the knife and the meat before ultimately focusing on Ao Xine's face, as if trying to memorize the appearance of the man before him. Thud! The steel whip struck the ground heavily, and Ao Xine's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The boy terrifiedly grabbed the piece of meat, looking up at Ao Xine with pleading eyes. "Brother," Ao Chen said. "He chose the meat. Are you still going to kill him?" Ao Xine coldly replied, "I have killed his entire family, yet he chooses meat over the knife. Such profound cunning cannot be allowed to live." With that, amidst the boy's horrified gaze, he raised the steel whip and crushed the boy's skull. Ao Chen. She was somewhat perplexed. What if he had chosen the knife? Ao Xine replied, "Choosing the knife would mean he harbors resentment. Anyone who wishes to kill me or my people must die." Ao Chen. What if he chose both? Ao Xine. Greedy and unsatisfied. Once he grows up, he will likely think that killing me is insufficient and aim to kill our entire family. Thus he must be eliminated. Ao Chen was astonished. What if he chose neither? Ao Xine, walking towards another house, replied, "If he dares to disrespect me now, what will he do in the future? He cannot be spared." Ao Chen. She rubbed her forehead. "So killing him is a must then? Why go through all these theatrics?" She then asked, "What enmity do you have with this family that requires their extermination?" Ao Xine meticulously searched each room, including every corner, every cabinet, and beneath the beds. "What are you looking for?" "The devil fruit ISAT here." Ao Xine continued rummaging through the items, his voice emerging from the clutter, "Just checking if there are any fish that slipped through the net." Ao Chen inquired in confusion. "Surely you can't hide someone in a makeup box. Are you even searching through plastic bags?" Aoxing spoke with conviction. "Who knows if anyone has consumed any peculiar devil fruits, such as those that can shrink or transform into plastic bags?" After meticulously searching the area and confirming that nothing remained, he departed with Aoxing. Before leaving, he doused the flammable materials in the room with oil, exhaling a breath of fire that ignited the house. Observing the blaze with satisfaction, he remarked to Aoxing, "Let us go seek out the devil fruits, for soon the flames will reach the orchard." Chapter 32. Returning home. Meng Ke injured within the orchard. Amidst a dense grove of kiwi trees, an abundance of fruit hung from the branches. Among them, one fruit stood out distinctly. Its hue was a deep, vibrant green, adorned with black fuzz and intricate curling patterns. That it was indeed a devil fruit. This particular fruit was well concealed among many others, had Aoxing not been able to pinpoint its location directly. Even knowing of its presence in the orchard would not have sufficed to find it. Perhaps this fruit was the very one consumed by that individual in a past life. That fruit was truly formidable. After handing the fruit to Ouching, she stored it within her treasure space, and the two returned to their vehicle, hastening towards Bianxing. That on the journey, Ouching recounted the past entanglements he had with this family. That man had once been a member of my squad, and I had previously aided his family. However, he later betrayed me, aligning himself with a stronger individual. Such actions are not uncommon in times of chaos. Shifting allegiances is merely routine. Following the strongest is a fundamental principle that, of course, when I met him, he had already moved away, taking his wife and children into the city. I had never heard him mention his parents. Perhaps they perished along the way. Eventually, he led an assault on my base, causing us significant losses, rendering us unable to continue, and thus he sought refuge with another powerful figure. One day, we clashed in a fierce exchange. That organization was completely annihilated, and I killed him along with his wife. One of my loyal followers urged me to spare his child, and I ultimately acquiesced. Yet I never anticipated that sparing that little wretch would lead to him seeking revenge, nearly costing me my life multiple times. In the end, under the scheming of a treacherous pair, I was slain by that little beast. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? Once one side is entirely extinguished, this grudge shall naturally dissipate. Ouching abruptly pressed the accelerator. Damn it, there is still that treacherous couple. I must not allow them to evade me. Otherwise, I shall annihilate their entire family. Ouching finally comprehended the tribulations her elder brother had endured in his previous life and understood why he had so desperately searched and set the house ablaze. Brother, in this life, with so many devil fruits at our disposal, we shall no longer be bullied. Ouching softly reassured her brother, unable to fathom how arduous her brother's existence had been in the apocalypse without the foresight and powers of the devil fruits. 5 days later, they returned to Bianxing. At this point, various provincial cities were experiencing higher-tier zombies due to military suppression, yet Bianxing, being a smaller city, ironically reaped the benefits of this calamity, with the highest threats being mere one-star flesh zombies. Upon arriving at their home, the vehicle still had half a tank of fuel, making future excursions inconvenient. Meng Ke has done well. At the entrance of their home, numerous barriers and barbed wire had been installed downstairs, enclosing the building's entrance, preventing ordinary zombies from entering, while flesh zombies would find it quite challenging to breach. Naturally, if any higher-tier zombies were present, they could easily dismantle these obstacles. Fortunately, Bianxing had not encountered such formidable foes. In the midst of these barriers stood several thick iron gates, the source of which was a mystery. However, upon spotting a large truck nearby, he deduced that it must also have been procured by Meng Ke. Lacking the key, he could not easily dismantle the barriers in front of his home, so he turned to Ouching and said, "Allow me to carry you." Transforming into he swiftly transported Ouching to his bedroom window. Upon opening the window, they slipped inside. Once inside, they heard voices coming from the living room. It was their father and Meng Kui. As the two emerged, they exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, we are back." Their unexpected appearance startled those within the house. Once they recognized them, relief washed over everyone. "How did you two come out from the bedroom?" Ouching chuckled, saying, "I noticed that the entrance to our corridor was blocked by obstacles. It would be a shame to dismantle them. So I simply transformed into and flew up." Having not seen his family for several days, the reunion brought a profound sense of warmth and reassurance. Their family remained safe and sound. At that moment, their father was bandaging Meng Kue's shoulder. Ouching was alarmed. Injuries in the apocalypse often stemmed from zombie attacks, which could lead to corpse transformation. What happened to Meng Kue? He had prepared himself to eliminate Meng Kue if he were to turn, as such circumstances were no trifling matter. Understanding his concern, their father, Aokong, waved his hand dismissively. "Meng Kue was bitten on the shoulder while protecting your mother from zombies, but I have already used my surgical fruit powers to remove that section of flesh. He will not be infected." Standing between Ouching and Meng Ke, Aokong felt deeply moved by Meng Ke's selfless act of defending Zhang Hong against the zombies, even considering him as a surrogate son. Ouching still harbored doubts, for the zombie virus was exceedingly virulent, and once infected, transformation occurred rapidly. Would merely removing a piece of flesh suffice? However, given that Meng Ke had indeed aided his family significantly, Ouching resolved to observe the situation for the time being. Meng Kue reassured him, "Don't worry, boss, I live downstairs. Even if I were to be infected, it wouldn't endanger you." Downstairs? Ouching was unaware of this arrangement. Zhang Hong explained. After the Chen family perished, Meng Ke gathered some building materials to barricade our building. And then he voluntarily moved to live on the first floor, claiming he could help us detect and fend off zombies early. Thus, he has been residing in the former home of old Zhao on the first floor, Ao Kong remarked. I have researched the zombie virus. It causes the blood to turn black. When Meng Ke was first bitten, I utilized my surgical fruit powers to remove the bitten portion, which had just begun to darken, while the rest of him appeared unharmed. It seems the infection had not yet spread. Aoxing kept a vigilant eye on Meng Kuei's condition, ready to prevent any sudden transformation that could harm others. Noticing Aoxing's unease, Meng Kuei volunteered to go downstairs, and Aoxing followed. Your arm is injured, and your combat ability is compromised, should zombies arrive. It would be difficult for you to defend yourself, that I am here to ensure your safety, of course. If you were to transform, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Aoxing spoke candidly. This was not the time for delicacy. Meng Kuei managed a wry smile, indicating his understanding. I comprehend, boss. The two descended to the ground floor, where Meng Kuei settled onto the sofa to rest, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Aoxing entered the divine space, exchanging for a large meat stick, a delicacy that not only replenished energy, but also healed external wounds. Priced at a staggering 100 points, it was a luxury item beyond the means of ordinary folk in this era. Here, consume this. It will assist you in swiftly healing your arm. That he handed the meat stick to Meng Kuei. While it could not stave off the zombie virus, its healing properties were commendable. Chapter 33. Sharing the fruits. Aoxing remained in Meng Kuei's room for a considerable time, ensuring that his body would not undergo transformation, before finally leading him back upstairs. Boss, I'll remain downstairs to rest. Aoxing asserted. You performed admirably. Those who excel shall be rewarded. Upon hearing the word reward, Meng Kuei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What has the boss been up to for so long? Did you go in search of devil fruits? Could it be that I might also receive a devil fruit? It seems my efforts these past days were not in vain. Ascending the stairs alongside Aoxing, they found Aoxing already dressed in fresh attire, having rinsed her body with clean water. Little Chung, please bring out the devil fruits. We shall identify which ones are most suitable. With Aoxing's consent, Aoxing eagerly retrieved the devil fruits. Besides the thunder fruit, there were 4 in total. 1 from a provincial factory, 1 from the wilderness, 1 gifted by Li Hui, and the last from the orchard. Little Xing, the appraisal fee is 1,000. 4 fruits would total 4,000. Isn't that a bit exorbitant? Zhang Hong felt that spending money to appraise the fruits was unnecessary. After all, who wouldn't consume them upon acquiring them? In recent days, the elderly couple had gradually acclimated to life in the apocalypse and had gained a profound understanding of the devil fruits and the associated powers. With the points provided by Aoxing, their physical condition had improved considerably. Although they had yet to reach the stage of awakening their powers, their spirits appeared rejuvenated. Aoxing did not deem the cost unreasonable. With little Cheng among us, there are surely more devil fruits than this. We must consume the best. Appraisal is indeed essential. After appraising the 4 devil fruits, he was astonished to discover that they were all quite impressive. By impressive, he meant that none of them were ordinary animal-type fruits. Among them, 1 was a superhuman type and 3 were animal types. Specifically, superhuman type, stitch fruit; animal type, bull fruit, mythical beast form, ferocious wolf; animal type, bird fruit, mythical beast form, sunbird; animal type, bull fruit; ancient type, bison. Remarkably, there were 2 mythical beast types. Aoxing suspected that the treasure mouse might possess a hidden attribute of luck. Another creature of the Zoan type is the ancient species known as the Paraceratherium, a colossal prehistoric rhinoceros endowed with exceptionally thick skin and a massive, pointed horn. One can only imagine the immense power and defensive capabilities that the Paraceratherium's form would bestow upon its consumer. The mythical creature, known as the Tsangheng, resembles a bull with 4 horns and long, flowing fur. Is said to dwell in the netherworld, possessing a voracious appetite for human flesh and an exceedingly ferocious disposition. As for the phoenix chicken, it is nothing short of divine. The celestial star of the 28 constellations is undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon learning of this outcome, the family was filled with astonishment. They had merely hoped for a devil fruit. Yet they had been blessed with such remarkable choices. Mother, please choose first. Aside from the ancient Zoan beast, the other 3 seemed quite splendid. The superhuman-type stitch fruit can bind anything together, although its lethality is not particularly high. Its capacity to ensnare foes is unparalleled. If developed skillfully, it could rival the prowess of the string fruit. Of course, I would prefer you to select one of the two mythical fruits, for in this apocalyptic world, physical strength is paramount. The fruit merely serves as a delightful embellishment. Zhang Hong did not refuse this time. She now understood that in this dire world, only by becoming strong could she truly assist her son. Frugality, it seemed, was of little use, that I shall choose the stitch fruit. Zhang Hong picked up the stitch fruit, saying, in recent days, I have reviewed many introductions to devil fruits, and this one appears quite promising. Since you, my dear, are in the clothing business and have an affinity for this ability, your father has been considering capturing a zombie for study. With this fruit, we could completely trap the zombies, which would be immensely beneficial. The mythical fruit shall be left for you young ones. With that, she consumed the superhuman-type stitch fruit. Having witnessed how Ao Chun and Ao Kong reacted to consuming their fruits, she anticipated it would be unpleasant, yet she was unprepared for just how dreadful it would taste. However, recalling the arduous journey her son and daughter undertook to acquire it, she gritted her teeth and swallowed it down. Once the fruit settled in her stomach, she quickly retrieved a steel needle from the drawer, and a slender thread appeared through its eye. Although the thread appeared short, she knew its length depended on her stamina. As long as her strength was not exhausted, the thread would be infinitely long. Piercing the table with the needle, she encountered no resistance and easily drove it through. Then, she crouched down and stabbed the floor, once again piercing it with ease, binding the table to the ground. No matter how Ao Xing attempted to manipulate it, she could not separate it from the floor. The resilience of this thread was beyond imagination. However, when Ao Xing transformed into his beastly form, he could forcibly sever the thread. Yet before the thread could break, the table was torn apart first. Not bad. As long as Mother hones her speed, she could easily pin zombies to the ground and then gradually dispatch them. Or, as she suggested, assist Father with his research, that in this manner, both parents had become empowered, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. Only then did he turn his gaze toward Lu Xiao and Meng Ke. You too. Select from these two fruits. You have both performed admirably in recent days. This is the reward you deserve. Lu Xiao had consistently cared for her mother, shielding her during battles and tenderly massaging her shoulders and legs afterward. When the Qin father and son had launched their attack, it was she who remained vigilant, ultimately slaying them. Although she spoke lightly in the chat group of the Divine Space, Ao Xing later learned that she had sustained some injuries during the confrontation. This was no small feat for a woman, that as for Meng Ke. He had been bitten by a zombie while protecting his mother. Had it not been for his father's surgical fruit ability, he would have been infected by now. While he understood their actions were likely driven by a desire for recompense, such expectations were entirely reasonable. He was not a figure of overwhelming authority, compelling others to bow before him. Rewarding good deeds and punishing poor ones is the path to longevity. His bottom line was clear. Betrayal was unacceptable. Both were overjoyed, astonished at the swift and substantial rewards they had received. It seemed their choices were indeed wise. First, they had been escorted safely away from the horde of zombies and taken to a house stocked with ample food and fresh water. Then, they were granted numerous points to purchase training methods, weapons, food, and various supplies. This had enabled their strength to surge dramatically amidst the apocalypse. Otherwise, they would likely have perished on the highway. Even if they had survived, they would merely be lurking in desperation. Far from the comfortable lives they now enjoyed, the two exchanged glances, realizing that the two mythical fruits represented a reward far exceeding their efforts by countless magnitudes. Chapter 34. Sanheng and Phoenix, Chicken Lu Xiao, and Meng Ke involuntarily swallowed hard. Mythical fruits was not Ao Xing's immense strength attributed precisely to such fruits. Upon obtaining one of these, they too could become formidable in this harsh world. Their eyes burned with fervor, and ultimately, it was Lu Xiao who spoke first. Meng Ge is a strength type, and that Sanheng sounds like an immensely powerful beast, perfectly suited for you. She beamed, her mature charm vastly eclipsing that of the youthful Ao Chun. The bird fruit should allow me to fly. My physique is not as robust as Meng Ji's, so if I can soar, it would greatly benefit me. What do you think, master? Ao Xing replied, You may choose for yourselves. This is your reward. Meng Kuei also favored the Songheng fruit, as he sought pure, unadulterated violence, and that Songheng clearly resonated with his desires. I agree with Lu Mei. If the boss has no objections, I shall consume this mighty fruit. Ao Xing had no objections. He had offered it to them freely, that he was not concerned that they might develop ambitions after consuming the fruits. His advantages lay not only in the Azure Dragon fruit, but also in his innate talent for conquering Haki and his status as a divine member. A step ahead meant a step ahead in all things. Even if their strength grew after consuming the fruits, they would still fall short of his own, should they choose to betray him. He possessed ample means to punish them. Furthermore, he understood that while power was significant in the apocalypse, the essence of power lay in its leader. He was the cornerstone. Go ahead and eat. I respect your choices. A modicum of respect would undoubtedly foster loyalty among his subordinates. As expected, upon hearing this, their gazes toward him grew increasingly fervent. Rest assured, Master, Xiao will always be yours. Lu Xiao was the first to express her loyalty. Even kneeling to demonstrate her submission, she would not betray him merely for the sake of acquiring a devil fruit. She recognized Ao Xing's irreplaceable strength. Meng Kuei hurriedly pledged his loyalty as well. Kneeling on one knee and mimicking a cinematic gesture, placing a hand over his heart in a knightly salute. Boss, I, Meng Kuei, vow to follow you unto death. He believed that only Ao Xing would bestow such mythical fruits upon them in this world. Yes, eat. Ao Xing replied with a nod that he had heard plenty of loyalty declarations, but whether they remained loyal would depend on their actions. He would not place his complete trust in anyone based solely on flattery. The two each took a devil fruit and placed it in their mouths, once again repulsed by the horrid taste, yet they forced themselves to swallow it. In fact, Lu Xiao steeled herself and consumed the entire fruit. Oh no! Ao Xing suddenly realized something and hurriedly warned them. Many Zoan-type bodies are quite large, so be careful not to collapse the house. At that moment, the others also awakened to the urgency of the situation and rushed downstairs. Just as they reached the ground floor, Meng Kuei's body uncontrollably began to transform. Moo! With a resounding bellow, his muscles swelled dramatically. Two sharp bull horns jutted forward from his forehead, and two black, curved horns sprouted from the top of his head. His face rapidly morphed into that of a bull, and thick, long black fur resembling a raincoat enveloped his body. The Songheng, also known as the Ao Yin, was supposed to be a white bull, so it was perplexing why this fruit was black. Moreover, a sinister black aura enveloped him that Ao Xing instinctively sensed that this black aura was dangerous. It appeared to be a peculiar element. Moo fully transformed into a beast. Meng Kuei's hooves struck down upon a zombie with the force of a hammer, shattering its bones. Another stomp crushed the zombie, leaving a deep imprint of a bull's hoof. The Songheng roared, and the black aura began to spread over the zombie. Soon, the zombie's body started to decay and wither. Zombies, once the undead, require a process of evolution from death to life. However, this black aura directly accelerated their decay. That black aura was the essence of death's netherworld energy. It was said that the Songheng originated from the netherworld, embodying its eerie essence as a matter of course. While this scene unfolded, Lu Xiao also underwent a tremendous transformation. Her mouth morphed into a beak. A fiery comb sprouted from her head, and feathers ignited in golden flames. She transformed into a chicken, a magnificent rooster ablaze with fire. Yet, was she not supposed to be a hen? Ao Xing silently criticized. Though he acknowledged that mythical creatures often transcended traditional gender distinctions, the phoenix chicken spread its wings, appearing even more resplendent than a pheasant. Subtly resembling a phoenix, clad in golden flames, it radiated true solar fire, even hotter than the thermal energy Ao Xing could command. Indeed, even the fruit of flames is unpalatable, Ao Chen quipped nearby. This bird is stunning. Though named a chicken, it can rival the phoenix in splendor. The golden flames coalesce within, as Lu Xiao descends from the sky, transforming into a hybrid beast form. Feathers composed of golden fire blaze upon her surface, and from her back sprout a pair of expansive wings. While both her hands and feet morph into sharp chicken claws, it is said that Marco's phoenix is truly unfortunate, for in its beast form, it must sacrifice its arms for wings. It is noteworthy that even Belle, with the bird fruit in its falcon form, retains the ability to wield swordsmanship without merging arms and wings in its hybrid state. Lu Xiao unsheathes a military knife, enveloping the blade in golden flames. And with a swift strike, she cleaves the head off a zombie with ease. Moreover, the true flames of the sun continue to scorch the zombie's corpse. Nearby, Meng Kuei awakens from his feral state and transforms into his hybrid form. Towering at an impressive 3 meters, his body is cloaked in long, thick black fur resembling a raincoat, with 4 bull horns emerging from his head, shrouded in a ghostly aura, with a single stroke. He severs a zombie's neck as well. The animal lineage grants them formidable physical enhancements. Even without awakening their conqueror's haki, they are more than capable of contending with the undead without succumbing. Such is the nature of the mythical beast species. Observing the sudden surge of strength in the two, Aochin cannot help but feel envious. Oh, how powerful they are! Why must my treasure, rat only, flee? The ghostly aura and golden flames render the duo extraordinary, and the fierce sounds of battle draw the attention of nearby onlookers. What the heck? A youth across the street, witnessing the fierce display of the fierce and majestic chicken, hastily records the scene and uploads it to the divine space. Incredible! A mythical beast species has appeared in Bianxing. Topics related to the devil fruit swiftly ascend the trending charts, especially footage of abilities in action, garnering immense interest. Before long, the video accumulates over 100,000 views. The probability of 2 mythical beast species appearing simultaneously in one location is exceedingly rare. Ah, I am so envious. I am in Bianxing too. I must seek the favor of these formidable individuals. Chapter 35. Scattered battles with the power of mythical beasts bolstering them, they swiftly dispatch the zombies wandering near their home. However, lacking the awakening of Conqueror's haki, their stamina proves insufficient. Lu Xiao is the first to falter, unable to maintain her hybrid form, panting heavily as she relinquishes her devil fruit powers, kneeling before Master, I am profoundly grateful. Xiao shall follow you to the death soon after. Meng Kuei also reverts from his hybrid form, pledging loyalty once more before Aochin. Boss, I will carve out a vast domain for you. They understand that everything they possess stems from Aochin. Initial points, weapons, food, and now the devil fruit. There is no one more deserving of their loyalty than Aochin, although their confidence has soared with their newfound strength. Their hearts remain steadfast that Aochin, capable of forging their kind of prowess, could easily do the same for others. Such a person is destined to become a sovereign in the apocalypse. Rise, Aochin commands. Although you possess the powers of the devil fruit, the essence of strength lies within yourselves. The period of divine bestowal is for tempering the body. The physical realm is your foundation. The stronger your body, the greater the potential of your abilities. In fact, with sufficient physical strength, one can stand atop the pinnacle even without the powers of a fruit. The cultivation of the body is the path to Conqueror's haki. You must accelerate your training in Hakai to not neglect any of the 3 types. In the future, the influence of the Conqueror's haki will only grow. Both haki and the use of fruit abilities consume stamina. Hence, physical prowess is paramount. Moreover, as zombies evolve, the concentration of the zombie virus in the air will increase. Without adequate physical constitution, you risk infection. Now that you both possess fruit abilities, self-preservation is no longer a significant issue. Spread out and slay the zombies. Naturally, they heed Aochin's words. Combat is not solely for points but also for cultivation. Both parents have acquired superhuman abilities, seemingly cooperating quite well. Even the father has taken several zombie corpses to study. Yet lacking research equipment at home, he plans to visit the central hospital, where some instruments may still be functional. Aochin then begins hunting the flesh corpses, incapacitating their limbs before handing them over to Aochin for execution. Regrettably, Aochin's attack power is rather low, requiring considerable time to sever a flesh corpse's neck. This is inefficient. Aochin frowns. Such rudimentary beheading, while serving as exercise, is far too slow. Aochin's stamina is limited. And even with increased points, her strength will advance at a sluggish pace. In the apocalypse, power outweighs points. With strength, points will come naturally. Lacking strength, even without rivals, one may succumb to the zombie virus and become one of them. This is why, even in previous lives, formidable factions seldom resorted to such methods to accumulate points that on the streets, survivors employ various means to combat zombies. Although over 20 days have passed since the apocalypse began, many still lack the means to cultivate Hakai. In contrast, the slaughter conducted by AOXIN and his companions stands out remarkably. They long for a strong leader to guide them away from this precarious existence. Many begin to inquire about AOXIN and his companions in the divine space, eager to establish contact with these powerful figures that I know. They reside across from my building. The youth who witnessed Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao's transformation speaks up in a Bianxing survivor group, revealing his location to the others. Not only those two new mythical beasts, but the Azure dragon boss is with them. Another resident nearby remarks that he had witnessed AOXIN transform into the Azure dragon and later noted that Meng Kuei was the strongest among the local survivors, capable of single-handedly slaying zombies. Coupled with the youth's video, he concludes that they are a team. My goodness, 3 mythical beast species? Their luck is extraordinary. 1 mythical beast can sweep through a city. 3 mythical beasts render them invincible in Bianxing. Not quite. Sweeping through a small city is feasible, but our Bianxing currently lacks even a single zombie that I heard the capital has already encountered 4-star zombies. I watched the video. That creature's punch resembles a nuclear bomb, and currently no one can withstand it. I've also heard that several ability users are present in the capital, and even rumored ancient martial artists. Despite their combined efforts, they failed to inflict even a scratch on that 4-star zombie, resulting in the death of several ability users. Not everyone dares to confront zombies in this apocalypse. Many cower in their homes, trembling, with their sole amusement being to watch videos uploaded by others in the divine space and chat with strangers. Such news is of little concern to AOXIN, a warrior perpetually engaged in battle, that I wish to seek refuge with these formidable figures. I wonder if they would take me in. Someone finally returns to the matter at hand. Sighing, I don't even dare to step outside my room. Even if I knew where the powerful ones reside, I couldn't reach them. The youth living near AOXIN adds, there's no need to be so disheartened. These powerful figures have nearly eradicated the zombies in my vicinity and are now heading elsewhere. Perhaps they can cleanse Bianxing of its zombies. Let us hope so. AOXIN and AOXIN set forth on foot, slaying zombies in the distance that he refrains from transforming into a dragon, relying solely on Haki to combat, wielding a steel whip with unmatched prowess. Brother, slow down. I can't keep up. AOXIN's small chest rises and falls rapidly. Even with AOXIN eliminating all the flesh corpses and dispatching nearly all encountered zombies, she still struggles with the remaining one. That why isn't my fruit like Sister Xiao's combat-oriented one? AOXIN swiftly maneuvers behind a zombie, slashing at its neck, but can only penetrate halfway, unable to behead it outright. Contemplating how Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao could instantly slay ordinary zombies after acquiring their fruit powers. Bang! AOXIN shatters a zombie's skull with a whip. The fierce battle igniting his bloodlust that a surge of domineering power courses through his body, reinforcing his bones at an accelerated rate that a smile curls at his lips as Haki intertwines with his skeletal structure. Once fully integrated, his bones will harden like steel. Even if flesh is torn and decayed, the bones will endure eternally. This realm is known as Iron Bones. Chapter 36. Feng Kuen's ambition in the upscale district of Western Bianxing. Over 100 individuals congregate. Before them stands a figure adorned with scaly armor. Mythical beast species? He forcefully plants a pirate sword, acquired from the divine space, into the ground. Bianxing is mine. Qianyi. Have you gathered the information? The man, shedding his scaly exterior, reveals a ruggedly handsome face. His physique is robust, his skin darkened, as if weathered by relentless exposure to the elements over an extended period. Gazing around, the modest district comprises numerous independent villas, while a 2.5-meter-tall iron fence encloses the area. At this moment, a layer of cement walls has been piled atop the iron railings, serving to thwart the onslaught of the undead. Here, it resembles an idyllic sanctuary, untouched by the chaos outside. Behind, in the villa, disheveled women reveal eyes that have lost their luster. The older among them are in their 30s or 40s, while the younger are barely in their teens. Yet, they all possess fair skin, having lived lives of privilege, a stark contrast to the rugged men outside with their coarse features and roughened skin. Boss, we've gathered intel. They reside in the Little Sun community, an older neighborhood. According to our group members living nearby, The zombies in that area have already been cleared out, that a middle-aged man with unkempt hair expressed his concerns. Kuin, those are mythical beasts. Can we truly stand against them? Before he could finish, a gaunt one-armed man interjected. What are the mythical beasts? Our Kuin is an ancient species. Marco's phoenix is not necessarily stronger than Jin's toothless dragon. Moreover, Kuin is even mightier than the toothless dragon. They seem to have great faith in their leader. We also outnumber them. The apocalypse has just begun, and their stamina is limited. We can wear them down. Indeed, Bianqing should belong to our Kuin. From now on, all the women of Bianqing shall be ours. The flattery and reasoning from the crowd greatly pleased Foam Kuin. Before the apocalypse, he was merely an ordinary middle-aged laborer, that by a stroke of fortune. He acquired a peculiar fruit. Not being a sea cucumber, he was unfamiliar with this item, but curiosity led him to take a bite and inadvertently swallow it. Little did he know, when the apocalypse struck, he was endowed with the formidable strength of an ancient creature, capable of effortlessly slaying zombies and rallying all his fellow workers beneath his command, that he seized control of the upscale community where they had been working, eliminating the wealthy inhabitants and claiming their wives and daughters. After all, these affluent individuals were hardly virtuous. He felt no guilt in their demise amidst the apocalypse. Moreover, he had transported limestone and other materials from the construction site to erect a formidable wall outside the community, gradually shaping a semblance of a secure base, for his wife and children at home. In this era, strength alone guarantees survival. And would he truly lack for women? Certainly, there were workers who longed for their families, insistent on returning home, yet most had perished along the way. Foam Kuin scoffed. He had long wished to rid himself of the ugly, corpulent woman he called a wife. Now, the suggestion of bringing her back was absurd. He even harbored doubts about the legitimacy of the teenager he had raised, suspecting for many years that he might not be the father. With the might of the ancient animal species and the assistance of his fellow workers, he had dispatched a considerable number of zombies, and he exchanged points in the divine space for a pirate sword. All within this enclave were obedient to him, and the women within the house were at his disposal. Mythical beasts? Even they must kneel before him. Foam Kuin was aware that Bianqing housed other empowered individuals, yet he had previously been too weak. Now, armed with weapons and honing his skills daily, he felt his body had grown significantly stronger. Thus, he conceived the idea of sweeping through the city, eliminating other empowered beings. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Arm yourselves and follow me. Foam Kuin hoisted the long knife onto his shoulder, and with a sweeping gesture, over 100 subordinates surged into action, opening the reinforced door and stepping out from the community. The women in the house gazed at the scene with indifference. Even in the absence of a guard, none exhibited a desire to flee. Remaining here, though subjected to indignities, still afforded them survival. Venturing outside would only lead to death. In the streets of Bianqing, Ao Xing shattered the skulls of zombies while instructing Ao Chun in combat techniques. You're doing it wrong. If your strength is insufficient, then fully leverage your speed advantage. This is how you should wield the knife. Pay attention to your technique. Although Ao Xing was not currently using a knife, it had been his weapon of choice in his previous life. While he did not consider himself a master, he was more than capable of guiding the novice Ao Chen. Ao Chen listened intently, committing each tactical insight into her memory. Her comprehension was exceptional, and her progress in combat skills was remarkable that in an instant, she accelerated, darting behind a zombie, raising her knife to strike, the blade penetrating its bones. The zombie roared, yet by the time it turned, the young girl had deftly moved behind it once more. Ao Xing casually crushed another zombie's skull, observing as another zombie lunged at Ao Chun. He refrained from intervening, eager to test his sister's reflexes. With a swift motion, she severed its neck, and as the zombie closed in from behind, she evaded with a sidestep, slicing its arm and stripping away flesh. Remarkable! Ao Xing exclaimed, astonished at her reflexes, which had transcended mere normality, indicating the awakening of her observation haki. To his surprise, Ao Chun had awakened her observation haki even before her armed haki. With this newfound ability, her combat became increasingly fluid and effortless. You must learn to discard unnecessary movements, executing the most efficient attacks with minimal energy expenditure. Ao Xing continued to impart his wisdom, confident that with her sharp intellect, Ao Chun could emerge as a formidable survivor in this apocalypse that I recall an influential group in the west of Bianqing, entrenched in a high-end community. Their strength is commendable, and crucially, they were all laborers before the apocalypse, possessing more construction experience than most. Ao Xing rapidly compiled the information he recalled from his past life. The zombies were evolving swiftly. Buildings and iron gates would soon be insufficient barriers that if he wished to establish a secure base. These experienced laborers would prove invaluable. Additionally, the issue of water was paramount. With the cessation of supply, his stored water was dwindling. To ensure continued survival, it would be prudent to construct the base along the Yellow River. Not only would there be ample water, but the riverbed in this stretch of the Yellow River also contained abundant sea floor stones. These stones were not just the bane of empowered individuals. Their remarkable hardness made them the finest building material in this new world. The leader of this group of laborers was named Feng Kuan, an empowered individual of ancient lineage that, if memory served him correctly. His fruit was animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. Chapter 37. Ao Xing versus Tyrannosaurus rex Xiaochun. Let us head west. Ao Xing guided Ao Chen towards the city's west side. Recalling that Meng Kuei had ventured in that direction to hunt zombies, unsure whether they might encounter Feng Kuan's faction, did I end the early days of Bianqing, aside from Feng Kuan's group in the west. There were also Zhang Heng's forces entrenched in the south at a chemical plant, Yang Xiaofei's faction relying on the drum tower for defense in the city center, and Su Wenhao's group, which had taken refuge in an iron tower in the north. These four individuals were known as the four emperors of Bianqing in his previous life. Among them, Feng Kuan and Su Wenhao were wielders of devil fruits, while the other two managed to contend with them through sheer training as ordinary humans. Ultimately, none emerged victorious, all falling prey to a powerful figure from the divine capital, who unified all factions in Yuzhou and allied with the strong from Jizhou to thwart the Desert Emperor Li Hui's expansion southeastward. This was why Li Hui subsequently fought his way north and west to Central Asia in the west of the city. Meng Kuei, after defeating a flesh zombie, repeatedly struck its neck with his long knife until at last severing its head. This was not due to the flesh zombie's strength, but rather Meng Kuei's exhaustion, as he could no longer maintain his beastly form. Moreover, the knife had become dull through prolonged combat. Glancing at the chipped and warped blade, Meng Kuei sighed, realizing why the boss preferred blunt weapons. Knives and swords simply did not endure well. From now on, I shall follow the boss's lead and wield heavy weaponry. As he caught his breath, Meng Kuei mused internally. In the divine space, there is Kaido's Kanabo that I wonder if the boss will exchange for it. However, that's not the only option. Even if the boss chooses it, I should be able to trade as well that if all else fails, I could settle for Yamato's weapon. Being a rugged man, his ferocity favored strength. Thus, he looked down upon knives and swords, deeming them too lightweight to inflict significant harm. Suddenly, an idea struck him. In the divine space, there is also Alita's Kanabo. Both Kaido's and Yamato's weapons belong to the supreme grade of weapons, valued at 1,000,000 points, while Alita's was merely of good quality. Priced at 10,000 points, that a mere 10,000 points could be attainable with some effort. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the nearest zombies had been dispatched, while others lingered at a distance. He decided to exchange for some water and rest a moment. The streets were flanked by deserted convenience stores and shops that he intended to enter one of the convenience stores, barricading the door with tables and chairs for a brief respite. Suddenly, he paused, spotting a sizable group approaching in an orderly fashion. They numbered over 100. Though all were ordinary individuals, they appeared to have once engaged in physical labor, each exhibiting impressive strength. Utilizing various weapons, they coordinated their attacks against the surrounding zombies, forming a semblance of a military formation. Even when confronted by flesh zombies, they demonstrated the capability to hold their ground, and their leader, a man of formidable strength, effortlessly decapitated a zombie while his subordinates kept the others at bay. Point 1 could not help but acknowledge that their leader was indeed a talent. This group exhibited considerable prowess. Meng Kuei stroked his chin in deep contemplation, as the encroaching figures drew ever closer. Without much thought, he retreated a few steps, intending to let the group pass. However, they halted right before him. There's something you need?" Meng Kuei inquired, astonished that no longer the ordinary person he once was. He was unfazed by the prospect of trouble, He gnawed on the succulent meat in his hand. He coldly asked, "Are you the beast-type ability user?" A man with a resolute countenance stepped forward. "Join me, and I shall provide you with an endless supply of food and women. Follow me, and you shall be second to none." This man, bearing a large knife upon his shoulder, was Feng Kun. If this beast-type man were to become his subordinate, Meng Kuei felt a surge of confidence about ruling Bien City, perhaps even expanding his influence throughout the entire Yu province in the future. "You, what are you?" Meng Kuei scoffed. Feng Kun, incensed, could hardly contain his fury. Not only did this man refuse to submit, but he also dared to insult him. Ever since the apocalypse, having gained formidable power, he had not encountered such blatant defiance in a long time. "It seems you are seeking death." Feng Kun grinned with his pearly white teeth, unsheathing his long knife and tossing the scabbard to his underlings. "Do you think possessing a beast type makes you invincible?" With a swift strike, Meng Kuei met his blow with his own long knife, and both men staggered back a step. What immense strength! Meng Kuei marveled, equally astonished as Feng Kun was. Meng Kuei had believed there could be no one stronger than himself apart from the boss, while Feng Kun prided himself on his strength, claiming to be superior even to flesh-eating corpses. Yet here was an adversary who matched him blow for blow. "It appears you two possess a strength-type fruit." Feng Kun mused, rotating his neck as his form rapidly expanded, gray-green scales covering his body, muscles growing more robust and powerful, with a bellow that reverberated far and wide. Feng Kun roared, "I am the dragon fruit. Ancient type, Tyrannosaurus Rex form. How many rounds do you think your beast type can withstand against the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" As he transformed into his beastly form, Meng Kuei was taken aback. He was already exhausted. Although he had regained some stamina after consuming the succulent meat, it would not last long. "Come, let me witness the true strength of the legendary beast type." Feng Kun struck again with his long knife, this time empowered by the might of the Tyrannosaurus. The force of his blow intensified. Faced with such aggression, Meng Kuei could not hold back. With a roar, he transformed into a fierce beastman form. The serrated edge of his already dulled blade meeting Feng Kun's assault. "That a mere herbivore dares to contend with me. A true Tyrannosaurus?" Feng Kun taunted, "I am no pushover." Meng Kuei smirked, dark energy swirling around the edge of his blade. "If you pledge loyalty to my boss, I might spare your life." "Your boss? Haha. So you are merely someone else's lackey." As Feng Kun swung his knife down, he exchanged barbs with Meng Kui. "To be a lackey of my boss is a privilege you foolishly failed to recognize." Their strengths were evenly matched, yet Meng Kui's dark energy instilled a sense of dread in Feng Kun. Despite the dullness of Meng Kui's blade, he still dared not let it strike him. Furthermore, Meng Kui's background as a combat coach, though lacking formal military training, made his combat control far superior to Feng Kun's. Soon enough, Meng Kui spotted a flaw in Feng Kun's defense. Dark slash. With a mighty shout, the dark force surged forth from the blade, manifesting as a massive black blade of light, a preliminary application of his mastery over dark energy. Though the dark slash lacked sharpness, the essence of decay and darkness meant that even the defenses of a Tyrannosaurus Rex could be cleaved in twain by this strike. Feng Kun was taken aback, fully aware that he could not afford to be touched by the dark energy. Unless he utilized armed color for defense, the Tyrannosaurus's defenses would be as fragile as paper against the darkness. He hastily dodged, but his underlings were not so fortunate. At least a dozen were struck by the dark energy, their bodies instantaneously decaying into dust. After executing this move, Meng Kui could no longer maintain his beastman form, his body trembling violently from the excessive exertion. Although he had developed a new technique, its speed was insufficient, and his inability to accurately gauge the angle of the slash led to a lack of precision, allowing Feng Kun to narrowly escape, witnessing the demise of his subordinates in a single blow. Feng Kun was both terrified and relieved that he had waited for Meng Kui to exhaust himself in battle against the zombies before making his move, but he pointed his long knife at Meng Kui's throat. "Submit or die." Meng Kui faced the blade unperturbed. "You think you can make Meng Kui submit? There is only one person in this world I would serve. You are not worthy," Feng Kun bellowed, rage boiling over. "You are not afraid of death." Meng Kui chuckled. "Death? In this apocalypse, who can claim to be free from it? Yet my boss has treated me with such kindness. I, Meng Kui, despite my fear of death, would never betray the trust bestowed upon me. Good, good, good. Feng Kuan spat out 3 words in quick succession. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. With a roar, he cast aside his long knife, transforming into the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, opening his maw wide as if to devour Meng Kuei whole. Even in death, he sought to make his enemies suffer. As the blood-stained maw, reeking of decay, approached, Meng Kuei closed his eyes that I might die. I could not protect my parents, and just when I found a reliable boss who provided me with so much, even gifting me the most precious devil fruit, I am to perish without repaying him. In the midst of his lamentation, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, "You dare to harm my people." A steel whip, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, was hurled by Ao Xing. The force of this throw was tremendous, its speed astonishing. Feng Kuan barely registered what was happening. Driven by instinct, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to his heart, but still suffered a piercing wound to his shoulder blade. His heart raced with terror. The Tyrannosaurus was renowned for its strength and defense. This person had not even utilized their fruit ability or armed color, yet from such a distance, they had managed to pierce his body. His physique could withstand even regular bullets, indicating that this throw possessed a force greater than that of a bullet. How could such a formidable individual exist in this world? Feng Kuan was seized by panic, and as he turned, he finally glimpsed a bamboo steel whip embedded in the wall nearby. Was this some kind of divine artifact? Lost in thought, the one who had attacked him was already upon him. A tall, handsome young man clad in casual attire approached, accompanied by a cute and charming girl. Feng Kuan. Ao Xing strode toward Feng Kuan, the massive dinosaur he had seen from afar. Back then, he had been nothing but an insignificant character without a fruit, while Feng Kuan had been a strong figure sought after by powerful individuals. But now, in this life, Feng Kuan was but a minor character in his presence. "Do you dare to touch my people?" His voice was soft, yet instilled an involuntary sense of terror in Feng Kuan. Under the towering form of the Tyrannosaurus, Ao Xing appeared as diminutive as an ant, yet in Feng Kuan's eyes, he loomed like a mountain boss. Meng Kuei, overjoyed at Ao Xing's arrival, felt a surge of relief. It seemed he would not have to die after all. Yet, Ao Xing did not grace him with a kind expression. "You couldn't even defeat a mere insect. What a waste to give you a beast type." Meng Kuei bowed his head in shame, too embarrassed to argue, resembling a wayward child following behind a 30-year-old robust man. In this apocalypse, how could one squander their stamina recklessly? Did he think that possessing a beast type meant zombies were no longer a threat? Ignoring the imposing Tyrannosaurus before him, Ao Xing turned his back on Meng Kuei, lecturing him. "Humans are the most terrifying creatures in the apocalypse. At all times, you must retain a portion of your strength to guard against the treachery of mankind." He was not only admonishing Meng Kuei, but also imparting wisdom to Ao Chun. Many believe that after reading numerous apocalypse tales, they understood the need to eliminate the naive. Yet when faced with reality, they found it difficult to entirely shed their innate kindness, consistently overestimating humanity's moral limits. This was not a matter solved merely by claiming decisiveness and killing. "Yes, boss," Meng Kuei reflected on Ao Xing's words, recognizing the experience being imparted to him. Feng Kuan, witnessing Ao Xing's nonchalance, swiftly shifted from fear to fury. "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant before me?" With a savage bite, he sought to unleash all the humiliation he had suffered. Behind him, over 100 underlings, having recovered from the shock of their companion's sudden demise, surged forward, encircling Ao Xing and his companions that a rabble. Ao Xing disregarded their encirclement, a subtle aura emanating from him, striking deep into their souls and amplifying their fear. More than 100 men collapsed to the ground, some even terrified to the point of losing control of their bladders, the foul odor causing Ao Chun to grimace. With a single punch aimed at the Tyrannosaurus's cheek, his fist, enveloped in armed color, struck Feng Kuan with a speed surpassing that of the dinosaur's attack. A resounding crack echoed as Feng Kuan's jawbone shattered. The massive body toppled backward, a surge of excruciating pain assailing him. As the terror instilled by the conqueror's haki deepened, drawing upon the extraordinary endurance of his Zoan-type abilities, Feng Kuan transformed back into his hybrid form, struggling to rise. "Armament haki, conqueror's haki, how can you be so powerful?" Blood flowed from his face, several of his teeth knocked out, but he had completely lost the courage to fight AOXN. The two were on entirely different levels. Furthermore, this individual hadn't even utilized his devil fruit abilities. Merely relying on physical combat rendered him utterly defenseless. Meng-Kuei, you have fallen at his hands. I leave the matter of how to deal with him to you. Stepping over the bodies of the fallen subordinates, he retrieved the steel whip embedded deep in the wall and departed with Chindarai in the aftermath. Meng-Kuei and Feng Kuan remained. Who is he? Once AOXN had left, Feng Kuan dared to ask Meng-Kuei. My boss. Meng-Kuei proclaimed with pride, the legendary Qinglong boss. He is the Qinglong boss. Feng Kuan sank despondently to the ground. He didn't even use his devil fruit powers. He easily defeated me with just physical prowess. He had thought he could subdue this formidable phantom beast faction, yet it was Meng-Kuei who had nearly brought him to death. Had he not struck when AOXN was exhausted, he wouldn't have even laid eyes on him. Chapter 39. Subduing Feng Kuan. They are all quite eager. Pledge loyalty to my boss or perish. Meng-Kuei stood proudly, although his strength had yet to fully recover. Feng Kuan lay battered by AOXN, while the others, paralyzed by the fear of the Conqueror's haki, dared not move. Even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, he could easily eliminate them all, since AOXN had not directly slain these individuals, but instead entrusted their fate to him. It indicated his intention to subjugate them. Meng-Kuei speculated on AOXN's thoughts. Feng Kuan felt a sense of unwillingness, yet the vast disparity in strength filled him with despair. His arrogance had been shattered by AOXN. I am willing to acknowledge the Qinglong boss as my leader. Feng Kuan glanced at his dazed subordinates. What about you? Are you willing to join me in pledging allegiance to the Qinglong boss? These subordinates were filled with excitement. As for the dozen or so companions who had been killed, what did that concern them? These individuals would abandon even their families. They were merely fellow workers. Would they seek revenge for those? Moreover, AOXN was clearly a more formidable powerhouse than Feng Kuan. Following AOXN would undoubtedly offer a brighter future than following Feng Kuan. Previously, upon learning that the Qinglong boss was also from Bian City, they had entertained thoughts of betraying Feng Kuan to ally with AOXN. However, on one hand, they were unaware of AOXN's exact whereabouts, making it difficult to traverse the city teeming with zombies. On the other hand, they feared being discovered by Feng Kuan and meeting a gruesome end. Ultimately, even if they found AOXN, it was uncertain whether he would take them in. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to recruit them, it was precisely what they desired. We are willing. We are willing. We shall henceforth be the Qinglong boss's people. Brother, what is your name? So we may address you properly. Some of these subordinates immediately approached Meng-Kuei, eager to curry favor, causing Feng Kuan to feel a chill in his heart. He inwardly cursed this group for their lack of loyalty, but the circumstances were beyond his control, leaving him helpless. My name is Meng-Kuei. My boss is AOXN. Meng-Kuei surveyed the group of workers bowing before him with satisfaction. However, you must not address my boss casually. You must show respect. Do you understand? The workers nodded fervently in agreement. That moment, the zombies wandering in the distance were drawn to the gathering crowd, charging toward them. Meng-Kuei glanced at them, brandishing his already nicked blade, gazing into the distance. The zombies are coming. Let us continue the fight. Later, take me to see your dwelling. Meng-Kuei inquired of Feng Kuan. Can you still fight? Blood streamed from Feng Kuan's face, and his shoulder also bled profusely. His facial bones were fractured, and his scapula pierced by the steel whip. His injuries were indeed severe. Were it not for the extraordinary endurance provided by his own abilities, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness by now. I can. Gritting his teeth, Feng Kuan resolved not to be looked down upon. Even if he had to pledge fealty to AOXN, the future would still hinge on ability. With one arm hanging limply, he wielded his blade with a single arm, positioning himself at the forefront of the workers, serving as the spearhead. Meng-Kuei stood at the rear, clearing the zombies that pursued from behind. Although these individuals lacked formal education, they were resourceful, finding a straightforward method to combat the zombies, leveraging their numerical advantage. This approach was effective in the early stages. In truth, the military was best suited for such combat methods, possessing superior physique, stamina, cooperative capabilities, combat experience, and courage. However, at that time, The military aimed to eradicate the zombie crisis as swiftly as possible, opting for large-scale destruction via firearms, which ultimately led to the evolution of the zombies and heavy casualties among the brave soldiers. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. One individual had been bitten on the arm by a zombie. The excruciating pain caused him to break into a cold sweat, yet his nearby comrade immediately executed him without hesitation. This was a rule they had established from the outset of their alliance. Anyone bitten by a zombie must be instantly slain by those nearby. This was also the reason this small faction had been able to grow and become one of the 4 major powers in Bien City. At the rear of the line, Meng Kuei witnessed this scene with astonishment. To be honest, the organizational structure of this group of workers was quite commendable. He considered that if his own fighting club as coaches and trainees were to organize, they would not possess such decisiveness, and a wonder his boss chose to retain them. These individuals were indeed remarkable. This area was already the western part of the city, in close proximity to the villa district they occupied. Within half an hour, they had arrived at the villa. During this process, another individual was bitten by a zombie and, of course, was immediately killed. Meng, this is our established safe base. That a tall youth eagerly approached Meng Kuei to introduce them to everything. Upon witnessing this, Feng Kuan felt immense dissatisfaction, yet he dared not utter a word, not even a grunt, merely following silently behind Meng Kuei. The others, seeing this youth take the lead, were unwilling to lag behind. Rushing forward, Meng, let me tell you. Meng. The cacophony of voices from the crowd overwhelmed Meng Kuei, prompting him to coldly snort, "Silence." The crowd fell silent, sheepishly lowering their heads and taking a couple of steps back. Meng Kuei pointed to the youth who had first spoken to him. "You continue." The youth beamed with joy, hastily introducing himself. "Meng, my name is Zhou Xiang. You can call me Xiao Zhou." Here we. Zhou Xiang detailed their backgrounds, explaining their jobs, how they had banded together, and how they had taken over this neighborhood, providing a thorough account. "You are laborers?" Upon learning of their experiences, Meng Kuei seemed to vaguely grasp AOX's intentions in keeping them around. However, did the boss know beforehand that this was a group of laborers? It was puzzling. Yet, looking at the tall concrete walls surrounding the villa and the various construction materials piled within the community, he couldn't help but commend these individuals as talents. "Meng, why not invite our boss over? This is a high-end villa community. It should rightfully be home to our most esteemed leader." Furthermore, Zhou Xiang's eyes twinkled mischievously as he leaned closer to Meng Kuei. "Meng, we have quite a few good things here. Good things." Meng Kuei was somewhat skeptical. While he admired the organizational skills and construction abilities of these laborers, what could they possibly possess that was of high value? Could anything be better than the devil fruit? Zhou Xiang noticed his disbelief and flattered. "Meng, come and see for yourself. I assure you will be satisfied." Seeing the youth's confident demeanor, Meng Kuei's curiosity was piqued, and he followed him into the villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by numerous disheveled women, and he instantly understood what Zhou Xiang meant by good things. Although these women appeared somewhat haggard, their skin was fair and their figures alluring. While they may not be the epitome of beauty, they were still captivating to the average person. "Meng, these women are quite enticing, and they are all yours now." Chapter 40. They shall be under your command. The women regarded the unfamiliar man with indifference. To them, he was merely another user of their bodies, a reality to which they had grown accustomed in recent days. Moreover, while Meng Kuei was not exceptionally handsome, he had a rugged appearance and a fit physique, appearing far cleaner than these laborers. Being with him would be preferable to serving those laborers. "Meng, if you are not satisfied, there are others in the other villas. Each villa in this community has a few such women. They are all yours. Furthermore, the women in the villa at the back are the most beautiful. You should take a look." Zhou Xiang rubbed his hands together, eagerly introducing Meng Kuei to the offerings. Previously, these women had been reserved for Feng Kuan's enjoyment, and he even locked the most beautiful ones in his own room, forbidding others from touching them. Now, Feng Kuan could only trail behind in silent fury, daring not to express even a hint of dissatisfaction. "That won't be necessary." Meng Kuei interrupted Zhou Xiang's continued pitch that he had already lost interest in these women. "By the way, Meng, what kind of women does our boss like? Should we send a few his way?" Zhou Xiang was still contemplating the idea of using these people to present gifts to Ao Xing. Yet Meng Kuei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Put away those thoughts. The boss has no interest in such women. In the presence of Lu Xiao, they are but flickering candle flames in comparison to a radiant moon. Moreover, they have already been toyed with for quite some time, while Lu Xiao remains unblemished. If Ao Xing has not even laid a hand on Lu Xiao, how could he possibly be attracted to these wilted flowers? Zhou Xiang, caught in Meng Kuei's glare, was rendered speechless. Very well, I have a general understanding now. You may proceed as usual. I shall report to the boss and return to seek you out. That he exchanged friend requests in the divine space with Feng Kuan and Zhou Xiang, ensuring he could readily contact them. After resting briefly in the villa to regain his strength, he set off once more. The boss had stated that one's own strength was paramount in this apocalyptic world. In the northern part of the city, Ao Xing and Ao Chun were engaged in the hunt for zombies. These creatures, which appeared terrifying to others, were merely points to them. With a swift slash of her long knife, Ao Chun severed the head of a zombie, growing increasingly adept at this grim task. After Ao Xing dispatched a large horde of zombies, he left behind a flesh zombie for Ao Chun to practice against. The flesh zombie was akin to a human with copper skin strength, but with the speed boost from the multi-treasure mouse, Ao Chun was able to hold her ground, that Ao Xing occasionally offered guidance from the sidelines. Such extreme combat served to unleash human potential and was the quickest method to enhance one's strength. Half an hour later, Ao Chun finally beheaded the flesh zombie. Though utterly exhausted, she felt a surge of joy. This was her first victory in a battle beyond her level. Once they cleared the street of zombies, the two took a respite in a nearby CAF. Within the divine space, Ao Xing checked his points, which had now reached 12,000. He intended to exchange some combat techniques. The most suitable option was the Marine 6 styles, each requiring only 1,000 points, while the entire 6 styles amounted to merely 6,000 points. However, he did not immediately opt for the 6 styles, but instead selected the ability of Life Return. This capability was not exclusive to the Marines. Many pirates also possessed IT. That IT allowed one to directly absorb nutrients from consumed food to restore stamina and even heal injuries. Among them, Brooke could even recover skeletal injuries by absorbing calcium from milk. Although the anime did not elaborate, Ao Xing understood that this was a manifestation of Life Return in use. With Life Return, his endurance would significantly enhance. Nonetheless, the cost in points was considerable, an entire 10,000. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the training method of Life Return. Similar to the 3-color hockey, even though he had learned Life Return in his previous life, he still needed to exchange for it again, as it served as a form of training license. The training method of Life Return instantly filled his mind. He did not require meticulous reading. With the experience from his past life, as long as he obtained the training license, he could swiftly master it. With 2,000 points remaining, he chose Shave and Moonwalk from the 6 styles. Shave was a technique for rapid movement, while Moonwalk allowed one to walk on air. Although his Azure Dragon could fly, it required him to transform into beast form or a hybrid state, which was somewhat cumbersome. Moonwalk, however, was simpler and more effective. Once his points were depleted, he noticed a message from Meng Kuei in the communication channel. Upon opening it, he found that Meng Kuei had subdued Feng Kuan's faction and briefly reported their intelligence. Inquiring about the next steps to take, in truth, he did not know much about Feng Kuan's detailed intelligence. In his previous life, he only had a vague understanding. However, from Meng Kuei's report, it seemed that these individuals possessed decent professional skills. He recalled that after Feng Kuan surrendered to that powerful figure in Shindu, he was specifically tasked with constructing safe bases that Tio Meng Kuei. He stated, "These people are now yours to command." Feng Kuan and his associates were not worthy of entering his core circle, so it was fitting to leave them under Meng Kuei's leadership. Furthermore, he remembered Meng Kuei mentioning the women who had been imprisoned by Feng Kuan and his group. These women could not remain captive indefinitely. Otherwise, their health would deteriorate, making it difficult for them to withstand the increasingly potent zombie virus in the air, that if they were to succumb to zombification, it would pose considerable trouble. However, although they were imprisoned by Feng Kuan and his men, they could still potentially become an asset to him. After some contemplation, he sent another message to Meng Kuei. "I will assign these women to Lu Xiao for her to lead. She will be coming to find you shortly." He also messaged Lu Xiao, instructing her to receive and organize the imprisoned women. Additionally, after completing his exchanges for combat techniques, he transferred the remaining 358 points to Lu Xiao as seed funding for her efforts in gathering those women. Lu Xiao did not respond immediately, likely preoccupied with battle. Once Ao Chen had regained her composure, he continued their journey northward, aiming for the Su Wenhao faction in the northern city, that he was also a wielder of a devil fruit ability. However, Ao Xing's target was not Su Wenhao himself, but rather a certain individual under Su Wenhao's command, a taciturn youth who was around 14 years old when the apocalypse began. This boy appeared utterly ordinary. Yet little did anyone know that he would one day become the second in command of that formidable figure in Shindu. Fearless and tenacious in battle, his ferocity was daunting. Those who knew him referred to him by a moniker from Water Margin, the Reckless Warrior. Lacking a devil fruit ability, he relied solely on his physical prowess to become a top-tier powerhouse in this apocalyptic landscape. In this world, those who dared to fight were never weak. Even Yang Xiaofei and Zhang Heng, who had also become leaders of minor factions in Bianqing, appeared insignificant in comparison to this youth. Beyond this, there was one crucial factor. This boy had once briefly aided him. Chapter 41. This child is destined to cross paths with me. The two strolled towards the iconic Iron Tower of Bianqing. This tower was exceptionally sturdy, having withstood the bombardment of the former Japanese invaders and, during the early days of the apocalypse, able to resist zombie assaults, once the gates were secured and the interior barricaded. No zombies could breach the tower in its early days. Its only drawback was the relatively cramped space, accommodating only a limited number of individuals. This limitation resulted in Su Wenhao's faction being rather small. Even when he grew stronger and could combat most zombies, the number of his followers remained limited, and only his core members could reside within the Iron Tower. At this moment, 13 individuals were huddled within the tower. The eldest was over 40, while the youngest was merely 14, comprising both men and women, all resting inside Datsugo. I heard there are 3 illusion beast-type ability users in Bianqing that if we could recruit them, our team would be invincible. We cannot recruit just anyone. The character of those individuals is far more important than their abilities. They may not even wish to join our small team. Previously, in the City S group chat, wasn't there someone claiming to be Kuan Go, boasting of having a Tyrannosaurus Rex ancient type ability? He was even bragging about wanting to rule Bianqing. Rule Bianqing. He should first eliminate all the zombies. A cacophony of chatter filled the air, and with Su Wenhao's fruit ability, they had procured ample supplies from a nearby shopping mall, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding their living conditions. What do you think? Xiao Fei. Suddenly, a 30-year-old woman lifted her gaze at the boy squatting in the corner on the upper level of the tower. The boy's face still bore youthful innocence. Ever since Su Wenhao had brought him in, he had hardly spoken a word. Some believed that his silent demeanor was simply his nature, while others suspected that the tragic loss of his parents had deeply affected him psychologically. However, what Su Wenhao had valued in him was his fearless spirit in battle, coupled with a keen intellect that a 14-year-old boy, who, despite lacking the physical strength to match a zombie, could still devise his means to slay them. This calmness and composure were qualities that most adults could scarcely achieve. Su Wenhao believed this lad to be a rare talent. Thus he had lent him a hand and invited him to join this newly formed team. But I think we should attempt to communicate with those few individuals. Survival in this apocalypse necessitates mutual assistance. Someone proposed. But do you know how to contact them? Those 3 illusion beast types have never spoken in our city group chat. They must think little of us. Sugo is also an ability user. Why would they look down on us? Isn't that right, Sugo? Su Wenhao, sitting quietly on the steps, remained silent. His ambitions were modest. He merely wished to survive well in this apocalypse. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he gestured for everyone to be silent. Be cautious. Someone is coming. Instantly, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixated on the door. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as the Iron Tower's door was forcefully shattered. Amidst the billowing dust, a figure emerged that Su Wenhao. Let us have a word. Ao Xing stood before the Iron Tower's entrance, having brought Ao Chen along. The door was too low. He had no intention of entering. Su Wenhao's heart sank. It was directed at him. The intruder had traversed countless zombies to reach this place and could smash the door with such force, indicating that their strength was on par with his own. The people inside the tower exchanged glances, and Su Wenhao rose. Su Go. The visitor does not come with good intentions. It is likely those illusion beast-type ability users. Sugo, please refrain from venturing out for the moment. Since they are aware of your identity, they undoubtedly possess a strategy to deal with you. However, the current situation is not something they can dictate. Su Wenhao sighed. The main entrance has been shattered. If I do not step outside, they will still breach our defenses, putting all of you in jeopardy, though we must remain in the tower. I will confront them. The others chimed in, Sugu, I will accompany you. Indeed. Let us face them together. Sugu, you saved me from the zombies. I owe you a life. Today, we shall confront that individual as one. Su Wenhao felt a surge of emotion. True friendship reveals itself in times of adversity. It seemed that there were no ingrates among his ranks that he nodded, realizing that even if they hid within the Iron Tower, their safety was not guaranteed. That as they stepped out in unison, they were taken aback to see only 2 individuals across from them. Only 2? And they lack any fruit abilities? Ao Xing had no need for his Qinglong powers to dispatch the zombies and flesh creatures. After clearing the nearby zombies, Ao Chen had also dispelled his fruit ability and regained his strength. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. Were they a couple? The allure of their striking features eased the tension among the group, leading them to believe the situation might not be as dire as they had imagined. May I inquire who you are, Brother Kuan? Or perhaps one of the mythical beast fruit users? Su Wenhao positioned himself at the forefront, scrutinizing the duo. Although they appeared harmless, the young man emanated a subtle yet palpable pressure. As he approached, Su Wenhao found himself trembling involuntarily. This individual was formidable. His gaze fixated on the steel whip that Ao Xing carried on his shoulder, glistening with the viscous remnants of the zombies' crushed skulls. The weapon appeared heavy. Anyone capable of wielding such an armament must possess immense strength and could very well be one of the mythical beast fruit users that Ao Xing, in turn, assessed Su Wenhao and his companions. Even in the memories of his past life, Su Wenhao's faction was remarkably unique. They supported one another, preserving the warmth of the world before the apocalypse. Their unity far surpassed that of other factions. However, Su Wenhao ultimately met his demise due to this very dynamic that he believed he could discern the character of each individual, yet the human heart is not so easily measured. When he was weaker, it posed little issue, but as he grew stronger, the quality of those who joined him became increasingly mixed, ultimately leading to his downfall at the hands of a traitor. One might call it a form of naivety. In the apocalypse, there are 2 types of naivete. One stands atop a moral high ground, condemning others and bringing disaster upon them, commonly referred to as a white lotus. The other type possessing genuine kindness. Endeavors to assist others to the best of their abilities without imposing moral obligations on them. Such individuals often invite calamity upon themselves. Yet, for Su Wenhao, as a leader, such behavior could spell disaster for his entire faction. I have but one purpose for seeking you out. Ao Xing's gaze swept over Su Wenhao's group, finally settling on a frail young boy. I require one individual, and he pointed at the boy. This child shares a connection with me. Xiao Fei. Su Wenhao gasped in astonishment. This person had come to claim the boy. Was there an enmity between them, or had he taken a liking to him? Su Wenhao was perplexed. The boy, upon noticing Ao Xing pointing at him, was equally bewildered at me. He was certain he did not know this young man and had no entanglements with him. Yet why was he singled out? Ao Xing affirmed, indeed, if my memory serves me correctly. You are Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei replied in astonishment, yes, but how do you know me? Su Wenhao inquired, what do you want with Xiao Fei? Ao Xing stated plainly, it is a waste for him to follow you. I can maximize his potential. That Su Wenhao chuckled derisively. While I, Su Wenhao, may not be a master, your words border on insolence. Without engaging in banter, Ao Xing launched a punch cloaked in armed hockey, the force of the wind causing Su Wenhao's expression to darken. His fist transformed into steel, clashing with Ao Xing's strike. Yet, to his shock, his steel fist was directly caved in, and Su Wenhao was sent flying a considerable distance to Sugo. Are you all right? The others were left in astonishment, having never witnessed Su Wenhao suffer such a defeat. The young man before them had merely swung his fist, yet even Su Wenhao, utilizing his fruit ability, could not withstand it, though he was propelled backward. His body had transformed into steel, and after skidding along the ground, he remained relatively unscathed. However, upon glancing at his fist, he was horrified to find his bones fractured from Ao Xing's blow. Armed hockey? Su Wenhao's previous bravado evaporated, maintaining a cautious distance from Ao Xing, his expression now one of wariness. Your fruit ability is impressive. It is one of the rarest natural types that if developed properly, you could become a master. Ao Xing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Ao Chun radiated pride, nearly looking down upon everyone else. Ao Xing was well aware of Su Wenhao's capabilities. His fruit was one that had never appeared in the comics. The natural type iron fruit. Unlike the gold fruit, the iron fruit could be elementalized. Furthermore, it could generate iron elements from thin air. However, any iron he created would not last once separated from him. He could transform like the T-1000 from Terminator, becoming liquid metal and altering his form that he could manipulate nearby metallic objects, reshaping them, and even control them from a distance, condensing steel beads to fire like bullets or forming blades to slay like a sword master. As his fruit ability further developed, he could compress the density of steel to enhance its hardness. Yet now, he could not even withstand Ao Xing's ordinary punch. The punch enveloped in armed hockey struck his elementalized fist directly, causing it to crack. Shall we continue our discussion? Ao Xing refrained from eliminating him outright. This man was strong and held value, though his overly benevolent nature did not sit well with him. Thus, he did not intend to absorb Su Wenhao's faction, but merely sought Yuan Fei. What if I refuse? Su Wenhao was ultimately unwilling to relinquish the promise he had made to the boy. Believing that although Ao Xing was powerful, the unexpected attack had caught him off guard, and in a true life-and-death struggle, he might not necessarily lose. Refuse? Ao Xing's eyes turned cold. You will all perish. Su Wenhao remained defiant, manipulating the iron bars nearby to transform into molten iron, reshaping it into 5 steel beads that floated before him. I acknowledge your strength. Awakening hockey at such an early stage is impressive. However, even if you could kill me, you would not escape unscathed. There are still so many zombies around. After eliminating me, would you still have the capacity to contend with them? Hey, you truly are ungrateful. Before Ao Xing could respond, Ao Chun, pouting and with her chin held high, interjected, my brother didn't even use his fruit ability or weapon. He sent you flying barehanded. Do you really think you stand a chance to resist? Not to mention, he has already dispatched 2 zombies. Ao Chen's words left Su Wenhao in shock that Ao Xing still possessed a fruit ability. In Bianxing, there were not many with such powers. Currently, according to the revelations from the city's shared group, there were only 5 known ability users in Bianxing. Himself and Feng Kuan with the Tyrannosaurus fruit, alongside 3 mysterious mythical beast users who had never spoken. This individual's strength was so formidable that he could very well be the Qinglong or the 4-horned black bull. Tentatively, he asked, are you the mythical beast user of the Qinglong fruit? Ao Chen nodded, indeed. My brother does not wish to kill you, so he has refrained from using his fruit ability. Otherwise, you would have perished by now. Moreover, that young boy would be far better off following my brother than you. While she may not have understood why Ao Xing specifically wanted the 14-year-old boy, she trusted her brother, a reincarnator, and believed he had his reasons. That Su Wenhao took a deep breath. The Qinglong. One need not be a fan of One Piece to recognize the immense strength of such a mythical creature. Should the opponent unleash their full power, he could very well be obliterated in an instant. Without him, even if Ao Xing spared the others, how long could they survive in this apocalypse? As Su Wenhao pondered rapidly. Yuan Fei stepped forward. Su Gu, I will go with this brother. Xiao Fei. Su Wenhao felt he had failed in his duty as an older brother, forcing his younger companion into a compromising position. Yuan Fei said, Su Gu, thank you for your care over these past few days. I will forever be grateful. If Ao Gu wishes to harm me, he would not go through all this trouble. I trust that Ao Gu will treat me well. Su Wenhao sighed. Very well, that if you find yourself treated unfairly, you may return at any time. That Su Gu will always be your Su Gu. Ao Xing gazed at the scene before him with an air of indifference. Despite having become cold-blooded and unfeeling in this life, he was still willing to offer a glimmer of hope to those with kind hearts, as long as it did not impede his own interests. Yuan Fei bid farewell to Su Wenhao and the others one by one, that he had little to pack, merely gripping a steel pipe he had wielded in battle. Approaching Ao Xing, the obstinate youth mimicked a scene he had witnessed in a television drama. Kneeling on one knee and placing his hand over his heart. Brother Ao Xing, Yuan Fei will follow you. Please spare Brother Su. Ao Xing cast a glance at him, resting the steel whip on his shoulder. Come with me. At that moment, a horde of zombies was gathering from the distance. That as they walked, Ao Xing inquired, have you learned hockey? Yuan Fei nodded. Brother Su awarded us each 10 points to learn armament hockey. but I have yet to awaken it. Chapter 43. The enormous swarm of rats. After adding Yuan Fei as a friend, Aoxing transferred 20 points to him. Learn observation and Conqueror's Haki as well. What awaits you next is an endless battle. Yuan Fei did not refuse, accepting the points and exchanging for the remaining 2 forms of Haki, instantly grasping the methods of Haki cultivation. Battle remained the essence. Unyielding perseverance, an indomitable spirit, and the courage to thrive in the face of death. This was the foundation for awakening Conqueror's Haki. As the zombies converged, Aoxing transformed into her beast-human form and began to fight. After awakening Observation Haki, ordinary zombies were no longer her match. Even a 1-star zombie could be slain after a brief skirmish. Yuan Fei swung the steel pipe, striking a zombie. Here, apart from the 2 of them, Aoxing had cleared the area entirely, that he now found it effortless to dispatch ordinary zombies, lacking any challenge. Only 2-star zombies could truly engage his focus. The zombies in Bianqing should be appearing soon. Aoxing narrowed his eyes towards the horizon. While combat against these ordinary zombies could yield points, the effect on enhancing his strength was negligible. His Haki had penetrated deeply, bringing him close to the Iron Bone realm. Without intense battles, his Haki training would slow down. Not far away, Su Wenhao watched as Aoxing easily eliminated the encroaching zombies, further solidifying his belief in Aoxing's formidable and terrifying strength. Upon witnessing Aoxing's beast-human form, he exclaimed in astonishment, Aoxing's sister is also an ability user. His companions had begun recording Aoxing's battle scenes to upload to the Divine Grant space. Wow! The mysterious Qinglong boss has appeared. Already awakened Haki, slaughtering zombies as if they were mere dogs. Bianqing had seen another ability user, and it was the sister of the Qinglong boss. 2 videos quickly went viral, with countless comments flooding in. My goodness, this boss is incredibly powerful. Those zombies. I have to lure one away and use obstacles to defeat it. Yet this boss takes them down with a single blow. Can this boss clear Bianqing of zombies at such speed? Who knows where this boss lives? ID willingly warmed their bed. Yet some also noticed Aoxing in her beast-human form. That girl with animal ears is so adorable. What ability does she possess? She looks like a little mouse. I can't see any special abilities that I wonder if she is a mythical beast. The sister of the Qinglong boss. She must be a mythical beast too. As everyone discussed, Aoxing's trio continued to distance themselves. That Su Wenhao gazed at his fractured fist, inwardly contemplating. We are all ability users. Why should I be any less than him? He concentrated, forming a steel knife from his ability. Lifting it in hand, brothers, we should resume our fight. In the distance, Aoxing led the 2 back. Although Yuan Fei was slight of build and lacked fruit-based abilities, his ferocity in battle astonished even Aoxing. She handed him a piece of fresh meat to help restore his stamina, and then continued to fight. When their energy levels plummeted, and even the fresh meat could not suffice, Aoxing led them into a Kaifeng cuisine restaurant. After clearing the zombies inside, he barricaded the entrance with several tables, while Aoxing casually sat at one table, leaving Yuan Fei to occupy a corner alone. Stealing a glance at Yuan Fei's petite frame, Aoxing quietly asked Aoxing, Brother, why do you insist on having him? Aoxing replied, This child is extraordinary. In my previous life, he made quite a name for himself. Moreover, Yuan Fei's loyalty is unlike that of others. As long as the force he belongs to exists, he will remain steadfastly loyal, even in death. However, should the force dissipate or the leader perish, he will not seek vengeance, but will wholeheartedly serve the next faction he joins. Quite peculiar, isn't it? So long as I do not die, Yuan Fei will remain a die-hard loyalist, but if I were to perish, he would not place his hopes on anyone else. As the 2 conversed, a series of thuds resonated, initially faint but progressively growing heavier, until it sounded like drumming. Brother, where is that sound coming from? Aoxing's large eyes darted around, seeking the source of the noise. Even Yuan Fei, who had been quietly seated in the corner, suddenly straightened, gripping his steel pipe tightly. Are they coming? Aoxing's gaze fixed intently on the kitchen. Creak, creak, creak. Accompanied by the sound of walls crashing down, a horde of rats, the size of cats, surged forth from the sewers. The moment they appeared, their bulging eyes fixated on the 3 seated in the restaurant. All rats! Such enormous rats! Aoxing screamed, terrified. Where in the north have I seen such large rodents? Not even the southern rats are this big. Aoxing replied dryly, Yet you are also a small mouse. Why fear the rats? Oh, that's completely different. Ouching yelped, leaping onto the table. I am a cute Dumbo rat. Not this disgusting big rat. The swarm of rats paused for but a moment before lunging at Ouching and the others as if they had spotted a bone. However, a wave of soul-chilling conquerors hockey descended. Halting their movements, the AS animals, their perception of danger was far more acute than that of humans. The overwhelming conquerors hockey evoked an ancient fear ingrained in their blood. Ouching merely sat quietly, and in the eyes of these giant rats, they beheld a magnificent Qing Long, 100 meters long. In the corner of the restaurant, Yuan Fei, who had already crouched in preparation for battle, secretly sighed in relief at that moment, with so many large rats. In their agility rivaling that of flesh-eating zombies, he had doubted his chances of survival amidst the swarm. The rats were motionless. Ouching, who had jumped from the table to Ouching's back, peeked out with her adorable little head, having transformed into her beast-human form, ready for combat. Ouching remarked, "You fear rats yet are unafraid of zombies." Ouching clung tightly to the back of his shirt, whispering, "That's different. I've seen zombies plenty in movies. But rats are just unsettling. Brother, won't you kill them? What purpose do we have for a swarm of rats? Kill. Of course, we must kill." Ouching rose and approached the largest rat at the forefront as he advanced. The pressure of his conqueror's hockey intensified, causing the rats before him to tremble. Squeak, squeak. The rat dared not raise its head, unable to fathom the existence of such a terrifying creature. Ouching placed his hand upon the head of the largest rat. As he touched its matted fur, he could feel the rat trembling beneath his hand. Chapter 44. Awakening crystals removing his hand from the large rat's head, Ouching shifted the tables blocking the entrance and dispatched several zombies that had crowded at the door, dragging their lifeless bodies inside and placing them before the large rat. Hungry? Give it a try. He invited the rat to feast with a gentle tone, as if speaking to a pet. Yet the rat remained motionless. Slap! A sharp clap rang out against the large rat's head. Eat, squeak, squeak! The large rat bared its teeth, confused by the punishment it had received, unable to understand why it was being struck. After another slap, it began to vaguely comprehend that this person wanted it to consume the decaying flesh. Tentatively, it took a bite, an eerie energy surging into its body. The large rat paused for a moment before voraciously tearing into the zombie flesh. Delicious. Ouching observed quietly as it feasted, while Ouching remained closely behind him, too frightened to stray far. Brother, why are you feeding it zombie flesh? This scene is utterly disgusting. At this moment, even Yuan Fei, who had been sitting alone in the corner, cautiously approached Ouching. Indeed, a swarm of rats as large as fat cats filled the restaurant, creating a rather terrifying spectacle. The rats devoured the zombie chunks, their stomachs seemingly bottomless, consuming an entire leg without any visible bulge. Finally, after devouring 2 legs, the rat's size doubled again. The Rat King, now resembling a medium-sized fierce dog, bared its sharp teeth, its eyes gleaming with menace. No longer the docile creature it once was. Squeak! With a commanding roar from the Rat King, the intimidated swarm of rats sprang into action, lunging toward Ao-Xin and others. The Rat King itself charged directly at Ao-Xin's throat, intent on severing it. What kind of Azure dragon is this? In that moment, the Rat King felt invincible, as if it could slay a dragon. Truly, a beast remains a beast, devoid of any gratitude. Ao-Xin merely smiled faintly, exerting force in his hands, his fingers like hooks crushed the massive rat's skull, a spray of hot breath erupting forth, incinerating all the rats into ashes. Squeak, squeak! The Rat King, with its shattered cranium, still fought desperately, thrashing about in an attempt to bite Ao-Xin. Crack! With a swift motion, Ao-Xin's dragon claws closed around the rat's head, crushing it completely, leaving only a pool of blood and a small crystal in his palm. What is this? Ao-Chun gazed curiously at the crystal in his hand. Were it not for the blood and brain matter staining it, she would have examined it closely. Is this a crystal core commonly found in novels, upon the complete extermination of the rat horde? Ao-Chun resumed her usual vivacity. If I consume this, will I gain strength? Ugh, this thing is so disgusting. I refuse to eat it. Ao-Xin casually pulled out a piece of cloth, wiping the crystal clean. The crystal was diminutive, no larger than a fingernail, exhibiting an octahedral structure with a delicate thread drifting at its center, the nature of which remained a mystery, IT can be considered a crystal core, though it differs from the ones you are familiar with. AOXIN elucidated. This object is beneficial solely to us ability users, referred to as an awakening crystal, which aids in enhancing the abilities of the fruit and hastens its awakening. To elevate one's strength, however, one must rely on combat to hone their domineering spirit. This crystal is of no use in that regard. The awakening crystal is born when a living being consumes the flesh of a zombie. And if they are infected by the zombie virus yet do not transform into one, there lies a chance for them to generate such a crystal. Typically, the leader of a biological group has a higher probability of producing a crystal. In the past, upon discovery of such objects, people began devising ways to raise various creatures, feeding them zombie flesh to achieve artificial production. Some even deranged organizations resorted to using humans as breeding vessels. Humans, being part of the biological realm, could naturally produce such crystals. There were also those who, in their madness, sought to enhance their strength through these crystals. However, such crystals would consume the brain and distort the soul. This not only led to genetic mutations, rendering one no longer human, but also caused the very soul to become unrecognizable, transforming into a new, more perilous species. They were dubbed Crystal People. Crystal People evolved by devouring zombies, and the flesh of their kin exerts a powerful allure over them. Of course, the brain crystals of Crystal People serve as a tremendous boon for ability users. When the two factions meet, it results in a fight to the death. He explained the utility of the awakening crystal to Ao Chun, indicating that we should establish a breeding base, which would not only accelerate the development of our abilities, but also serve as a lucrative commodity. This was also the rationale behind his desire to build influence, not merely for the protection of his family, but because many endeavors cannot be accomplished alone. Now, with the support of Fong Cohen's laborers, the establishment of a primary base could be contemplated. Once they had rested, the trio exited the house. On the streets, despite his slaughter of so many zombies, the cleared areas soon saw the return of the undead. With no sign of a decline in the city's zombie population, on either side of the street, one could occasionally spot individuals battling, relying on buildings for cover. The apocalypse had persisted for over half a month. The military's annihilation had made it painfully clear that survival relied solely on oneself. They must devise ways to procure resources, slay zombies for points, and then engage in combat to enhance their strength. Suddenly, the street erupted into chaos. Not only were people rushing into buildings, but even the zombies seemed to sense a formidable enemy, scattering in fear. These mindless zombies, exhibiting such behavior, could only imply one thing: a higher-tier zombie had made its appearance. Asserting its dominance and driving the lesser zombies away, roar, an earth-shattering growl resonated through the air, a sound with which AOXN was all too familiar. Even Ao Chun instantly recognized its source. Brother, it's a zombie. Not far off, a rigid, hopping zombie was herding a throng of zombies while pursuing humans. Those who had cleverly utilized the terrain to trap and kill zombies found their barriers shattered in an instant. Even the robust steel and concrete walls were effortlessly breached by the zombie. The metal of vehicles crumpled like mere paper, and sturdy utility poles appeared as fragile as biscuits. The emergence of this zombie rendered the very structures upon which humanity relied for survival into mere relics of the past. Screams echoed once more, panic spreading like wildfire. But where could these ordinary people flee? With homes destroyed and streets teeming with zombies, they soon fell prey to the undead or were infected, joining the ranks of the zombie horde. AOXN brandished a steel whip, instructing Ao Chun, "Stay back, protect yourself. If danger arises, retreat underground immediately." Ao Chun nodded, well acquainted with this protocol. A resounding dragon's roar filled the air as AOXN transformed into a dragon-human hybrid. Steel whip in hand, striding boldly toward the zombie, clang. The steel whip collided with the zombie's arm, the brute strength of the undead being forced downward in the midst of the dragon's roar. AOXN closed in, raising the whip once more and delivering a crushing blow to the zombie's forehead. Clang! Electrical currents crackled along the whip, shattering the zombie's skull. Roar! The zombie brought its arms together, attempting to swat this peculiar human into oblivion. Yet AOXN's left claw shot out, gripping the zombie's right arm, his overwhelming strength preventing any movement. With his right hand, the steel whip struck again, smashing the zombie's left arm, leaving it bloodied and broken. At that moment, AOXIN's power had significantly increased since his initial confrontation with the zombies. Flames erupted from his maw, mere inches separating them. Under such proximity, the zombie had no chance to evade. The searing inferno singed the zombie's flesh, reducing it to charred remains. Following the flames came a myriad of razor-sharp wind blades, stripping away the burnt flesh, leaving only a bare skull. Upon the skull, fractures were evidently visible, marks of the whip's previous strikes. Boom! The steel whip descended once more, striking the previously inflicted crack, and the zombie's head exploded, brains spilling across the ground. The entire skirmish transpired in mere seconds. A survivor perched atop a nearby building witnessed the battle below, his worldview shattered as he beheld the once mighty zombie being vanquished in an instant. Incredible. The dragon-human form of the Azure Dragon. The legendary Azure Dragon boss. Alas, I wish I had recorded this battle. On the street, Yuan Fei, watching from a distance, was equally astonished. He had known AOXN was powerful, yet he had no idea he was this formidable. The boy's eyes reflected admiration. In this apocalypse, a true man ought to be like this. What do you think? My brother is strong, right? Ao Chen beamed with pride, as if she were the one who had dispatched the zombie. Strong. I too shall become a powerful being like brother AOXN. The boy silently vowed that as AOXN approached, he reverted from his dragon form that in the final moments of battle, he felt his domineering spirit fully merge with his bones. And in that instant, his strength surged tenfold. He had transcended into the second realm of body refinement, the Iron Bone realm. Having entered the Iron Bone realm, coupled with the Azure Dragon fruit, he was now capable of contending with a 3-star fur zombie. Yet presently, there were no fur zombies in Bien City. The neighboring provincial city had them, but he wouldn't venture there merely to hunt for one in the villa district of the West City, Lu Xiao. Upon receiving AOXIN's orders had also arrived. Along the way, she met Meng Kuei, and the two of them proceeded to the villa area together. Within the community, Feng Kuan and his associates gazed in awe at the woman accompanying Meng Kuei. They found her breathtaking. They believed the women they had imprisoned were already exquisite, yet compared to this tall beauty, they were mere trash. Unconsciously swallowing, they were met with a swift kick from Meng Kuei to the chest. That is the boss's woman. Restrain your filthy thoughts. However, a shorter man was covertly eyeing Lu Xiao, his gaze lingering on her voluptuous figure. Furious, Meng Kuei drew his blade, severing the man's head, waking the laborers from their stupor. Mengo, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Zhou Xiang slapped his own face with a resounding crack, the force visibly swelling his cheek. Seeing this, Feng Kuan cursed inwardly and followed suit, delivering a hefty slap to his own face. Mengo. My apologies. The other laborers mimicked the behavior, the courtyard echoing with the sound of self-inflicted slaps. Afterward, Zhou Xiang and Feng Kuan checked to see whose face remained unscathed. Your apology was far too insincere. You showed disrespect toward Mengo and the boss. Mengo, should we kill him? Zhou Xiang's words terrified the man, who hastily began slapping himself, soon resulting in a swollen cheek. Meng Kuei observed the entire scene with a cold gaze, only calling for a halt when the man's nose and mouth began to bleed. Enough. Should there be another transgression, it shall be met with merciless retribution. Yes, yes. The laborers bowed their heads in acquiescence. Once this farcical episode concluded, Lu Xiao finally spoke. Where are those women? Bring them all out. The voice was cold and unfeeling, yet even such heartless words sent shivers down the spine. However, Feng Kuan and the others dared not entertain any frivolous thoughts. They hurriedly brought forth all the women from the villas. These women appeared dazed, unaware of the fate that awaited them. But as long as they could survive, could there be a more tragic fate than their current plight? Outside, they stood in 3 rows. And in addition to the man who commanded even Feng Kuan's respect, there was another strikingly beautiful woman. This woman was tall and graceful, with fair skin and a delicate, alluring face, the kind of beauty that could enchant anyone. Her presence exuded an aura of confidence and nobility, and at her waist hung a long blade. The men, including the burly one, lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Was she the leader of this formidable man? The women pondered, reflecting on the vast disparity among their kind. Lift your heads, Lu Xiao commanded sharply, and the women instinctively complied. Their spirits were low. Some even coughed, a sign of ill omen. Lu Xiao had already learned from A.O. Xing that it was not only bites that could lead to infection. The air was thick with the zombie virus, capable of infecting the weak. That I am Lu Xiao. From this day forth, you shall be under my command. Lu Xiao stated bluntly, fight alongside me, and you shall no longer endure such humiliation. Yet the women remained ungrateful. One scoffed and retorted, fight against zombies? I'd rather share a bed with a man. As she spoke, she coughed, her complexion pale. Many shared her sentiment. Indeed, why fight? It seemed like a death sentence. Hadn't she just heard the commotion in the courtyard? Wasn't she merely a plaything for a powerful man? What was the point of pretending to be high and mighty? Do you think wielding a blade makes you a warrior? Why should I heed your command? The women exchanged barbs, starting with whispered words that escalated into harsh insults. Lu Xiao's brows furrowed, and flames of golden sunlight ignited in her hands. She seized the throat of the loudest woman, and in the blink of an eye, the woman was reduced to ashes. Charred remains fell to the ground, shocking the other women into silence. They no longer dared to speak, not even to gasp, fearing they too would meet a fiery end should they provoke Lu Xiao. What is that? No more insults. Lu Xiao extinguished the flames and cast a cold gaze upon them. Chapter 46. I grant you revenge. The workers standing respectfully beside Meng Ke were taken aback by the display of sunlight flames that the rumored third beast wielder was indeed Lu Jie. They were filled with awe. Both Meng Ke and Lu Xiao served under A.O. Xing, and three beast wielders together were a force to be reckoned with. Reflecting on their fortunate alignment with such power, they felt it was far superior to following Feng Kuan. Unfortunately, the chance to curry favor had been snatched by Zhou Xiang, who had risen to a position of greater influence than Feng Kuan. Cursing the shamelessness of the fellow, while feeling envious, they could only resign themselves to their fate. After Lu Xiao executed one woman, they realized this beautiful woman was equally ruthless. Do you think hiding and being toyed with by men, having food and shelter, ensures your safety? Lu Xiao declared, the air is laced with the zombie virus, which will infect the weak. Moreover, as more zombies are slain and the apocalypse deepens, the virus in the air will become increasingly potent. Without cultivation, even hiding will not spare you from becoming a zombie. Her words stirred a commotion among the crowd. Not only the women, but even the workers were unsettled. This was knowledge they had not possessed in her previous life. It took a long time for anyone to grasp this truth, by which point 90% of the world's population had perished. Cultivating strength and honing one's body would not only grant dignity in this apocalypse, but also enhance survival chances. Lu Xiao began to circle the group of women. You are correct. I am my master's plaything, but I am fortunate and discerning. My master has never treated me lightly. Your luck is not as good as mine, so you can only rely on your own willpower. Grow stronger, and at the very least, you can choose whose plaything you wish to be, rather than allowing anyone to toy with you at will. I have heard from Meng Ke that some of you are the wives and daughters of the wealthy in this villa district, while others were abducted from nearby communities. Your husbands, children, and parents have been slain by zombies and by them. Do you not wish for vengeance? At this moment, a flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of some women in the crowd. Meanwhile, the workers observed in astonishment. Zhou Xiang, feeling favored, whispered to Meng Ke, but was met with a glare. Silence. There was a woman who appeared to be around 20, gazing at Lu Xiao. Can you truly help us take revenge? Her gaze shifted among the workers, landing on Zhou Xiang, her face contorted in rage. Lu Xiao smiled faintly, replying, I will grant you the opportunity for a fair duel. If you are strong enough, you can, under my guidance, slay your enemies. The woman boldly inquired, what if I surpass you? Lu Xiao responded, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Very well. The woman stepped forward and I shall fight you. Lu Xiao beamed. Excellent. And what about the rest of you? She addressed the group of women. Fight alongside me and become my subordinates, that I will ensure your sustenance and provide opportunities for you to grow stronger. Furthermore, you will no longer have to serve these men. If you choose not to, I will not force you. You may remain here as mere playthings. The women began to murmur amongst themselves. After a while, one asked, but what if your master demands we serve him? Lu Xiao's expression darkened slightly. My master has not even touched me. Would he desire you? Of course, if he truly wishes for your company, you must comply. However, in the future, Only my master will have the power to compel you to do such things." Once again, the women whispered among themselves until finally, another young woman stepped forward. "I also wish to fight." With one, there came another, and soon, a stream of young women and mothers stood up until only 5 remained. "And you?" A woman appearing to be in her 30s offered a bitter smile. "Zombies are terrifying. Fighting is a death sentence, and being infected is also death, that I'll just live as long as I can." The others remained silent, their sentiments mirroring hers. The initially brave young woman could no longer hold back. "Sister Tang, there are only 5 of you left. They have over 100 people. You will die." The woman called Sister Tang lowered her head. "That is still better than being bitten by a zombie the moment we step outside." Lu Xiao did not press them further. "Very well. Everyone has their own aspirations, and I have said what needed to be said." She then pointed to the first girl who had spoken. "What is your name?" "I am Bai Cici, 19 years old." Upon hearing her name called, Bai Cici quickly seized the opportunity, eagerly stating her name and age. Lu Xiao nodded, not inquiring about her grievances with Zhou Xiang. Such matters were not her concern. From today onward, "You shall be my deputy." Bai Cici's heart soared with joy as she exclaimed, "Yes, stand in line. Starting with you, count off." Bai Cici shouted, 1, 2. Counting was a familiar task from their school days. 31. After counting, Bai Cici announced, "Report to Lu Jie. There are a total of 31 of us." She had already immersed herself in her new role as Lu Xiao's deputy. Lu Xiao nodded. "You have long been deprived of exercise and have been imprisoned for too long. Your physical capabilities have diminished. I will grant each of you 10 points to exchange for the armed color domineering cultivation method. From now on, you shall run laps around the community." She did not thrust them in a battle immediately, as that would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. After adding them as friends, she transferred 10 points to each of them. The women accepted the points in astonishment. Following this, enigmatic woman seemed promising. Nearby, Zhou Xiang observed the women exchanging for their armed color domineering and lining up to run before daring to speak. "Mengo, are we really allowing them to seek revenge on us?" None of them had clean hands. If they were truly pursued for vengeance, they feared for their lives. Meng Kuei shot him a glance. "Are you afraid?" "Of course, Mengo. You saw how fierce that girl's gaze was. She genuinely wants to kill me." Zhou Xiang lamented, wondering who could have anticipated that these imprisoned women would have their day of reckoning. Meng Kuei remarked, "As long as you remain superior to them, why should you fear revenge? Stop lingering. Come forth and join me in hunting zombies." The laborers, wearing expressions of distress, dared not utter a word as they picked up their assorted weapons and followed Meng Kuei out of the villa district. Chapter 47. Expanding the treasure space, Lu Xiao observed the women jogging around the villa community and reported her preliminary acceptance of them to Ao Xing. Ao Xing merely replied, "Not bad. They are now under your command. There's no need to report to me." Just as she had relinquished the laborers to Meng Kuei, Ao Xing showed little interest in managing these affairs. These individuals could be easily replaced if they proved inadequate. As long as the core few were kept in check, did Ao Xing return home with Ao Chun and Yuan Fei, assigning the room across the hall on the first floor to Yuan Fei. "You will reside here from now on. I shall bring you some food shortly." Subsequently, he ascended the stairs with Ao Chun, at which point their parents had yet to return. He placed the awakening crystal into Ao Chin's hand. "Hold it in your palm and focus on sensing it. The energy within will flow into your body, enhancing your devil fruit abilities." Curiously weighing the crystal, Ao Chin followed Ao Xing's instructions and placed it in her palm. Almost immediately, a gentle energy surged from the crystal into her hand, spreading throughout her body. Unconsciously, she transformed into her beastly form, feeling as though she had truly become a treasure rat, momentarily forgetting everything about her humanity. Half an hour later, Ao Chin opened her eyes, exclaiming with delight, "Brother, my treasure space has now expanded to 20 cubic meters. Moreover, I can sense that the range of treasures has increased by 1/10. She transformed back into a treasure rat and burrowed underground, discovering that her speed had also significantly improved. Emerging from the earth, she reverted to her human form, bouncing around Ao Xing with excitement. "Brother, this crystal is truly wondrous. Now I can store even more items." The enhancement of her fruit ability granted her the greatest advantage of doubling her treasure space, although the improvements in sensing range and burrowing speed were relatively minor. However, she suddenly pondered, But brother, why don't you use it yourself? If you consume it, your Azure Dragon will become even stronger. Ao Chun felt a twinge of regret for using the awakening crystal herself, wishing instead for her brother to benefit from it. Ao Xing chuckled, I have already attained the Ironbone realm, and my strength is considerable. The stronger one is, the quicker the fruit can be developed. Furthermore, this crystal is rather small and of little significance to me. But for you, it makes a world of difference. You are the treasure trove of our family. He had anticipated that Ao Chin's treasure space would expand considerably, and it had not disappointed him. After conversing for a while, Ao Xing retrieved a substantial amount of food and fresh water from a room designated as a storage space, delivering it to Yuan Fei. What kind of weapon do you desire? A knife or a sword? Ao Xing inquired about Yuan Fei's preference. The youth exhibited considerable potential for growth. Providing him with a quality weapon would facilitate his advancement. However, after a moment's contemplation, Yuan Fei responded, I have previously used a kitchen knife and wielded an axe, but they tend to dull easily, not to mention that a steel pipe is far more effective. Moreover, I noticed that Brother Ao also employs a blunt weapon. So I shall opt for one as well. Ao Xing entered the divine gift space to examine the options available. Given Yuan Fei's youth, although he was brave, his strength remained limited, lacking fruit abilities and having no awakened haki. Weapons such as Alita's spike club would be excessively heavy for him. After searching for a while, he encountered a commendable item, a steel water pipe, that a seemingly ordinary pipe, yet even the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. Sabo had wielded it, proving its worth. Price: 10 points. This item could hardly be considered a weapon, as the cheapest pirate or navy knives required 100 points. Yet this steel pipe was available for a mere 10 points. Upon exchanging it, he compared it with the one Yuan Fei held. Indeed, the difference was stark. Not to mention, items from the pirate world appeared exceptionally durable. Use this for now. Although it is still a steel pipe, it is superior to the one in your possession. Yuan Fei accepted it, feeling the increased weight of the pipe in his hands. Thank you, Brother Ao. At the entrance of the building, barriers ensured safety as long as zombies were absent. Rest well, and when you're ready, join the fight against the undead and awaken your haki as soon as possible. But he then addressed Ao Chun. You two shall train here while I head to the Yellow River. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, the water supply had long ceased. With no water sources in the city, establishing a safe zone necessitated proximity to a river. The nearest river was the Bien River to the north. Furthermore, in his previous life, Feng Kuan had led his group of laborers to construct a safe base along the banks of the Bien River, continuously expanding and gathering refugees. Now, he intended to explore that area, seeking the waters that yielded seafloor stone. Utilizing seafloor stone as building material would fortify the base significantly, that if you encounter danger, flee and send me a message. I will return as swiftly as I can. After offering a few more words of caution to his sister, he transformed into the Azure Dragon and soared towards the northern part of Bien City, having advanced to the Ironbone realm. His stamina surged, allowing him to traverse the distance from home to the Bien River effortlessly. Above the clouds, the Azure Dragon soared. Just as he was about to leave the city, he spotted a zombie-turned magpie. In the apocalypse, avian zombies were rare due to their feathers and flesh shedding in the early stages. Without feathers, they could not fly. Once flight was lost, even the most ferocious of them could be easily dispatched. At the very least, they needed to evolve into a one-star flesh zombie to take to the skies again. Of course, if avian zombies could evolve to the final stage, they would still be formidable, with their flying ability and speed making them highly dangerous assassins. However, the creature before him was merely a flesh zombie. Ao Xing summoned a roar that transformed into thunder, shattering the magpie's skull, causing it to plummet from the sky and land upon a cautious youth who was hunting zombies. The young man looked up in confusion, only to see the massive silhouette of the Azure Dragon gliding through the clouds. Swiftly vanishing into the distance, it's the Azure Dragon. I wonder if the Azure Dragon would take me in. The youth clenched his fist and continued to evade the zombies before him. Outside the northern city, the Azure Dragon descended from the clouds, taking human form at the riverbank. This was once a favored barbecue spot for the people of Bien City, and several fishing boats floated upon the river. However, it was precisely this congregation that had led to a massive outbreak of zombies. Virtually no humans remained here. Only a few zombies wandered about, drawn towards the city by the lingering human essence. Nonetheless, some individuals had ventured outside the city during the apocalypse, struggling to survive in this desolate area that in a small dwelling. A gaunt man heard a noise and peered through the window, spotting Ao Xing standing at the riverbank. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Having fled here in haste, he had exhausted his food supply, relying on the occasional carp caught from the river to survive. However, lacking fishing equipment, his catches were limited. Seeing a stranger arrive, the man immediately considered the possibility of resources. Even if the newcomer lacked supplies, he thought, a person is a resource in and of themselves. Chapter 48. The monster in the river quietly opening the door. The man endeavored to make as little noise as possible. Observing that the youth gazing at the yellow river remained oblivious, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Treading lightly, he stealthily approached Ao Xing from behind. Raising his axe high and bringing it down with force. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as the man felt a tremendous recoil, causing him to fall to the ground. Looking at his axe, he realized it had dulled, as if he had struck steel. Ao Xing turned calmly, having sensed the man's presence long before. Yet, how could a coward, who had fled the city without even acquiring the qualifications for hockey training, possibly breach his skin? The enhancement of the Azure dragon fruit upon his physique, coupled with the fortification from the copper skin realm, meant that even without activating the armament hockey, his body was impervious to an ordinary man's axe. "You, what kind of monster are you?" The man stammered, bewildered at a zombie. "You are a zombie." At that moment, the only thing he could fathom was that this youth possessed the hardened physique of a zombie. Despite the absence of the distinct mottling that characterized them, Ao Xing seized the man's throat. "Do you wish to live or die?" Realizing that this individual was not a zombie, the man trembled as he felt the iron grip around his neck. "I want to live. Please spare me. I didn't mean to." Ao Xing's eyes resembled the vertical pupils of a dragon. "Enough nonsense. Go to the river and find a type of pitch-black mineral. If you can find it, I will grant you a chance for survival." The man, barely able to breathe, gasped, "No problem. I will go find it right away." He had not even comprehended the specifics of what he was to seek. He simply wished for Ao Xing to release him. Upon loosening his grip, the man coughed and asked, "There are many black stones. Does it have other distinguishing features?" "None," Ao Xing replied, shaking his head. The sea-floor stone was deemed ordinary, which was precisely why it took so long for anyone to realize that Blue Star also possessed sea-floor stone and began utilizing it for weapons and fortifications. The man yearned to articulate his thoughts. Yet upon meeting the gaze of Ao Xing, which was imbued with a palpable sense of murderous intent, he swallowed his words whole. Arriving at the riverbank, he gazed upon the tumultuous waters, feeling his legs weaken beneath him. The number of souls lost to the whirlpools of the Yellow River in years past was not insignificant. Would he truly survive if he leapt into those depths? However, feeling the oppressive pressure behind him, he dared not resist that moment. 3 grotesque corpses, sensing the presence of the living, surged towards Ao Xing with alarming speed. The man was instantly struck with terror, his face paling, his lips trembling that it was over. He would be devoured by the zombies. During his time hiding in the small shack, he had witnessed the undead feast upon flesh and observed their evolution, understanding that these corpses, no longer decaying, possessed formidable strength. Now, with them so close, escape was futile. Yet, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before him. The monstrous youth raised his steel whip, and with but 3 strikes, he shattered the skulls of the 3 corpses. Brain matter splattered across the ground, drawing even more zombies to this scene. After effortlessly dispatching the 3 cadavers, Ao Xing cast a cool glance at the man. "Are you not going? Go, at once." The man shuddered, fearing further delay, and gritted his teeth as he leapt into the raging river. Perhaps death awaited him in the torrent, but to remain would mean certain doom. Ao Xing stood upon the riverbank, and with the death of those 3 corpses, an increasing horde of zombies began to converge from the urban sprawl. They craved human flesh, eager to consume their own kind for the sake of evolution. A vast throng of zombies and corpses surged forth, while Ao Xing remained steadfast, his steel whip rising and falling rhythmically, the number of headless bodies accumulating around him, even when occasionally bitten by the undead. Their teeth could not penetrate his flesh, nor could they infect him. Extending his left hand, he seized the throat of a zombie that had latched onto his arm. With a powerful squeeze, he snapped its neck. The head rolled away and the body collapsed limply. His dominance grew stronger by the moment. He dispatched the zombies with ease. The bodies around him piled high like a small hill, and Ao-Xn stepped forth from this mound. Lest he be buried beneath the dead, in the sparsely populated outskirts, the number of zombies was limited, and soon, the incoming horde was decimated by his hand, but he found a bucket and drew water from the river, rinsing his steel whip. The sheer number of exploding zombie heads had left it smeared with an unsavory mixture of brain matter. After cleansing it, he exhaled a warm breath, drying the whip's surface. Upon closer inspection, this weapon, acquired from the Lezu Temple, seemed to have changed slightly from its former self. The rust was gradually flaking away, revealing its original hue. Furthermore, wielding this steel whip daily, he felt the speed of his domineering aura permeating through it was remarkably swift, perhaps even swifter than the supreme great knife he had exchanged in his previous life. Yet, he was aware that the quality of this steel whip paled in comparison to that of the great knife. However, should its current trajectory persist, the whip, deeply transformed by his aura, might yet achieve the quality of the supreme great knife. Perhaps this was the rationale behind its classification as equipment in his personal information. Ao-Xn muttered to himself, resting the whip upon his shoulder, feeling its weight increase slightly. Why would a weapon wielded by a deity in the pre-apocalyptic era possess such extraordinary qualities? It eluded him. In his previous life, he had never heard of a formidable individual employing a steel whip as their weapon. Everyone utilized weapons exchanged from the divine bestowal space, or those derived from future mystic realms. Alternatively, once the second divine bestowal descended, they would acquire soul-cutting blades. Such mundane weapons had never been in the limelight. Gazing at the river, he noted that unlike the comics, in this post-apocalyptic world, all rivers were now infused with Hylu stone. Naturally, the densest deposits of Hylu stone resided in the depths of the ocean. Only lakes and ponds remained free of its presence. Moreover, it appeared that some mysterious force existed within these lakes and ponds. Even if water infused with Hylu stone flowed into them, it would be purified as Hylu stone had only recently emerged. Its presence in the river was still weak, allowing him to submerge himself without touching the stone itself. Yet as time progressed, the rivers and seas would inevitably become forbidden zones for those with abilities. In the murky waters, silence prevailed until Ao-Xn began to suspect that the man had perished within the currents when, unexpectedly, the man re-emerged, raising a small black stone aloft. "Big brother," he shouted as he prepared to ascend the bank, only to be ensnared by a shadow lurking beneath the surface before he could react. He was pulled back into the depths. The river surface was left stained with blood, the crimson hue spreading until that black stone sank beneath the waves. Was that the creature? It turned out to be a product of the Bien River's mutation. Ao-Xn fixed his gaze upon the water's surface, realizing this was precisely why he had refrained from entering the river himself. Although the Hylu stone factor was currently weak, it would still sap his strength. If he encountered that creature, he feared he would be overmatched. Chapter 49. Azure Dragon versus Water Monster. Ao-Xn stroked his chin, pondering on the riverbank. This colossal being traversed the Yellow River, and when it passed through the Luo River, a powerful figure from the divine capital attempted to slay it, only to nearly be dragged into the waters. That it had wreaked havoc in the Yellow River for quite some time, causing great distress to the factions that had established safe havens along its banks. However, for the sake of a water source, even at the cost of lives, they persisted in constructing their bases by the river. Fortunately, the formidable monsters within the Yellow River were not too numerous and didn't linger in one spot. Instead, roaming throughout the entire river, they could only hope not to encounter such a beast. Not only in the Yellow River, but in the Yangtze, Huai, and other rivers, various monsters had emerged. Some had been slain, while others had followed the currents into the sea. Still, others stirred within the rivers, ready to devour any living creatures along the banks. That a means to vanquish this creature must be devised. Ao-Xn contemplated strategies, yet found no immediate solutions. In his previous life, during the later stages, non-ability users had grown stronger, ignoring the restrictions imposed by Hylu stone, allowing them to unite and slay certain water monsters in the rivers. Yet now, all those with combat prowess were ability users. Entering the water to confront a water monster was no simple feat. Transforming into an Azure Dragon, he soared into the sky, gazing down upon the surging waves, where he faintly discerned the silhouette of a colossal entity. This creature was no smaller than himself. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, sending sonic waves rippling across the water's surface. Below, the monster, hearing the dragon's call, sensed its authority being challenged. It broke through the surface, its crimson eyes fixated on the Azure dragon amidst the clouds. The Azure dragon coiled, its own eyes locked onto the creature. The monster measured nearly 100 meters in length, its black scales glinting ominously in the sunlight. This was a massive python. As its head emerged from the river, it extended 20 meters in length. Roar! The Azure dragon bellowed, diving downward. The giant python, flicking its forked tongue, retaliated fiercely, opening its cavernous maw to strike. Boom! Amidst the dragon's roar, a bolt of lightning erupted from its mouth, dazzlingly bright, while the thunderous sound disoriented the python. Yet how swift was the lightning? In the blink of an eye, it struck the python's head. Powerful currents coursed through the massive creature, its flickering tongue drooping weakly at the edges of its mouth. The current not only struck the python's head, but also surged across the river. As water conducts electricity, a vast expanse of the river was engulfed in electrical energy, stunning numerous fish, which floated belly up to the surface. Heat breath. Another torrent of flames erupted. Although the Azure dragon commanded the elements of wind, fire, and thunder, their potency was inferior to that of the natural elements and served merely as auxiliary attacks, such as enhancing the lethality of its weapons. The enormous python was indeed formidable, but the hardness of its scales remained uncertain. He had no expectations that he could extinguish it with lightning or flames alone. The intense flames cascaded downward, but the python, momentarily stunned by the electric shocks, was caught off guard and engulfed by the scorching breath. Hot vapor billowed forth, shrouding the river in mist, with a faint burnt odor wafting through the air. However, AOX did not feel triumphant, for that burnt scent was merely the result of a few scales being charred. It had not harmed the python's flesh. Seizing the opportunity while the python was still reeling from the electric shock, he unleashed a fierce gust of wind. Countless blades of wind shredded the charred scales, further slicing into the python's flesh. This moment, the python, recovering from its paralysis, was overtaken by searing pain and became enraged, thrusting more of its body above the surface, intent on dragging the Azure dragon down into the depths. Was it truly this foolish? AOXN, witnessing the python's reckless advance instead of fleeing, was overjoyed. His original plan had been to drive the beast away, ensuring it did not disrupt his base's construction, and to eliminate it later when the opportunity arose. Since the python chose not to escape, he could now directly slay it. The Azure dragon dove down, refraining from employing its elemental abilities of wind, fire, and thunder, as those were too taxing. Its claws extended, aiming for the python's head. Armored in a coating of hockey, the black claws gleamed with a chilling radiance. The python, sensing its venomous fangs, launched a stream of toxic liquid towards the Azure dragon's eyes. Another blast of heat breath incinerated the venom before it could reach its target. The dragon's claws latched onto the python's gaping maw, yet the python's fangs sank into the dragon's claws in return. Roar! The armed color was concentrated entirely over the dragon's claws, warding off the piercing fangs of the serpent. Despite the formidable cultivation of the iron bone realm and the strength of the armed color, a piercing pain still emanated from the claws. Fortunately, they remained unbroken, with the armed color successfully resisting the attack of the giant python's venomous fangs. Humph! Since you cannot bite through my hand, it is now my turn. The sharp dragon claws pierced into the mouth of the python. Even though its scales were as hard as those of a green dragon, the interior of its mouth was ultimately soft. 3 dragon claws punctured the giant python's jaw, while the other 2 claws grasped the scales outside its jaw. Get up! AOXN bellowed, yanking the nearly 100-meter-long giant python out of the river. The python's massive body twisted and turned, attempting to break free from the grip of the dragon claws. However, AOXN's strength surpassed its own, lifting it directly off the water's surface and soaring up to a height of 100 meters. On the riverbank, a few individuals remained hidden in their vehicles or in some shops. Hearing the roar of the dragon outside, they peered through their windows to witness the battle that a colossal green dragon had seized a giant python from the river. No matter how the python struggled, it could not escape the green dragon's control. The spectators were left in awe, Some immediately recorded the scene and uploaded it to the divine gift space. Titling it the Battle of Dragon and Serpent. A 100-meter giant python appears in the Bien River. Engage in an epic battle with the Green Dragon. Ultimately defeated, captured by the Green Dragon. The video quickly amassed over 10 million likes. Countless viewers commented below, "Green Dragon? Is it the legendary Green Dragon boss? My goodness. A 100-meter python, and those 3-star zombies that can easily annihilate an army are probably no match for this giant python." I heard the Green Dragon boss is from Bien City. The video uploader claims to have filmed it in the Bien River. It is highly likely that it was the Green Dragon boss in action. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? I have to be cautious even when killing an ordinary zombie, and others are already battling creatures of this caliber. Hey, do you think that giant python could also be some kind of ability user? For instance, the snake fruit mythical Zoan bash form? Someone whimsically proposed a bold idea, immediately garnering support from many netizens. I think it's quite possible. The devil fruits appearing worldwide have long surpassed those in the comics. This could very well be a war between two great powers vying for dominance. Chapter 50. Trapping the giant python. AOXIN pulled the giant python from the river and dove towards the ground. The dragon claws pressed down on the python's head, forcefully slamming it into the earth. Opening his mouth, he unleashed another thunder roar, striking the belly of the giant python. The python writhed, displaying remarkable vitality. However, with its jaw pierced and hooked by the dragon claws, its only recourse was to attempt to coil around its adversary. Yet, with the green dragon grasping the flame cloud in midair, it was exceedingly difficult for the python to ensnare his body. Another thunder roar crashed down, once more smashing the python's head into the ground. The AOXN transformed back into his human beast form, gripping the python's head with one hand while drawing a steel whip from behind with the other, driving it forcefully into the gap in the python's jaw. The whip's tip was rounded, yet under his immense strength, it still pierced through the python's head. The steel whip penetrated the python's head, embedding itself into the earth. AOXN seized the python's thrashing tail with his dragon claws, pulling it back with force, while firmly planting his foot on it. In this manner, the python's head was pinned to the ground by the steel whip, while its tail was firmly held down by his foot. For a time, it could not break free. Seizing this moment, AOXN entered the divine gift space, spending 10,000 points to exchange for a customized weapon. It was a quality chain whip of the level akin to a fine sword, and he threaded the chain through the wound on the python's jaw, wrapping it around a massive boulder on the shore. Given the python's strength, it was not incapable of dragging the boulder. However, this would aggravate the injury on its jaw, causing it excruciating pain. Moving to the python's tail, he stabbed the steel whip into it, embedding it into the earth, with its head and tail immobilized. No matter how extraordinary its strength, it could scarcely exert any force. Clapping his hands, AOXN relinquished his human beast form. Subduing this colossal beast was indeed no simple task. It was akin to the sea kings in the world of pirates. Ultimately, rivers are limited, and in the oceans, those sea monsters are even more immense. He stuffed a zombie's corpse into the giant python's mouth. Seeing it refuse to consume it, he forcefully wedged it into its throat. With its throat obstructed, the giant python was exceedingly uncomfortable and had no choice but to swallow the zombie's body. Its body continued to thrash wildly, yet each movement exacerbated the agony of its head and tail injuries, momentarily rendering it docile. However, its serpent-like eyes remained defiant, the crimson gaze fixated on AOXN, ready to unleash an attack the moment it broke free. Using the water monster as a breeding ground was indeed the optimal strategy. AOXN smiled at it. "Brother Snake, just stay here for now. There are zombies to eat every day. Once I find someone to salvage the sea floor stone for you and create a sea floor stone chamber, then you won't have to suffer like this anymore. You can simply be my crystal beast." The probability of ordinary creatures transforming after consuming zombie flesh is as high as 98%. Some leader-type creatures have a higher success rate, yet it still falls below 50%. However, for water monsters like the giant python, as long as they are fed zombie flesh, the probability of awakening a crystal and becoming a crystal beast approaches nearly 100%. Yet, capturing water monsters is exceedingly difficult. Even in my past life, few could use water monsters as breeding grounds. Now that the water monster has been subdued and the location of the sea floor stone is almost confirmed nearby, I can have Phone Cohen's labor team come over to work. However, the distance from the west of the city to the banks of the Yellow River, while not far in ordinary times, feels like a chasm in the apocalypse. Feng Kuan can still come over using his Tyrannosaurus ability, but for others, traversing this distance is quite challenging. After notifying Meng Kuei, he assured that he would arrive within a day. Subsequently, he stayed beside the giant python, slaying all the zombies that were drawn in. With the zombies cleared away, those lurking in the vicinity dared to emerge. They witnessed the battle between the green dragon and the giant python, and saw the green dragon transform into a human. At this moment, they naturally recognized that the formidable figure before them was the legendary green dragon boss. "Brother, can you take me with you? I am willing to pay. What use is money at a time like this? Brother, I am willing to trade supplies. I have some food. Can I exchange for some points from you?" With so many zombies slain, it is unimaginable how many points AOXIN possesses now. These individuals hope to exchange for at least some armed color, allowing them to have the means to counter the zombies in the future. AOXIN surveyed his surroundings. There were still quite a few people hiding here, at least 20. The vast majority were strong men, as it is difficult for the elderly and women to survive in such an environment. "Is there anyone who can operate a sand dredging boat?" AOXIN noticed a few sand dredging boats on the river's surface, which could be used to gather the sea floor stones from the riverbed. And the yellow river sand is also a construction material. Upon hearing his inquiry, someone immediately responded loudly, I used to operate a sand dredging boat. In truth, sand dredging is currently prohibited throughout the Yellow River. But there are always those who engage in such illegal trades that in a couple of days, I will commence work here. You all will work for me, and I will pay you in points. These individuals included sand dredging workers, restaurant owners, locals, and a few who had fled the city to seek refuge here. However, those who have managed to endure until now possess fairly good physical condition. "No problem. We will definitely be there." They rejoiced. Although the zombies had diminished after fleeing the city, the absence of supermarkets and shopping malls left them without sources for obtaining supplies. Their resources had largely been exhausted. And without points to sustain themselves, they would perish even without being bitten by zombies. Waving his hand to send these individuals away, AOXIN found their lingering presence quite bothersome, that he left a message for Ao Chun in the divine gift space, stating that he would not be returning in the next couple of days, and that they need not wait for him. The key concern was the possibility of the giant python breaking free from the chains and escaping. Such a colossal beast is not easily restrained. With time on his hands, he began practicing the shaving technique from the 6 styles. Leveraging his past experiences, he quickly grasped the key points upon receiving permission to train. As night fell, he lay atop the giant python and fell into a deep slumber. The zombies in this area had been thoroughly cleared out, and the distant ones were more likely to be attracted by the human presence in the city rather than approaching the outskirts. Even if a zombie were to wander close, his observation hotkey remained passively activated, ensuring he would awaken at the slightest disturbance. Moreover, with a body conditioned by the Iron Bone realm, ordinary zombies could not penetrate his resilient skin. However, the giant python beneath him was rather restless, continually writhing and making it difficult for him to find a comfortable sleeping position. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that perhaps the giant python grew tired of its struggles. Gradually ceasing its thrashing and succumbing to slumber, dawned, as sunlight bathed his face. AOXIN shook his somewhat sore neck. The python's slick body made for an uncomfortable sleep. Yawning, he spent 3 points to exchange for a Sanji-style seafood rice dish, savoring it with delight. This meal, while lacking the restorative properties of water meat, contained seafood sourced from the smallest sea kings in the One Piece world, rich in concentrated energy. Otherwise, given AOXIN's current physique, he would likely need to consume half a cow to feel full. After satisfying his own hunger, he dragged the corpses of the zombies he had slain the previous day, stuffing them into the maw of the giant python. Given the python's massive size, it required a substantial amount of zombie flesh to achieve crystallization. Chapter 51. The python's mutation. The giant python was reluctant to consume the zombie meat, that sensed a peculiar energy surging into its brain, seemingly attempting to sever its self-awareness. These aquatic monsters had developed intelligence. By the time of the second divine bestowal, certain water creatures had transformed into beings akin to formidable demons. However, AOXIN forced the corpses into the python's throat, leaving it with no choice but to swallow them with great reluctance. The python devoured more of the zombie flesh, Its crimson eyes gradually dulled upon the ingestion of the 100th corpse. The spark in its gaze vanished entirely, that a deep green thread climbed up to the giant python's blood-red eyes, marking a transformation that was distinctly different from that of the great rat. Suddenly, its previously limp body jolted as if electrified, and it began to leap faster and faster. The chains binding its head rattled violently with its struggles, while the steel whips piercing its tail could also be dislodged. Veery, Ao-Exen struck the python's head, which unexpectedly provoked its ferocity. The python's red and green eyes flew open, and it emitted a low, thunderous roar akin to that of a wild beast. "Oh, you dare to flail about." Ao-Exen transformed into a dragon, his sharp claws enveloped in a domineering aura, firmly pinning the raised serpent's head to the ground. With another claw, he peeled back its scales, severing its bones. The roar morphed into a tempest of thunder and flames, and the wildly thrashing python fell silent once more. Upon returning to human form, Ao-Exen distinctly sensed the considerable increase in the python's power. The gray-green light in its eyes dimmed, and its gaze towards him oscillated between hatred and confusion. Ao-Exen understood that, at this moment, the python must have envisioned the crystallization of awakening in its mind. However, he had no intention of extracting it immediately. He aimed to continue nurturing it. Such an exceptional vessel for cultivation was a rare find, and he sought to ensure it grew sufficiently large that in due time, when he harvested the crystal, he would reap greater rewards. That as dusk approached, 5 large trucks rumbled into view, from which a dozen strong men leapt down. At the forefront stood Feng Kuan, his shoulder wrapped in bandages, leading a group of laborers. Meng Kuei jumped from the last truck and approached Ao-Exen, standing tall and declaring, "Report, boss. The labor team of 99 men is fully assembled." Ao-Exen dismounted from the giant python and surveyed the robust men before him. When he first encountered them, their numbers exceeded 100, yet in just over a day, fewer than 100 remained. In truth, when they initially gathered, there were nearly 200, but continuous battles had diminished their ranks. That in combat with zombies, any injury could lead to infection, prompting comrades to eliminate the afflicted without hesitation. The laborers gazed with increased reverence at the 100-meter python beneath Ao-Exen. Securing vehicles at this time was not challenging, but finding fuel was a feat Meng Kuei had managed well. Ao-Exen pointed to the riverbank behind him, stating, "Our stored water supply is nearly depleted. To survive, fresh water is crucial. Therefore, I plan to establish a secure base here. I need you to devise a plan. Do not underestimate these laborers, who believe they are only suited for physical labor in their homeland. They had constructed their homes by hand, from the initial design to laying each brick and tile. While they lacked the knowledge to erect skyscrapers, they were more than capable of building a single-story base." Zhou Xiang was about to speak when he was quietly pulled back by Feng Kuan. Stepping forward, Feng Kuan loudly inquired, "Boss, what are the requirements for constructing the base?" Seeing Feng Kuan seize the opportunity to shine in front of the boss, Zhou Xiang felt a pang of discontent, but dared not voice it. Standing silently in anticipation of a new chance to speak, Ao-Exen replied, "The primary focus should be on defending against zombies, as they are drawn to human presence. Once there are more people here, they will undoubtedly launch attacks. Hence, the most crucial aspect is defensive capability. Secondly, we need basic sanitation facilities, such as sewage systems, ensuring we do not discharge waste into the river. Thirdly, consider planning for future expansions. Beyond that, adhere to standard housing layouts." After conveying these points, Ao-Exen gestured towards the river. "Ordinary building materials are insufficient to withstand a zombie's assault. There are sea tower stones on the riverbed, and sand-dredging boats over there. Find a way to extract the sea tower stones and mix them with steel and construction materials, which will significantly enhance the base's defensive strength." Upon hearing about the sea tower stones, Feng Kuan and the others' eyes lit up. They had previously contemplated that zombies could easily demolish reinforced concrete structures, and as the zombies grew stronger, could this truly provide a defense? Some among them pondered whether the sea tower stones might be the leverage ordinary people needed to confront the empowered. Yet such thoughts remained unspoken. Meng Kuei, take a few men and retrieve all the materials from the construction site, including any non-electric equipment. Meng Kuei acknowledged the command, and as Ao-Exen noticed those hiding nearby re-emerging, he waved them over, stating, Anyone wishing to earn points, join this team. Meals and lodging are provided, and an extra point per day. He then addressed the laborers. You will also receive 3 points per day. The disparity in treatment immediately stirred unrest among the crowd. Why? Why do we receive 2 points less than them? We are no less capable. Anticipating the dissatisfaction, Aoxin pointed to Foam Kuin. You step forward. Foam Kuin, puzzled, complied, asking, Boss, what is it? Aoxin surveyed the crowd, gesturing towards Foam Kuin. Do you see him? Whoever can defeat him will earn 5 points for a day. A group of cowards, too fearful to even confront zombies, had the audacity to challenge. With a single slap, I could dispatch you. Aoxin roared, silencing their complaints. Yet upon noticing Foam Kuin's arms suspended in a bandage, they felt belittled. Boss, is it true? All we have to do is defeat him? Aoxin nodded, stepping back to clear a space for Foam Kuin and the onlookers. Foam Kuin, initially stunned for a few seconds, then revealed a fierce expression. The boss has spoken. Anyone who can defeat me will receive 5 points for a day. Come on, you trash, take me on. He tossed aside his long knife, standing defiantly against the crowd. How dare you act so arrogantly, hanging that arm and still looking down on us? A middle-aged man surged forward, eager to seize the lucrative opportunity of 5 points for a day. Chapter 52. Expanding the labor team, the middle-aged man was merely an ordinary individual, his attacks lacking coordination that he swung wildly, only to be sent flying several meters away by Foam Kuin's kick that a heavy silence fell over the surroundings, the disparity between the two evident. Foam Kuin sneered. Come at me together. Want to challenge me? Even shifting my position counts as a loss. He possessed the Tyrannosaurus fruit. Even without transformation, his physique was unmatched by these individuals. Coupled with years of physical labor, his strength was superior, enabling him to slay zombies more easily, which translated into more points that he had also long ago exchanged for the training method of the 3-color domineering technique. Though he had yet to awaken his domineering abilities, his physique had improved significantly, easily overshadowing those too timid to fight. His arrogance stemmed from confidence. Otherwise, he would not dare entertain thoughts of subjugating 3 phantom beast species. Had he not been subdued by Aoxin in a single strike, he would never have consented to be a subordinate. His haughty words incited the crowd's fury, and Foam Kuin's taunts continued. A bunch of weaklings. Have you even fought zombies? You dare to demand the same treatment as us? The boss giving you a point is already a favor. In my opinion, just feeding you is enough. Who do you think you are to earn a point? The crowd erupted in anger, and a notably muscular youth shouted, Let me take him on. I'll break that arm of his. As soon as he finished speaking, Foam Kuin was already before him, delivering another kick that sent the man sprawling, clutching his stomach in pain on the ground. Foam Kuin plunged into the crowd, seizing the moment to use his single arm and legs as weapons, sweeping through the masses. The onlookers were left terrified, feeling as though they were battling a humanoid beast. In no time, the crowd was either knocked down or fleeing, leaving only Foam Kuin standing alone. Aoxin halted his pursuit, addressing the remaining individuals. Those wishing to earn points, come forward. Those unwilling to work are free to leave. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately bowing to survival that a youth in a sleeveless shirt stepped forward, whispering, Boss, I am willing to work. Aoxin nodded, gesturing to the side. Stand over there, with the first volunteer stepping forward. The rest gradually followed suit. That Aoxin turned to Meng Ke, organize and register these individuals. They will now fall under your command. Meng Ke agreed and began to busy himself with work, lacking pen and paper. He instructed everyone to add friends in his divinely bestowed space and recorded their names in an internal group chat that he assigned Foam Kuin to lead a team of 10 to procure building materials and equipment while he delineated each individual's tasks. Some were to operate the sand dredging boats, others were to clear the riverbanks, and some were tasked with designing the construction plans for the base that he fought against the zombies, gradually drawn to their presence. While supervising everyone's efforts, Aoxin shattered the bones of a massive python, rendering it immobile, and extracted the steel whip from its tail. He then lifted his gaze toward the west, where the provincial capital lay, one of the most perilous places infested with zombies nationwide. As a populous city, bolstered by firearms, the zombies there had evolved to the level of 3-star flesh eaters, with the possibility of 4-star weaponized corpses remaining uncertain, for no one dared to venture there. The capable individuals within the provincial capital had perished by the dozens, casting an immense shadow over their lives. Yet these formidable zombies were precisely the targets for Ao Xing to hone his skills. Ordinary zombies were no match for him. He could dispatch them barehanded in an instant, while one-star flesh-eaters fell easily to his steel whip. Even two-star zombies posed little challenge after he underwent his dragon transformation. This overwhelming style of combat, while somewhat beneficial for cultivating his domineering aura, was still lacking. Had it not been for his innate talent, he might have only just awakened, barely reaching the bronze skin level. Thus, while the provincial capital was a hell's cape for others, for him, it was a sanctuary for cultivation. After contemplating, he returned to the giant python, tapping on each of its bones to shatter them, preventing it from suddenly springing to life and causing harm. He instructed Meng Kuei to daily feed zombie corpses to the python's mouth, and for the first time, he checked the group chat for Biancheng. I am Ao Xing, a user of the Azure Dragon Fruit ability. Should any zombies appear, feel free to contact me, and I will handle it. His message rendered the group silent. Moments later, the chat erupted with excitement. Wow, the Azure Dragon is here. The boss has arrived. Can the boss take me along? I am willing to help the boss raise monkeys. Boss, how did you become so powerful? Can you impart some wisdom? A flurry of flattery ensued, overshadowing Ao Xing's offer to help eliminate zombies. Eventually, a message amidst the cacophony caught his attention. Boss. There is a formidable zombie at the auto repair shop in the south of the city. It's so powerful that it has killed many people. I want to escape, but the zombie is outside, and I dare not move. Though merely text, the words conveyed a sense of despair. Ao Xing promptly tagged her name. I will be there shortly. With that, he departed the divine space, transforming into the Azure Dragon and soaring toward the south of the city. Given his current strength, his stamina was more than sufficient. Upon nearing the auto repair shop, he spotted the rampaging zombie from the skies. Wherever the zombie roamed, it left destruction in its wake. Glancing southwest, he noticed a large group of people hiding in a chemical factory, led by a certain Zhang Heng, a talent in his own right, though Ao Xing had no time to concern himself with him. Descending from the sky, he unleashed a thunderous strike upon the zombie's forehead. Amidst the zombie's furious roars, a pair of dragon claws pierced its shoulders, lifting it off the ground. With a swift maneuver, he slammed the zombie head first into the earth, creating a massive crater in the solid concrete. Transitioning from his dragon form to his humanoid form, he removed the steel whip from his back and struck down upon the zombie, shattering its skull. From a nearby residential building, a girl with twin ponytails peered out from behind the window, her eyes filled with admiration as she witnessed the Azure Dragon effortlessly dispatching the zombie. Is this what a true powerhouse looks like in the apocalypse? She mused, yearning to greet Ao Xing. Alas, he was oblivious to her presence and flew westward without acknowledgement, feeling a pang of disappointment. The girl quickly rallied her spirits that I, too, shall slay zombies and become a powerful figure like him. After eliminating the zombie, Ao Xing proceeded westward. Once his stamina waned, he descended upon a tall building, surveying the chaotic streets below. He entered the divine space, leaving a message for his parents and younger sister in their family group chat, that he also informed Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao to be vigilant for newly emerged zombies in Biancheng, as they would serve as excellent combat adversaries for the two of them. In this apocalypse, individual strength was paramount. Chapter 53. Giving birth equals seeking death. At that moment, his parents, Ao Chun and Meng Kuei, were all preoccupied, oblivious to his message, but Lu Xiao happened to be on a break. Master, I understand. She then recounted the concerns of several women. Today, a woman mentioned that her period is over a week late. Suspecting she might be pregnant, she asked me what to do. Master, should we let her give birth? Ao Xing replied, if she seeks death, then let her give birth. Lu Xiao continued, she does not wish to bear the child of the man who pointed a gun at her. Rather, she is now uncertain how to proceed with an abortion. Ao Xing pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled that his father could procure medical supplies from the central hospital, but he instructed her. Consult my father. There should be medication available at the hospital, or he could directly employ his surgical fruit ability to remove the fetus. In the early days of the apocalypse, giving birth was tantamount to courting death. The immune system of the mother plummets during pregnancy and after childbirth, making her susceptible to infection at any moment. And for a year, she would be unable to fight, resulting in a significant drop in strength. By then, the zombies would likely have evolved another 2 stars. how would she protect herself? Moreover, if her own strength was inadequate, the child would lack sufficient immunity to viruses, increasing the likelihood of being born a zombie. In the early apocalypse, childbirth was solely an act of self-destruction. I understand, Master. After the explanation, Lu Xiao acknowledged that A.O. Xing added, those women who can be of use, let them contribute. Those who cannot, abandon them. Do not allow them to become a burden. Once his stamina was restored, he exited the divine space, transforming into the Azure Dragon once more, and set off toward the west, in the eastern part of the provincial capital. The new district, once bustling, had now faded into desolation. Zombies roamed the streets, accompanied by countless flesh-eaters, and even the occasional sighting of a zombie was not uncommon. The most terrifying of all was a creature covered in red fur. A fur zombie. Evolved from regular zombies, the fur zombie had completely absorbed the viruses within its body, sprouting a coat of red hair that possessed strength and defense far surpassing that of a typical zombie. Coupled with remarkable agility, in its presence, the reinforced concrete of humanity appeared as fragile as paper. Its razor-sharp claws could effortlessly pierce the armor of military vehicles. Gunfire and artillery merely distorted and deformed upon impact. Failing to inflict any harm, eliminate such a monster. Weapons of nuclear caliber were required. A.O. Xing knew that within a month, across the ocean, America would deploy nuclear weapons. While this would annihilate zombies on a grand scale, the ultimate outcome would merely facilitate the evolution of these monsters. Descending from the clouds, A.O. Xing transformed into his humanoid form, perched atop a skyscraper. From the divine space, he exchanged for a seafood dish reminiscent of Sanji's cuisine, indulging in it while replenishing his stamina. This place, unlike Bien Chung, awaited him with a fierce battle. He needed to restore his physical condition to its peak. Half an hour later, fully rejuvenated, he again transformed into the Azure Dragon. Diving downward, as he neared the ground, he shifted into his beast-human hybrid form, removing the steel whip from his back and ruthlessly striking a zombie on the head. Roar! The zombie bellowed, inciting the surrounding horde into a frenzy. Countless zombies surged toward A.O. Xing. His dragon claws, enveloped in armed-colored domineering aura, reached into a zombie's chest, crushing its heart. Yet the heart was not the zombie's weak point. They continued to recklessly lunge at A.O. Xing, determined to tear him apart. The steel whip sliced through the arms of a nearby zombie, smashing down onto its forehead, utterly shattering its skull. The two-star zombies, under his second tier, iron bone level, were no longer a challenge. The roar of the dragon echoed through the skies as his tail swept across, toppling several ordinary zombies and flesh-eaters. Those ordinary zombies were bisected in an instant, with the steel whip reigning supreme. Enhanced by the observation color, he evaded all the zombies' bites. As for the flesh-eaters and zombies, they could not breach his dragon scales. Another zombie met its end with a crushed skull, yet the throng of zombies continued to swell. A fur zombie, covered in crimson hair, roared as it charged in from the distance. Agile as a red-furred monkey, its claws were longer and sharper. The zombie's leaping ability had not waned. It bounded toward A.O. Xing with astonishing speed. Should it leap onto his back, it would deliver a devastating package of bites and consumption. Forewarned by his observation color, A.O. Xing swung the whip, severing a zombie's shoulder, then swiftly leaped to the side, decapitating a flesh-eater with his left claw while simultaneously unleashing a bolt of thunder. The lightning struck the fur zombie's face, singeing its needle-like red fur to a charred black that a gust of wind carried countless blades, scattering the electrically singed fur and revealing its deep red flesh beneath. Roar! The furry corpse remained devoid of consciousness, continuously subjected to attacks that ignited its wrath. Its sharp claws flailed wildly, inadvertently striking several flesh corpses and zombies in the process. Xing's steel whip descended upon the head of that zombie, shattering its skull while simultaneously breaking the bones of several surrounding zombies. With a mighty roar, he wielded the whip with both hands, bringing it crashing down upon the furry corpse. Clang! The furry corpse attempted to block with its arms, producing a resounding clash of metal. Its arms sank beneath the force, and it staggered back several paces. Yet, a flash of crimson light ignited in its eyes as it bared its sharp teeth and leapt forward with astonishing speed, its legs propelling it like a spring, resembling a fleeting shadow. As Xing's whip fell, he was momentarily caught off guard. unable to counter in time, that he executed a series of rapid footfalls, utilizing the explosive reaction to evade to the side, as if he had teleported. This was the technique known as shave. Although still not fully proficient and unable to use it consecutively, it served well in emergencies during battle. The moonwalk was a more advanced application of shave, requiring the user to step upon the air to generate a counterforce for hovering or walking in midair. Mastery of shave was essential before one could practice moonwalk. Having swiftly evaded, he also knocked aside the zombies that surrounded him. With his own formidable physique, he sent them crashing down, their bones shattering upon impact. Shaking out his arms, the recoil from the previous strike against the furry corpse's limb was considerable. The furry corpse emitted a low growl, prompting the nearby zombies to surge forward once more. They were undaunted by death, oblivious to the concept of fear. Thus, even though Aoshing could effortlessly annihilate these zombies and flesh corpses, he could not clear the area with his conqueror's haki. But it mattered not. He had come for the most intense battle, to hone his own prowess. With both his armament haki and observation haki unleashed, he rediscovered the sensation of life-and-death combat from his previous life. One furry corpse for zombies and countless flesh corpses and zombies surrounded him. He could truly perish here. Yet, this was the very scenario he desired. Without confronting death, how could he transcend his limits? The roar of a dragon reverberated through the skies as his haki coursed through his muscles and veins. The steel whip struck down, obliterating the skull of a flesh corpse that stood before him. At the moment the brain matter splattered, the furry corpse lunged forward. Chapter 54. Killing the furry corpse was steeped in ominous energy. Contact with it would bring misfortune, even without infection. Only an overwhelmingly potent life force could ward off such ill fate. Charging forward, Aoshing suddenly felt a cramp in his left leg, causing him to stumble perilously close to being caught by the furry corpse's claws. This was the manifestation of the ominous aura, gradually intensifying. With a continuous roar like thunder, electricity surged through his body. His life force surged through the muscles of his left leg, and the haki flowed deeper into his limbs, resulting in a thunderous shout that dissipated the dark energy enveloping him. The steel whip struck down again, impacting the furry corpse's arm. Its arm, as tough as adamantine, withstood the blows without fracturing. This time, it used one arm to deflect the steel whip while the other lunged toward Aoshing's chest. Their claws clashed, and as the zombies approached from behind, Aoshing retaliated with a swift strike of his dragon tail. The dragon tail repelled the advancing zombies, yet it was unlikely to slay them outright. Another blast of thunder erupted upon the furry corpse's face. At this distance, it had no chance to evade. The nearly imperceptible ominous energy began to erode Aoshing, slowing the circulation of his vital energy. Fortunately, the furry corpse lacked intelligence and could only passively emit this malevolence, should it continue to evolve. It might control such energy, inflicting even greater harm upon living beings that they remained locked in this stalemate. Aoshing suddenly released his grip, stepping forcefully onto the ground. Shave, in an instant, he was behind the furry corpse, toppling several zombies in his wake. The furry corpse, thrown off balance, lurched forward, receiving a devastating blow from the steel whip against its back. The furry corpse staggered once more under the weight of gravity. And Aoshing seized this opportune moment. The steel whip rained down relentlessly, severing tufts of red fur from its back, exposing its mangled flesh. The furry corpse roared in fury, lunging forward to seize a zombie, sinking its teeth into it. Remarkably, the wounds on its back began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Shave, he again appeared at the side of the furry corpse, bringing the steel whip crashing down upon its head. Entering a state of intense focus, Aoshing's understanding of Shave from his past life rapidly integrated into his current form, becoming increasingly adept in its execution. The furry corpse's head was forcefully driven into the body of the zombie it had just bitten. Yet its exceptionally tough bones remained unbroken despite the impact. With a fierce shout, Aoshing coated the steel whip in armament haki and struck down once more. The howling wind signified the strength of his attack. The furry corpse lifted the zombie's body overhead, attempting to shield itself with it. Crack! The zombie was obliterated, and the furry corpse's fingers were broken in the process, as the furry corpse raised its head to face Aoshing. Aoshing once again utilized Shave to appear behind it. The steel whip descended yet again, this time accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones. The furry corpse attempted to turn and retaliate, but was seized by Aoshing's left hand, which gripped its neck and forcefully slammed it to the ground. With his right hand, the steel whip struck down repeatedly. Despite the furry corpse's struggles, Aoshing pressed his left foot upon its back, exerting overwhelming strength to immobilize it. With a flick of his dragon tail, he repelled the nearby zombies. Finally, after delivering dozens of blows, the furry corpse's head was utterly crushed, brain matter spilling forth, its corpse no longer convulsing, reduced to a lifeless shell. Behind him, the zombies continued to swarm, some even attempting to feast upon the remains of the furry corpse. Though the furry corpse lay dead, the potent zombie virus within its body remained, a boon for the other zombies, facilitating their evolution. Yet, Aoshing could not allow them to evolve at this moment. After such a fierce battle, his stamina was dwindling, and he could not withstand the emergence of another furry corpse. With a sweeping strike of his steel whip, he shattered the bones of numerous zombies, rendering them immobile. The flow of his haki surged into his flesh, augmenting his strength further. His muscles bulged, and dragon scales shimmered with a bluish hue. A zombie leapt at him, only to have its skull crushed by a direct blow from his whip. Creatures that once required multiple strikes to defeat now fell swiftly as he continued to execute rapid footfalls. His mastery of shave grew ever more refined in the streets. An Azure dragon figure flickered amidst the horde of zombies. With each appearance, another zombie met its demise. He plunged into a frenzy of slaughter. And at last, the entire street descended into silence. Releasing the power of the fruit, his chest heaved violently. The blood and brain matter of the zombies splattered upon him. Had he been an ordinary person, such a deluge would have been enough to infect him with the zombie virus. Yet his formidable physique granted him immunity to such levels of contagion. Pushing open the door to a furniture store, he entered and sank into a tattered sofa, placing the steel whip beside him. Did I end this battle? He had slain one furry corpse, 7 zombies, hundreds of flesh corpses, and thousands of zombies in total, for a full 2 hours. His body had not paused for a moment. Yet the growth of his haki was equally remarkable. He felt the integration of haki into his flesh, his strength significantly enhanced, entering the divine gift space. He now possessed 20,000 points, largely owing to the contributions of the furry corpse. A 3-star furry corpse awarded him 1,000 points, and since he had surpassed the second-tier Ironbone realm, to slay one of a higher tier, his points multiplied tenfold, yielding a total of 10,000. Spending 10 points, he exchanged for a Sea King meat skewer, devouring it with great relish. The exquisite flavor of Sea King meat was an experience he had never encountered before, and the ample energy contained within was sufficient to satiate his ravenous hunger. After finishing, he let out a belch. Although the divine gift space did not provide water, the food contained a hint of alcohol, which offered additional benefits, such as accelerating blood flow, enhancing sensitivity during combat, or temporarily bestowing a state of frenzy that elevated overall strength, albeit at the cost of stamina, leading to a state of weakness once the effect wore off. Aoshing exchanged for the cheapest bottle of alcohol, its effect being to resist the cold. Even an ordinary person could roam freely in 0-degree weather after consuming it, though the accelerated blood flow offered some resistance to cold. It paled in comparison to direct cold resistance. However, Aoshing's intent was merely to quench his thirst, and given his current physical condition, he was untroubled by the cold. After drinking the alcohol, the feeling of being choked finally subsided. Sitting on the sofa, he reminisced about the sensation of employing shave during battle. After a few more skirmishes of this magnitude, he would fully master shave, as long as his stamina is not exhausted. He can utilize the technique of shaving at any moment without the need to wait. Outside, a few distant zombies have already been attracted, ravenously devouring the corpses of their fallen brethren. The virus has infiltrated their bodies, swiftly transforming and augmenting them. Aoshing silently observes this scene. Merely relying on the consumption of corpses, the evolution is rather slow. These ordinary zombies will require a considerable amount of time to evolve to the level of a hairy zombie. Chapter 55, Practice of the 6 Forms, Harnessing the Method of Life Return. He endeavors to seize the energy contained within the flesh of the Sea Kings and rapidly disseminate this vitality throughout his body. This not only facilitates a swift recovery of stamina and wounds, but also enhances the strength of his physical form. Subsequently, he exchanges for the remaining techniques of the 6 forms, including Iron Body. Although many CP individuals have perished due to Iron Body, this is attributed to the protagonist's halo that in the earlier, less domineering era, the defensive capabilities of Iron Body were undeniable. Can we dismiss the Sand fruit and the Thunder fruit as worthless just because Luffy, lacking even a second-tier defense, managed to defeat Crocodile and Enel? The advanced realm of Iron Body allows for mobility, and when combined with the Busashoka Haki, it significantly bolsters one's defense in unavoidable combat scenarios. Each fundamental skill of the six forms requires merely 1,000 points, yet the advanced techniques demand 10,000 points that he begins training in the six forms at the shop, already familiar with the techniques and nuances from his past life. Outside, the gathering horde of zombies continues to swell as they feast upon the fallen. After practicing for 2 hours and gaining some insight, Ao Xing ventures out to engage these zombies in battle. In his quest to expedite the mastery of the six forms, he even leaves his steel whip on the shop's sofa and instead relies on his unrefined finger gun and storm kick for attacks. Paper drawing appears similar to observation haki, yet it is fundamentally different. Observation haki allows one to perceive attacks from beyond their field of vision and evade them, while paper drawing enables the body to instinctively avoid based on the flow of air. Simply put, evading with observation haki requires cognitive processing, whereas paper drawing is fully automated, and he strives to attune himself to the currents of air, allowing his body to react instinctively in unavoidable situations. He activates the immature Iron Body. With a body possessing the resilience of iron bones, even as a novice in all skills, he need not fear injury from the zombies as the gathered zombies multiply. When his stamina nears depletion, he will unleash his dragon transformation, swiftly dispatching these ordinary zombies before returning to the shop to rest. He exchanges for barbecued Sea King meat and employs life return for rapid digestion, a method significantly safer and more efficient than the recuperative properties of water meat. After a brief respite, as more zombies converge outside, he resumes his practice of the six forms. That night, after slaying the final zombie, he barricades the door with furniture from the furniture store, finds a relatively intact large bed, and lies down to sleep. The next morning, awakening to the dawn, he consumes a substantial portion of barbecued Sea King meat before rising to clear the furniture blocking the entrance. Just as he moves it aside, a zombie, prostrated on the ground devouring flesh, suddenly leaps up with a howl and lunges at him. Iron Body. Instead of activating Dragon Transformation, he initiates Iron Body, prudently reinforcing it with an additional layer of Busashoka Haki to defend against the creature's claws. The clang of metal reverberates. Ao Xing is overjoyed. Iron Body is beginning to show its efficacy. With his innate copper skin and iron bones, coupled with prior experience, he swiftly masters Iron Body, extending his index finger. He swiftly thrusts it forward. Finger gun. The tip of his finger strikes the zombie's chest, causing agonizing pain, yet fails to penetrate its flesh. The resilience of his finger's strength and bone structure requires further honing. Withdrawing his finger and shaking his hand, he fortifies it with Busashoka Haki before launching another finger gun. The pain subsides, yet he still cannot breach the zombie's skin. This technique necessitates years of painstaking training of the fingers, alongside specific power application techniques and speed, to achieve a level where fingers strike like guns. Eventually, with mastery, he could even shoot air blasts akin to storm kicks, resembling the six-pulse divine sword. To accelerate the strengthening of his finger's power, he reduces the application of Busashoka Haki. Each time he thrusts, he feels excruciating pain, yet it remains within tolerable limits. With the experience of shaving, his kicking speed is rapid, yet still insufficient. Storm Kick demands an exceptionally high speed and powerful kick that generates slicing air pressure. His current kicking speed has yet to reach this standard. However, despite being unable to execute a Storm Kick, his swift leg strikes are still capable of shattering the bones of flesh zombies. Over the course of the night, a single flesh zombie has evolved into a zombie, yet none have reached the hairy zombie stage. And he continues to hone the six forms using them. Without dragon transformation or a steel whip, he even endeavors to minimize the use of Busashoka Haki. His body grows increasingly robust. Finally, when the agony throughout his body becomes unbearable, he kicks the zombie away and ascends to the rooftop in dragon form that he exchanges for barbecued Sea King meat, delving his consciousness deep between his fingers and flesh, activating life return to rapidly alleviate the swelling in the painful areas. In its place, he gains greater robustness and resilience. After resting for a while, he leaps down from the rooftop and re-enters combat. Thus, he repeats this cycle, battling for an entire 3 days. Due to his insufficient attack power, the zombie has yet to be slain. In fact, during these days, 3 additional flesh zombies have evolved into zombies. Although his progress is substantial, the foes he faces have also grown stronger. Haki extends the limits of physicality. Although he refrains from utilizing Haki, the enhancement of his physique simultaneously augments his Haki, and he senses that his strength has at least doubled compared to when he first arrived. With a mighty roar, he thrusts his index finger forward, instantly piercing through the chest of the zombie before him, severing its sternum. The finger gun has been preliminarily mastered. When combined with the Dragon Claw's post-transformation, the power of the finger gun will be even more formidable. Shaving, he appears instantaneously behind another zombie, raising his leg to kick out, the air exploding with sound, yet lacking the slicing air current that a single kick topples the zombie, and a finger gun penetrates its skull. Yet this is insufficient. He continues to thrust, utterly destroying its head, that a powerful attack surges toward him, accompanied by an intensified flow of air. Utilizing observation Haki, he perceives the impending attack, yet finds himself surrounded by zombies with no escape. However, his body bizarrely contorts, its flexibility akin to that of a serpent. It is paper drawing. Leaping upward, his muscles swell and harden. Without employing Busashoka Haki, he withstands the assault from the zombie behind him using pure physicality. Releasing Iron Body, he pivots and kicks out, obliterating 3 zombies' bodies, simultaneously thrusting all 10 fingers into the skull of the zombie behind him, then transforming his hands into claws, tearing outward, and splitting the zombie's head in twain. He embodies a reaper, slaying these zombies with his bare hands. From a distance, individuals hiding in the upper floors witness this spectacle, rendered speechless in astonishment. Without employing fruit abilities or wielding weapons, he slaughters zombies as if they were mere dogs. Is this the legendary Azure dragon? They say he relies on his fruit to be so powerful. It turns out, without it, he remains equally formidable. Chapter 56. Insect Fruit, ancient type within the communication zone of the divine gift space. A video has surged to the top of the trending list. In this video, a young man transforms into yellow sand, instantly disintegrating any zombie that comes into contact with it. The yellow sand coalesces into a magnificent sword, effortlessly decapitating even the most resilient and agile flesh zombies. The most striking moment, however, is his fierce confrontation with a zombie. The zombie, invincible with its copper skin and iron bones, possesses tremendous strength, capable of effortlessly tearing apart tanks. Yet, this young man engages in intense combat with the zombie, appearing to handle the situation with remarkable ease despite being at a disadvantage. Finally, after battling for 2 hours, utilizing his elemental transformation to evade attacks, he ultimately wears the zombie down to its demise. The Sansan Fruit. It is Crocodile's Sansan Fruit. This young man is immensely powerful. I have encountered zombies. They are not something humans can contend with. His capabilities are not merely reliant on the Devil Fruit. He must have awakened Haki, and his strength is formidable. Wow, the big shot is so cool. How fortunate it is to be in the same city as this illustrious figure. The comments below the video brim with admiration that in a border city of Bingzhou, Li Hui sits in a basement, sipping juice while watching the video, reveling in the adoration he receives and gleefully posts. Li Hui, owner of the Sansan Fruit. Currently in Bingzhou, now recruiting personnel. Interested parties may apply to me. The video is impeccably clear, naturally filmed by his subordinates to enhance his popularity. With the capabilities of a natural type, should other ability users wish to ally with him, he possesses the means to transport them, even from different cities. Just as he basks in his success, he suddenly notices that his post has been overshadowed by another video, which is experiencing a meteoric rise in views and likes. What individual could eclipse my spotlight? It can't be that charming female streamer again, can it? By the way, that little beauty is quite alluring. What fruit was it again? She seems to have introduced herself before. Oh, right, it's the Zoan type flower fruit, mythical beast form, flower fairy. Damn, is your flower an animal? It should be categorized under the human fruit. Otherwise, we could consider establishing another botanical faction. Musing to himself, Li Hui clicked on a video of his own defeat. In the footage, an individual, relying solely on martial prowess, Dispatch for zombies amidst a horde of flesh-eating creatures. What kind of monster is this? Are you certain this ISNTA fabrication? Brother, the divine space, doesn't T possess a video synthesis function? By the way, what does the title say? Is this the previously leaked information about the Azure Dragon expert? What a joke. He didn't T even utilize any fruit abilities. If he had, wouldn't T these zombies have been obliterated in an instant? Indeed. My elder brother, we can only defeat one zombie at full power. Are you telling me this person dispatched for with bare hands and under siege by a swarm of zombies, no less? Li Hui neglected to examine the comments below. Despite the videographer standing far and high, he instantly recognized that it was Ao Xing. Good gracious. Has this fellow become so formidable already? Just a few days have passed. He must be cheating. Moreover, ISNT from Bien City. What is he doing in the provincial capital of Yuzhou? Aren't there enough zombies in Bien City for him to slay? Finding Ao Xing among his acquaintances, he sent a message. Are you there? At that moment, Ao Xing had just concluded a battle, exchanging points for several large bottles of strong liquor, rinsing himself from head to toe. Engaging in bare-handed combat easily resulted in bloodstains. The stench of zombie blood was repugnant, particularly the brain matter, which made his eyes ache. Regardless, he had ample points and didn't mind. After rinsing with the liquor, he felt much refreshed, dressed. He had just entered the divine space when he noticed Li Hui's message. Let us go. Concise, and to the point, Li Hui. Damn it, once I surpass this fellow, I will surely capture him for a beating. However now, recalling Ao Xing's relaxed and effortless demeanor while dispatching zombies. Even while in Bingzhou, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and murmur. This fellow is truly a freak. I've obtained another devil fruit. Do you want it? Ao Xing was astonished. This guy has such good luck. Calculating, Li Hui has acquired 3 devil fruits on his own. Indeed, the strong are always accompanied by great fortune. What is your asking price? Not wanting to waste time. He got straight to the point that Li Hui stated. 10 million points. Ao Xing's mouth twitched. Are you out of your mind? Then 1 million. Li Hui generously offered a 10% discount. 10 million would be a reasonable price for a mythical Zoan type in his past life. For a Logia type, the price would range from 1 to 5 million, that certain powerful Paramecia types could also fetch prices as high as 5 million. However, the fruit in Li Hui's possession is most likely just a common Zoan type. Such a fruit is not worth 1 million points. You must have identified it already. If it were a powerful fruit, I trust you wouldn't be willing to sell it to me. Tell me, what ability does it possess? Offer a sincere price. Or we needn't continue this conversation. That Ao Xing was far more knowledgeable about the pricing of devil fruits than Li Hui. Moreover, in the early apocalypse, due to the difficulty of acquiring points, he could even negotiate for a lower price. That Li Hui's eagerness to sell indicated he desired more points for acquiring combat skills or better weapons. Otherwise, even a common Zoan type is a rare treasure that if he doesn't need it himself, he could always reserve it for a trusted subordinate. But Li Hui sighed. Indeed, it was challenging to deceive a powerhouse like Ao Xing. He had already identified the fruit, but it was not a common type. It was an ancient type. While the strength of his subordinates is crucial, his personal enhancement is paramount, that he wished to exchange points for a rapid increase in his own power. However, at present, the only one with purchasing power was Ao Xing. Not a common type, but an ancient type. Li Hui's revelation astonished Ao Xing. Is this fellow a child of destiny? Ancient types typically offer far greater physical enhancements than common types. Bug fruit. Ancient type. Beautiful moth form. Li Hui announced the name of the fruit. The beautiful moth, akin to modern butterflies, have been extinct since the late Cretaceous. According to Li Hui's reasoning, butterflies, even ancient varieties, couldn't possess much combat prowess. Aside from being able to fly, he couldn't conceive of any other benefits this fruit might hold. This was precisely why he intended to sell it. Now, he was wagering that Ao Xing was unaware. If Ao Xing believed that ancient types were inherently powerful, he could sell it at a high price. Unfortunately, Ao Xing was well aware. He understood far better than Li Hui that butterflies are not merely ornamental. However, he wouldn't elaborate to Li Hui. What else can butterflies do besides fly? Considering it's an ancient type, I'll offer 50,000 points. Li Hui's expression darkened. 50,000 is far too little. This is an ancient type. 80,000. I'll add a little more. Don't be ungrateful. 80,000. I'll concede a bit. If you don't want it, I'll give it to my subordinates. 70,000. Ultimately, Amidst Li Hui's pained expression, they settled on a transaction for 50,000 points. Chapter 57. Mining sea floor stone. 50,000 is a bargain for you. Li Hui sighed, but felt secretly delighted. His original bottom line was 30,000 points, so it seemed Ao Xing wasn't he always so shrewd. Ao Xing, too, was pleased. Ancient types typically trade for between 80,000 to 3 million, but the capabilities of the beautiful moth are not insignificant. It is worth at least 150,000 or more. Were it not for Li Hui's ignorance, he wouldn't have secured it at such a low price that I'll come find you for a transaction within a year. Ao Xing promised. He currently didn't possess that many points, and moreover, he was in Yuzhou while Li Hui was in Bingzhou, making trading inconvenient. Yet he was confident that within a year, he would acquire points far exceeding 50,000 and enhance his strength to the point where even flying directly to Bingzhou in Azure Dragon form wouldn't leave him fatigued. With the deal set, the two chatted casually for a moment, learning that Li Hui was recruiting individuals to establish a secure base along the Yellow River. He kindly reminded Ao Xing to be cautious of the river monsters. He had already encountered them. Li Hui sighed. The Yellow River monsters are not limited to that black-scaled python. That is merely the most powerful one. That other river monsters have also caused significant trouble for those along the banks. While scouting the riverbank, Li Hui had encountered one monster and nearly lost his life. But by the way, how did you become so strong? Do you have any experiences to share? Ao Xing chuckled. Live with death. Li Hui. I knew this fellow wouldn't have any worthwhile advice. He must be trying to trick me. Living with death during the apocalypse? What a joke. It could very well lead to a restart. I want to waste more time with you. 3 zombies are approaching. I need to skedaddle. Ao Xing remarked. Killing a zombie just requires having hands, doesn't it? Li Hui no longer wished to respond. The 3 massive iron gates he had constructed were effortlessly breached by the zombies, who directly elementalized and soared over them, fleeing in another direction. After inquiring about the situation of his parents and sister in the family group, Ao Xing resumed his journey westward with a steel whip in Bian City, along the banks of the Yellow River. Meng Ke instructed a laborer to steer a sand-dredging boat to the designated location Ao Xing had specified. He then inquired who would dare to enter the water. The crowd exchanged glances that in previous years, numerous individuals had perished in the Yellow River's whirlpools, and since there were giant pythons lurking in the river, there could very well be other monsters that enter the water before acquiring sufficient strength. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Meng Kue's gaze fell upon the usually most enthusiastic Zhou Xiang, only to find Zhou Xiang hurriedly looking down and quietly stepping back. The others also kept their eyes on the ground, not daring to speak. After scanning the crowd, no one was willing to volunteer. Just as Meng Kue was about to forcefully designate someone, Feng Kuan suddenly stepped forward. I'll do it. Their strength is inferior to mine. The probability of me surviving in the water is greater. Meng Kue was surprised, sizing him up as if he were seeing him for the first time. The boss mentioned that there is sea floor stone in the riverbed. Although sea floor stone hasn't been around long, it can still affect the bodies of ability users. After entering the water, your strength may not fully manifest. Moreover, your injury hasn't healed. Feng Kuan still bore a penetrating wound inflicted by Ao Xing on his shoulder. Such an injury is not easily healed. Feng Kuan glanced at the wound on his shoulder, gritted his teeth, and was about to say something when a young man at the back of the line stepped forward voluntarily. I'll do it. I'm a good swimmer. He appeared so ordinary, standing at about 1.70 meters, slightly slender, with an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would go unnoticed in a crowd. His emergence astonished the entire labor team, including Feng Kuan, who couldn't even recall the young man's name. What is your name? Meng Kue, surprised that someone truly dared to take on such a life-threatening task, regarded the young man with newfound respect. My name is Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao's voice was somewhat muffled. Aside from answering questions, he didn't utter a single unnecessary word. Jiang Tao? Isn't usually a quiet person. Why is he suddenly so brave today? The laborers whispered among themselves. What bravery! It's just seeking death. Jumping into the Yellow River. This place has such turbulent waters. Not only might there be monsters now, but even in the past, it was never safe to jump in. This kid used to be so reserved. With so many women in the villa, he wouldn't even indulge. He wouldn't flatter when he should, and now he is trying to show off. What a fool! Silence. Meng Ke let out a commanding shout, and the cacophony of discussion ceased instantaneously. This was the authority he had demonstrated as the leader over the past few days that he nodded at Jiang Tao and said, "If you manage to survive, I shall reward you with 100 points." Although Jiang Tao endeavored to maintain an air of composure, it was evident to all that he was brimming with excitement. 100 points were of immense significance to them. Upon boarding the vessel, he was secured with a rope and accompanied by an iron chain. They discovered a set of diving equipment on the ship, with an oxygen tank still containing a third of its supply. Once Jiang Tao was properly equipped, he leaped into the river. The Yellow River was laden with sediment, and its murky waters made the search for specific items rather challenging. On the riverbank, the massive python, whose bones had been shattered by Ao Xing, occasionally stirred, yet no one dared to approach it. Even though it had been subdued as time ticked away, many began to believe that Jiang Tao had perished in the depths of the river. But Meng Ke remained fixated on the water's surface. Finally, Jiang Tao's head broke through the water's surface. Just as the crowd was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a colossal shadow loomed beneath him. "Be careful." Even the workers, who typically maintained a lukewarm relationship with Jiang Tao, felt a pang of anxiety as danger approached. Meng Ke swiftly transformed into his beastly form and yanked the rope tethering Jiang Tao with great force. Jiang Tao cried out as he was hoisted into the AIR.AT that very moment. A 5-meter-long fish leaped from the depths, its gaping maw aimed to devour him. "Demon beast," Meng Ke roared in fury, simultaneously pulling Jiang Tao towards himself and brandishing a long blade to execute a spectral strike. The ethereal power coalesced into a crescent shape, cleaving the great fish vertically in half. The severed halves of the fish plummeted into the river, staining the waters a vivid crimson. As Jiang Tao landed back on the ship, he belatedly realized that a large fish was lurking nearby. Still shaken, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to stumble. However, witnessing Meng Ke's swift dispatch of the fish allowed him to breathe easier. "That was close. I almost became fish food," he exclaimed. "Meng Ke, I found what might be Sea Tower Stone, and I've already secured it with the chain." Meng Ke praised him. "Well done, I'll transfer the points to you right away." Upon receiving 100 points, Jiang Tao trembled with excitement. Meng Ke seized the iron chain and pulled with all his might, yet it did not budge. "Feng Kuan, come lend a hand." On the sand-dredging vessel, it was difficult to exert force, so the two men leaped ashore, transforming into their beastly forms, and together they strained to drag the iron chain onto the bank. Chapter 58. The crystal being in the basement, the Sea Tower Stone was exceptionally hard. It was beyond the capacity of mere human strength to sever it. However, the Sea Tower Stone had evolved from ordinary rocks in the riverbed. Though the Sea Tower Stone was tough, the rock itself was not particularly resilient. With the combined might of the fierce hound and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the connection between the Sea Tower Stone and the ordinary rock fractured, allowing a substantial piece of the Sea Tower Stone to be pulled ashore. The obsidian black stone gleamed beautifully, resembling exquisite obsidian. Its density was immense, making it quite heavy. After dragging the large piece of Sea Tower Stone onto the bank, both Meng Ke and Feng Kuan were left panting. The next challenge lay in how to divide and utilize it. Processing Sea Tower Stone was a sophisticated skill and was listed for sale in the divine space at the exorbitant price of 100,000 points. Naturally, Meng Ke lacked such points and had to seek assistance from Ao Xing, that moment. Ao Xing was engaged in battle with zombies on the road. It was not until evening, while resting in a bar, that he saw Meng Ke's message that "Do not concern yourselves with the points. Instead, bring all the construction materials from Bien City over, as well as any usable equipment from the waterworks. The concentration of the zombie virus in the river is similar to that in the air, so there is no need for excessive worry. However, the Yellow River is heavily silted, and the water source requires purification. Additionally, the river contains Sea Tower Stone particles, which would be toxic to us ability users if consumed directly. Remember to distill it first, as distillation can remove the Sea Tower Stone particles from the water. Ao Xing conveyed these instructions to everyone around him, as the freshwater reserves at home were nearly depleted. Once Meng Ke and the others had established a solid foundation along the Yellow River, he intended to relocate his family there. These common-sense principles, derived from countless experiences of blood and tears, were invaluable. After exiting the divine space, he began to scour the bar. The counter was stripped bare or smashed to pieces. The dilapidated tables and chairs, along with the bloodstains, indicated that a horrific battle had erupted here. The smoke-filled bar was a prime location for a zombie outbreak that he navigated through the darkness, relying solely on his observation and perception abilities to advance. The enhancement of his physical body had significantly improved his vision. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could discern the outlines of objects ahead. A basement? But why is it locked from the inside? Upon feeling a door lock, he gently exerted force and twisted it until it snapped. Before him lay a staircase leading downward. Grasping his steel whip, he cautiously descended the stairs. Suddenly, he sensed movement below through his observation ability, and without hesitation, he swung his steel whip downwards. A scream erupted as a flicker of flame escaped his mouth. Momentarily illuminating the pitch-black space below, in the corner, he spotted a disheveled young girl crouching, while a young man lay on the ground, his skull shattered from the force of his strike. The two individuals appeared gaunt and frail, their time spent in the basement seemingly prolonged. Having dwelled in darkness for too long, they had barely regained the ability to see clearly. Upon witnessing the man being killed, the girl shrank back in terror. But the wall was behind her, leaving no avenue for escape. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Ao Xing furrowed his brow as he regarded her. Her cheeks were sunken, and her body emaciated. Indicative of prolonged starvation, a flicker of flame escaped his mouth once more. It must be noted that in terms of illumination, the Azure Dragon was not as adept as the Flame fruit. His peripheral vision swept across the floor, where several corpses lay, some bearing bite marks. Bite marks? Ao Xing's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his steel whip to defend against an impending attack. Clang! The resounding noise reverberated throughout the basement. He spun around, only to find the terrified girl, who had been curled up on the ground, had vanished. His observation ability detected movement beside him, but the assailant was swift. And in the confined space, he had no opportunity to evade. Paper drawing. His waist unnaturally bent inward, narrowly dodging a punch that sliced through the air with a fierce wind at the same time. His armed fist struck out, sending a shadowy figure crashing against the wall. The wall crumbled, dust and debris cascading down, but by the time he pursued, the figure had already disappeared. With a swift motion, he unleashed his whip once more, producing a crisp, shattering sound. Reaching out into the void, he caught a glimpse of a transparent crystal chip. Has this thing appeared so soon? Ao Xing's ears perked up, and he swiftly extended his left arm to the side. Got you! Another small flame erupted, illuminating the scene, revealing the frail girl who had been cowering in the corner. Yet, her appearance was markedly different from before. Scattered across her cheeks and arms were fragments of transparent crystals. They had seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground, while she clutched his hand desperately, attempting to pry it open. Yet his grip remained unyielding. Such a delicate and refined young lady, and yet you resort to consuming zombie flesh. With his prior experiences, Ao Xing was all too familiar with this state of the girl. This was the crystal being, consuming zombie flesh without succumbing to infection. Her brain had crystallized, and the crystalline domain was what ability users referred to as the awakening crystal. Her body, too, began to undergo crystallization. These crystals possessing formidable defensive capabilities while granting them immense power. "Let me go! Let me go!" As the crystals on her face began to fall away, she reverted to her previous harmless appearance. A variant crystal being. The transformation of a crystal being involved the crystallization of their brain, which would consume the original brain, effectively becoming an entirely different entity. However, there existed a type of crystal being that underwent mutation, wherein the crystalline domain fused with the brain, preserving the original personality. Their bodies retained a human form, yet they could autonomously crystallize for attacks or defense. The most crucial aspect was that these variant crystal beings could seamlessly blend in with ordinary humans, remaining undetected as long as they did not reveal their crystalline features. Chapter 59. Is it her? Memories from the past. Given your prowess, you must have consumed quite a few zombies, haven't you? Ao Xing tightened her grip around the neck of the crystalline being, pulling upwards once more, causing the creature's face to flush a deep crimson. Given the speed she had just demonstrated, it was evident that she had reached a level comparable to that of a flesh and blood corpse. Moreover, this particular breed of crystalline beings retained human characteristics, rendering their combat prowess significantly inferior to that of their counterparts that in essence, the zombies she had devoured, if they had been normal crystalline beings, would likely possess the strength of a true zombie. "Let me go." Her voice had distorted into a strangled whisper, barely managing to articulate the three words. Yet all she received in return was Aoshing's disdainful smile. "I have never harmed a human. I have only consumed zombies that I beg of you. Release me." Her breathing became increasingly labored, her mind swirling in a haze, yet the instinct for survival compelled her to persist in her pleas. "Release you?" Aoshing chuckled, increasing the pressure of her grip. "Your cerebral crystallization should have reached a 2-star level. Let me witness it." With her other hand, she reached toward the creature's head, fingers poised like claws, intent on breaking it open to extract the crystal. The crystalline being trembled uncontrollably, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me." Tears streamed from her eyes. She did not wish to die, even if it meant having to consume the repulsive flesh of zombies to survive. However, the formidable individual before her harbored no compassion, solely intent on obtaining her cerebral crystal. As she felt the steel-like fingers press against her forehead, she closed her eyes in despair. Did this how it ends? Just as Aoshing was about to unleash a piercing strike to shatter the crystalline being's skull and retrieve the crystal, her hand suddenly halted. Her fingers brushed against an object, which she instinctively plucked and brought before her eyes. It was an ordinary headband, black in color, adorned with a small star on its side. This headband. Aoshing gazed at the gaunt, emaciated face of the crystalline being, lost in a memory. "What is your name?" The grip on the crystalline being's neck relaxed slightly, allowing her a moment to breathe. Noticing that Aoshing had not killed her, but rather loosened her hold, she hurriedly responded, albeit uncertainly, "My name is Han Shuang." The mention of her name struck Aoshing like a thunderclap. Gradually, she lowered Han Shuang to the ground, releasing her throat. "Do you have a brother named Han Lei?" "How do you know?" she stammered, still too wary to move freely. The youth before her exuded an overwhelming strength, and she could not fathom how he might know of her brother. It's someone my brother knows." "Ah, so it is you." That Aoshing's expression became complex as she regarded Han Shuang in the darkness. In her past life, she had indeed known her. At the time, Han Shuang had disguised herself as a human, blending in with a group of survivors. Her sunken cheeks and emaciated features rendered her quite unappealing, and she was largely shunned. Only Aoshing had been willing to converse with her. Eventually, her identity as a crystalline being was revealed, forcing her to flee. Back then, upon learning of her true nature, Aoshing had been filled with terror. Yet Han Shuang had merely smiled and escaped. Years later, during a harrowing pursuit by a young man who possessed the powers of a devil fruit, Han Shuang had saved Aoshing. Regrettably, her intervention revealed her presence, and the young man subsequently spread the word, leading countless individuals to seek her cerebral crystal. As for Han Shuang's ultimate fate, Aoshing remained oblivious, having perished at the hands of that very young man after being ensnared by her pursuers. At the very least, in her past life, Han Shuang had shown no malice toward humanity and had never been heard of consuming human flesh. Perhaps she truly was different from other crystalline beings. "I owe you a debt of gratitude." Aoshing uttered this cryptic statement, prompting Han Shuang to inquire. "What?" "Nothing." Shaking her head, Aoshing continued, "Come with me. As long as you refrain from consuming humans, I shall ensure your safety." Han Shuang was still filled with trepidation. "But I am no longer human. I have turned into this grotesque form. If I go outside, they will surely kill me. I am here. No one can harm you." Aoshing's words were resolute, their calmness imparting an inexplicable sense of security to Han Shuang. All right." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately giving way to soft sobs. Aoshing was not one to offer comfort, especially not to someone who could hardly be considered human anymore. He searched the basement for a moment, finally uncovering a large bottle of soda. His purpose in descending to the basement had been to find potable water or juice. Although alcohol no longer affected his body, consuming it daily did little to quench his thirst. After twisting off the cap and gulping down the refreshing liquid, a wave of revitalization coursed through him. Satisfied, he discarded the empty bottle and located another bottle of mineral water. After taking a sip and confirming it had not spoiled, he sealed it and prepared to leave. He regretted not bringing Aoshing along. With her storage space, he could have amassed more fresh water. However, Considering the battles of the past few days, he knew his sister would not have been able to withstand the onslaught of the grotesque corpses and the relentless tide of zombies. "Let us depart." Upon returning to Han Shuang, he called out, and she responded with a soft trailing closely behind him as they exited the basement, emerging back into the bar above, though still shrouded in darkness. Visibility was significantly better than in the basement, that he found a sofa, tossed the mineral water onto it, and leaned his steel whip against the armrest before sitting down to rest. Han Shuang nervously fidgeted with her clothing, cautiously taking a seat across from Aoxing, her posture rigid with concern over displeasing him. "There is no need to be so formal that if you are hungry, there are zombies I have slain outside. Feel free to eat as you wish." The food of crystalline beings consisted solely of two types, humans and zombies. Since she did not consume humans, her only option was to feast upon zombies, as other foods held no value for her. Noticing her continued anxiety, Aoxing engaged her in casual conversation, probing into aspects of her past life she had previously been reluctant to discuss. For instance, the circumstances that led to her transformation into a crystalline being. Under normal circumstances, a person would not resort to consuming zombie flesh even in the face of starvation. What had driven her to such a point? In her previous life, she had been reticent about this experience, but now, under Aoxing's formidable presence, she found herself compelled to answer truthfully that I was a waitress at this bar. Han Shuang recounted her tale. When the apocalypse struck, certain addicts within the bar, whose immune systems were compromised, succumbed to the zombie virus and underwent transformation. Chaos ensued throughout the establishment. She and several other staff members had frantically retreated to the basement, relying on the provisions stored there to survive for a few days. However, the concentration of the zombie virus in the air steadily increased, and their prolonged confinement in the basement weakened their bodies, leading to one individual's transformation. Fortunately, they had acted swiftly, eliminating the transformed individual before it was too late. Yet in the apocalypse, those who had lost their moral compass were all too common. What could transpire when a woman found herself alone in a basement with several men in such a crumbling civilization? Yet, those experiences no longer fazed her, as survival was her only priority. Nevertheless, there were always those whose depravity exceeded comprehension. Surrounded by zombies outside, they were too fearful to venture out, and their food supplies dwindled rapidly. Finally, one person suggested that she consume the flesh of the slain, transformed individual. She resisted, but they overpowered her, force-feeding her the meat despite her cries and struggles. Perhaps fate had intervened. She did not succumb to transformation, but instead underwent a mutation during the crystallization of her cerebral domain, becoming an aberrant crystalline being and subsequently exterminating all those men. Chapter 60. The one who attracts monsters. After listening to Han Shuang's account, Aoxing couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Indeed, the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was the darkness within the human heart. After becoming an aberrant crystalline being, Han Shuang had contemplated death, yet ultimately, she wished to survive. "Do you know my brother? What has become of him?" Following their brief exchange, Han Shuang sensed that Aoxing did not intend to harm her and gradually lowered her guard. This was the first time she had encountered a living person since she had eliminated those men, someone not only immensely powerful, but seemingly devoid of prejudice against her. This instilled a sense of reliance within her, prompting thoughts of Aoxing's earlier mention of her brother. Perhaps she could learn about her family from him. "They are all dead." Aoxing replied that he, of course, had no knowledge of Han Lei or their family. This information had been gleaned from Han Shuang's previous recounting. After hiding in the basement for a time, she had ventured out to search for her family, only to find nothing. Eventually, she stumbled upon surveillance footage from a nearby store, where she witnessed her family succumbing to the infection at the onset of the apocalypse. "Are they dead?" Han Shuang murmured, tears welling in her sunken eyes as sorrow enveloped her heart. As expected, death had become the norm in the apocalypse. After spending a night on the sofa, she awoke the following day to find Han Shuang gnawing on a zombie's leg, the one he had slain the previous day. "Good morning." After rotating her neck a few times, Han Shuang felt discomfort from sleeping on the sofa, her neck stiffening slightly. Upon noticing that he had awakened, she quickly turned her back, although she could only sustain herself on the flesh of zombies. She wished to avoid revealing the unattractive sight of her consuming them. Aoxing smiled, retrieving a substantial piece of grilled sea creature meat from the divine space, devouring it voraciously, and then gulping down some mineral water she had found in the basement the night before. Subsequently, she activated life restoration, thoroughly digesting all the energy contained within the meat. After the meal, Han Shuang tore a piece from the tablecloth to wipe her mouth, while Ao Xing felt invigorated, grasping her steel whip. She strode toward the door, declaring, "Let us go." Han Shuang closely followed behind. Just as they opened the large door, a horde of zombies lunged at them. Ao Xing slung the steel whip across her back, employing her finger gun and non-lethal wind kicks to engage the enemies. After a moment's hesitation, Han Shuang manifested crystals on her body surface and joined the fray against the swarm of zombies. The evolution of crystal beings mirrored that of zombies, relying on the consumption of other zombies to enhance their internal crystals through the zombie virus, even if they retained a human semblance. Their genetic makeup had transformed into that of another species. From the moment they became crystal beings, they could no longer access the divine space. For humans, whether zombies or crystal beings, they were all monsters that could be slain. Crystals emerged from Han Shuang's fists as she struck a decaying corpse, her formidable strength sending it staggering back several paces, yet it immediately charged at her with a roar, with a tearing sound. Her back was clawed by a zombie, blood oozing, and the zombie virus infiltrating her body. However, she was now immune to infection. Her eyes glimmered with a crimson light as she smashed a zombie-esque skull with a single punch and seized its arm, gnawing hungrily on it. The wound on her back gradually healed, but another zombie lunged at her from the side. She raised her arm, crystals forming along it, hard enough to deflect the zombie's attack. Discarding the bitten, mangled arm, her fists were again enveloped in crystals as she charged at the surrounding zombies. Nevertheless, she had once been merely a common barmaid, devoid of any combat training. Even as a crystal being, her physical prowess was significantly enhanced, yet her fighting techniques remained exceedingly rudimentary. Relying on sheer brute strength, her unyielding crystals, and her immunity to infection despite being bitten, she was able to assert herself fiercely within the horde. As the two fought their way westward, they would occasionally seek refuge in buildings to rest, resuming their battle once rejuvenated. "Your combat skills are rather superficial," Ao Xing remarked as they navigated through the relentless waves of zombies. Offering guidance to Han Shuang, "That I'm sorry, I don't know how to fight," Han Shuang replied, feeling embarrassed as she observed Ao Xing's artistic combat style, her own movements appearing grotesquely clumsy in comparison. Yet the crystalline domain of the crystal beings possessed a remarkable capacity for learning, and as she fended off the surrounding zombies, she absorbed combat techniques from Ao Xing's movements, yielding impressive results. After dispatching another group of zombies, Ao Xing exchanged several bottles of the cheapest liquor from the divine space to cleanse their bodies. "Do you need any?" she asked while pouring the liquor over her head. "Me." Han Shuang looked down at her blood-soaked and foul-smelling body, glancing at Ao Xing's robust physique, and felt a wave of inferiority wash over her. "Here, take it." Ao Xing understood that despite having to resort to consuming zombie flesh for survival, she was still a woman. What woman does not cherish cleanliness? She exchanged a few bottles of liquor for Han Shuang as well, who poured it over herself. While it could not cleanse her entirely, it would at least reduce the grime and lessen the stench, providing a modicum of comfort. "Thank you." Han Shuang spoke little, maintaining her silence unless Ao Xing initiated conversation. After rinsing off, their clothes became drenched in liquor. However, under the blazing sun, the alcohol would evaporate swiftly, allowing their garments to dry quickly. Why are there so few zombies on this street? Upon entering a new street, the sparse presence of zombies struck them as peculiar. Once a bustling market, it should have been a hot spot for zombies. Why was it so deserted? Effortlessly eliminating a nearby zombie, they advanced further, only to find that the deeper they went, the more zombies appeared. Is someone drawing the zombies? Amidst the frantic slaughter of zombies, Ao Xing caught sight of a massive iron fence ahead. The fence was thick, backed by numerous other formidable obstacles, making it difficult for even the corpses to breach. Atop the fence sat a young girl making faces at the zombies below. Behind the fence, concealed by barriers, was a large group of people wielding long spears exchanged from the divine space. Thrusting them through gaps in the obstacles to gradually slay the zombies, that in the center of the entrance stood a burly man clad in gray-green scales, with an elongated face and a stout tail behind him, wielding a serrated longsword. This sword bore an uncanny resemblance to the one used by the evil dragon. A.O. Xing recalled that this was a weapon of exceptional quality, known as the Peak Slayer. Valued at 10,000 points. Could anyone besides himself have amassed such points? This individual was surely no ordinary character. The Peak Slayer proved heavy and sharp, effortlessly slicing through zombies with each swing. Even for the corpses, it was merely a matter of delivering a few additional strikes. The man's strength was formidable as well. Chapter 61. Fish Fruit Ancient Type on the platform. The girl making faces at the zombies was startled to see A.O. Xing and Han Shuang charging through the horde. Their ease in dispatching zombies was astonishing. She quickly shouted to the burly man below, "Uncle Luo." Two individuals are mixing in with the zombie tide, the man wielding the serrated sword, deeply engrossed in battle. Momentarily froze. What did it mean to mix in with the zombie tide? Although the zombies and corpses had been lured to a distant street by Ying, only zombies and decaying bodies remained here. Even he, a power user of ancient lineage, would not dare to mingle within such a formidable horde. Before the girl could elaborate, he noticed a change in the zombie tide. The army of zombies drawn by Ying suddenly became agitated. Ceasing their charge toward him and instead halting in place, it seemed as if something among them was ruthlessly slaughtering the zombies. Bang! A decaying body was sent soaring through the air, landing directly before the astonished man. Gazing at the deep footprint imprinted on the corpse's chest, he was struck with alarm. That unknown entity's kick had shattered the zombie's ribcage. It had even twisted its spine with immense force. What kind of strength could achieve such a feat? With a serious expression, he called out, "Everyone, be cautious. A powerful presence is approaching." He had no idea whether this powerful being was human, nor what attitude they might hold toward them. Soon, a youthful man, handsome and muscular, emerged from the tide of corpses, but he seemed to carry a weapon resembling an iron rod on his back, yet he did not wield it. Instead, he engaged the zombies barehanded. His 10 fingers were like 10 spears, effortlessly piercing through the zombies' defenses as though they were made of mere tissue paper. Beside this young man was a slender woman. She must be a woman. The burly man thought, though he was uncertain. However, judging by the curvature of her chest, it was highly probable. The woman's arms and fists were encased in an unknown crystalline substance, which sparkled under the sunlight, yet possessed extraordinary hardness. Ordinary zombies crumbled beneath her fists, their skulls shattered in an instant. The claws and teeth of elite zombies that bit into her were also thwarted by the crystals. Is it a devil fruit ability? The shining fruit. The only comparison he could draw was to Diamond Joe's shining fruit, and one yet knew of the existence of crystal beings. He mistook the crystals enveloping Han Shuang for a devil fruit ability. Are they truly human? Especially the young man, who was annihilating zombies by the dozens using purely physical prowess. Suddenly, he recalled a video he had seen not long ago. The legendary Qinglong, rumors had it that he was heading toward the provincial city. And based on the previous footage, it was indeed possible he could reach this place if he continued westward, with the corpses drawn over by Ying also slain by him. The girl atop the platform was equally mesmerized. She had always believed Uncle Luo was the strongest she had encountered. Yet today's sights left her astounded that A.O. Xing, meanwhile, had noticed the group hiding behind the massive obstacles, but he did not halt his path of slaughter. Together with Han Shuang, they decimated the horde of zombies drawn toward them. Gradually approaching the burly man, A.O. Xing recognized him as their leader. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am A.O. Xing." He shook off some bloodstains from his arm and extended his bloodied hand. The man hesitated for a moment before reaching out his own hand, covered in gray-green scales, to shake it. Having witnessed A.O. Xing's combat prowess firsthand, he dared not relinquish his devil fruit ability. Fearing a sudden outburst from A.O. Xing noticing his caution, A.O. Xing smiled, lightly shaking his hand before withdrawing that he recognized this figure. His name was Luo Yi, and his devil fruit was the fish fruit ancient type pig crocodile form. In terms of strength, he ranks among the formidable figures amidst the various factions in the apocalyptic world. However, his fame does not stem from his own prowess, but rather from a young girl under his command, Tang Yingying. The girl making faces at the horde of zombies from atop a platform, is due to this girl that Luo Yi's faction has flourished rapidly. He even once contended against a powerful being from the capital. Of course, he ultimately succumbed and was absorbed into that being's ranks. Yet after his faction was incorporated, Tang Yingying's status rose even higher than his. This is because Tang Yingying possesses the unique ability to attract zombies. Her fruit is the superhuman-type Xiangxiang fruit. This ability has never been seen in any anime, allowing her to release various scents. While referred to as fragrances, they are, in essence, diverse aromas, such as a mesmerizing scent that induces slumber or a fragrance that stirs one's desires. Furthermore, she can emit a scent that lures zombies, which explains why they are perpetually drawn to her. Moreover, she has delved deeply into the nuances of the scents that attract zombies, capable of releasing aromas that appeal to zombies of varying ranks. For instance, she can emit a scent that solely attracts low-level zombies, successfully drawing one from nearby to a distant location. Even the more formidable zombies, which Luo Yi currently cannot easily confront, are also led away by her. Additionally, she can exude a scent akin to that of zombies, leading them to believe she is one of their own, thus allowing her to traverse among them unscathed, with only zombies and lowly corpses remaining. And with the multitude of obstacles Luo Yi has set up, they have gathered a large group of individuals who hide behind and hunt zombies to earn points, subsequently allocating those points to Luo Yi. This is how Luo Yi has been able to exchange for a weapon of exceptional caliber. It can be said that Tang Yingying's abilities are of strategic significance in this apocalyptic era. As for her making faces, that is merely a manifestation of her boredom. Upon seeing Tang Yingying on the platform, Ao Xing immediately recognized this renowned girl and began to entertain other thoughts. Luo Yi, he exclaimed. Luo Yi introduced himself. Are you the rumored user of the Qinglong fruit? Ao Xing nodded. Indeed, that a gasp escaped Luo Yi's lips at this confirmation, realizing that not only was his fruit powerful, but he himself was equally formidable. This revelation compelled him to exercise greater caution that if such a strong individual harbored ill intentions towards them, how would they respond? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he ultimately despaired, discovering there was no viable solution. All he could do was pray for the character of this powerful being. Tang Yingying then leaped down from the platform, taking a defensive stance behind Luo Yi while also scrutinizing the legendary figure before her. She appeared to be of a similar age to herself. How could she possess such strength? Tang Yingying, the user of the Xiangxiang fruit. Ao Xing gazed at the girl, whose twin ponytails and fair skin, along with her relatively clean attire, were an exceedingly rare sight in this desolate world. How do you know? Tang Yingying inquired, blinking her large eyes. That Ao Xing replied with a smile. Not only do I know you, but I also know that Luo Yi is the user of the Yu fruit, ancient type in its pig crocodile form. Chapter 62. The transaction of a 91 split. Luo Yi and Tang Yingying were both taken aback. How did he know? Their abilities were both novel and had never appeared in any anime, so how could he discern them? Let's make a deal that Ao Xing had no intention of explaining himself, as doing so would only serve to highlight his mystery and strength. What kind of deal? Luo Yi still did not understand Ao Xing's purpose for appearing here, pointing towards the approaching horde of zombies. Ao Xing said, use her ability to draw the zombies in. I will incapacitate them, and you shall reap the rewards. Points as payment, was Luo Yi's initial reaction, but he quickly realized something was amiss. No one is a fool, and no one is willing to offer something for nothing. That Ao Xing's actions surely had ulterior motives. You have yet to reach the copper skin stage. For every level you ascend while slaying zombies, the points you earn will multiply tenfold. If you harvest these zombies, you will acquire even more points, and then we shall split it 91. He had engaged in similar dealings with Ao Chen before, but they were overly time-consuming and significantly hindered Ao Chen's own progress. Thus, he abandoned the idea after a few attempts. Points could always be earned again, but strength could only be developed through oneself. Yet he did not care about the progress or survival of the individuals before him. Their demise was inconsequential. This was a perfect opportunity to implement his plan, and he believed they would not refuse. However, Luo Yi displayed an expression of discomfort. Is it really appropriate to give you just 1%? Ao Xing responded with a perplexed expression. What are you thinking? I take 90, you take 1. Luo Yi was even more astonished. 1% meant that his side would be working for free. Ao Xing raised 3 fingers and smiled. First, I can instantly incapacitate those lowly corpses, including the zombies. You will only need to kill them, facing no danger and without the need for a slow grind. Even if it is just 1%, what you gain will undoubtedly surpass what you would achieve on your own. Second, even with low-level zombies, I can render them incapacitated. For a 3-star low-level zombie, the points are 1,000. If you kill them after advancing 3 levels, the points multiply by 1,000. That would be 1 million. 1% is still 100,000. How long would it take you to earn that 100,000? After hearing these 2 points, Luo Yi and Tang Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement. And the third, the girl eagerly asked, curious about the additional benefits. Ao Xing continued to smile, but his next words sent chills down their spines. Third, you are too weak. I could kill you with a mere flick of my hand. So, do you have any right to oppose me? Not to mention my willingness to give you 1%. Even if I offered you nothing, what could you do? His words, though soft, felt icy to the ears of those present. Luo Yi's forehead throbbed. Yet he understood that this was reality, not fiction, that I end this apocalyptic world. To secure longevity, one must recognize the times. Clenching his weapon tightly, he hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. All right. Behind him, the others felt humiliated. But none dared to voice their scorn. This person had carved a path through the horde, his aura instilling terror within them. Who would dare gamble with their lives? Upon hearing the affirmative, Ao Xing finally smiled. Now that's more like it. A mutually beneficial arrangement. I am not a heartless capitalist. Allow me to clear the area first. These zombies will contribute little to the points. With that, he called out to Han Shuang and leaped towards another wave of zombies. Luo Yi and his group occupied a crossroads, crafting a square defensive formation with various heavy metal objects. Their personnel stood at the center, retreating when fatigued, taking turns to eliminate the zombies attacking the obstacles. At present, Ao Xing was merely clearing the zombies from the street they came down, while the other 3 streets remained swarmed with zombies. Removing his steel whip from his back, he aimed for a swift resolution to earn points. The onlookers witnessed a figure dart past, followed by countless zombies collapsing. Ao Xing, utilizing his observation haki and reaction speed, deliberately avoided all lowly corpses, targeting only the zombies, regardless of who killed a zombie. It yielded 1 point. There was no need to incapacitate them first. Luo Yi was astonished at this spectacle. Ao Xing was merely wielding a weapon, yet the combat prowess he displayed was utterly transformed from before. Uncle Luo, how can he be so powerful? The girl with the twin ponytails marveled, realizing that for such individuals, the peaceful era was a shackle. This apocalyptic world was their domain. Behind them, a youth who had been defending the northern gate approached. Panting heavily. Uncle Luo, he is simply too strong. Those zombies are like ants beneath his hand. His body was covered in yellow fur, interspersed with black spots, topped with pointy ears and a short tail protruding from his rear. He too was a user of an ability. As he reached Luo Yi's side, he relinquished his fruit power. Not just strong, but downright abnormal. Tang Yingying scoffed. Under Luo Yi's command, their lives in this apocalypse had been relatively decent, at least in recent days. Each person had earned over 10 points and exchanged them for armed color training methods. However, while they risked their lives for points, Ao Xing had them delivered to him directly. It wasn't just him. That woman was equally formidable. Uncle Luo had it easier than her. Though Han Shuang's performance was not as dazzling as Ao Xing's, she too navigated the zombie horde with ease. She was a crystal person of the zombie level, which, when converted to humans, meant she was at the second tier of Iron Bone realm. However, as an aberration, she retained her human form and autonomy, rendering her combat strength inferior to that of a typical crystal person. Yet she was still a force to be reckoned with against lowly corpses. Moreover, she was unafraid of the zombie virus, requiring no overly stringent defenses. This was something ordinary humans could not compare to. But she doesn't feel quite human. Tang Yingying mused, deeply inhaling the scents in the AI or .asa user of the xiangxiang fruit. She was particularly sensitive to smells. Although Han Shuang behaved like a human and her crystallization ability could be considered a fruit power, the scent emanating from her could not be deceived. Tang Yingying sensed that Han Shuang's aroma resembled a fusion of human and zombie traits. If she wasn't human, could she still be considered a zombie? The youth interjected with a quip, but speaking of which, she is truly ugly. I've never seen such an unattractive woman. Han Shuang's cheeks and eye sockets were deeply sunken, her complexion sallow, resembling a ghastly specter. Her lips devoid of color. Should one encounter her suddenly under the moonlight, they would surely frighten the timid into a state of terror. Moreover, adorned in blood-stained, tattered garments. Her visage was not only grotesque, but also eerily unsettling. As a few individuals engaged in casual conversation, AOXN had already dispatched all the zombies across 3 streets, leaving behind mere remnants of flesh, but he severed the limbs and spines of these mangled corpses, allowing them to crawl helplessly upon the ground. Han Shuang, utterly exhausted, leaned against a telephone pole for respite. Gazing at the lifeless forms of the zombies before her, she found herself involuntarily salivating. The fierce battle had drained her energy, and now hunger gnawed at her insides. Chapter 63. Decapitation is exhausting. Han Shuang's peculiar behavior did not escape Tang Yingying's notice. Look at the way she gazes at the zombie corpses. It's as if they are delectable treats, she exclaimed in astonishment. Surely not. The young man dismissed Tang Yingying's notion, incredulous at the thought of anyone desiring to consume zombie flesh. Even Luo Yi found Tang Yingying's idea utterly absurd. All right, Yingying, no need to be overly sensitive. Who would actually eat zombie flesh? Tang Yingying pouted, conceding, fine, perhaps I was overthinking it. She then resumed her admiration of AOXN's combat prowess, utterly captivating, having vanquished the encroaching horde of zombies and shattered the limbs of the flesh corpses. AOXN returned, wielding his steel whip. Send your team to clear this wave of flesh corpses. Once they are dealt with, let Tang Yingying lure the surrounding zombies over. Luo Yi and the others surveyed the desolate street. Questioning whether this was truly the apocalypse they had known, he turned to the young man beside him. Xiao Shi, take your people and eliminate these incapacitated flesh corpses, but be sure to keep a precise count. Do not dare to be greedy for even a single point. He was in awe of AOXN's capabilities. The flesh corpses were all his doing, and should he forget the count while someone else succumbed to greed, they would be leading themselves into a perilous trap. Sure, you nodded and departed, gathering 10 individuals from the crowd. Follow me. He first ensured he had an accurate tally before instructing them to begin severing the heads of the flesh corpses. The bodies of these flesh corpses were significantly sturdier than those of the zombies, with bones far more resilient. Thus, it was no simple task for them to behead these creatures. Glancing at the ongoing work, AOXN lost interest and approached Han Shuang. Are you hungry? He could see the longing in her eyes for zombie flesh. That if you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare target you. His words were resolute, warming Han Shuang's heart, which had been engulfed in silence. Yet she restrained herself to know that would bring undue attention to you that if others were to witness her consuming zombie flesh, not only would she be regarded as a monster, but AOXN's reputation would also suffer as a consequence. She did not wish to witness such a scene that in this apocalyptic world, AOXN might very well be the only person willing to accept her as a crystal person. She could not betray his kindness. It matters not. I am unconcerned with that. AOXN looked skyward. Reputation? What this world requires is strength. As long as I possess sufficient power, others will have no choice but to remain silent. But if my strength is lacking, I would merely be prey to others. Like the former Han Shuang, a defenseless girl who was forcibly fed zombie flesh and turned into a crystal person. Was it because she committed a wrongdoing? No, it was due to her weakness. Thus, AOXN's philosophy is, those who follow me pay a protection fee. Those who oppose me are all brought to their knees. Han Shuang shook her head once more, suppressing her desire to eat. Not far away, Sure you led his group in harvesting the heads of the flesh corpses that AOXN had incapacitated them in a mere 5 minutes. Yet Sure Yu and his companions took a full hour to sever the heads. He couldn't help but wonder if this group of individuals could indeed manage to behead the flesh corpses. He muttered under his breath, harboring little hope for their abilities, with only Sure Yu being somewhat useful due to his animal fruit abilities, granting him a physique superior to the others and a correspondingly greater attack power. He might still have a chance of beheading a zombie, that if all else failed, Luo Yi would have to give it a try. However, Luo Yi had already reached the copper skin realm, and after slaying a flesh corpse, he would only earn a mere 100,000 points. Once Sure Yu and his team completed their task, they came to report to him a total of 68 flesh corpses, amounting to 6,800 points. As per our agreement, you will receive 6,120 points, and I shall transfer them to you now. AOXN nodded, adding Sure Yu as a friend in the God-given space. Receiving the 6,120 points, for these individuals, Earning 680 points in an hour without combat was akin to striking gold. Previously, they had to toil endlessly to accumulate such a sum. While they understood the rule that rewards for defeating higher-tier enemies multiplied tenfold, the relentless presence of zombies outside made it clear that even if Luo Yi possessed the ability to incapacitate flesh corpses, who would dare venture out to behead them? Thus, despite only receiving a tenth of the points, they were thoroughly satisfied that AOX and turned to Tang Yingying. Continue. This time, make every effort to lure as many zombies as possible. Tang Yingying nodded earnestly, no longer fixating on Han Shuang's odd behavior. Climbing back onto the platform, a scent, imperceptible to human noses, wafted in all directions. Hurry, Great One, you must slay swiftly. Our defensive barriers can be easily breached by zombies. While Tang Yingying lured the zombies, Shiryu engaged in conversation with Ao Xin, relishing the rare opportunity to meet a legendary figure he had only seen in the God-given space communication channel. Rest assured, Ao Xin replied nonchalantly. Before long, as the scent spread, zombies began to leap toward the southern street. They raised their arms, legs perfectly aligned, yet they jumped with astonishing speed, reaching the defensive position at the intersection in the blink of an eye. Thrilled by the prospect of fresh flesh, the zombies opened their jaws wide, ready to unleash carnage, but awaiting them was a steel whip. Crack! With a resounding thud, the zombie's ribcage was shattered. Ao Xin employed his swift movements, seamlessly dispatching the limbs and spine of the zombie, delivering a final kick that sent it sprawling before the defensive line. First one. No sooner had he spoken than zombies appeared simultaneously from the eastern and western streets. Utilizing his swift movements, Ao Xin struck before the zombies in the eastern street could react, shattering the spine of one with a single whip that he returned with the incapacitated zombie, effortlessly delivering a few more strikes to break its limbs before discarding it at the defensive position. Then, he leaped high, vaulting over the barricade. With a powerful stomp in midair, he astonishingly walked 2 steps before losing his footing and falling. Nevertheless, it was a promising start. Dashing forward, he approached another zombie, employing the same method, rendering it incapacitated as well on the platform. Tang Yingying observed his effortless dismantling of the zombies and maximized her own abilities, striving to spread the enticing scent even further. Beads of sweat trickled down her pale forehead, a testament to the exertion of her abilities. Luo Yi and the others were utterly stunned. They were on an entirely different level. One by one, zombies were drawn from afar, only to be effortlessly dismantled by Ao Xin and discarded at the intersection's defensive position. When Tang Yingying, panting heavily, could no longer sustain her abilities, the streets fell silent without further zombies appearing. Let us begin. Ao Xin returned to Han Shuang's side, instructing Shiryu to lead his team in decapitating the incapacitated zombies. Hey! A man wielding a standard pirate sword swung down fiercely, only to find his blade clashing against what felt like steel, sending pain through his wrist. Chapter 64. So many points, I'll take it from here. Shiryu stepped forward, bellowing as he transformed into his beast form. Shiryu possessed the abilities of the animal fruit, cat fruit, lynx form. Noticing Ao Xin's curiosity regarding Shiryu, Luo Yi took the initiative to explain. The lynx is a fierce beast, not lacking in combat prowess. He is the core of our team alongside Shiryu, Tang Yingying, and 2 others. However, only the 3 of them possess fruit abilities. Although Shiryu had only recently awakened his haki and had yet to reach the copper skin realm, the enhancement from the lynx fruit granted him considerable strength. The zombies, unable to bite him due to their broken bones, could only thrash in impotent rage. Flipping the zombie onto its back, he positioned his long knife against its neck and began to chop down. One stroke after another. Clang. Shiryu found himself seated on the ground, his steel blade snapping in 2, yet the zombie's neck had only been nicked slightly. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, while others were successfully incapacitating zombies. He struggled to even sever a head. Observing this, Luo Yi offered his serrated blade. Use my knife. It should be more than sufficient for beheading zombies. Shiryu expressed his gratitude, accepting the serrated blade and delivering a powerful strike. This time, the knife sank in a full 1%. Just 100 more strikes, and he could completely behead the zombie. Bored, Ao Xin glanced at Han Shuang, who was fixated on the zombie, continuously swallowing saliva, and whispered to her, "If you truly cannot resist, you may head to the street from which we came." The The street is obscured from view, littered with numerous zombies that they had slain, sufficient for Han Shuang to satiate her hunger. Nodding in agreement, Han Shuang, feeling excessively famished, dashed away. Witnessing her departure, Luo Yi and the others dared not inquire further, their attention fixated on Shiryu as he severed the heads of the zombies. In total, there were 13 undead creatures, each requiring 10 minutes for decapitation. That'd be why the time all were dispatched. Over 2 hours had elapsed. Shiryu, panting as he wiped the sweat from his brow, approached Ao Xing. 13 zombies yield a total of 130. 000 points. You shall receive 90%, amounting to 117,000 points. Entering the divine space, he transferred the points to Ao Xing, gazing at the string of numbers in his account. He felt as if he were dreaming. In just 2 hours, he had amassed 13,000 points, adding the previous 680. Oh, no need to include that. He wouldn't even have any change left. His anticipation for what the furry corpse could bring them intensified. And his gaze towards Ao Xing grew increasingly reverent. Are you all right? Ao Xing inquired of Tang Yingying. After resting for an hour and consuming a standard meat skewer, her stamina was nearly restored. She signaled an okay gesture to Ao Xing. No problem. And once more ascended the platform, taking a deep breath to adjust the enticing aroma within her. Soon, another scent, imperceptible to humans, wafted forth, this time. However, she concentrated the essence, directing it northward, where another furry corpse awaited her lure. After a considerable time, she halted breathless, yet the furry corpse did not materialize. Are you capable? Ao Xing expressed skepticism. Tang Yingying retorted, it's too far. My aroma can't reach there. After all, she was merely an ordinary person who had just awakened her prowess, her combat strength not significantly superior to that of her companions, and her stamina was quite average. It was already commendable for her scent to travel such a distance that Ao Xing, recognizing her earnest effort, did not press further. Since you lured the furry corpse, you should know its location, inform me, and I shall incapacitate it and bring it back. Currently, this was their only viable plan. Tang Yingying felt a twinge of disappointment, believing herself to be of no use, as if she were utterly inept. She pointed towards the northern street. At the end of the street, turn west. Then at the end of that street, turn north. And finally, at the end of that street, turn west again. It should be approximately within that vicinity. Ao Xing gasped. Goodness, that's incredibly far. However, recalling the position where he had slain the furry corpse, he realized they had indeed expended considerable effort to prevent it from returning. Turning to the just satiated Han Shuang, he instructed, wait here for me. I shall go eliminate that furry corpse. With that, he transformed into an Azure dragon and soared skyward, heading towards the direction indicated by Tang Yingying. Oh my heavens! Witnessing the 100-meter-long Azure dragon, Luo Yi and the others were left wide-eyed. Even Han Shuang was seeing Ao Xing's dragon transformation for the first time. The majestic Azure dragon commanded reverence, its draconic might instilling an even deeper sense of awe within them. Uncle Luo, I'm going to take a look. Tang Yingying suddenly leaped down from the platform and dashed northward. She radiated the unique scent of zombies, ensuring that the undead would recognize her as one of their own. Thus posing no danger. Be careful, Luo Yi shouted, urging her to maintain her safety, that he lacked both Tang Yingying's abilities and Ao Xing's combat prowess. If he ventured out, encountering a zombie would spell certain doom for him. Moreover, this group required his presence to oversee their situation. Upon Han Shuang's return, she resumed her quiet vigil at the street corner, silently observing the direction in which Ao Xing had departed. Above, the Azure dragon scanned the ground, searching for traces of the furry corpse. Perhaps due to the concentration of people gathered by Luo Yi, he failed to spot any other humans that a few streets away. His expression shifted as he spotted the creature, covered in red fur, resting on the ground. Indeed, it was the furry corpse. The Azure dragon swooped down, unleashing a thunderous roar upon the furry corpse. The resounding thunder echoed, causing the red fur on the creature to bristle in alarm. Yet as it rose, the lightning struck directly at its crown. The red fur atop its head disintegrated into ash, and as it angrily lifted its gaze, it was met with a blaze of deep crimson, a scorching breath from the Azure dragon. Flames enveloped its body, and as it burst forth from the inferno, a multitude of wind blades surged forth. The Thunder-Fire-Wind combination was a favored tactic of Ao Xing, however. Managing three elemental forces simultaneously resulted in a compromise in the potency of each. In the anime, Yamato could counter Kaido's scorching breath with her ice powers, solely because she wielded only the freezing element. Though her strength paled in comparison to Kaido's, the power of ice was sufficiently formidable to rival his fiery breath. Similarly, on Ao Xing's side, Menkae's netherworld power and Lu Xiao's true sun fire were immensely potent, but if he were to match their level, his fiery breath would not surpass the true sun fire. Yet the combination of three elements provided him with a broader array of tactics, enabling him to unleash a power that was not inferior to a singular element. After the Thunder-Fire-Wind barrage, the Azure Dragon extended its claws. The armed color enveloped its dragon claws, while simultaneously employing the technique of finger guns. The sharp claws gleamed ominously as the furry corpse, its red fur nearly incinerated, had also lost a significant portion of its flesh. It raised its arm to block, but the Azure Dragon's claw pierced through its flesh and bone. In that fleeting moment, Ao Xing transformed into his hybrid form, wielding a steel whip from his back and striking fiercely at the shoulder of the furry corpse. Chapter 65. Incapacitating the furry corpse. His objective was to incapacitate the furry corpse, rather than to slay it, which proved to be a more formidable challenge. An ominous aura loomed, causing his vitality to stagnate for an instant. With a thunderous roar, he stomped the ground, infusing his blood with formidable power, surging forth to dispel the stagnant energy. Electric currents danced along his body, expelling tendrils of black mist from his form. The steel whip struck the furry corpse's shoulder, forcing its body downward. Yet its bones were extraordinarily resilient. The whip did not shatter its shoulder blade. However, that was of little consequence, for Ao Xing's other hand, embedded in its flesh, gripped fiercely, the dragon claws sliding down its arm. Its flesh was torn asunder, and even the bone bore the mark of the claw. Though the furry corpse lacked the capacity for pain, it instinctively emanated fury, emitting a deep growl as it reached out to seize Ao Xing's chest. Yet Ao Xing, having previously battled a furry corpse, was acutely aware of its strength. Without attempting to block, he allowed the furry corpse's claws to grasp at his chest, wielding the steel whip in one hand and the dragon claw in the other, preparing to engage the furry corpse in a life-and-death struggle. However, he could not truly risk his life against the beast, just as the furry corpse's claws were about to seize him. Its muscular body bizarrely recoiled. This was the extraordinary resilience of a body honed through rigorous training, deftly evading the incoming force. Yet, as a normal human, he could not achieve the fluidity of an owl. His chest muscles slightly retreated, dissipating some of the furry corpse's strength. Suddenly, his chest expanded, becoming as solid as iron. The iron armor, emboldened by armed color, coupled with the tough dragon scales covering his body, clashed against the furry corpse's claws, proving to be as unyielding as adamantium. 3 dragon scales fell away, leaving a slight bruise upon his chest. Yet that was all. The full force of the furry corpse's assault could not breach his defenses. But his own strikes were merciless, the steel whip crashing down upon the previous shoulder injury. Due to the hardening of the iron, the furry corpse could not retaliate, relying solely on the momentum before the iron hardened to descend. Bang! The furry corpse was nearly brought to its knees by the force of the blow. The dragon claws pierced into the furry corpse's throat, penetrating its flesh and striking against its windpipe. Coincidentally, this thrust landed directly at the gap in the skeletal structure of its throat. The razor-sharp claws, enveloped in armed color, plunged halfway in, and as he released the iron grip, the claws curled, extracting their deadly talons from the throat's flesh. Completely piercing through, the dragon claws fully delved into its esophagus, seizing the internal vertebrae. Ao Xing bellowed, lifting its body high in the distance. A panting young girl peeked out from behind a building, astonished by the unfolding battle. Goodness, this guy is incredibly formidable. Tang Yingying gasped, covering her mouth in shock as the rampaging Azure Dragon-human hybrid relentlessly slammed the furry corpse against the ground. His strength is astounding. She quickly activated the recording function of the divine space to capture this exhilarating scene. Though Tang Yingying was not particularly strong, she could discern that the furry corpse was straining against the grip, yet it remained unable to escape the dragon claw's hold, surrounded by other zombies. Ao Xing wielded the furry corpse as a weapon, smashing it into the approaching undead. The head of the furry corpse served as the most unyielding hammer, effortlessly shattering the bones of other zombies with each strike. Even the undead, upon receiving a blow, would at the very least suffer from fractured bones. In truth, the strength of the furry corpse was on par with Ao Xing's. However, Ao Xing possessed the experience from his previous life, deftly dismantling its power in the moments of its exertion, rendering it incapable of using its strength, and ultimately transforming it into a mere plaything in his hands. Bang. The furred corpse was once again forcefully smashed onto the ground, with Ao Xing bending slightly, one foot pressed firmly against its head as the steel whip struck brutally against its shoulder. Suddenly, Ao Xing's dragon claw, embedded deep within the flesh of the corpse's neck, lost its strength, rendering him momentarily powerless. This was the result of prolonged proximity to the corpse's body, resulting in an ominous contamination. The dragon tendons within the claw became entangled, and even his blood energy could not break free in that instant. With the dragon claw unable to exert force, the furred corpse seized the opportunity to escape Ao Xing's grasp, leaping up with great effort, causing Ao Xing's foot on its head to falter. Staggering him backward by 2 steps, he shook his left hand, reapplying the armed color, as blood energy surged within him, finally dispelling the entangled tendons. What a nuisance, he grumbled, charging forward once more to AT that moment. The furred corpse appeared utterly wretched, its flesh nearly entirely torn away from its neck, revealing the stark white of its vertebrae, marked by the traces left by the dragon claw. With a furious roar, the furred corpse seized a nearby zombie's body and began to feast upon it. However, Ao Xing would not allow it to recover through consumption. In an instant, he appeared before the furred corpse, raising his whip to strike down. The corpse attempted to resist with its fist, but its arm, repeatedly battered by the steel whip, had already fractured. While it felt no pain, its body still obeyed the laws of physics. The fractured arm could no longer respond with the same force as before. The steel whip struck directly against its fist, transmitting power deep into its shoulder, sending the flesh-eating corpse hurtling away. The already fractured shoulder was further battered, causing flesh to be splattered backward. In midair, as the furred corpse struggled to regain its balance, Ao Xing reappeared before it, seizing its throat with one hand while coiling his dragon tail around its body. The steel whip came crashing down once again upon that shoulder, shattering the scapula completely, causing one arm to fall to the ground. The furred corpse abruptly discarded the zombie meat in its grasp and lunged toward Ao Xing, baring its sharp teeth to bite at his throat. Its sudden attack was powerful, but thankfully, Ao Xing had a firm grip on its throat, preventing the foul maw from closing in. With another thunderous roar, lightning struck the zombie's face, obliterating its eyes. The dragon tail behind him coiled tightly, and the left-hand dragon claw swiftly relaxed and tightened, rendering the furred corpse immobilized, facing away from him, grasping its neck. Ao Xing slammed it down repeatedly into the ground. However, the concrete floor was no match for its skull. Even as a large crater formed in the surface, the furred corpse's forehead remained unscathed. Though it had lost considerable flesh and blood, its ferocity was undiminished, roaring as it sought to rise and attack. Yet, after Ao Xing had disarmed one of its arms, it no longer stood a chance. The steel whip fell incessantly, first shattering the furred corpse's spine, and then completely breaking its limbs. However, being essentially a corpse, even with shattered bones, its body could still move. It merely lacked the support of its bones, significantly reducing its strength. Lifting the foot that had been planted on the furred corpse's head, Ao Xing drove one dragon claw into its body from behind, seizing its spine, before transforming into a blue dragon and soaring into the sky. Is the boss finished already? Tang Yingying, who had been hiding and observing, felt unsatisfied. The epic battle she had envisioned had not occurred. Since her arrival, she had only witnessed the furred corpse being overwhelmingly defeated. Oh no! The boss is leaving. I must hurry back. Chapter 66. Exchange for the great blade. At the original intersection, a furred corpse was thrown down from the sky, and then the blue dragon landed, transforming back into human form. After removing the steel whip from his back and completely dismembering the remaining 3 limbs of the furred corpse, he plunged down once more. What if there is no blade? The rounded whip tip penetrated the furred corpse's body under his immense strength, driving deep into the earth below. "Let us begin." Luo, Yi, and the others swallowed hard. They had witnessed the destruction wrought by the furred corpse, which could easily slaughter an entire armed battalion. Yet now, it lay before them like a dead dog. "Uncle Luo, may I borrow the knife again?" Sure, you took the Zhanfeng great blade from Luo, Yi, and approached the furred corpse. With a beastly roar, he transformed into a lynx-human hybrid and struck down with all his might, leaving only a scratch on the corpse's cervical vertebrae. Shi Yu's wrist ached painfully from the recoil. Witnessing this scene, Ao sighed. Indeed, it seemed impossible to penetrate its defenses. Attempting to kill it at the third tier was, as expected, a futile endeavor. Shi Yu continued to strike valiantly, yet he still found it nearly impossible to inflict effective damage on the furred corpse's neck. Just as he was about to abandon the lucrative reward and allow Luo Yi to try, Tang Yingying, who had hurried back, spoke first. "I have an idea, but I wonder if you would be willing to give it a try." Oh, Ao turned his head, curious about what method could instantly enhance their attacking power. Tang Yingying explained, "The Zhanfeng is merely a good quality blade. If we had a great blade-grade weapon, we might be able to inflict harm on the furred corpse." "Yingying, the great blade requires 100,000 points, but where would we find such points to use?" Luo Yi chuckled bitterly. If he could obtain a great blade-grade weapon, would he not use it? Without responding to Luo Yi, Tang Yingying fixed her gaze on Ao. "Great dragon, if this flesh corpse can be slain by Brother Shiryu, you will gain 900,000 points. And we will receive 100,000, that if you would be willing to lend us 100,000 to exchange for the great blade, we might have a chance to obtain an even higher return." Yingying, Luo Yi quickly pulled Tang Yingying aside. It was already a blessing for the boss to share points with them. How could they dare to ask him to cover their costs? While signaling Tang Yingying to remain silent, he observed Ao reaction. Ao, far from being angered, contemplated whether this course of action was worthwhile. Indeed, as Tang Yingying had pointed out, lending them a great blade could yield greater rewards, that he also possessed over 100,000 points. Even if they were unable to sever the furred corpse's head with a great blade, he could reclaim it later for Han Shuang or his sister, ensuring that he would not suffer any loss. Very well. Having made up his mind, he agreed to the plan. "What type of weapon do you wish to use?" he inquired of Luo Yi. After all, if the blade was to sever the furred corpse's head, it was likely that Luo Yi would wield it, while Zhanfeng would be given to Shiryu. The divine gift space does not only contain weapons from anime, it can also be customized. "I am fine with anything. It's up to you," Luo Yi stated, indifferent that he said no more, and entered the divine gift space to begin searching. Ultimately, he selected the hardest blade, Chirshui. The great blade was priced at 100,000 points. But as a divine gift member, he could enjoy a 20% discount, requiring only 80,000 points for the exchange. Handing Chirshui to Shiryu, he said, "Give it a try." Chirshui was a black blade, significantly heavier than other weapons. Although it lacked the serrated edges of the Zhanfeng, its weight was 5 times that of Zhanfeng. Shiryu felt an immediate heaviness in his hands. If he were to wield this weapon in battle, it would not only hinder his agility, but he would tire out after just a few swings. Fortunately, he did not need to fight now. He merely had to bring it down mechanically. As the blade was drawn, its cold gleam reflected his lynx-like visage. Discarding the sheath on the ground, he gripped the blade with both hands, took a deep breath, and aimed it fiercely at the furred corpse's neck. Clang! The metallic clash reverberated as Shiryu was knocked back several steps. However, the shallow cut on the furred corpse's neck filled him with exhilaration. "Uncle Luo, boss, it works." Dragging the blade back, he struck down again. With a powerful tremor, he was once more pushed back. Regrettably, he had not wielded the blade long enough. His aim was off. This strike landed beside the first. Noticing Ao's displeased gaze, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Boss, I apologize. I assure you I won't miss next time." With that, he raised the blade once more and struck down heavily. The result, a third cut appeared on the furred corpse's cervical vertebrae. Shiryu. He glanced nervously at Ao, fearing that this esteemed figure might take his frustration out on him. Ao remained expressionless. This situation was actually quite normal. Before the apocalypse, they had all been sheltered flowers. Who would wield a blade against another? Those who could swiftly adapt to the apocalypse and gradually grow were already remarkable in their temperament. "Take your time chopping," Ao instructed Shiryu. then turned to Tang Yingying. Continue to lure the flesh corpse and zombies. He did not know how long this would take. Tang Yingying shrugged. The nearby zombies have already been drawn away. It will take at least a day for the ones from afar to gather. No zombies left. Aoxin felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he had likely eliminated all the nearby zombies. However, it mattered not. The apocalypse would never lack for zombies, due to the nature of the zombie virus. These corpses would evolve into stronger beings after being consumed by other zombies. Pondering for a moment, he said to Luo, "Have your people come out and move these zombie bodies to the end of the 4 streets." What attracts the zombies is not merely the presence of people, but also the corpses of their kind, which serve as a catalyst for their evolution. Once the distant undead undergo their transformation, it will be the perfect moment to reap the rewards. How delightful! Ao Xing pondered. Luo, heeding his words, observed as individuals from the defensive position gradually emerged, beginning to transport the fallen zombies' bodies toward the end of the street. Meanwhile, Shiryu continued his relentless hacking away at the remains, seemingly unaware of how long it would take. Yet, it was evident to the naked eye that a small notch had been severed from the neck of one particularly mangled corpse. Everyone was bustling about, and for the moment, Ao Xing found himself without tasks to attend to. He turned to Luo and inquired, "Would you care to join me?" Luo was taken aback, his fears materializing as this formidable figure sought to recruit him. Tang Yingying, who stood nearby with an expression of boredom, perked up, keenly listening for Luo Yi's decision. Even Shiryu, who had been tirelessly swinging his blade, paused momentarily. After a brief silence, Luo managed a wry smile. "Can I refuse?" Ao Xing maintained his welcoming demeanor. "What do you think?" With a sigh, Luo acknowledged the reality of the post-apocalyptic world where strength reigns supreme. Realizing he had no choice but to ask, "What benefits can we expect in return?" Chapter 67. Luo Yi's loyalty. Perhaps it was due to Ao Xing's consistently approachable demeanor since their initial encounter that Luo felt emboldened to pose such a question. Ao Xing replied, "A better life and a faster path to strength." Upon hearing these vague promises, Luo Yi's expression remained unchanged. He sought something more tangible, that if you wish to acquire items not through divine bestowal, but through my means, I can offer you a 5 discount. While this discount may seem modest, the value of points is immeasurable. Every bit saved is advantageous. This incentive was exceedingly tempting. Not only the ordinary individuals within Luo Yi's faction, but even he felt a surge of desire. The formidable blade priced at 100,000 points would yield a savings of 5,000 points with the discount. That was no trivial sum. Such savings could be invaluable in winning hearts and minds. Very well, he declared emphatically, discarding the serrated blade and kneeling on one knee to pledge his loyalty to Ao Xing. "Boss Ao, Luo is willing to serve you." Upon witnessing his allegiance, Tang Yingying and Shiryu also approached Luo declaring, "Boss Ao, Tang Yingying, Shiryu is willing to serve you." Satisfied, Ao Xing nodded and instructed them to rise. Then turned to Shiryu, "Continue your work on the mangled corpses. Your pace is far too slow." Securing Luo Yi's faction, particularly gaining Tang Yingying, would undoubtedly facilitate the acquisition of points in the future. When those tasked with transporting the bodies returned, Luo announced his decision to pledge loyalty to Ao Xing, adding, "Feel free to stay or leave. I do not compel anyone, however, who would dare to depart." Given their current strength, banding together was their only means of survival. Leaving alone would be akin to courting death. No one voiced dissent. Ao Xing then asked Luo to take stock of their numbers, a total of 172 individuals. Most were young and strong, and under Luo Yi's influence, order was maintained reasonably well that he left Han Shuang to oversee Shiryu and the others while he took Tang Yingying away temporarily. Stating, "Come with me for a moment," without waiting for her consent, he transformed, grasped Tang Yingying, and soared into the sky. "Ying!" Luo exclaimed in shock, while Shiryu was equally startled. "Boss, where are you taking Yingying?" From afar, the voice of the Azure Dragon echoed, "Hurry and finish off that mangled corpse. I'll bring another one." Clutched tightly in the dragon's talons, the petite Tang Yingying screamed frantically, "I have a fear of heights." "Oh, great one!" Although the grip was secure, she clung desperately to one claw, her body curling up in terror, her legs tightly clasping another claw. The wind whistled around her, a testament to their rapid ascent. Looking up, the massive form of the dragon obscured her view of the sky. Below, buildings and crowds shrank swiftly, her heart racing. Had her legs not been clamped so tightly, she might have lost control of her bladder. Overcome with adrenaline, her mind became a whirlwind of thoughts, completely oblivious to where Ao Xing was taking her. As she gradually acclimated to the flight, her imagination ran rampant. Why had the Great One chosen to take her alone? What were his intentions? Should she acquiesce or refuse? She had heard it could be painful, and considering his imposing physique, would she end up pregnant? If so, would she have to give birth? What would they name the child? Unbeknownst to Ao Xing, who was soaring through the skies, the little creature in his grasp was spiraling into such thoughts. Soon, upon spotting a horde of aimlessly wandering zombies below, he dove from the heights. Landing atop a tall building, releasing his grip, he flicked his talon to shake off Tang Ying. Looking down, he noticed Tang Ying clinging to his claw, her eyes glazed over, unsure if she was faint from fear or lost in her own thoughts. "Hey, come down, what?" Tang Ying awoke with a start, but upon seeing they were atop a 30-story building, clung even tighter in terror. "But it's too high. I can't." With no choice, Ao Xing positioned himself at the center of the rooftop. Granting her a semblance of safety, that he carefully loosened his grip, allowing her to stand, though she dared not approach the edge. "Boss, why did you bring me to the rooftop?" Yet her mind was racing. Oh no. Could it be true? He is so powerful. I seem unable to resist. However, after placing her down, Ao Xing did not revert to his human form, but instead commanded, "Use your abilities to lure the nearby zombies. Bring forth the mangled corpses and any lesser ones." Before he had even finished speaking, he plunged downward, transforming into his human form just 10 meters from the ground, skillfully walking on air for a few steps before landing safely. On the rooftop, Tang Ying blinked her large, innocent eyes. Was he not going to? It seemed she had misunderstood. Oh no, how embarrassing. Though there was no one around to hear her inner turmoil, her cheeks flushed crimson. She sat there, feeling shy for what felt like an eternity, before recalling Ao Xing's directive to lure the monsters, hastily releasing an enticing aroma to attract the zombies. Yet she still hesitated to peer over the edge. Alone atop the building, she utilized her ability while humming a tune. Below, Ao Xing wove through the throng of zombies, engaging them with fierce combat. The number of undead may have been substantial, but it had yet to reach the level of a full-blown horde. However, with Tang Ying continuously drawing zombies from above, his fighting never ceased, that he dispatched ordinary flesh-eating zombies with ease and incapacitated the stronger ones by breaking their limbs and tossing them into a nearby shop. He reveled in the thrill of battle. Although his dominance grew slowly, he could feel it manifesting. His physical strength increased incrementally while his aura spread throughout his flesh, according to the crude classifications of his previous life. He now occupied the mid-tier of the Iron Bone realm. Once his bones transformed into adamantine, he would be able to harness inner strength, fortifying his flesh and sinew, ultimately attaining the realm of immense power. This rapid progress was attributed to the talent bestowed upon him by his innate mastery of the aura. At last, a mangled corpse was lured to him, and he let out an excited roar, opting to engage without transforming into his beast form. Instead, wielding the steel whip strapped to his back in an attempt to battle the creature, that as their forces clashed, Ao Xing felt a tremendous power surge against him, causing him to stagger back several paces. Without the Azure Dragon's enhancement, his strength proved insufficient. Yet to be able to confront a 3-star mangled corpse without being instantly obliterated was no small feat. He enveloped the whip in armed color, wielding it in one hand while delivering precise strikes with his fingers in the other, employing the techniques of Gale steps to propel himself forward. However, the mangled corpse easily thwarted his whip's assault with its arms, blocking his finger strikes with its fists. His leg techniques were swift, generating a howling wind, yet they still failed to deliver decisive blows. Mastering the techniques of shave, moonwalk, and Gale steps would yield rapid advancement if he were to reach the godly foot realm. However, as he was only in the Iron Bone realm, his physique struggled to execute cutting strikes. Chapter 68. A long line of zombies and mangled corpses. Despite being at a disadvantage against the mangled corpse due to his superior combat skills, Ao Xing managed to evade its grasp. The other zombies surrounding him only intensified the difficulty of his situation. Yet, this very predicament was what he craved. Such a perilous and dynamic combat environment would rekindle the sensations of battle from his past life. Had he not once fought for survival at the brink of death, experiencing an exhilarating rush of absolute power? Yet, if he were to become enamored with such effortless slaughter, his combat proficiency would stagnate, and the cultivation of his aura would slow. Thus, he often intentionally crafted a tense combat atmosphere to push himself onward, by refraining from using dragon transformation. His strength, agility, and reflexes diminished considerably, but he sought opportunities to eliminate foes amidst the relentless assault of the zombies. With a sudden burst of skill, he dodged an attack from the mangled corpse, breaking the left leg of a nearby zombie and delivering a powerful kick that shattered the ribcage of another flesh-eating corpse. As his steel whip descended, he blocked a punch from the mangled corpse. Whenever an attack came too swiftly to counter, he would activate localized armed color hardening or briefly utilize iron blocks for defense. The force of the zombie strikes reverberated through him, each blow forcing him to retreat. Yet he remained unfazed, instead igniting an even fiercer fighting spirit within himself. With an imposing vigor, he charged forward, each collision with the enemy intensifying the force that fortified his very flesh. This was the inevitable path for a body cultivator. Behind him loomed the building where Tang Yingying resided. The attacks of the hairy corpse could easily shatter the steel and concrete of high-rises, prompting him to retreat while engaging in combat towards other directions. The steel whip in his grasp became increasingly adept in his hands, approaching the proficiency he once had with the blade in his past life. Bang! Another clash with the hairy corpse's fist sent a jolt through him, causing a sudden pain in his abdomen, his stance faltering. His complexion shifted dramatically as he swiftly activated his iron block to fend off the assault from the undead. The ominous aura emanating from the hairy corpse was eroding his vitality, but he had fought this creature for too long and found himself unable to withstand it any longer. With a roar akin to a dragon's, he unleashed his dragon transformation, a torrent of formidable vitality surging forth to disperse the malevolent essence. The pain in his abdomen subsided. It was now time for him to launch his counterattack. With a mighty shout, he struck the hairy corpse's fist with his whip. This time, it was the creature that staggered back, not him. A swift kick followed, shattering the right leg of another zombie, and with successive strikes of the steel whip, the limbs of that undead were swiftly broken. That a final kick propelled the zombie into a nearby shop. Enraged, the hairy corpse leapt once more, but he was quicker, his steel whip striking the joint of its arm with precision. This was the advantage gained from his enhanced combat skills. His other claw entwined with the hairy corpse's remaining hand, the force driving his fingers deep into its flesh. The hairy corpse's claws, sharp as they were, attempted to pierce his skin, yet how could the dragon's scales be so easily breached? Coupled with the hardening of his armed color, the corpse's nails were akin to scraping against steel. With a sudden, forceful grip, the hairy corpse, driven solely by its instinct for slaughter and devoid of combat finesse, was unable to defend itself, and its 5 fingers were brutally twisted apart. The other arm fell victim to a relentless barrage from the steel whip. Although it yearned to retaliate against Ao Xing's body, Ao Xing always struck its arm faster. The joints were targeted repeatedly, leaving the hairy corpse's left arm limp and dangling like overcooked noodles. With its left hand still clutching the now broken right hand of the hairy corpse, he struck down on the left arm's joint, sending it reeling. The steel whip followed suit, this time aiming for its right shoulder. Surrounding zombies and flesh corpses were kept at bay by his dragon tail, while those that dared approach were met with powerful kicks that shattered their bones. Electricity crackled around the steel whip, enhancing its potency further. 10 minutes later, he had shattered the hairy corpse's limbs and spine. With it pinned beneath his foot, he drove the steel whip through its back, anchoring it to the ground. Ao Xing deactivated his dragon transformation, engaging in unarmed combat with the remaining zombies. Half an hour later, he had slaughtered every undead in the vicinity, and none approached from afar. They must have been annihilated, or perhaps Tang Yingying on the rooftop had exhausted her strength. From the divine space, he exchanged several bottles of strong liquor, pouring it over himself to cleanse the blood stains. Then he spent a fortune of 10,000 points from the divine space to acquire a swift, knife-level iron chain. Armed with the iron chain, he entered a nearby shop where he had previously incapacitated 23 zombies. He pierced through the zombie's pelvic bones with his finger gun and threaded the iron chain through, stringing them together like a necklace. Finally, dragging this string of undead outside the shop, he withdrew his steel whip and forcefully pierced the pelvic bone of the hairy corpse, binding it together with the string of zombies. Holding one end of the chain, he transformed into a dragon and soared to the rooftop. Indeed, he found Tang Ying slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, muttering to herself that they're gone. He shouted, startling the dazed Tang Ying awake. Just as she was filled with joy at his appearance, she beheld the string of zombies and the hairy corpse he held, resembling a skewered treat. "Goodness, you're incredible," she exclaimed, and before she could finish, the Azure dragon descended, clutching her with another claw and lifting her into the skies. The girl screamed, gripped by a fear of heights, clinging tightly to the dragon's claw, afraid to let go. The Azure dragon flew into the clouds, where the thin air left her slightly breathless, yet also imbued her with a sense of novelty and exhilaration. Soon, the Azure dragon landed at their original intersection, where people had begun to eat and rest. With only Shiryu fervently hacking away at the hairy corpse's head, an iron chain was dropped from the sky, sending up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Luo, Yi, and the others gasped in astonishment at the sight of a large string of zombies and a hairy corpse covered in red fur, which sent shivers down their spines. The Azure dragon landed, shaking off several times before releasing Tang Ying from its talons. Transforming back into human form, he approached to check on Shiryu's progress. Very good. You've already severed more than half. Keep it up, the rest are all yours." Ao Xing's encouraging words left Shiryu feeling despondent. After such a long struggle against one hairy corpse, now another had appeared along with a multitude of zombies. How long would he have to keep chopping? However, within Luo Yi's team, points were distributed equally based on contributions, and having exerted such effort, he was certain to receive a substantial allocation of points. Thus his motivation remained strong. As dusk settled in, Ao Xing felt utterly fatigued from the battle. If it were merely the hairy corpse, it would have been manageable, but he had fought without activating his dragon transformation at first, relying solely on his physical skills, which drained his stamina considerably. Now, he had no intention to continue fighting. It was time to rest and recuperate for tomorrow's endeavors. Chapter 69. Shadows in the Night. Luo Yi led the group towards a large building on the north side of the street. At this moment, Ao Xing finally comprehended how they managed to band together under the watchful eyes of the zombies. The key lay in Tang Ying, who emitted a scent akin to that of the undead, enveloping the building. This effectively concealed the presence of humanity within. However, this concealment was not as effortless as when Tang Ying applied it to herself. On one hand, it would further deplete her energy. On the other, should a zombie wander into the room and draw near, it would inevitably sense the human presence. Nonetheless, as long as they secured the door, zombies typically would not resort to violently breaking in, provided that the human presence remained concealed. Today, Tang Ying could indeed enjoy a restful sleep, for the surrounding zombies had been eradicated by Ao Xing, eliminating the need for her to exert her abilities to mask their presence. From the divine space, he exchanged for a piece of grilled meat from the Sea King class, devouring it heartily while utilizing life restoration to absorb its full energy. Afterwards, he lay on a bed and drifted off to sleep. Outside, the rhythmic thuds of chopping resonated steadily. That was Shiryu, still laboriously attempting to sever the head of the hairy corpse. The others fell asleep to the sound of his efforts. When the moon hung high and the temperature cooled slightly, Shiryu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Before him lay the dismembered body of the hairy corpse, its head rolling to the side, eyes wide open. Finally, it's done, he sighed with relief, sheathing his blade, only to feel his arms aching, muscles trembling. Yet upon seeing 1,000,000 points in the divine space, all pain and fatigue seemed to dissipate in an instant. 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000. That was the price of an unparalleled great blade. If I were to flee now, that 1,000,000 points would be mine, and I could also snatch that great blade. Greed surged within him as he pondered. It had only been a month since the apocalypse, and accumulating such points was no small feat, even for the formidable Azure Dragon user, Ao Xing. All manner of combat techniques and potions could be acquired that a standard bloodline factor cost merely 1,000,000 points. While it bore the side effect of emotional detachment, in this apocalypse, what good were emotions? His heart raced fervently, and he unconsciously licked his lips. Yet unbeknownst to him, a petite figure lurked in the shadows, quietly observing him. The figure's tattered clothing was stained with blood, and her features were obscured by darkness, and on the rooftop, a pair of eyes peered from behind an open window, intently watching the scene below. Shiryu, propped against his blade, stared blankly at the hairy corpse's body. However, he soon jolted awake, slapping himself hard. The crisp sound echoed in the night, and he silently cursed himself. What on earth is wrong with me? Uncle Luo has treated me so well, even giving me a devil fruit. And Ying, if I escape, won't Uncle Luo and Ying be killed by the Azure Dragon? Thinking of Tang Ying, he sighed. It seems Ying is interested in the big shot. I don't have much hope. Sitting on the ground, he reminisced about Tang Ying's charming visage, lost in thought for quite a while. But it seemed the big shot was not particularly interested in Ying. Perhaps I still have a chance. Suddenly, he felt a resurgence of motivation and rose to return to the high-rise where the others were resting. As he entered the building, the petite figure finally stepped out from the shadows. It was Han Shuang. Out so late, she was seeking food. Too shy to consume zombies in front of everyone during the day, and unable to wander far due to Ao Xing's orders, she could only venture out at this hour. Upon seeing the hairy corpse's body on the ground, she swallowed hard, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Afterward, she swiftly seized the body of the hairy corpse and dashed into the neighboring pharmacy. On the rooftop, a pair of eyes, having spotted Shiryu return to the high-rise, was preparing to sleep when suddenly a shadow darted in front of the hairy corpse. His eyes widened in shock. Was it her? What could she possibly be doing with the hairy corpse at this late hour? Unfortunately, the pharmacy's door obstructed his view, preventing him from discerning Han Shuang's intentions with the body. Inside the pharmacy, Han Shuang peeled away the red fur of the hairy corpse, her teeth crystallizing as she took a hearty bite. Blood trickled down her chin. Transformed into a crystalline being, the foul-smelling zombie flesh was, under her taste, remarkably delectable, more so than the finest feast she had savored in her human life. Crunch! The bones of the hairy corpse were too hard for her to bite through, yet the brittle ones crunched delightfully under her teeth. In no time, she had devoured half of the hairy corpse, letting out a satisfied belch and stashing the remaining half beneath the toppled medicine cabinet in the pharmacy. This would be saved for breakfast tomorrow. After wiping the blood from the corners of her mouth onto her clothes, she quietly returned to the high-rise where the others resided and fell asleep in the room that Luo had arranged for her. Just as she lay down, another figure stealthily descended the stairs and entered the pharmacy. However, he saw nothing amiss as he rummaged through the pharmacy, lifting a fallen cabinet. He gasped in shock. What in the world? Half of the hairy corpse had been devoured, and the remaining half still oozed blood. Had she eaten it? His hands trembled as he recalled what Tang Ying had said earlier. Uncle Luo. I feel she's not human. Under the dim moonlight, a resolute face reflected. It was Luo Yi. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind him, startling him into a quick turn that a pair of pitch-black eyes were fixated on him and the half-eaten hairy corpse beside him. He nearly cried out, but upon recognizing the figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ying, why are you out here in the middle of the night? The newcomer was Tang Ying, her face pale with terror as she gazed at the half-eaten hairy corpse on the ground. Uncle Luo. Did that woman eat it? Earlier, she had been seized by Ao Xing's claws and flown through the sky, only to awaken from a nightmare of plummeting from great heights. Opening the window for fresh air, she happened to see someone carrying the hairy corpse into the pharmacy. Out of curiosity, she had stealthily followed. When Han Shuang returned, she was able to discern her from the shadows, just as she confirmed that Han Shuang had gone back upstairs. She saw Luo Yi descend and enter the pharmacy, prompting her to follow. That it was her. Luo Yi felt his mind spinning. Why would one consume zombies? Even if it didn't disgust her, wasn't she afraid of contracting the zombie virus? Uncle Luo, she truly may not be human. Tang Ying recalled Han Shuang's ghastly visage and that chilling aura that as she got closer, she could even detect a scent reminiscent of zombies. This was not something a human should possess. Not human, yet not quite a zombie. What on earth was she? Did the big shot know she was not human? The two locked eyes, their expressions filled with unspeakable shock. Chapter 70. The New Zombie. Annihilation of the ability users. The two carefully stuffed the half-eaten hairy corpse back beneath the toppled cabinet and cautiously returned to the building. The next day at the crossroads, Shiryu transferred the points earned from slaying the hairy corpse to Ao Xing. Qiu Shui was directly purchased by Luo Yi. With Ao Xing's promise of a 5 discount, he spent 95,000 points, bringing Ao Xing's total to 995,000 points. Why don't you run away after acquiring 1,000,000 points? Ao Xing asked curiously. Few could withstand such a vast fortune. Shiryu replied earnestly, My father always said, in this world one must prioritize loyalty. To this, Ao Xing had no comment. In the apocalypse, such words were best taken lightly. He was not at all worried about Shiryu escaping while out hunting hairy corpses. With Shiryu's strength still below the copper skin stage, where could he possibly flee to? Continue hunting these zombies. On the ground, zombies and hairy corpses chained together still writhed and struggled. However, their bones having been shattered, they could hardly move, relying solely on their muscular strength. Shiryu respectfully responded, Yes. Looking ahead, zombies wandered at the end of the street, feasting on the corpses of other zombies. Yet the allure of the night was still insufficient. Tang Yingying released a fragrant aroma to attract flesh corpses, but only 42 of them responded. These flesh corpses charged in and were swiftly incapacitated by Ao Xing, who tossed them in front of the defense line at the crossroads, allowing those inside to behead them. While everyone was busy, Han Shuang quietly entered the pharmacy from the previous night, noticing signs of disturbance as she moved. She frowned, clearing away the fallen cabinet. She saw that half of the hairy corpse was still there and, without a second thought, began to devour it. Not far away, Luo Yi and Tang Yingying had been observing Han Shuang. Upon seeing her enter the pharmacy, they exchanged terrified glances. They seemed to contemplate whether to inform Ao Xing, but Luo Yi gently shook his head, urging them to suppress their growing dread. Before long, Han Shuang exited the pharmacy, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Witnessing this, Luo Yi and Tang Yingying were further convinced that she had indeed consumed the hairy corpse. Although Han Shuang did not approach them upon her return, they quietly stepped back, fearing she might suddenly transform and attack. Leaving the others to deal with the flesh corpses, he again seized Tang Yingying and took to the skies. Ah! The acrophobic girl screamed once more, unprepared for the height. This time, he flew even farther away. His dragon-like eyes remained fixed below, yet he could not find any trace of the hairy corpse for him. Zombies were no longer useful apart from exchanging points. To enhance his strength, he needed creatures of the hairy corpse caliber. After flying a full 10 kilometers, he finally spotted a familiar tuft of red fur. However, there were no tall buildings in the vicinity, unsuitable for Tang Yingying to hide. After some consideration, he landed atop the nearest high-rise, setting Tang Yingying down. Simultaneously, he entered the divine space, transferring 100,000 points to Meng Kuei for him to exchange for the Sea Tower Stone processing method. Unfortunately, the divine space could not convey items. Had he exchanged the processing method for Meng Kuei himself, he could have saved 20,000 points, but there was no time to return now. He had to let it go. After setting down Tang Yingying, he said, I will lure the hairy corpse over. Once it arrives, use your ability to attract more zombies my way. While the divine space had yet to revise the point rules, he aimed to gather as many points as possible, ideally reaching 100 million to exchange for the invisible black bloodline factor and transformation potion. Transforming into a dragon once more, he returned to the location where he had previously spotted the hairy corpse. Shifting back into human form, he unsheathed his steel whip and struck down hard. Roar! The hairy corpse roared in fury as he fought while making his way toward the high-rise where Tang Yingying was. Drawn by the rich aura of his blood, the hairy corpse relentlessly pursued him, and not only it, but other surrounding zombies were also attracted. Utilizing 6 alternating techniques, he enveloped his body in armed color. Remaining vigilant of any unusual occurrences around him, but he struggled to maneuver among the horde of zombies. Not enough. Still not enough. The pressure was insufficient. The domineering aura was not merely a test of physical stamina, but a revelation of potential amid life and death crises. Otherwise, given the effort Shiryu expended to behead the hairy corpse, his strength should have improved. Yet his domineering aura had not grown significantly, still falling short of the copper skin stage. This was the reason. Thus, while expending physical effort, the combat experience far surpassed mere labor and exercise in terms of enhancing strength. Why hasn't Tang Yingying attracted any zombies yet? Ao Xing muttered. Is she asleep? Unbeknownst to him, Tang Ying, paralyzed by her fear of heights, had remained at the center of the rooftop, too frightened to approach the edge and look down, thus unaware of his arrival. With a thunderous roar, he called, "Tang Ying, it's time to attract the monsters." His voice, akin to a dragon's roar, pierced the heavens, startling the acrophobic girl awake. "Ah, got it," she shouted with all her might, but her voice still seemed limited. Channeling the power of the fragrant fruit, an invisible aroma wafted around her that a multitude of zombies were drawn in from afar, invigorating Ao Xing, who grew bolder in battle. The potency of his various techniques surged even further. Only when his flesh began to stagnate under the influence of ominous energy did he once again activate his beast-human form, dispersing the malevolent aura within him with his potent blood energy. 3 hours later, the hairy corpse lay defeated beneath him, its limbs and spine shattered. Surrounding him were numerous zombie bodies, flesh corpse remains, and the battered forms of other zombies, exchanging for a bottle of strong liquor to cleanse his body. He also procured a sizable portion of grilled sea king meat, utilizing life restoration to convert it into energy for his flesh. After satisfying his hunger, he routinely exchanged for a chain, piercing through the peep of bones of the zombies and hairy corpses. Bringing them to the rooftop, on the rooftop, Tang Ying was engrossed in a video in the divine space. Sensing someone approaching, she hurriedly exited the divine space. When she saw the string of zombies and hairy corpses, her surprise had dissipated. "Big shot, I just saw a video about new zombies appearing. Even stronger than the hairy corpse. 7 empowered individuals joined forces to hunt it down, resulting in 3 fatalities and 2 severe injuries. With only 2 lightly wounded individuals managing to escape." As she spoke, she shared the video link with Ao Xing. The footage, captured from a considerable distance, rendered the images somewhat blurry. However, one could still discern the appearance of the so-called new breed of zombies described by Tang Ying. This particular zombie not only sported red hair, but also exhibited a proliferation of exoskeletal growths, which not only serve as a protective armor, but could also be transformed into bone blades for offensive maneuvers. Moreover, despite its apparent lack of intelligence, the zombie's combat movements had become increasingly proficient, suggesting that it had developed an instinct for battle in addition to its primal urges for slaughter and infection. It was a born killer, a natural warrior. Chapter 71. Her message: could it be that a 4-star zombie has appeared so soon? Ao Xing was astonished. This progression was twice as fast as in his previous life. Was this a butterfly effect resulting from his rebirth? He was uncertain, yet a sense of urgency consumed him. Currently, he was merely at the 2nd tier of the Iron Bone realm. Even with the addition of the Qinglong fruit, he would still be no match for a 4-star zombie. 4-star zombies, generated by the virus within their bodies, formed a layer of bony armor on their exterior. They were referred to as bone corpses or martial corpses. How could those 7 empowered beings, who were not even at the Iron Bone realm, dare to challenge a martial corpse? That they had not suffered total annihilation was already a stroke of extraordinary luck. Upon examining the video's location, it was indeed from the other side of the ocean, America. America had used nuclear weapons to catalyze the emergence of 4-star zombies, a scenario that mirrored his previous life. However, America was not the sole nation employing nuclear weaponry. The northern neighbor of Huaxia was also unleashing nuclear strikes upon the zombies. Their zombies were evolving rapidly as well. Yet the most terrifying threat was not from America or the northern superpower, but from Asan, located to the west of Huaxia. Their nuclear arsenal had detonated. All the nuclear warheads were ignited, obliterating the city that housed them. Furthermore, radiation spread across half of Asan, resulting in an unprecedented evolution of zombies in that region. Of course, that was a matter for later. At present, Asan's core cities lay in ruins. While the zombie virus was evolving swiftly, the zombies had also been shattered by the blasts, necessitating the influx of outer zombies to claim their upgrade packages. As Asan shared a border with Huaxia, the latter was not spared from the onslaught of zombies emanating from Asan. "Big shot, can you contend with such zombies?" Tang Ying inquired. Ao Xing shook his head. "With my current strength, it is difficult. Not even you can handle it." Tang Ying was taken aback. The video had not conveyed the terror of the martial corpses, yet Ao Xing was the strongest human she knew. If even he was powerless, how would they cope if martial corpses emerged in Yuzhou? Ao Xing replied, "Do not dwell on it too much. Striving to improve oneself is the true principle. You cannot solely rely on your fruit abilities. Your own strength is equally important, ditto, Tang Yingying acknowledged, but then recalled Han Shuang's peculiar behavior. After a moment of internal struggle, she could not help but ask, Big shot, the woman you brought, there's something off about her. Did you notice? A.O. Xing was taken aback. You noticed? He had no intention of concealing Han Shuang's identity as a crystal person. As people's exploration of the apocalypse deepened, they would gradually learn about crystal people. At that point, Han Shuang's identity would inevitably be exposed, but he also did not plan for Han Shuang to remain hidden indefinitely in this life. His principle was to suppress everything with absolute power. Big shot, you know? Tang Yingying was now astonished. She had assumed A.O. Xing was unaware that Han Shuang had consumed zombie flesh. She then recounted what she had witnessed the previous night. Big shot. She ate the corpse of a hare zombie. Is she still human? A.O. Xing replied bluntly, no. He proceeded to share his knowledge about crystal people with Tang Yingying, explaining the awakening of crystals. My heavens. Such monsters exist, the young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. This crystal beast or crystal person's brain crystal can promote the growth and awakening of abilities. Isn't that a shortcut to becoming stronger? Suddenly she realized, in that case, other empowered individuals would go to great lengths to kill Han Shuang. A.O. Xing's response was short yet powerful. Who dares touch my people shall die. Oh my goodness. Tang Yingying's cheeks flushed suddenly. Big shot, am I one of your people now? Of course. A.O. Xing replied with a smile. Anyone who aligns with me is my person, so if someone bullies me, you will help me, right? Tang Yingying asked, her big, innocent eyes sparkling with anticipation. Absolutely. Who has been bullying you? A.O. Xing sensed that Tang Yingying's inquiry indicated something was amiss. Sure enough, her expression brightened as she said with indignation, It's one of my friends. Initially, we escaped together, but after I found a devil fruit, she actually betrayed me. Tang Yingying recounted her past experiences slowly. In short, she had been backstabbed by a former close friend, nearly losing her life. And upon returning, the friend had maliciously slandered her reputation. Eventually, she had colluded with several men to capture her for humiliation. If it weren't for Uncle Luo and Brother Shirtu saving me, I would be dead by now. Her words dripped with bitterness. Before the apocalypse, that had been her best friend. Why had she treated her this way? She couldn't comprehend it. They had once sworn to be the best in the world. Yet why had it all devolved into such treachery over trivial gains? She wanted to give her what she had promised, yet why resort to murder? It was infuriating that after narrowly escaping her friend's assassination, she had still forgiven her in her moment of tears. Tang Yingying felt a surge of hatred at the mere thought of that woman. What was her name? A.O. Xing, though uninterested in Tang Yingying's story, recognized that she was now his subordinate, that if they were to cross paths, avenging her would not be out of the question. As you row. Upon uttering this name, A.O. Xing's expression changed abruptly, even his voice rising several notches. Repeat that. What did you say? Tang Yingying, momentarily startled by his intensity, quickly repeated, Su Ro, big shot, do you know her? If she's your good friend, I want to seek revenge. The girl, who had just been filled with indignation, now brimmed with a desire to survive. Yet, A.O. Xing's gaze revealed a murderous intent she had never witnessed before, an intensity that he had not even shown in battles against zombies. What does she look like? A.O. Xing took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. Tang Yingying hurriedly reached into her clothing pocket, retrieving a torn photograph. This is her. It was evident that they had indeed once been the best of friends. Otherwise, who would carry a physical photograph of another in the information age? A.O. Xing scrutinized the photograph, where the girl radiated youthful vitality, her smile bright and her attire a lovely dress. That smile held an enticing allure. The face began to merge with memories from his past life. Why not take revenge? He laughed heartily. Su Ro, good to see you again. Although he expressed joy, Tang Yingying felt he intended to flay Su Ro alive. Be big shot. Do you have a grudge against her? A.O. Xing did not respond. Do you know where she is? Tang Yingying eagerly replied, I know. She is in the northern part of the provincial capital. Rumored to have found a big brother named Zhao Chongkong, who is also an empowered individual. Chapter 72. The Zhu to think that news of Su Ro would surface so quickly. A.O. Xing's anger flared. In his previous life, she had deceived him to his demise that he had presumed it would take longer to obtain news of her, only to discover she was once Tang Yingying's friend. She betrayed you. Yet you still know her whereabouts? Curiosity piqued within Ao Xing. Logically, after the fallout between Tang Yingying and Su Ro, they should have severed ties. That Su Ro was also not a prominent figure. Why was Tang Yingying so well informed about her whereabouts? Tang Yingying explained, I still have her friends. After she found a big shot, she often came to mock me, claiming her big shot would surely kill Uncle Luo and then find dozens of men to gang rape me. The young girl ground her silver teeth in frustration. She had been the consistent victim. Yet why did Su Ro harbor such resentment? Ao Xing scoffed. Indeed, she remains as venomous as ever. That he understood Su Ro's mindset. Having crossed paths, she would pursue revenge to the bitter end. Thus, he grasped how it was that the once-allying Su Ro, having secured a powerful ally, would encounter him. Zhao Changkong was an empowered individual from the northern part of Yuzhou, with considerable ambitions. However, he had been defeated by a figure from the divine capital, leading to the absorption of his entire faction. Subsequently, that figure expanded eastward and clashed with Luo Yi and others, resulting in a predictable outcome, Luo Yi's defeat. Luo Yi and his companions were assimilated, while Tang Yingying, due to her unique abilities, was given significant responsibilities that Su Ro, fearing retaliation, had escaped, which explained her pitiable state when he encountered her later. He speculated that this was likely the case that as for how Su Ro had betrayed him. Such cliché narratives need not be elaborated here. The northern part, Ao Xing gazed towards the north, his heart restless. For he had just learned of his enemy's whereabouts and could not bear to wait a moment longer. Longhua seized Tang Yingying and the lifeless zombie from the ground, swiftly returning to the intersection where Luo Yi and the others gathered. Discarding the zombie and the corpse with a flourish, that a thick cloud of dust rose again, and Shiyu, hacking away at the head of the corpse with a mix of pain and pleasure on his face, flung Tang Yingying from his claws and soared into the sky, heading straight for the northern part of the city. Why is the boss in such a rush? As Shiyu lifted his gaze, he noticed Ao Xing departing once more, this time without Tang Yingying. Where could he be going? Yingying, what is going on with the boss? Luo Yi queried, sensing that Tang Yingying might possess some insight. Tang Yingying, still dazed from her sudden drop from the heights, took a moment to process Luo Yi's question before responding. Oh, it seems the boss is seeking Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong. Isn't he in the northern part of the city? What business does the boss have with him? Luo Yi pondered. Yet an instant later, he speculated, is he intending to recruit Zhao Changkong's forces? If Ao Xing has managed to recruit him, then it stands to reason that gathering other factions would be quite practical. A powerful figure like Ao Xing would surely aim to dominate. That I mentioned the matter of Su Ro to the boss, and he seemed quite incensed, casting me aside without a word before dashing off. I can't help but think that perhaps Su Ro has wronged him. Tang Yingying mused, piecing together the information in her mind, still incredulous that Su Ro had once been her closest confidant, and back then, they shared everything. She had never heard of Su Ro's connection to this formidable figure. Moreover, judging by Ao Xing's demeanor, he seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge, perhaps even one of vengeance. What could Su Ro have done to him? No matter how hard she tried, the answer eluded her. Observing Shiyu's fatigued state, Luo Yi contemplated and addressed the others. Everyone, come out. I'll hand each of you a swift blade. Let us take down these few zombies that the boss has incapacitated. Shiyu was nearly drained by the relentless assault of the corpse. He had yet to sever the head of the previous day's corpse when another one appeared. At this rate, it would take ages to finish. Hence the need for others to assist. Although their individual powers were modest, they had all exchanged for the fierce chi training method, and their physical strength had significantly improved since the onset of the apocalypse. Coupled with the swift blades, they might not be able to fell zombies outright, but in pairs they could saw and grind at the zombies' necks. Making some contribution, in the sky, Ao Xing soared swiftly upon a flame cloud. Upon reaching the city center, he descended from the air, resting atop a tall building. Below, chaos reigned, a tumult unlike any other, not sparked by a multitude of people, but rather an overwhelming throng of animals. Before him loomed an exceptionally spacious gate, inscribed with the words Provincial City Zoo. The zombie virus did not solely infect humans. However, within the city, the most commonly seen creatures were cats and dogs. In a small city like Bianxing, there were hardly any fierce dogs. Even if the pet cats and dogs were infected, they would transform into the weakest zombies, yielding the easiest points, furthermore, due to their small size. Many cats and dogs had their heads gnawed upon by zombies, losing the potential for transformation, relegated to mere vessels for the virus, allowing other zombies to evolve. But here, it was a different story. The animals within the zoo were far more dangerous than cats and dogs. Once infected, they would become even stronger zombies. Of course, the most terrifying aspect was not merely their infection, but the possibility of these large animals consuming zombie blood or, driven by hunger, devouring zombie flesh, thus transforming into crystal beasts. With resistance to the virus, they would both feast upon the blood and flesh of zombies and crave the flesh of the living. Posing a greater threat than zombies themselves, bang. Leaping from the tall building, Aoshing thrust a finger gun through a zombie's skull, smashing its head with a punch. With a swift kick, he heard a crack as the crystalline structure shattered. And he grasped the wolf's head, his fingers piercing through its cranium. Extracting a chunk stained with brain matter, he carelessly tossed the corpse aside. Another kick sent a mutated zebra flying, the blow shattering its ribcage. The odds of becoming a crystal beast remained dismally low. Aoshing, leisurely weaving through the zombies, spent an hour slaying foes, accumulating merely 3 awakening crystals, all of 1-star grade. Had that individual already departed from this place? While battling, he sought out his quarry. Aside from casually collecting a few awakening crystals, his most crucial objective was to locate that being. Perhaps it was inappropriate to refer to him as a person, for his true form was a Bengal white tiger. Yet in the apocalypse, he had consumed a devil fruit, gaining formidable strength and, after being subdued by the deity of the city, had become the foremost warrior in their ranks. Devil fruits, of course, could be consumed by more than just humans. Even divine gifts were not exclusive to humanity. However, most creatures lacked intelligence, unable to operate or comprehend the exchange of points obtained from slaying zombies. Yet, possessing a devil fruit changed everything. Chapter 73. The Hidden Tiger. The already powerful beast, when augmented by a devil fruit and bolstered by fierce chi, surpassed most humans in combat prowess. Upon seeing the zoo, Aoshing realized the immense value of recruiting such a creature under his command. Moreover, as a beast of pure heart, once it pledged allegiance, betrayal would be unlikely, making it a trustworthy ally. He charged into the zoo, cutting through the chaos, yet failed to catch a glimpse of the tiger. Instead, he acquired 2 more 1-star crystals and 1 2-star crystal. With no place to store them, he couldn't very well continue holding them. Scratching his head, Aoshing glanced around and slipped into a collapsed store, rummaging through the debris to find a trash bag, into which he placed the 6 crystals. Since he had been subdued by the deity of the city, it was highly probable that the tiger had headed west. But what of my quest for vengeance to the north? After a moment's deliberation, he resolved that revenge must come first. Gaining an additional tiger would merely be the icing on the cake. As the Azure Dragon, he had no need for a white tiger. However, achieving vengeance would clear his mind, making it the more pressing priority. With his thoughts settled, he no longer hesitated. After exchanging for a meat stick to consume, he transformed into the Azure Dragon and ascended into the sky. In the northern part of the provincial city, by the banks of the Yellow River, Zhao Chongkong was busy constructing a base. His strength was formidable. Having procured a considerable amount of building materials from a construction factory, he had also gathered a fair number of followers through his might. The freshwater resources within the city had been exhausted, leaving only the Yellow River as their hope. Yet, misfortune befell him. In this stretch of the Yellow River lurked a formidable water monster. Though it paled in comparison to the black-scaled python of Bien Water, it had still claimed numerous lives among his subordinates. Now, he stood, grim-faced, fixated on the creature before him. Standing 3 meters tall, it bore a white base with black stripes, upright and surrounded by flickering flames. A singular vertical eye adorned its forehead. "Who are you?" Zhao Chongkong gasped, aware that the creature's strength far exceeded his own. Despite joining forces with 2 other empowered individuals, they still found themselves at the mercy of this powerful foe. It appeared to be an animal-type ability user. Was it the cat-cat fruit, tiger form? Or perhaps the even more terrifying cat-cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form? His suspicions leaned heavily towards the latter, as the vertical eye and the unusual radiance surrounding it were decidedly extraordinary. Such phenomena could only be attributed to legendary mythical beasts. Yet this powerful entity was silent, seemingly intent on annihilating them, that a fleeting glance at the bloodstains on his shoulder reminded him that had he not evaded quickly, He would have sustained severe injuries. Of course, the tiger-shaped ability user was not yet capable of decapitating him directly, for he was a superhuman type / fruit user. His body was as hard as steel. Yet steel was not invincible. He had still been wounded. My lord, why must you be so aggressive? Zhao Changkong's limbs transformed into razor-sharp blades, ever vigilant against the foe. Your strength is indeed formidable, but should we join forces, you too would face injury. What purpose does this serve? He subtly gestured towards the two companions flanking the white tiger. Although they stood upright, their bodies bore animalistic traits. One was shrouded in green exoskeleton. Arms transformed into scythe-like appendages, with two pairs of wings sprouting from his back. He was a bug fruit, mantis form user. With the scythe-like arms, his offensive capabilities were considerable. However, one of his scythe arms had already been shattered. The other individual sported goat-like horns, with hands and feet transformed into hooves. That he was a bull fruit, antelope form user. Yet his chest bore 3 deep, lengthy wounds, blood pouring forth, as though he had barely escaped having his heart extracted. In the distance, a group of individuals cowered, trembling in fear. Such a high-stakes battle was beyond their capacity to intervene. That a beautiful young woman, eyes wide with terror, remarked, "It seems Zhao Gu cannot defeat him. Are we going to die?" Beside her, a disheveled youth, his gaze aflame with desire, fixated on her ample figure. Amidst the crowd, he seized the opportunity to brush against her body. Unfortunately, she was Zhao Ji's chosen, and thus he dared not act recklessly. Yet now that Zhao Gu himself was in peril, he couldn't help but entertain some illicit thoughts. "Hey, do not touch me," the young girl exclaimed, feeling a hand unexpectedly graze her backside. With her face flushed with indignation, she turned to glare at the perpetrator, ultimately fixing her gaze on a middle-aged man whose expression was vacant. "How disgusting. Once Zhao Gu finishes, I will have him kick you out." The middle-aged man, terrified, hastily fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "No, it wasn't me. Please don't throw me out. I would die alone out there." The girl, her face contorted with disdain, delivered a swift kick to him before directing her attention back to the distant battle. She thought to herself, "Zhao Gu is faltering. If he loses, will that man kill us? No. Even if others perish, I will not. With my looks, if I just show a little skin to entice him, I doubt he would remain unmoved." In the distance, the 4 combatants continued to clash fiercely, and the white tiger had sustained several new wounds. His training had been brief. Although he possessed a solid foundation, his strength was limited as his body ached. The instincts of a beast urged him to retreat. Coupled with his gnawing hunger, he no longer wished to fight. Zhao Changkong noticed the retreat in his eyes and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was nearly depleted of energy, and if the fight continued, it would spell his end. That if you wish to leave, please do. We will not hinder you. Though fatigued, he maintained an appearance of confidence, urging the other 2 to step back. The tiger man hesitated for a moment, then roared again, preparing to depart. What a coincidence. So you were here. Just as he was about to leave, an individual appeared behind him, grinning widely and blocking his escape route. The tiger's roar reverberated through the air, ruffling Ao Xing's hair, but he remained unfazed, standing resolutely in the way. Little did he know how fortunate this encounter would turn out to be, a 2-for-1 deal. Surrender or perish. Ignoring the tiger's roar, the overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, instilling fear in the white tiger, while Zhao Changkong and his companions trembled in its wake. Such potent conqueror's haki. Who is this person? Having just dealt with the fierce tiger, he now faced a true dragon. He silently lamented, hoping this powerful figure would subdue the tiger man and then take his leave. The conqueror's haki, infused with the dragon's might, struck fear into the eyes of the white tiger, a reaction driven by the survival instincts of a beast. Another wave of conqueror's haki surged forth, causing those hiding in the distance to drop to their knees. Zhao Changkong and his 2 companions exchanged terrified glances, their legs quaking as they struggled to remain standing. The white tiger, closest to Ao Xing, felt as if his heart might explode. He prostrated himself on the ground. Revealing his true form, Mew, this massive creature rubbed against Ao Xing's leg while emitting a coarse, mewing sound. Zhao Changkong was taken aback, wondering, what on earth is this Mew? Chapter 74, Revenge. Very well. Ao Xing said, stroking the tiger's head, "From now on, you shall follow me. What is your name?" he inquired, recalling that the siblings were named after the days of the week, from Monday to Sunday, with no one named Saturday. The white tiger shook his head. Having recently awakened his intelligence, he had no concept of human names before. Fortunately, he had consumed the human fruit. Had it been a different variety, his intelligence might not have developed so quickly, requiring gradual improvement through training. Then from now on, you shall be called Xiao Bai, A.O. Xing declared, pleased with his naming skills. Mew? The white tiger seemed displeased. His nascent intelligence struggled to articulate good hard. He attempted to express that the name sounded unpleasant. But A.O. Xing beamed with delight. You think it's good? Are you not a fine gentleman? You meant to say good sir, right? Henceforth, you shall be called Xiao Bai. Ow! The white tiger blinked his large eyes, wishing to contest the name. But seeing A.O. Xing withdraw his hand and move forward, he reluctantly accepted it. Zhao Chongkong. He recognized Zhao Chongkong as the wielder of the chop fruit, and from his current demeanor, it was clear to him what his identity was. That it is I. And you are? Zhao Chongkong struggled to maintain his composure while keeping a wary eye on him. Tio have so easily subdued that fierce tiger man. And to have the tiger now acting so affectionately. What immense power this person must possess. Do not be alarmed. I am here to find someone. His expression remained impassive, and Zhao Chongkong could not decipher whether he was pleased or incensed. Who are you looking for? Zhao Chongkong inquired to Su Ro. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Chongkong was taken aback. This young man appeared so youthful. Could he be Su Ro's former boyfriend? He had been with Su Ro every night recently. And if this individual found out, he might unleash his wrath upon him. Unless he was willing to join forces with him to know, he could not reveal the truth. Forcing a smile, he replied, I'm sorry, but there is no one by the name of Su Ro here. Perhaps you should look elsewhere. Did I ask that so? He was convinced that Tang Yingying would not deceive him, which meant that Zhao Chongkong was lying. Bring forth your people. I wish to see them. Though his tone was calm, it sounded like a command to Zhao Chongkong, further igniting his anger. What could the Conqueror's Haki accomplish in its early stages? It could only clear the field. Even if he had learned the advanced techniques, the level of Conqueror's Haki needed to be exceedingly high, just as one could not learn Flowing Cherry Blossom just because they mastered Armament Haki. This is my territory, Zhao Chongkong. You are being rather overbearing. His expression turned cold, and his two Zoan-type subordinates surrounded A.O. Xing, attempting to intimidate him into leaving. However, roar, the white tiger's fierce roar pierced the air. Glaring at Zhao Chongkong and his companions, his eyes filled with menace. How dare they act so brazenly before his recognized master? Were these lowly creatures not yet satiated from their previous beatings? Zhao Chongkong was taken aback once more. It seemed that the tiger man had indeed been subdued. Yet he could not retreat. If this person was truly Su Ro's ex-boyfriend, he would not be spared either. Deciding to threaten him, he attempted to intimidate him. A.O. Xing reached out to stroke Xiao Bai's head, saying, all right, no need to be upset. Focus on your recovery. Xiao Bai then settled down with a grunt. He regarded Zhao Chongkong, realizing that this man truly did not wish to back down. Reluctant to waste further words, he slowly advanced. If you wish to die, try to stop me. Under the pressure of his formidable presence, Zhao Chongkong retreated several steps, but he ultimately could not resist the urge to strike Daha. His arms transformed into steel blades as he lunged towards A.O. Xing behind him. The two Zoan-type users charged as well. However, A.O. Xing merely extended one hand. With 3 swift jabs, he shattered the skulls of all 3 assailants. Their bodies, seemingly as strong as iron, were nothing but a joke before him. Each of their heads bore a finger-sized hole. Their eyes filled with regret and terror as they rapidly lost their life force. The crowd in the distance gasped in astonishment. They had been too far to hear A.O. Xing's demand for Su Ro. Only witnessing a brief exchange before Zhao Chongkong and his companions were instantaneously killed. Zhao Gu is dead. Niugu and Xiao Jie are dead too. They were engulfed in terror, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Zhao Gu had perished without a chance to fight back. They had not even seen how he had acted. Su Ro watched as he drew nearer, her heart racing in trepidation. The overwhelming pressure was simply too great. What did he intend to do? If she could align herself with such a powerful figure, it would far surpass Zhao Ji's strength. Moreover, he was incredibly handsome, quickly adjusting her hair and tugging down the shoulder of her top to reveal her fair skin. She attempted to compose herself, preparing to present her most alluring expression upon his arrival. As Ao Xing approached the crowd, he immediately spotted the alluring Su Ro, her shoulder partially exposed. Su Ro, I've found you. He smiled, genuinely delighted, but Su Ro beamed in return. That he knows me. Who is he? Someone from my past? Or perhaps a long-forgotten admirer? She and Tang Ying were renowned as two beauties, attracting numerous suitors, so it was understandable that she might not remember every face. If he is fond of me, all the better. With this powerful ally, I will show Tang Ying just how futile her schemes are. As these chaotic thoughts swirled in her mind, she wore the sweetest smile she had ever shown. But before she could finish her sentence, a hole appeared in her forehead that a finger withdrew from the wound, blood and brain matter oozing forth. The beautiful young girl fell to the ground, her face a mask of confusion, never comprehending what had transpired. The others, witnessing the abrupt murder of Su Ro, were engulfed in a paralyzing fear that if even the most beautiful Su Ro could be slain, what hope did they have to defend themselves? Ao Xing scanned the crowd once more. Failing to spot the man he sought, it appeared he had not departed from Zhao Changkong's company. With only one enemy remaining, there was no need to rush. They would inevitably cross paths. Ignoring the terrified throng, he turned to leave. "Let us go, Xiao Bai," he called to the white tiger, who transformed into a dragon, lifting Xiao Bai into his grasp and soaring into the sky. The Azure Dragon. It's the Azure Dragon. No wonder he is so powerful. The kneeling crowd gasped in awe, but soon found themselves embroiled in a struggle over dominance. Bang! A metal rod struck the head of a disheveled young man, and the vacant middle-aged man swung again, causing the youth to bleed profusely as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "That I am the boss. Who dares to challenge me?" The typically dull and honest middle-aged man suddenly erupted, startling the crowd. Yet in this apocalyptic world, they had long grown accustomed to life and death. After the initial shock wore off, someone quickly stepped forward. "What do you think you are? How dare you claim to be the boss?" Bang! The iron rod in the middle-aged man's hand came crashing down once more. The women hastily dispersed, while the men engaged in a fierce brawl for dominance, each refusing to yield to the other. After a considerable time, nearly everyone lay sprawled on the ground. Some perished in the chaos, others were grievously injured, and a few had their bones shattered. Only one individual remained standing, leaning on an iron rod, albeit gasping for breath, with blood streaming from his left eye, the result of an unknown assailant's attack. Chapter 75. The Human Fruit Phantom Beast Type. In the sky, the white tiger gazed down in astonishment. Before the imposing Azure Dragon, he felt diminutive. Unable to contain himself, he let out a thunderous roar, as if the territory below belonged to him. Truly deserving of being called his leader, his intelligence had awakened. Although he struggled to articulate human speech, he already possessed human emotions and thoughts. When Ao Xin returned to the intersection, the sun had set beyond the horizon. The pale moon hung in the gray sky, while the sounds of bones being chopped echoed from the roadside. However, this time, there were additional noises of bones being scraped and sliced, emanating from Shiryu, who was butchering carcasses, and ordinary members sawing through zombies. Though darkness had fallen, they tirelessly continued their work. The enormous Azure Dragon descended from the heavens, clutching a white tiger, startling them into alertness. "Viri, where did the boss acquire such a large tiger? It appears to be a Bengal white tiger. What does the boss intend to do with the tiger? It seems uninfected. Is he planning to eat tiger meat?" Little Bai interjected. "I may not be adept at human speech, but I can understand." With renewed vigor, he shook his head and let out a resounding roar, transforming into human form. Standing 3 meters tall and immensely robust, he bore a vertical eye on his forehead and donned ancient general's armor. Exuding an extraordinary presence, he transformed into a human again. Did he consume a fruit that grants the cat ability in tiger form? The onlookers paused their work, turning their gazes towards Little Bai. Yet after shifting to human form, he still emitted a fierce roar. Then, with clumsy Mandarin, he called out to Ao Xin, uttering the rare words he knew. "Master," from the shadows beside the street, Han Shuang curiously scrutinized this formidable figure. Her perception as a crystal being sharper than that of humans, she sensed the beastly essence within him. Similarly, Tang Ying, sensitive to sense, detected that Little Bai clearly did not belong to humanity. "Boss, is he a tiger that consumed the human fruit?" The young girl cautiously stepped closer, wary of getting too near to Little Bai, fearful that this great tiger might devour her, even though his human form was indeed striking. Upon hearing her words, everyone was taken aback. Are you certain he's a tiger and not a human? Luo Yi scrutinized Little Bai with caution, feeling an overwhelming air of ferocity emanating from him. Tang Ying rolled her eyes. Uncle Luo, what normal person stands 3 meters tall? Do you think they are all marine admirals? Her reminder sparked realization among the others. Indeed, Little Bai was exceptionally tall. The robust Aoxin and Luo Yi appeared diminutive before him. Boss, is he truly a tiger? Aoxi nodded and explained. Little Bai is a Bengal white tiger from the provincial zoo who consumed the devil fruit and transformed into a human. His fruit is the animal-type human fruit phantom beast-type spirit officer form. Speaking of which, it is curious that despite being the human fruit, Chopper's civilian form is covered in fur and mistaken for a snowman. He has always suspected that Chopper actually consumed the human fruit ancient type capable form. Little Bai stood beside Aoxin, exceedingly obedient, yet he seemed reluctant to remain in human form. Before long, he transformed back into his beastly shape that I in this form. He appeared even more robust, but the vertical eye on his forehead and the armor remained intact. Just as Oni Maru's great entry form comes with its own priestly robe and armor, this armor also bestowed defensive capabilities due to his fruit's powers. Boss, he must possess special abilities as a phantom beast. Seeing Little Bai's docility, Tang Ying dared to approach a few steps closer. Originally, she intended to inquire about Su Ro, but now she was entirely captivated by Little Bai's abilities. Aoxi, having exchanged for a large meat stick from the divine gift space, munched on it while chatting with them. The spirit officer is a protective deity from Taoist mythology. Its primary abilities involve a unique energy combining thunder and flames. Thunderfire. This thunderfire can be unleashed through the third eye on the forehead, firing concentrated beams of energy, while also enveloping the user in a glowing aura that wards off evil. The term ward off evil not only enhances resistance to the zombie virus, but also repels ominous intrusions. Once zombies evolve to the level of the 3-star beast, they generate malevolent energies within themselves, which erode the vitality of living beings. When the concentration reaches a certain level, they can seize the life force of others, bestowing misfortune upon them. For someone of Aoxin's caliber, each encounter with a beast requires expending energy to dispel the malevolence, but this is only because the beasts lack intelligence. When zombies eventually gain intelligence, dispelling evil will not be so easily accomplished. At that point, the spirit officer's ability to ward off evil with thunderfire will significantly increase. Furthermore, it possesses considerable resistance against abilities like the negative spirits of the lingling fruit and the playful transformations of the toy fruit. In his previous life, Little Bai became the foremost enforcer of the Divine City, and this fruit played a significant role. My heavens, how outrageous! Tang Ying gasped in astonishment. Is this the phantom beast type? After chatting for a while, Little Bai also exchanged for a large meat stick, sitting beside Aoxin, devouring it with gusto. This was far more delectable than anything he had previously tasted. Upon adding Little Bai as a friend in the divine gift space, Aoxin transferred 20,000 points to him, enabling him to learn the 6 styles and restore his life. Boss, what about Su Ro? Tang Ying inched closer and whispered at Ashi. Aoxin chuckled as died. That woman who caused me so much trouble is finally dead. While Tang Ying felt a sense of relief, she also experienced a tinge of emptiness. Boss, may I ask? Before she could finish her sentence, Aoxin interrupted. No. Tang Ying fell silent. That Aoxin understood she wished to inquire about his grudge against Su Ro. However, it was sufficient to confide in his sister about matters from his past life. He could not share such information casually with others. Suddenly, Shiryu exclaimed in delight, Boss, I've killed this beast too. A notification of 1 million points hitting his account filled him with exhilaration. Boss, I'm transferring 900,000 points to you right now. After a day's toil, the others had also successfully dispatched a significant number of the severely injured zombies. Transferring 90% of the points to Aoxin, everyone returned to the high rise to rest. Han Shuang, who had been lurking in the shadows, approached, dragging the carcass of the beast toward the drugstore. Although Luo Yi and Tang Ying were aware of her identity as a crystal being, she preferred not to consume zombies in front of others. Inside the high rise, beside Aoxin, Little Bai had reverted to his white tiger form. Driven by the instincts of a fierce beast, he had become exceedingly dependent on AOXN after being subdued, akin to a domestic cat seeking comfort beside its owner. Now that your intelligence has been awakened, practice speaking more. When the opportunity arises, I will find you a book to read. You must also learn to recognize characters that AOXN lay on the bed, engaging in casual conversation with little Bai, who only responded with soft whimpers. Chapter 76. Rule Adjustments and Certificate Rewards. At the intersection, AOXN had spent 10 days with Luo E and the others. Since arriving, he had brought back 13 severely injured beasts and countless zombies. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Yi's faction had grown accustomed to the blissful life of reaping the rewards of AOXIN's endeavors. Although progress in strength was slow, it was safe, and the influx of points was substantial. AOXN tossed a beast at Shiryu's feet, and after days of catalysis, the distant zombies began to converge toward them. After devouring the corpses they had discarded at the end of the street, the zombies rapidly evolved. In the past 3 days, AOXN had ceased transforming into a dragon and soaring into the distance. Instead, beasts occasionally appeared nearby, but he refrained from using his fruit's powers, relying solely on his physical strength to contend with them. Now, he could incapacitate a beast using only his physical might. His strength was nearing the threshold of the 3rd stage of great power. Clang. The sound of bones being chopped rang out sharply. A voice, tinged with excitement and distress, called out, "Boss, I've broken through to the copper-skin stage." It was Shiryu. He had leveled up. This was good news, yet also troubling. It meant AOXN could no longer gain the 1,000-fold points reward through Shiryu. While others had also made progress in strength, without the enhancement of the devil fruit, even Shoshue could barely wield a weapon, let alone behead a beast. Gazing at the 4 beasts awaiting execution on the ground, he pondered how to proceed. "Boss, shall I continue chopping?" Shiryu scratched his head awkwardly. With his newfound strength, it was easier for him to dispatch beasts, but the points awarded would be reduced by a factor of 10. Just as AOXIN was deep in thought, suddenly, time and space froze, and everyone was forcibly pulled into the divine gift space. The rules for obtaining points have been adjusted. Points for defeating zombies will now be awarded based on combat contributions. Once a zombie loses its ability to move, attacking it again will yield no points. Well, there's no need for further contemplation. The divine space has effortlessly rectified the bugs. However, this situation is not without its merits. Points are now awarded based on combat contributions, enhancing collaboration within the team. Previously, in the pursuit of points, even during a collective assault, there were always individuals vying for the final blow, even if the team had agreed to distribute points afterwards. The question of how to allocate them and the challenge of gaining consensus often sparked distrust, leading to numerous conflicts in this apocalyptic world. Now, however, the system rewards points according to each person's contributions in battle, fostering a spirit of competition where everyone strives to excel and refuses to lag behind. Yet in his past life, bug fixes were not implemented so swiftly. He wonders if his relentless exploitation of the divine space has precipitated this adjustment. Just as he laments the loss of an opportunity for gain, the grand and authoritative voice of the divine space resonates in his ears once more. Due to your discovery of a loophole in the divine space, which has led to the refinement of its rules, you shall be awarded a reward. Please select one from the following 3 certificates. Another reward. AO Xing is elated. The rewards from the divine space are always extraordinary. The first time he received the talent Overbearing Genius, propelling his cultivation to the forefront among all. The second time, he was granted the title Divine Member, opening avenues for him to profitably exchange points. What could this new certificate be? He gazes intently, and sure enough, it mirrors the previous 2 times. Certificate 1, Business License. You have obtained a permit to conduct business within the divine space. A small shop will appear in the divine store, and items purchased from you can be directly manifested in the buyer's possession. Note: each time you place goods on the shelf, the divine space will charge a handling fee of 1 of the sale price. Non-refundable regardless of whether the goods are sold, that if an item is taken down and then relist, the handling fee must be paid anew. Certificate 2, Teaching License. You have acquired a license to impart knowledge in the real world, allowing you to teach your well-mastered skills to others without the need for them to exchange for those skills in the divine space. Note: the skills you teach lack the divine space's enlightenment function. Thus, others cannot immediately learn them, but must gradually comprehend them based on your teaching level and the apprentice's aptitude. Certificate 3, Storage License. You have obtained a permit to temporarily store real-world items in the divine space. Each storage action incurs points based on the item's volume and duration, and you may share storage rights with others. However, they will consume double the points when storing items. Among these 3 certificates, the third is immediately dismissed. Although spatial abilities are often the best choice in a post-apocalyptic scenario, he has his sister's treasure space, making the need for storage less urgent. Furthermore, this storage incurs point expenditure. That is quite a drawback. The only silver lining is the ability to share this with others, allowing him to earn points that way. However, it is still inferior to the first option. Moreover, can't the shop serve as a kind of storage for supplies? The first option is undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Coupled with the divine member status, his point gathering speed will rise once more. As for the second option, it seems too cumbersome. The learning process involves learning, comprehension, and mastery. The divine space expedites this by bypassing the learning phase and reaching the comprehension stage, after which the exchanger only needs to practice to perfect the skill that if he chooses the teaching license. Others will need to learn slowly, and he will have to teach them bit by bit. While this could allow him to earn points through others or cultivate subordinates, it is overly complicated. It is far more practical to acquire a large number of points through the first option and then reward others that he chooses option 1 without hesitation, selecting the business license upon checking the divine space. He discovers a new back-end page has appeared for him. Entering it, he finds it completely empty that he needs to fill in basic information and stock his shop before it can appear in the divine store. Should he name it A.O. Xing Store, Qing Long Store, Chun Long Store? He ponders that as for whether to conceal his identity as the shop owner. Conceal what? He is invincible. There is nothing to fear, a thought strikes him. The shop will be named Dragon Emperor's Shop. Glancing at his current points, he sees 9,999, just 1 point shy of 10 million. At that point, he can use his divine member privilege to purchase those 2 exclusive items at a discount. Should he redeem one first or buy a large quantity of supplies from the divine store to accumulate more points? It is a dilemma. However, he notices another troubling aspect. The goods in the store lack a locking and hiding feature. Once listed, anyone can purchase them. This means he cannot utilize the shop as a storage space, that if he prices items too low, they will be snatched away. If he prices them too high, he will incur a one-handling fee. That would be a loss. After much contemplation, A.O. Xing ultimately decides to list his shop, but he believes the items he sells will come with discounts, and he is confident he will quickly recoup his investment and make a significant profit. As for the items to sell, he checks among the equipment and potions. Combat techniques cannot be sold, as once exchanged, they are directly imparted to the exchanger and cannot be stored at this stage. Those who can afford quality blades are already strong. Most still wield quick blades and ordinary weapons. After converting 9.8 million points into various grades of weapons and potions, he lists them all in his shop at a price of 99 of the original price. Without competition, even a slight discount will attract countless customers to his store. Having completed all this, he happily checks his personal panel, which he hasn't looked at in quite some time. Name: A.O. Xing Talent. Overbearing Genius Title. Divine Member Certificate. Business License Devil Fruit. Fish Fruit. Qing Long Form Realm. Body Refinement. Iron Bone Combat Techniques. Shave. Finger Gun. Iron Block. Paper Drawing. Gale Foot. Moon Step. Life Restoration Equipment. Thunder Ancestor Whip. Pseudo Points. 78,724. His strength has grown immensely. He is now capable of challenging a zombie with just his physical prowess. Even against a 4-star martial zombie, he should possess the ability to contend with it. Right? Exiting the divine space, he suddenly recalls that no one in his past life had ever opened a personal shop. If he can receive this reward, then those who profited from the weaker individuals by having them kill zombies should have also received something similar. Did they perhaps choose other options? However, this reward would be of little use without the divine member title. Those who triggered this reward in his previous life likely did not possess the divine member status. The temporal stasis concludes. He opens his eyes to find everyone awkwardly pausing their tasks. The point system has changed. They can no longer earn points by killing these zombies. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, A.O. Xing declares, "The point system is altered. We can no longer rely on this method. I plan to return for a while. You all are welcome to join me, that I am constructing a safe base. and the zombies in Bien City are weaker than those in Sheng City, making it more suitable for your training. Once they return, it will expedite the construction of his safe base, and he is eager to see the progress of the base and the current situation of his family. Although he can learn of their safety through the divine space, seeing them in person is ultimately more reassuring. Da-da-oo. As he finishes speaking, the first to respond is the little white tiger beside him, who has transformed back into his beast form, that he is still not fully accustomed to his human form. But after spending days with Ao Xing and the others, he has become much more articulate. Master, I wish to accompany you. Aside from some pronunciation issues, he can generally understand what is being said. Gently patting the little white tiger's head, Ao Xing cannot help but acknowledge that fierce beasts possess remarkable talent in combat. When he first encountered the little white tiger, he was at the copper skin stage, and now he is nearly at the second-tier iron bone stage.